This young man awakens the ability to absorb luck and fortune, only to discover that the person before him is the son of luck while his own fortune is lower than even a tea-serving servant. Despite his fortune scraping the absolute bottom of society, he still crushes the son of luck into oblivion. The world dubs him the king of bootlicking, because with his SSS rank gift of silver-tongued flattery he managed to latch onto the thigh of this world's greatest female villain. What did you say? You lack medicinal pills for your breakthrough. Take these 500 pills and break through already. Heading into a secret realm but afraid of dying, take this Dharma treasure even if you die 100 times over on the leaderboard. I can still resurrect you. Want to absorb the fortune of a supreme realm expert? Then I'll take you to kill them. And Wu Wenji won't drag things out any longer. Let's begin. The story has already been translated to English by the admin. Enjoy the read, everyone. One morning at the Shen estate. Right in the main hall, Sujing calls out warmly, Beiweng, come quickly and pay your respects to your future father-in-law. A handsome, dashing young man steps into the hall and bows before Lord Shen. He is the son of Su Jing Beiweng. Going back in time, his name was Su Qi. Just a minute ago, he was still a prestigious platinum-tier elite in the 22nd century, but the very next second his face turned ashen. He choked out something foul, and his soul left his body. Who would have thought that right after finishing reading Arrogant Overlord of 9 Provinces, he'd die in his own home? When he woke up, he found himself transmigrated into another world. He thinks joyfully not only did he become the son of a wealthy family, but his parents even arranged a beautiful young woman as his wife. He has been sent straight to the pinnacle of life. Back to the present in the main hall of the Shen estate. Su Jing waves his hand and says, Beiweng, come meet your future betrothed. The young miss of the Shen clan. He grins with delight, practically drooling, thinking excitely body blessed with both talent and looks. What a windfall. What appears before him now is a beautiful, graceful young woman. She gently performs a curtsy. Yadi greets young Master Su. Beiweng stares for a long moment, then thinks, could it possibly be her? His eyes suddenly widen in alarm. Wait a moment. Then he recalls chapter 99 of the novel Yi Tian snatches the bride and slays Beiweng on the spot. A death warrant is issued against Yi Tian for killing him over the stolen bride. Yi Tian rises into the Qingyun ranking. After remembering all of this, Beiweng weeps uncontrollably. He transmigrated into the villain of Arrogant Overlord of 9 Provinces, the one who's forever destined to be a stepping stone, never the protagonist. Did he transmigrate here just to get butchered by the male lead and help him reach the pinnacle? No, I have to find a way to stay far away from this woman to secure my life of wealth and glory. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he stepped forward to speak. Lord Shen, this humble one knows he is unworthy of your daughter. I beg Lord Shen to help me switch to a different match. This leaves both old men utterly bewildered, a giant question mark hanging over their heads. What switch to whom? Beiweng replies, anyone but her. Su Jing slams his hand on the table in fury. Ungrateful wretch, they've already shown us face and you still refuse. Do you truly think you're worthy of Lord Shen's daughter? She is a prodigy at the mid-stage of 8th rank martial cultivation. One day she will surely break into the top 10 of the Qingyun ranking. While you are merely at the peak of 9th rank, raised to that level because we fed you countless medicinal pills. Beiweng says helplessly, Father, why are you suddenly bringing all this up? I don't want to marry her, there is a reason for it. Beiweng thinks to himself, I'm trying to save your son's life here, old man, could you please stop making a scene? Beiweng then says, Lord Shen, your daughter already has someone she loves. I wish to withdraw from this engagement. Su Jing immediately interjects, no, that absolutely will not do. His hands tremble as he says, if we refuse the eldest princess's decree of betrothal, every last member of the Shen clan, great and small, will be put to death. Suddenly, something catches Beiweng's attention. A system prompt materializes before him. Welcome, host, to the world of the novel Arrogant Overlord of 9 Provinces. This system is the fortune-stealing system. This leaves Beiweng unable to help but ponder. Beiweng thinks, now that's more like it. How could a transmigration story be complete without a cheat system? This fortune-stealing system sounds pretty damn powerful. The system speaks again. This system allows the host to judge the magnitude of others' fortune and opportunities by observing the brightness of the fortune aura above their heads. Additionally, the brighter the fortune of an opponent defeated by the host, the greater the reward the host receives from them. Su Beiweng grins triumphantly. The more formidable the target he deals with, the more extraordinary the reward. Wait. He suddenly glances toward Yi Tian, brow furrowing in deep contemplation. Something doesn't add up. Su Beiweng thinks furiously impossible that woman is a. Among the protagonist's wives having luck at level 82, he can understand that. But why in the world does even a tea-serving girl have higher luck than him? Su Beiweng stares at the number hovering above his head, dread flooding through him. Even with the system, this wretched body of his still can't overpower Yi Tian. From the side, Shen Jai sees his state and hastily waves his hands in admonishment. Nephew Beiweng, stop causing trouble. We should follow the eldest princess's will. The moment he hears eldest princess, his eyes suddenly blaze with light. That's right, the eldest princess. She is the ultimate villainess in the novel, the fifth legitimate daughter of the noble imperial bloodline. Hailing from the fifth of the 9 continents, Great Gan. Her martial cultivation is unfathomably deep, beyond all measure. Beneath her banner lies a loyal network of forces spanning the entire court and the common folk alike. She even commands a mysterious sect called Phoenix Quay, which nurtures top-tier experts and elite assassins. Su Beiweng's thoughts race and he bolts outside without a moment's hesitation. Su Jing, standing nearby, sees this and shrieks, "You wretched child. What do you think you're doing?" Su Beiweng dashes out, elated. "I can survive now," he beams. Time to go craft jewelry for the princess's magnificent legs. His mind drifts to the eldest princess's porcelain white thighs, eyes glazing over with infatuation. His joy is short-lived, his face instantly falls. This many people. He spots a man standing guard the eldest princess's personal eunuch and close attendant eunuch Yu, a third-grade grandmaster. An idea strikes him. Got it. Su Beiweng approaches eunuch Yu and speaks. Eunuch Yu, this humble one is Su Beiweng. I have business to discuss with the eldest princess. He produces a handful of coins and offers them forward. Please accept this small token first. Eunuch Yu accepts the money with a pleased expression. Once inside the grand hall, Su Beiweng thinks to himself, indeed. Time is money, then drops to his knees and kowtows before the eldest princess. The woman seated before him is none other than the eldest princess of Great Gan Jin Shuang. His gaze drifts to her elegant legs, eyes lighting up once more. She glances at him and says flatly, "Stare one moment longer, and this palace will personally escort you to the castration chamber." In an instant, it feels as though shards of shattered glass are hurtling straight toward his eyes. He claps his hands over his face in terror and yelps, "Ah, your highness, mercy. Your goddess-like bearing is merely admired by this humble servant. I absolutely harbor no intent to offend." The eldest princess fixes her piercing gaze upon him. "Who are you?" Su Beiweng lowers his head and confesses honestly. "Reporting to your highness, this lowly subject is named Su Beiweng. Several days ago, your highness bestowed a marriage arrangement upon this lowly subject." The eldest princess rests her chin on her hand, her expression utterly indifferent. "This palace remembers now, Su Beiweng, quite handsome actually. A pity your cultivation roots are utterly wretched." At this, Su Beiweng furrows his brow and thinks broodingly, who could possibly compare to you? You are the ultimate villain, the grand boss herself, wielding the power to dictate the finale. And the novel's plot hasn't even progressed a tenth of the way yet. The princess waves her hand dismissively. "If you've come to express gratitude, get out. This palace has no time to waste on your empty words." Su Beiweng speaks urgently. "Your highness, this lowly subject requests a treasure." He scrambles for more words in his head. "Thank you, my foot." The princess studies him, her expression turning contemplative. "No one has ever dared approach this palace to demand a reward. What value can you offer this palace?" Su Beiweng lowers his head and replies, "Your humble servant has uncovered a piece of critical intelligence. The eldest son of Grand Secretary Kui has signed a pact with a charm demon." The eldest princess freezes. "Is that true?" Su Beiweng answers solemnly, "Should this intelligence prove false, this lowly subject will forfeit his life as atonement." He knows full well that Great Gan and the demonic cultivators are sworn enemies who cannot coexist under the same sky. And Grand Secretary Kui is the eldest princess's most vital chess piece. In the original novel, the male protagonist stumbles upon this secret and exposes it, profiting handsomely from both sides. The eldest princess, forced to appease the masses, would have no choice but to imprison Grand Secretary Kui's entire family, losing not only a crucial pawn but also her reputation. The eldest princess stares at Su Beiweng. Good, anyone who dares harbor demons must die. You've rendered meritorious service, what do you want? When he hears those words, he is still kneeling at the eldest princess's feet. Beiweng lowers his head and looks at her feet, his expression practically dripping with lechery. Your humble servant desires a single stamina pill, he says with a bright grin, but in his heart he thinks compared to those base desires, staying alive is far more important. The stamina pill is a type of medicinal pill that can multiply combat power several times over, maintain peak output continuously, and carry zero side effects. The eldest princess smiles faintly, then casually tosses a cyan stamina pill from her hand to Beiweng. This makes him beam with delight. Thank you, Your Highness, he says, then thinks now that's what you call a true big shot. The eldest princess smiles and speaks on a whim. This sovereign permits you to choose one more. Beiweng's eyes practically disappear into his grin. He immediately selects a realm-breaking pill, not forgetting to say, Your Highness is too kind. The princess points a finger at Beiweng and asks, have you run into a crisis? Can it be resolved? Beiweng forces a polite smile and replies, it is quite difficult for this humble servant. If Your Highness is willing to lend a hand, this lowly one would be endlessly grateful. The eldest princess's face twists with fury. She slaps Beiweng across the face and bellows, useless. Our dear Beiweng is so terrified that cold sweat breaks out across his entire body. He scrambles to his feet, hands and legs moving in a panic, and bolts outside, not before stammering, Your humble servant takes his leave. Once outside, Beiweng props his chin up, eyes narrowing into calculating slits. Right now, I'm at least a stray hair on the eldest princess's leg. Once I properly latch onto her thick thigh, that broken engagement should be off the table, right? His heart still trembles with lingering fear. The moment he arrives home, the household servant sees him. Young master, you went out again. The old master has ordered this servant to escort you to Teibai Tower. He shouts helplessly, what the hell do I have to go to Teibai Tower for? Scene shift, Teibai Tower. The moment he steps inside, someone calls out to him, Brother Su. The love between husband and wife is truly the envy of all. Beiweng stares blankly, completely lost, and yells, what? He turns to see Yaodi wearing a red bridal veil and his shock deepens. He shouts, what the hell is going on here? Sujing storms over to Beiweng, jabbing a finger at his face and yelling furiously, what do you mean, what? Obviously this is the wedding banquet, she snaps. Then she thinks, does this brat want me dead faster? Just then Yi Tian, the novel's male protagonist, arrives. Dog thief, die, he roars. Yaodi rushes out to block him. Stop it, she cries. Standing in front of Beiweng to shield him, Yi Tian sees this and snarls at her. Yaodi, move aside. I'll kill this dog thief, Beiweng. Then I'll take you away. Yaodi immediately shakes her head. I won't go with you, leave. But in her heart she thinks, Yi Tian, please, there are too many experts here, you can't kill him. Yi Tian furrows his brow, his face ablaze with righteous fury and iron determination. He screams, Yaodi, if I can't even protect the one I love, then what's the point of cultivating at all? Yi Tian would become a demon for your sake. Beiweng doesn't even care. He simply stares at the chi luck value floating above Yi Tian's head, chi luck value floor 97, and curses internally, holy shit. No wonder he's the protagonist, that chi luck value is about to explode. Beiweng narrows his eyes and ponders, brute force won't work against this. I need another approach. Beiweng smiles, then grabs Yaodi's wrist. Yaodi, is this a friend of yours? He asks casually. Yaodi freezes, her mind racing. I can't let this slip. If the eldest princess finds out I refused this marriage, the entire Shen family is doomed. Yi Tian charges forward in a rage. Release her. In his heart, Yi Tian thinks, dog thief, you have no idea what kind of existence I am. I am one blessed by the heavens with countless fortunates raining down from the sky. One day I will absolutely stand atop the clouds. Yashi Jiaju, prideful sovereign over the 9 provinces. With that thought, Yi Tian's gaze turns razor sharp. Go die already, he screams, then draws his sword and lunges. The bystanders all gasp in terror. The sword chi is absolutely terrifying. It could kill an 8th rank cultivator without question. But in the very next second, the sword is stopped cold. Yi Tian's eyes go wide. The blade can't push forward even an inch. Beiweng catches it between just 2 fingers, his expression utterly calm. You want to kill me? He arches an eyebrow. His face cold as a blade's edge. Dream on. He flicks his fingers and a shockwave blasts Yi Tian backward, sending him crashing into the wall with critical injuries. His sword shatters into fragments midair. Yi Tian staggers backward, his brow furrowed from the sheer force of that single flick. His entire body trembles, can barely stand. He drives the broken hilt into the ground and clutches his chest in agony, thinking, how is this possible? Wasn't he just a trash ninth rank who stuffed himself full of pills? How can he possibly be this strong? Yi Tian just manages to struggle to his feet when Bei Wang's voice thunders, did I say you could stand up? Get on your knees. A ball of crimson fire materializes in Bei Wang's palm, and he hurls a massive gust of wind at Yi Tian, slamming him straight down onto the ground. Bei Wang stares down at Yi Tian and says, the strength you're so proud of is that really all it amounts to? The surrounding spectators are stunned, then break into excited chatter. Young Master Su is truly formidable, absolutely terrifying. Bei Wang thinks back to the eldest princess and the cyan stamina pill, and a smug grin spreads across his face. Good thing I prepared early. The eldest princess is the real deal. The pills she gives are top shelf quality. This thick thigh, I'm locking onto it for good. Yaodi, seeing the situation, hurries forward in a panic. Young Master Su, I beg you please, for my sake, let him go. Bei Wang brushes her hand aside without a second thought. Yaodi freezes, her face draining of color. Bei Wang says coolly, your face, are you worthy of that? He shoots her a cold, cutting glare. Seething internally, if it weren't for you two carrying on behind my back, and now you're being forced to marry me, would we even be in this mess? Yi Tian rises to his feet, unleashing a powerful surge of azure true qi. Yaodi, don't beg him, he roars. The crowd that has been watching from the start begins buzzing with whispers. Look, that kid's true qi just broke through, breaking through mid-combat, what a freaking monster. Bei Wang, his expression turns deadly serious. He raises his hand and calls out, where's the gyukin? Instantly, a gyukin flies through the air and into his grasp. He holds the ancient instrument in his hands, a veil of mysterious pink mist swirling around it. A smug look settles on Bei Wang's face as he recalls in the novel. Bei Wang's martial prowess is utterly mediocre, but the one area where he's unrivaled is his mastery of the gyukin. With the stamina pill's power surging through him, now's the time to strike fast and end this. Breakthrough 8th rank lower grade. Yi Tian's eyes blaze with cold determination, his face set like stone, azure true qi radiating from his body. Dog thief, today you die for certain. Bei Wang grits his teeth in fury, his eyes burning with rage as a fire erupts within his body. He snarls, holy shit, he actually blocked that. Is being a child of heaven really that big of a deal? The two stand face to face, locked in confrontation. Bei Wang speaks in a measured tone, do you really think you're ready for this? With a smug smirk, Bei Wang plucks a single gyukin string toward Yi Tian. A tremendous gale howls across the surroundings. He stands there cradling the gyukin, the picture of calm composure. Yet a moment later, Bei Wang's eyes widen in surprise, then narrow with realization. So he blocked it, so what? You're the heavens' darling. And I'm cursed with an unlucky physique. What exactly can you do to me? Today I'll chop off that dog head of yours. With that thought, Bei Wang's expression hardens with absolute resolve. Yi Tian's face goes pale with terror. He thinks, I can't die here, not like this. I haven't yet lorded over the 9 provinces. I haven't yet looked down upon all creation. I absolutely cannot die in this place. Yi Tian throws his arms up desperately to block Bei Wang's incoming attack. Suddenly, space itself cracks and fractures before them. Bei Wang's eyes snap wide. A first-rank Saint Realm cultivator, does Yi Tian actually have a hidden protector? Yi Tian is sucked into a tear in the dimensional space, leaving Bei Wang and everyone else standing there in utter shock. As he's dragged away, Yi Tian appears to lose consciousness entirely. Bei Wang's pupils flare with a strange, otherworldly light manifestation of his special power. He thinks, but burning that much energy means the soul fragment will fall into dormancy afterward. It won't be coming out again for a while. System host has defeated a child of fortune. Spoils have been plundered and transferred to host. Bei Wang wonders if there's a jade pendant among the spoils. A sinister, smug grin spreads across his face. He thinks, that's righter. I'm stuck with an unlucky physique, but I can plunder the rewards of others. As long as I keep harvesting those luck-sacked bastards like trimming chives. Isn't it just a matter of wanting whatever I damn well please? From a distance, a voice calls out, Wanger, it's Su Jing, rushing over in concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Wang smiles and replies, "I'm fine, it's a shame that little bastard got away." The onlookers who witnessed the entire spectacle burst into awed praise. Young Master Su is so young, yet his martial prowess is absolutely terrifying. Young Master Su, remember to look after us in the future. Wang smiles nonchalantly and says, "Sure thing, nothing more to see here." Every show's over, disperse. The crowd gradually leaves until only Yaodi and Wang remain. Yaodi stands there trembling, wanting to speak but too afraid to voice the words. Wang notices and tells her flatly, "If you have something to say it now. If not, then leave." Yaodi presses a hand to her chest, her expression desperate and pleading as she implores Wang. "Please, I beg Yao, spare Yi Tian. As long as you don't kill him, I'm willing to marry you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Wang smiles, "Starting tomorrow you will move into the Su manor." Yaodi hears the words and stands there stunned. Wang is delighted, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. He thinks, with a perfect tool like this in hand, why wouldn't Yi Tian keep delivering himself to me like a gift-wrapped red envelope? Wang laughs heartily, then his thoughts drift to the eldest princess and Yi Tian. His ultimate goal is nothing less than the earth-shaking fortune that will reshape the entire 9 provinces continent. Right now, the most critical step toward that goal is locking down that thick, powerful thigh of the eldest princess. Early morning at the Su manor, Wang pulls a slip of paper from his sleeve and murmurs, "Now is the time to witness a miracle." On the table before him, Wang sees a scroll, a white glass vial and a single shard of shattered crystal. He channels a wisp of energy and unrolls the scroll, reading it briefly. "I don't practice swordsmanship, this is useless to me." He picks up the shard and examines it. This shard appears to be a fragment that must be assembled with others to unlock a secret realm and claim its most precious treasure. Wang grins smugly, "I can't collect these myself, I'll need to rely on Yi Tian for that." He then picks up the vial, his face lighting up with excitement. "This is Earth Core body tempering milk, now this thighs is exactly what I need." Suddenly the vial lifts into the air on its own, releasing a plume of white mist. Wang spreads his arms to receive it. "This is also Earth Core Jade Milk Essence. I need this." The vase creates a pocket dimension and Wang stands atop the surface of the Earth Core Jade Milk Essence. He forms hand seals amid the liquid sea, conjuring a crimson aura that swirls around him. After absorbing the full power, he speaks, "This medicine can accelerate cultivation even for a trash physique. It's nothing short of an evolution elixir. I want a body of immortality." Wang's eyes widen in shock. "So this is it, this is the feeling of metamorphosis." Then he notices an object on the table, picks it up, and murmurs pensively, completely forgetting about the hidden talisman. The talisman is decent enough, but the invisibility duration is far too short. Plus it's a self-cast talisman, it can't hide anything from experts above the 4th rank. What a pity there's no jade pendant. Otherwise I could have learned Yi Tian's devouring grand art. Wang casually rests his hands behind his head, leans back and grins smugly. "Yi Tian, I hope you work hard so I can reach the supreme realm sooner." Wang's grin fades. He furrows his brows and thinks, "Wait, relying on him alone, how many years would my road to supreme take? One leak isn't enough to cut. I need to find more children of fortune, the more the better. But where do I find them?" Wang snaps his fingers with a smug grin. "Got it." Wang heads straight for the 6 Doors Bureau, hands clasped behind his back, thinking as he walks. In the novel, the original body's mother bought him a position at the 6 Doors Bureau. That kid never even showed up. What a waste of resources. I'm nothing like him. In the 6 Doors Bureau, whether you're catching people or getting caught, experts are a dime a dozen. Finding a couple of leaks shouldn't be too hard. A sharp voice suddenly rings out, the drums have already sounded and you're still dawdling. "Man, useless scram." Wang turns around startled, "Who are you?" A beautiful woman with a razor-sharp voice, turns out she's ranked in the top 9 of the Qingyan rankings. Known throughout the Jianghu as one of the 4 great constables of the 6 Doors Bureau, Ximen Yinyu, squad leader of the Zheng squad. She barks furiously, "The name of Ximen Yinyu, a rookie like you isn't worthy of hearing it. Scram." Wang smirks to himself. "Speak of the devil, an expert leak arrives the moment I need one. Let's see if I can take her on." Wang grins smugly. "Scram, I honestly don't know how, why don't you demonstrate?" Ximen Yinyu snatches up her blade in fury. "You dare act tough in the Zheng squad, tired of living. What I say goes around here." She flings her blade toward Wang, making him curse inwardly in shock. Damn, she didn't even bother talking before attacking, just as well timed to test her level. Beiweng clenches his fist and hurls a punch with everything he has, stunning every staff member present. Isn't that the Beiweng kid who made a scene at Teibai Tower yesterday? He thinks just because nobody cared yesterday, he's suddenly something special. The Zheng squad leader is peak 7th rank, a genius of the top 9 on the Qingyun rankings. He actually dares fight back. Ximen Yinyu is mid-fight when she roars, "Keep yapping and I'll castrate every last one of you." The staff hear this and their souls flee, legs turning to jelly. Ximen Yinyu frowns and thinks teaching this brat a lesson is as easy as flipping her hand. But having outsiders witness the Zheng squad beating its own member would be unnecessary. She retracts her hand. What? Beiweng is drenched in cold sweat, fists still raised. He thinks she stopped. He exhales in relief. Thank goodness she stopped completely. Outmatched. Ximen Yinyu declares sternly, not wearing the Zheng squad uniform, 3 months' salary docked. She grabs him by the collar and drags him past the staff like a rag doll. Get over here, I want a word with you. The scene shifts to a private room, the door slams shut. Ximen Yinyu shoves Beiweng against the wall in a domineering stance. Cross me again and I'll cripple you. Beiweng's face is inches from hers. I hate it most when people threaten me. Ximen Yinyu's brow twitches. You. Beiweng remains unfazed. She turns away. The Tianji Pavilion's Qingyun rankings still haven't updated your name. Relying on crooked methods to show off, have you forgotten how little ability you actually possess? Beiweng waves it off. If there's nothing for me at the 6 Doors Bureau, I'll be on my way. Ximen Yinyu snaps, stay right there. Yesterday, that first-rank Saint Realm spirit along with Yi Tian told me everything about you in detail. Beiweng grins to himself, so that's what this is about. He places a hand on his forehead with a pitiful expression. Speaking of which, it makes my blood boil. I'm just a simple fool robbed of a marriage arrangement and nearly killed to boot. Please avenge me, squad leader. She crosses her arms, fuming. Cut the act, don't you dare play dumb with me. Then she raises a finger and lays out a proposal. A Saint Realm expert has emerged, posing a direct threat. The court must capture him. You are my subordinate, I will help you. Beiweng smiles on the surface. I'm truly grateful, squad leader, I'll begin investigating immediately. But internally he thinks this emotional manipulation again, spare me. Information about a Saint Realm expert is far too valuable. If I shared it with you, a bootlicker of the Empress, the eldest princess, would crush me to death without blinking. He grins sinisterly besides. Yi Tian is my leak, I'm not telling anyone. A voice calls from beyond the door, squad leader, the eldest princess summons Su Beiweng. Hearing this, he waves with a grin. Your subordinate takes his leave first. The scene shifts to Jiaguang Hall. A voice rings out, paying respects to the eldest princess. The eldest princess sits with her chin propped on one hand. Your information proved extremely valuable. The Kui family brat has been dealt with. With that, she extends a hand and channels a stream of power toward Beiweng. A sparkling red object flies toward him. Beiweng's eyes light up with gratitude, a radiant grin spreading across his face. Thank you, Your Highness the eldest princess. This gleaming item, it's a command token pass. The eldest princess's command tokens are ranked in 7 tiers: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple being the highest. A red token finally. I've got a ticket to ride a big leg, he thinks. Next, a crimson banner radiating demonic energy flies toward him. Along with Diwu Jinshuang's voice, this demon-repelling banner, consider it yours as well. Beiweng breaks into a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. He reaches out to receive it, and a thin stream of blood spirals around his index finger, a few droplets falling as if to bind additional power. Extracting the demonic core from a demon's body, then infusing it into true qi and refining it into a banner. Beiweng grips the banner roll, brow furrowed, the corner of his mouth curling into a smug grin. With this banner, as long as the power gap isn't too wide, he can easily suppress even high-level demons. The beautiful eldest princess, chin propped on hand, speaks. Even the trashiest bone structure has improved. Not bad, he beams eagerly, replying that serving Your Highness has kept him from slacking for even a single day, secretly hoping for more rewards. The more the better. What answers Beiweng's eager expectations are 2 words from the lips of that enchantingly beautiful princess. Diwu Jinshuang, get out. Beiweng stiffens, forcing an awkward smile. Yes, he gradually fades from view after all. It's still early, no need to return to the 6 Doors Bureau just yet. Better to avoid those girls causing trouble for him again. He remembers the South Market is full of treasures. With that thought, he strolls out leisurely, weaving through the bustling crowd of merchants trading enthusiastically, when he suddenly notices a young man with a Chi Luck Tower reading of 32 buying something. "Boss, I want to buy this inkstone." After the young man purchases it, his Chi Luck value suddenly skyrockets from 32 to 92, leaving Beiweng stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He rushes over, brow furrowed, and snatches up that peculiar inkstone. "Boss, I want this one." Both the young man and the seller gape in confusion. Beiweng thinks this is a massive treasure capable of boosting a Chi Luck value from tier 32 all the way to tier 92. The young man panics and shouts, "I grabbed it first." The shopkeeper, caught between two bickering customers, is helpless, completely at a loss. Beiweng must have this treasure, no matter what. He confidently raises the authority token. "I'm here on orders from the eldest princess to conduct an inspection." The young man goes from lucky to cursed in an instant, his face draining of color. He doesn't dare utter a word. "This inkstone, I'll be taking it without ceremony." He tosses 2 bills to the shopkeeper and strolls away with a grin, leaving the Chi Luck 32 young man drowning in misery. Walking away with the inkstone in hand, he thinks with a smirk, did I just uncover a hidden function of the system? Not bad at all, right? If someone's Chi Luck value suddenly spikes, it means they're about to stumble upon a fortuitous encounter. He gazes at the inkstone, and his mind drifts to Ximen Yinyu's beautiful face. So what kind of fortuitous encounter is this exactly? Or maybe I should see if I can track down that 6th leak. The scene shifts to drifting clouds and golden sunlight stretching across the 6 doors bureau. Inside, Ximen Yinyu scolds Beiweng furiously, "Why are you back so late? This squad leader has been waiting for you for ages." A level 6 demon has appeared on Mang Mountain in the outer city. Human lives are at stake. "Tonight, I'm leading the team out to hunt demons." He replied nervously, "I won't go. According to 6 Doors Bureau regulations, my rank isn't high enough. I don't qualify." Hearing this, she turned her beautiful face toward him, eyes sharp and stern. "You are now an elite of our Can team. I specifically issued this order to cultivate you. Don't waste your team leader's painstaking efforts." He leaned in close to Ximen Yinyu, catching her slightly off guard. Smiling, he looked straight into her eyes and said, "Forget it. When the time comes, I won't be able to fight the demons. What if even the Can team leader gets snatched away by the demons? What then?" Using public office for private revenges was so transparently obvious, who couldn't see through it? He thought the smile he got in return was an even more dangerous one from his team leader. Orders from the 6 Doors Bureau must be obeyed absolutely. Beiweng didn't either. He smiled and said, "Team leader Ximen, don't be so narrow-minded." Hearing this, she frowned slightly, sighed, and said, "This time, you're going whether you like it or not. Of course, if you're unhappy with me, you can report me to the commander or go cry to the eldest princess." With that, Ximen Yinyu turned and left coldly, leaving Beiweng standing there, fuming internally. This brat is deliberately being cheap, downright arrogant. He stared at the newly acquired inkstone, worry gnawing at him. Tonight's near rank 6 demon beast needed to bring more people, and this treasurer still hadn't figured out how to use it. Beiweng rushed off to find a solution. He needed to recruit backup. Scene transition, Teichu Palace. Eunuch Yu smiled helplessly. Hasn't young Master Su visited far too many times already? He held up his token and replied cheerfully, "Isn't it because I'm afraid the eldest princess might forget about me? Show your face more often and you'll build a sense of presence." Eunuch Yu smiled and said, "Her Highness the eldest princess is currently at the writing arena. Follow me." A beautiful natural scenery unfolded before them. The arena had something resembling a polo goal set up on it. In a nearby field, Princess Jinshuang was on horseback, swinging a polo mallet to strike a small ball, looking every bit the picture of fierce determination. A ball flew forward and shot straight through the goal. The sycophantic Beiweng seized the moment, clapping enthusiastically. What a magnificent shot! The image of the breathtakingly beautiful Diwu Jinshuang materialized, her aura towering and majestic. Beiweng's gaze was entranced. He stared at Jinshuang without looking away. "Truly a goddess." Her voice rang out sharply. "Get over here." He approached her, grinning ear to ear, and held up the inkstone cheerfully. "This is a small token of respect from this humble servant for your highness." Diwu Jinshuang looked down at Beiweng with a cold expression and said, "Those eyes of yours are actually useful. You know quality when you see it. Most people wouldn't even recognize what this is." He beamed. "If not, how would I dare come seek you out?" Jinshuang pointed at the inkstone in his hands and explained that although the inkstone appeared ordinary, it actually had a formation sealed within it. Beiweng stared at the inkstone, puzzled. A formation. She withdrew her hand and looked at Beiweng. She said bluntly, "Idiot." A red aura appeared around them. He stared at the inkstone, thinking, is this the legendary blood-binding recognition? White smoke tendrils curled within, tinged with crimson red like fresh blood. Through the smoke, something resembling an iron cage materialized. Along with Diwu Jinshuang's voice, this cage formation can forcibly suppress your opponent, bringing their internal energy down to your level. However, against martial artists above mid-rank 6th rank, the formation may shatter and fail. There are, of course, exceptions. Looking at the small iron cage in his hand, Beiweng said, "Thank you, Your Highness." He grinned broadly. He thought to himself, a bronze-rank scrub like Mafe, I meet a gold-ranked opponent I can't beat. I'll just use this inkstone to drag them down to bronze, then crush them with my masterful bronze-tier mechanics. Problem solved. But the very next instant, he was sent flying sky-high as an irritated Jinshuang smacked him with her polo mallet. She scolded him for his leering gaze being too repulsive and told him to scram, frightening the horse in the process. A moment later, Beiweng came crashing down like a shooting star, shocking everyone present. He slammed into the ground with a massive boom, leaving a huge crater, but quickly regained his composure and flew back up. The view from up in the sky really is beautiful, he said, startling the onlookers. They were bewildered. Is that a deity or a demon? Beiweng thought proudly, the chi-suppressing aura of that inkstone really is formidable. I didn't even die from that fall. But I absolutely cannot provoke the eldest princess. If I actually drive her mad, she'll beat me to death, and all I'll get is a funeral wreath. He walked calmly through the crowd of people praising him, so young and already soaring through the sky, to enjoy the scenery. Look at him. Then look at us. An uncle sighed, no comparison. Then he pulled out some kind of paper from inside his robe. He thought of Ximen Yinyu's arrogant face. Now that I have the formation to suppress cultivation and an invisibility talisman, I might not necessarily be outmatched. He gripped the talisman tightly. Besides, you provoked me first. Whoever strikes first is the despicable one. The portrait of Can team leader Ximen was slashed to pieces. In Su Beiweng's thoughts and sinister grinning transition to nighttime. Between dark mountain forests, a crescent moon cast its pale light. Ximen Yinyu was walking alongside Beiweng. He glanced at her and smiled while she felt a trace of unease, thinking, why is he so calm all of a sudden? Shouldn't he be scared and begging for mercy? Ximen Yinyu picked up a stone. On its surface, strange patterns appeared, emanating a faint purple mist. The stone she held was a 6 doors bureau demon tracker. The higher the demon beast's tier, the more intensely the red glow would blaze. Ximen Yinyu studied it for a moment and said, the demon is nearby, let's split up to search. She added, once you encounter the demon, channel your chi into it immediately. I can sense it and come rescue you. Beiweng looked at her with a smug grin. I bet when the time comes, the team leader will definitely arrive late. Ximen Yinyu stared at him seriously and warned, don't waste your breath. If you dare flee halfway and embarrass my Can team, I will not forgive you. Internally, she thought, you little brat, I'm the one who wants to discipline you. What can you do to me? He smiled and bowed respectfully. This subordinate relies entirely on the team leader. She crossed her arms and stood watching, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Good that you understand. She thought, now you're scared. Too late, though I won't let you get killed. Missing an arm or a leg, I'd find that perfectly acceptable. Ximen Yinyu turned and flew away. The area fell silent, leaving only Beiweng standing there with his thoughts. Even without anyone else around, he couldn't afford to make a reckless move on her. Someone capable of becoming the Can team leader definitely has real skill. If he fought her head-on, he'd have no advantage. A surprise attack would be far more reliable. He glanced over and said, you're here already. A red-eyed demon with 2 massive tusks, a creature with a chi luck value of 50, appeared before Beiweng. Enraged and vicious, it snarled, stupid human. Go die. He immediately channeled his power, casting a spell onto the wooden talisman. Beiweng lobbed a fireball, thinking with a face that cute, you should have stayed a pig. Why did you have to go and become a demon? He smiled and hurled it, shouting, get lost. Then he flung the stone hard at the aggressive pig demon's body. The pig demon was hit but seemed completely unaffected. Beiweng waved his hand with a grin, thinking, wasn't it supposed to be near rank 6? Is that all you've got? The pig demon's eyes blazed red as it snorted coldly and unleashed its ultimate technique. Beiweng looked at the swarm of pig clones, thinking clone technique, huh? The pig laughed smugly. You'll never find the real me. Oink oink oink. Beiweng smirked coldly and furrowed his brow. Little piggy, your weak point is painfully obvious. Then one of the clones was sent flying. The pig demon watched in shock as its clones faded one by one, breaking into a cold sweat. What? Beiweng's expression turned stern as he beckoned with his finger. Get over here. He cursed under his breath. Idiot, with my cheat level perception, telling real from fake is child's play. The pig demon, having never encountered such a situation before, was thoroughly bewildered. It broke into a nervous sweat and crept toward Beiweng, who stood there with a mocking grin. Here, he charged forward, thinking first, deal with this thing then handle the main business. Above the pig demon's head, a number appeared, chi luck value 97. He stared at it intently, thinking just like that scholar, could this pig demon also have a hidden fortune, a chance to stumble upon treasure? The pig demon charged furiously, lunging and roaring, Die, you little brat! Beiweng remained standing in place with a smile. Raising his hand to cast a spell, you chose death yourself. With a sweep of his hand, golden light blazed brilliantly, earth and stone exploded into the air, rocketing straight at the pig demon. The pig demon was blasted far away, sweating and glancing around in panic. It thought, no good, I really can't beat him. Run. Beiweng leaped high into the air and gave chase. You think you can escape? The pig demon fled in sheer panic. The terrified pig demon sprinted desperately toward the mountain crags. Behind it, Beiweng pulled out the inkstone, which was now glowing a deep, ominous red. He looked at the inkstone in shock. The inkstone cracked. How is that possible? Could it be that this thing has a usage limit? Or he looked up startled. Watching the pig demon's retreating figure, he thought this pig's chi luck is about to explode off the charts. There has to be a major fortune hidden beneath that mountainside. He smiled and leaped off the cliff. The pig demon thought in terror, is this kid insane? I already tumbled down the mountain, yet you still pursue. Su Beiweng peers into the depths, spotting a flicker of golden light. The opportunity really is hidden here. He raises his glowing hand, sneering, once I have claimed the opportunity, you are nothing but a carcass. Su Beiweng turns, flicks his wrist to unleash a golden strike that crushes the pig demon, then slowly approaches the golden radiance where the opportunity resides. The golden light ripples and dances around him. His expression tightens. Essence, this is actually essence. Essence is a rare, vital resource for cultivators, appearing so infrequently that many search for it their entire lives. Excitedly, Su Beiweng raises his hand, forming a circular halo to harvest the essence. He laughs triumphantly, a huge score. Su Beiweng dances inwardly, feeling a pleasure that eclipses any health elixir. After a moment, the intensity of the essence wanes. Su Beiweng smiles, collecting the essence into his light whirl. It senses the situation and tries to flee. He sneers, where do you think you are going? Don't be impatient. He absorbs the essence into his palm, savoring its pure, surging energy. Su Beiweng shuts his eyes, feeling his meridians vibrate as the golden light orbits his body. He opens his eyes, jubilant at having reached the early stage of the 8th grade. He thinks, a massive harvest. I cannot let others see such a treasure. I must leave. His long fingers pull out a golden talisman. Remembering the violet-haired woman, he smirks, Chief Xianxia, you can play by yourself. In a flash, Su Beiweng vanishes, leaving only a wisp of smoke behind. On the other side, Chief Xianxia nervously clutches the broken fragment in her hand. What is happening? Is the demon not near? Could the demon have devoured that brat and fled? A thunderous roar from the stone mountain draws her attention. The commotion is massive. Suddenly, footsteps approach and Chief Xianxia turns around in vigilance. Who goes there? A menacing group from the Wu family charges in. The man in the lead bellows, Simon Yinyu, what are you doing here? Chief Xianxia glares at him. I brought my subordinate Su Beiweng to exterminate the demon. Now that I cannot find him, I suspect they are from the Wu family, the Empress's kin. Looking at them, could something have gone wrong? The leader shouts at his men to search. Find him, dead or alive. He seethes with jealousy, thinking that after the Wu clan spent years searching for this essence, they cannot let someone else steal their windfall. The next morning, the group storms the gate, shouting, Su Beiweng, get out here. Su Beiweng calmly opens the door. They demand, are you Su Beiweng? Hand over the goods or we will exterminate your entire clan. Su Beiweng asks with cool indifference, what goods? The man roars, you went to the mountain last night. Did you steal our Wu family's treasure? With a guilty conscience, Su Beiweng remains unfazed. I went to the mountain to pick mushrooms. The man trembles with rage, pointing at him. You trespassed into our Wu family's mine and stole the essence. Surrender it, or I will report this to the Empress and have your 9 generations slaughtered. He tilts his head and rubs his chin. What did you say? I don't understand. I truly only went to pick mushrooms. He laughs brightly, pointing at the trembling, livid man. Oh right, actually I didn't just go for mushrooms. My superior took me to catch a demon. I wasn't a match for it, so I ran away. While running, I got hungry and saw many mushrooms. The man's face turns beet red with fury. Enough talk, search the place. He shoves past Su Beiweng and strides in, determined to dig 3 feet under to find the essence. As he walks, he senses something behind him. A giant hand strikes, leaving him no time to speak. He screams, something is wrong. The group is blasted out the door, some are severely wounded, coughing blood. Su Beiweng watches calmly and says, you are courting death. His entourage rushes forward, screaming for their young master. Hearing the commotion, Su Beiweng's parents rush out. Beiweng, what happened? They panic seeing the man on the ground. Isn't this the Empress's nephew? Beiweng, what is the meaning of this? Su Beiweng replies leisurely to his worried mother. It is fine, this person broke into my residence. According to the laws of Dagan, trespassing is a capital offense. Killing an intruder on the spot is not a crime. His mother says anxiously, laws are laws, but the Empress is too powerful to ignore. You killed her nephew, will she ever spare you? A white bird flies in, clutching a scroll. His mother urges him to kneel. It is an imperial decree. His parents stare at the decree in terror. Su Beiweng thinks the imperial decree arrived this quickly. At that moment, a row of spears points toward the sky. Fully armed soldiers level their spears at Su Beiweng, shouting, don't move. Su Beiweng glances at them, his lips curling into a look of pure contempt. He strides forward before the stunned crowd, his voice chilling. I truly wish to see if this Da Gan belongs to the Jai family or the Wu family. Scene change outside the Tianji Pavilion. Su Beiweng appears in the top 15 of the Qingyun ranking. The crowd gasps, who is Su Beiweng? He was never on the board. He is the Su family's young master who flattened the official's house with 1 strike this morning. Zhu Yangyuan demands coldly, Su Beiweng, do you know your crime? Su Beiweng answers calmly, someone broke into my home. I acted in legitimate self-defense under the law. If we are following Da Gan's laws, Zhu Yangyuan turns black with rage. You are babbling, you clearly stole the essence from the Wu family first. Su Beiweng smiles, tilting his head. The issue at hand is not whether my self-defense was criminal, but how you intend to convict me, is it not? This has nothing to do with whether I obtain the essence or not. Do not conflate the two. He continues with confidence. As for framing me for stealing the essence, that is your Wu family's personal business. You should understand the principle of separating public and private matters better than I do, Excellency, am I right? Zhu Yangyuan is speechless with anger. Suddenly the Empress's decree arrives, stating that Wu she trespassed into a private home and deserved death, and Su Beiweng is innocent and released. The Empress ponders, does this Da Gan belong to the Jai family or the Wu family? Su Beiweng, a clever child, I will remember you. After his release, Su Beiweng walks out of the prison with a bold stride. The onlookers whisper, that is the Su family's son, he walked out alive. Wasn't he supposed to be a talentless, decadent profligate? You actually believe those rumors? He is top 15 on the Qingyun ranking, decisive and fearsomely cunning. How could you possibly see through him? Su Beiweng waves to the crowd thinking, did I hear that correctly? Top 15 on the Qingyun ranking. While he is stunned by his ranking, a roar freezes him in his tracks. Before him stands a man with a furious expression, demanding he surrender the essence immediately. Su Beiweng looks at him and responds slowly, who are you? What essence? I don't have it. That man is Wu Shi's father, the Empress's elder brother Wu Chusi. He lunges forward, grabbing Su Beiweng by the collar. You stole the Wu family's supreme treasure, an unforgivable crime. Good grief, did you not read the law? Then you should also know what the punishment for stealing a national treasure is. Su Beiweng pulls a stern face and brushes away Wu Chenta's hand from his robes. Lord Wu, you are far too eager to pin crimes on me. I fail to understand how a heaven-sent essence, a spirit treasure of the world, has suddenly become the property of your Wu clan. Wu Chenta sneers and thrusts a search warrant into the air. The search warrant is right here. I am under orders to conduct a full search. If you refuse to cooperate, you are defying the imperial court. He sneers inwardly, brat, once I find that essence, I will peel your skin and break your bones to avenge my son. Seeing the warrant, Su Beiweng's expression darkens. It seems the Empress cares little for the life of her nephew compared to the value of the essence. I knew that woman wouldn't let me off so easily. Wu Chentu glares and shouts, "Are you going to hand it over or not?" Su Beiweng smiles, gesturing vaguely. This one is under orders from the Grand Princess to search the mountains for the essence. The crowd breaks into a cold sweat at the mention of the Grand Princess and the Empress are both formidable figures. Wu Chentu scoffs, refusing to believe the Grand Princess would entrust such a task to Su Beiweng. He points a finger and curses, "Who the hell are you? Why would the Grand Princess ever seek you out? I am acting on the Empress's orders to search this estate. Anyone daring to obstruct me is guilty of treason. If we don't find the essence, the Su clan will be thrown into the dungeon." Su Beiweng leans back, his voice deep and calm. "The Wu clan's power is indeed vast and incomparable. If you insist on using force, I have no choice, but you must first seek the Grand Princess's permission." Seeing his continued arrogance, Wu Chentu gnashes his teeth and bellows at the soldiers behind him. "Seize this brat. Let's see if he dares defy the imperial court." Wu Chentu thinks to himself with a hollow, menacing air, "I despise you. I will torment a worm like you to death so my son can rest in peace." Su Beiweng remains unperturbed, smiling calmly as he watches Wu Chentu and his men. Suddenly, a purple fog surges into the air and a woman sits cross-legged, appearing with an air of supreme disdain. "And what if I dare?" Seeing the Grand Princess, Wu Chentu turns pale and collapses to his knees in a panic. He never expected her to show up. Is the Grand Princess' primordial spirit actually showing itself for the sake of this lowly brat? The Grand Princess looks down coldly. "If I defy the imperial court, what can you do about it?" Wu Chentu gnashes his teeth, his face twisted in frustration. "Grand Princess, this is a private matter for the Wu clan, and it is the Empress's will." The Grand Princess waves her hand with icy gravity. Wu Chentu, standing close by, is struck immediately. He coughs up a mouthful of blood and crashes to the ground. Su Beiweng bows respectfully. "Your Highness, this essence was born of the world's spirit energy. It is an ownerless treasure, it does not belong to the Wu clan." He calculates inwardly, the Grand Princess rarely intervenes in such trivialities. Yet she has effortlessly humiliated both the Wu clan and the Empress with her raw power. She kills Wu Shi and walks out of the prison without a care. This is her true capability. She clearly fears neither the Empress nor her faction. The Grand Princess looks down at them. "The Wu clan wants the essence. If you're skilled enough, come and take it from me." Two men rush forward to lift Wu Chentu to his feet. He thinks to himself that since the fifth-ranked Jin Shuang possesses such peerless strength, even the Empress cannot guarantee a victory. He must endure for now, the path ahead is long. Su Beiweng glances at Wu Chentu and says, "Lord Wu, for the matter of the essence, this one is truly powerless." Wu Chentu gnashes his teeth in desperation. "You just wait." Su Beiweng leans in and replies, "If your Wu clan seeks revenge against me, you are going head-to-head with the Grand Princess, remember that." He chuckles inwardly. What a clown. Blue skies and white clouds drift over Jiaoguang Palace. The Grand Princess sits cross-legged and praises him. "Well done, take this token as a reward." Su Beiweng stares at the token in his hand, feigning fear and overwhelming gratitude. His heart leaps. Must continue striving for the purple token and cling to this golden thigh at all costs. He bows and produces the shimmering essence. "This is a gift from this subordinate to your Highness." The Grand Princess glances at it, appraising the object. "Are you truly willing to give this essence to me?" Su Beiweng bows his head respectfully. "It is merely a tiny essence. What is it compared to your Highness? This subordinate is willing to die for your Highness. Wherever your Highness points, this subordinate shall strike." The Grand Princess glances at him and flicks her wrist. She tosses a hairpin at the sycophantic brat. "I will not let you suffer any losses." Su Beiweng catches it, joyous in his thoughts. This is nothing less than a saint-tier treasure. She is truly worthy of being the strongest female antagonist. The Grand Princess holds the essence and says, "I will keep half of this. Tell me, what reward do you desire?" Su Beiweng mentions he lacks a storage ring. The Grand Princess tosses him a small ring. He joyfully catches it, but when it doesn't fit, he says suggestively, "Your Highness, my finger is a bit too large." The Grand Princess darkens and glares. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" He replies impishly, "This subordinate would not dare wear a woman's ring." He evaluates it. It can grow, shrink, expand, and retract. Truly a treasure. Inside the ring is a type of medicinal pill. He looks at it, surprised. The Grand Princess smiles. "It is all Your reward. Su Beiweng is ready to jump for joy, bowing deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. This subordinate will no longer disturb you with a boss this generous. How could I ever leave? At the 6th fan school, Su Beiweng muses that he has collected enough treasures to reach the 8th grade, but his foundation is unstable. Rushing his progress would turn him into a pile of mashed tofu. He must temporarily suppress his growth. The commander of the 6th fan school, Liu Bing, rushes out and calls, Su Beiweng, you finally returned. He bows, wondering what the commander wants. Liu Bing leans in, leveling his stature with Su Beiweng. No need for formalities. You have reached the Qingyun ranking and are now capable of standing on your own. Do you wish to become a team leader? Su Beiweng is stunned. Is there really such a good deal as being promoted? He bows, my managerial skills are lacking. I fear that if I fail as a team leader, I would disappoint the commander's kindness. Inwardly, he thinks, a team leader, I wouldn't even do it if I were the head of the bureau. I'd much rather spend my time hunting for more fate resources. Liu Bing sighs, fine, but the martial arts conference is next month. Since you have a standing on the Qingyun ranking, lead a squad to maintain order. Su Beiweng bows. This subordinate obeys. Liu Bing turns to leave, adding, I have high expectations for you. Su Beiweng bows as he leaves. Farewell, Commander. He thinks to himself that the annual conference attracts all the major sects. Finding a few useless targets to exploit wouldn't be a bad loss. Then, a thought of a dark-haired man crosses his mind. Could a face-slapping incident like this really be complete without the presence of Yi Tian? He imagines the scene of grabbing Yi Tian by the head. This son of luck leak should be about ripe for the picking, shouldn't he? Su Beiweng turns, realizing that by reaching the top 15 of the Qingyun ranking, even the Grand Commander has taken note of him. People say this list contains all the powerful elites, but how can that be? Some big fish are just lazy unless they encounter a heavenly opportunity. He smiles, thinking of next year. Next year, the Tianwu Pavilion will initiate the heavenly sphere. When the elites gather then, whether he can soar to the skies in a single step depends on this time. Done. Suddenly a voice drifts in from outside. Young Master Su, someone claiming to be your friend is here to see you. Su Beiweng walks over and opens the door. A friend? Do I have friends? Who is it? Where from? A man with a beaming face appears. Young Master Su, it is a scholar named Liu Dongfeng. He introduces himself enthusiastically. I am Liu Dongfeng. Do you remember the inkstone from before? Su Beiweng folds his arms and smiles. Of course I remember. You followed me all the way here just for an inkstone. Liu Dongfeng blushes and explains, I have come to beg for your help. Young Master Su holds a high position on the Qingyun ranking. I saw your portrait among the heavens' prides and realized I had eyes but failed to see MT. Tai. Su Beiweng stands opposite him, arms folded, checking if he has the time. Su Beiweng thinks he really doesn't want to help. How absurd, who would waste their time on an unimportant person like this? Dongfeng presents his urgent case with a grave face. A group of grave robbers is trying to dig up his ancestors' tombs in the outskirts. He is truly at his wit's end and has to shamelessly come here to ask for help. He promises he won't let Su Beiweng help for nothing. There will be a generous reward. Su Beiweng replies with a bored expression, though he is unhappy inside. Who the hell wants your reward? Do you think I'm that naive? I should just chase him off. But then he notices the fate shimmering on Dongfeng's person. Fate value 98 to have such a significant opportunity. This kid is a genuine leak. Immediately, he slaps himself in the face, mentally reversing his previous stance as he grabs Dongfeng's shoulder. You are my brother. If you have opened your mouth, I will never refuse. Dongfeng blushes deeply. This little brother is extremely grateful. They bid each other farewell. Wait for me at the city gate. Su Beiweng ponders. The opportunity is tempting, but I have just forged a blood feud with the Wu clan. Under the pressure of public opinion from the martial world, can the Son of Heaven really afford to sit still? If I leave the capital, they will definitely move against me. He recalls that old man and clicks his fingers with a smirk. Bingo, I have a plan. With money, one can even make the devil grind grain. Su Beiweng and Dongfeng ride out of the capital with tails following them, to force the Empress into a difficult spot and slaughter the Wu clan. You little trash, do you still dare to leave the city? The one-eyed old man sneers grimly. As long as you breathe. The shame of the Wu clan remains unwashed. In the quiet, moonlit night, a group of men dig frantically, laughing sinisterly. It seems we'll find some treasure tonight. What's the rush? It's just an ancient tomb and there are no descendants left to stand up for it. Su Beiwing glances over. Is this not the ancestral tomb of your own clan? Dongfeng wipes a tear. Brother Su, I lied. That is not my clan's tomb. Dongfeng explains guiltily, the master of this tomb was an 8th grade warrior from our village who lived alone with no heirs. I grew greedy thinking there were burial treasures inside, but these grave robbers arrived first. They are at least 8th or 9th grade. I couldn't handle them so. Su Beiwing says flatly, what do you want? Dongfeng wails, I am useless. I've reached the foundation establishment realm, yet everyone looks down on me. Brother Su, you must help me. All the best treasures in the tomb belong to you. The group of robbers senses a disturbance and bellows, who's there? Show yourself. Su Beiwing stands tall and imposing. What a coincidence, we have company. The grave robbers sneer viciously. 2 greenhorns dare to steal our loot. The 2 men watch in shock as the group. One of them lunges forward screaming, go to hell. Su Beiwing casually flicks his sleeve and shouts, scram. In an instant the group is pulverized. Dongfeng stares in awe at the corpses on the ground, shocked that a single move wiped them all out. Su Beiwing's depth is truly unfathomable. He urges, still staring, let's head into the tomb. With the thieves sent to the afterlife, they open the tomb gate and descend into the tunnel. Dongfeng delights in the treasures, but Su Beiwing concludes it seems the true fortune lies within this coffin. Brother Su, Dongfeng says excitedly, I promised you a generous reward and I will not break my word. Help yourself to these items. Su Beiwing examines the pile of gleaming gold. Which of these is the great fortune? Or are they all great fortunes? He looks over and asks, Brother Liu, shall we see what these treasures actually are first? Dongfeng picks up a yellowed book. This is the Wu Chen sword technique. Dongfeng turns to him, Brother Su, this is a profound grade mid-tier technique. Becoming a sword immortal is no longer just a dream with this in hand. You take it, Su Beiwing dismisses. This sword art suits you perfectly, keep it for your own use. Hearing this, Dongfeng is moved. Brother Su treats me even better than my own father. Su Beiwing thinks to himself as the Fate Tower remains unchanged, useless. This is also useless. Dongfeng pulls out a stone slab. Su Beiwing rests his chin in his hand. Not this one either. It's a defensive shield. I have no need for it. Keep it. Dongfeng's eyes well up with tears as he kowtows. I cannot repay such great kindness from young Master Su. Su Beiwing, seeing the Fate Tower still stuck at 36, frowns. None of these. What the hell is it then? Feeling guilty, Dongfeng offers some gold ingots. If Brother Su only takes these mundane items, I shall not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Suddenly, Su Beiwing senses a strange aura radiating from a brown scroll. Could it be? He picks it up and says, to help you sleep and eat well, I will take this. Dongfeng, overcome with emotion, hugs Su Beiwing's legs. Unbeknownst to him, the Fate Tower above Su's head drops to 10. Su Beiwing feels a sense of relief. He has successfully intercepted the fortune, hence the dimming of the tower, I bet correctly. Dongfeng is deeply moved. Brother Su treats these treasures like trash. I am truly unworthy. From this day forth, I am at your command. Please accept me. Su Beiwing pats his shoulder. Don't be like that. It is better to walk the Jianghu alone to find one's own fortune. You can come to me if you need help. Dongfeng bows. I will live by your righteousness, Brother Su. I shall cultivate hard and seek my own fortune. He kowtows, hoping one day to repay his benefactor. Su Beiwing nods. Very well, let us part ways here. We shall meet again when destiny allows. As Dongfeng leaves, Su Beiwing watches his back, thinking, don't worry, with a leak like you, I will certainly not forget you. Minutes later, alone on the desolate mountain peak, Su Beiwing unfolds the scroll and wonders, why is there nothing written on it? He activates the seal on his forehead. Might as well give it a try. As he finishes, his seal lines manifest onto the scroll. Waves of aura swirl around it. The scroll reveals the words Northern Darkness, Blood Devouring, Divine Art. This technique is extremely dangerous. Caution is required. Su Beiwing thinks the atmosphere is set perfectly, so one must inject true qi to cultivate this method. This technique devours the essence and blood of others. It refines the body's true qi. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, it grants a natural defensive armor. He imagines himself as a warrior clad in armor, then blanches at the 5th stage. It grants rebound no matter how many strike him. He can reflect the force back. The brown scroll displays more text, cultivate to the 6th stage, and the body shall transcend the heavens, annihilating gods and Buddhas of the 9 skies with a single punch. Reading this, Su Beiwing's eyes nearly pop out. He scowls and curses, damn it, what a tall tale. transcending the heavens and killing gods with one punch. Does such a thing really exist in the 9 provinces? If the Fate Tower hadn't proven it was a treasure, I would have thought it was just a load of nonsense. He pauses, focusing, should I try to cultivate it? Devouring the essence of others, is it really that good? Within the encroaching shadows, swirling purple energy appears. Zhu Beiweng opens his eyes and grins. If I skip this, I won't get another chance. Let's do it. Purple energy manifests on his hands as he channels true qi into the scroll. Moments later, the scroll displays ancient runes enveloped in purple mist. To be safe, he probes the situation first. Suddenly, a thunderclap startles him. He looks up in anxiety. The tribulation clouds are forming. The purple mist continues to swirl around the scroll. Lightning strikes down even more violently. Zhu Beiweng grips the scroll, looking at the sky in distress. This technique is unnatural, so the heavenly Tao does not permit it. Tusk, even if this isn't a lie. I am only at the 8th grade. I cannot withstand this lightning tribulation. Amidst the thunder, an old man leaning on a cane approaches and shouts, "You little trash, today is the day you die." Zhu Beiweng remains anxious but forces himself to stay calm. Are you from the Wu clan? Internally he thinks, damn, I can't beat a 3rd grade, I must signal for help immediately. The eunuch sneers, this old man has spent several hours using a restriction talisman to seal this mountain. No signal can escape from here. The old man adds, use whatever trump cards that 5th-ranked bitch gave you, it'll allow you to stall for time. Zhu Beiweng feels that he is in grave danger. Rocks begin to shatter nearby. The old man continues, little beast, you dare to kill the descendants of my Wu clan and slap our faces? I won't let you die easily. I will peel your skin off, you will neither be able to live nor die. As the ground cracks under the immense pressure, Zhu Beiweng, desperate to save his own life, holds up the scroll. Senior, show mercy. I can help you reach the Nirvana realm. The one-eyed old man sneers, based on the word of an ant like you. Scared now, are you, talking nonsense? Zhu Beiweng clutches the parchment. No, I truly have a way. This is what the Grand Princess ordered me to find. The white-haired old man snatches the parchment and commands him to hand it over. The old man's eyes gleam with malice, thinking anything that the bitch 5th Jin Shuang values must be a treasure. The old man reads the parchment and says to Zhu Beiweng, little brat, you actually believe in this kind of trash technique? Zhu Beiweng shakes his head. I don't know, it's what the Grand Princess instructed. Before he can finish, the old man cuts him off, revealing his true colors with a sinister smile. It belongs to me now. I'll take it and see what that wretched woman can do about it. He begins to pour his true qi into the scroll. Strange symbols begin to emerge on the fragment of the family scroll. His eyes stare fixedly at them. Could it actually be real? He thinks in disbelief. Suddenly, a bizarre omen appears in the sky. The old man stares up at the heavens, then realizes in shock. With the heavenly tribulation descending, Zhu Beiweng bolts without hesitation. As he runs, he glances back at the old man and thinks, the old fool actually fell for it. Better put some distance between us, don't want to get caught in the lightning. Seeing this, the old man realizes he's been played. He roars in fury, you little brat, you think you can run. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tears down from the sky. The old man's face goes pale. Damn it, he shouts. The lightning bolt slams straight down onto the spot where the old man stands. Nothing left but to endure it, he mutters, then braces himself and screams as the lightning crashes into him. The sky shimmers with countless stars. Zhu Beiweng steps out and thinks, that heavenly tribulation came fast, no idea if the old fool survived it. He looks down at the old mana-charred corpse lying motionless on the ground. Failed, huh? That saves me the trouble. Zhu Beiweng gazes at the old man, a smile curling on his lips, and speaks to the corpse, next time you reincarnate, remember to bring a brain. Now let me see if this family scroll has changed. Strange, scrawling symbols begin to emerge on the family scroll. His eyes light up, it appeared. He gazes at the family scroll and says, a few more great revolving seals have been added. Not that I'm complaining. Zhu Beiweng's hands move, forming a series of seals. Let me give it a try first, he thinks, gradually channeling power into his palms. Zhu Beiweng closes his eyes, slowly sensing the flow. So it worked after all. He opens his eyes and dissolves the seals from moments ago. For safety's sake, he decides to stop his cultivation here for now. Zhu Beiweng suddenly draws a razor-sharp sword from his person. I've always been a man who pays back what's owed. I'll bring you back to the capital and demand justice for your Wu family. Then Zhu Beiweng delivers a single slash and the morning light breaks across the capital, bathing the entire imperial city in gold. In the capital stands a massive drummed registration inquiry drum. It exists so that commoners may petition for justice in cases personally overseen by the emperor. Any official who dares obstruct those who beat the drum faces severe punishment. Suddenly, the drum erupts. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding crowd stirs into a frenzy of whispers. Isn't that young Master Su? Why is he striking the registration inquiry drum? Su Beiweng, the one who's been pounding the drum, shouts at the top of his lungs, Your Majesty, this humble subject has been grievously wronged. A silver-haired man, his hair neatly bound in a topknot, storms forward and confronts Su Beiweng in fury. Su Beiweng, you're deliberately causing trouble, aren't you? You even dare strike the registration inquiry drum. Is there anything you wouldn't dare do? Su Beiweng locks eyes with the man and fires back, a commoner seeking justice for a wrong suffered. How is that a crime? The silver-haired man jabs a finger straight at Su Beiweng's chest. What wrong could you possibly have suffered? The realm is at peace, the nation prospers, all you do is spout nonsense, slandering the court. Just then, a eunuch's voice rings out, Her Majesty the Empress arrives. Several bearers carry a palanquin forward at a measured pace. The surrounding crowd drops to their knees in unison. We greet Her Majesty the Empress. Inside the palanquin sits a woman of extraordinary elegance and noble bearing. So this is Empress Wu Zhao. She speaks. This empress acts on behalf of His Majesty. The registration inquiry drum has sounded. By law, its petition must be heard, however. The drum's matters always concern affairs of state. If the case proves to be a grave injustice with tragic circumstances, the petitioner shall receive redress. But if someone strikes the drum without cause, he shall bear a heavy crime. Su Beiweng bows deeply before Empress Wu Zhao. Your Majesty, this humble commoner has truly been wronged. The Empress fixes her gaze on Su Beiweng. Speak, this Empress shall hear your grievance. Su Beiweng pushes a cloth bag toward the Empress, bottom dark and slick with blood. He says to the Empress, Your Majesty, what I present next carries a rather strong smell of blood. The Empress replies coolly, No matter. Her sharp eyes bore into Su Beiweng as she thinks, This little brat is playing his tricks again. Then Su Beiweng opens the bag and out rolls a severed head. The silver-haired man who confronted Su Beiweng earlier staggers back in shock, muttering, Impossible. The nearby citizens tremble with fear, staring at Su Beiweng with wide, incredulous eyes. The silver-haired man thinks he was a third-rank great-grandmaster. Could he really have died at this brat's hands? Su Beiweng points at the severed head and begins his explanation before the Empress. Your Majesty, this humble subject is a constable of the Six Doors Bureau. Last night I was dispatched beyond the city walls to pursue a thief. Who could have known that along the way a man would block my path and attempt to kill me? He claimed to be a great grandmaster of the Wu family, come to seek vengeance against me. Su Beiweng continues, Your Majesty, since the martial practitioner broke into a commoner's home of his own accord, my actions were nothing more than justified self-defense. You should pardon me of any crime. As for the crystal core from that den, it belongs to the eldest princess's domain. Therefore, this humble commoner cannot fathom why the Wu family would try to kill me. The Empress's expression darkens. She gazes at Su Beiweng, reading his thoughts perfectly. This little brat knows exactly why and he's asking anyway. Su Beiweng drops into a deep bow, pleading before the Empress. Therefore, I implore Your Majesty to deliver justice for this humble subject. The Empress looks at him, a flicker of helplessness crossing her face. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man drenched in sweat barks directly into Su Beiweng's face. He shouts, Su Beiweng, what right do you have to claim he was from the Wu family? This is slander. Su Beiweng smirks, not a trace of fear on his face, and retorts. Whether or not he was a Wu family mandocent, your lordship the imperial uncle know better than anyone. Tell you what, let's summon an astrologer from the imperial observatory to perform a soul search. If he turns out not to be a Wu family member, I'll happily let you tear me apart with 5 horses. The imperial uncle seethes with rage. You, the onlookers, sensing injustice, begin to murmur, young Master Su is making such a spectacle, clearly has backing. Shut your mouth already, don't spout nonsense in front of Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Wu Zhao asks Su Beiweng, tell this Empress, what justice do you seek? He answers calmly, in truth, all of this bad blood stems from my killing of Wu Shi. That is why the imperial uncle harbors such hatred toward me. How about this? Let the imperial uncle and I sign a death contract and settle this grudge once and for all on the arena. His gaze is resolute as he addresses the Empress. Your Majesty, is this request too much to ask? The crowd erupts into non-stop murmuring. Has young Master Su lost his mind? He's only at the 5th rank and he wants a death match against an 8th rank? That's just offering his neck to the Wu family on a silver platter. The imperial uncle could toss out a single magic treasure and crush him flat. Su Beiweng glances toward the imperial uncle and says, if Her Majesty has no objections, then let's sign the contract right now. The imperial uncle is drenched in cold sweat, fear creeping across his face. He thinks this brat has always been full of tricks. Now he's acting this brazenly in front of all these people. Must have an ace up his sleeve. Su Beiweng smirks at the imperial uncle and asks, so are you going to sign or not? This way you can kill me openly and legally. Blood rushes to the imperial uncle's head as his fury boils over. Why the hell should I sign that damned contract? He roars at Su Beiweng. The Empress, seated in her palanquin, has already seen through Su Beiweng's ploy. She looks at the imperial uncle with undisguised disappointment and thinks, you useless fools merely bluffing with empty bravado. And you're already this terrified. The imperial uncle's face turns ashen with dread. Su Beiweng stands before the imperial uncle like a predator cornering its prey, his very presence a threat. Imperial uncle, I gave you a fair chance yet you refused to take it. You won't face me openly, seems your specialty lies in working from the shadows instead. The imperial uncle, trembling with rage, jabs a finger at Su Beiweng's face and spits. I simply refuse to bully the weak. The Empress's voice drops low, cold as iron. Enough. She turns to Su Beiweng. This Empress shall grant you justice. Follow me. Su Beiweng cups his fists and bows. I thank Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress stares at Su Beiweng, thinking this brat is a confidant of that wretched woman, Diwu Jinshuang, if he's trying to stir up trouble and expand his influence. The delicate balance the court has fought to maintain could shatter. The justice this brat demands is nothing but compensation. Right now I cannot afford to give anyone an excuse to exploit this situation. The onlookers who have been watching the exchange between Su Beiweng, the Empress, and the imperial uncle burst into praise and chatter about Su Beiweng. This kid's got serious moves. A few of them murmur, will the Empress just kill him outright? No wonder the eldest princess holds him in such high regard. He's a carbon copy of the eldest princess from 10 years ago. When the eldest princess first stepped into court, she was exactly the same. Since then, she's commanded wind and rain. Something tells me this kid can do the same. Light glimmers within the Empress's palace. Her voice rings clear. This Empress is aware of your grievance. She turns to Su Beiweng. Name your price. As compensation, this Empress shall satisfy your demands. Su Beiweng bows and answers the Empress. 5 vials of Tier 3 beast blood essence, 1 red spirit poison staff from an original corpse, and 10 9-bend spirit ginseng pills. Since your Majesty has been so forthright, this humble commoner sees no need to hold back. The Empress glares at him, fury simmering beneath her composure. She thinks this little brat dares to extort this Empress. He clearly doesn't regard me as anything at all. The Wu family lost a great grandmaster, and now I'm supposed to pay you a body-tempering treasure on top of that. She descends from her palanquin in a flash, seizing Su Beiweng by the shoulder. You dare be this arrogant? Do you think this Empress truly wouldn't dare cut you down? Instantly, Su Beiweng twists free of her grip and says, Your Majesty, if that is your will, then this humble commoner will willingly submit and await death. The Empress releases his shoulder. He stares at the Empress, thinking bitterly, all of you want me dead. If I don't make you bleed, how would you ever know what pain feels like? Besides, I have backing of my own. I'm not afraid of you. Besides, this Empress has been blinded by her own lust for power. Ambition eats away at her like poison. People like her are easily swayed by power plays and especially love to put on a show of magnanimity. The Empress says to Su Beiweng, so young yet so greedy. He immediately replies, Your Majesty, the originally unclaimed crystal core was declared Wu family property by the imperial uncle. And what I found can hardly be called priceless. How can you call this greed? The Empress says to Su Beiweng with visible irritation, setting aside the beast blood essence. Everything else you want is earth-tier body-tempering resources. Quite the appetite you have. Su Beiweng's expression darkens. He thinks if that unlucky fool hadn't taken the heavenly tribulation for me, I'd be the one lying dead right now. Is asking for a little compensation really so outrageous? If I had the real power, I wouldn't need to negotiate with you at all. I'd have wiped out your entire Wu family ages ago. After a long pause, the Empress finally speaks. Fine, this Empress shall satisfy your greed. You are dismissed. Su Beiwang stands and bows deeply. Your Majesty possesses the magnanimity and noble bearing of a true mother of the nation. This humble commoner is moved to tears. The scene shifts to the manor of Su Beiwang's father and mother. His mother asks with worry, Beiwang, the Marshall family has sent out a great grandmaster. Are you hurt? She also relays his father's advice, Beiwang, you need to dial it back a bit from now on. The forces behind the Marshall family are vast and complicated. The Empress has been secretly cultivating quite a number of subordinates. Beiwang suddenly steps close to his father and says, Father, so what if I stood before the insignificant Marshall family? And there's also the eldest princess backing me. His father's face fills with dread, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. As for Beiwang's mother, she frets endlessly over her son and presses him. Beiwang, tell me the truth, can the eldest princess really be trusted? How did that third-rank great-grandmaster actually die? Could it be, as people are saying, that the eldest princess assigned a guardian to protect you? Beiwang reassures her, Mother, don't worry, if enemies come we fight. Beiwang mulls it over. This is exactly the effect he wanted. It's like renting a luxury car to pick up girls. Whether he actually has money doesn't matter as long as the girls think he's loaded. Mission accomplished. Now that the Marshall family believes there's a powerful figure guarding him, they won't dare make a move so easily. Suddenly, a servant rushes in to report that people from the Marshall family have arrived. Beiwang's parents' faces fill with fear and concern for their son, but he calms them down. Father, mother, go outside and see what they want. Don't worry, they won't dare do anything to me. Outside, the imperial uncle bellows for Su Beiwang. Beiwang strolls out as if nothing is wrong at all. He walks closer and asks the imperial uncle with a puzzled look, Are these things the Empress asked you to deliver? The imperial uncle grits his teeth and demands, How exactly did my brother die? Beiwang steps forward and answers the imperial uncle's questions, struck by lightning. The imperial uncle is outraged by the absurd answer. Nonsense, you're telling me someone killed my brother. Beiwang answers without a shred of fear. If the senior doesn't believe me, so be it, but your brother really was struck dead by a bolt of heavenly lightning. The imperial uncle snarls in Beiwang's face, You little scum, let me ask you this, did the Empress send you here to threaten me? Without warning, the imperial uncle hurls a wooden box onto the ground in front of Beiwang. The imperial uncle says to Beiwang, Kid, mark my words, one day we'll make you pay back 100-fold. Beiwang cheerfully waves the imperial uncle off, thinking, aside from spouting angry threats and empty bravado, what else can you people even do? He sits down and opens the box the imperial uncle threw at him. Beiwang examines the bottles inside the wooden box and grins, body-tempering treasures, every single one. He was already born into wealth, and now he's got even richer. Moreover, it's time to test just how fearsome the beaming, devouring art truly is. Half a month later, the sky suddenly blazes a deep blood red. The townsfolk huddle together in fear, whispering among themselves. Is the young master cultivating some kind of demonic art? That killing aura is absolutely terrifying. I heard the treasures Her Highness the Empress bestowed are mostly earth-grade. That young master must be a prodigy of the 9 provinces, a genius among geniuses. Anyone who meets him has no choice but to submit. A golden-haired girl stands gazing at the blood-red sky, her brow furrowed with worry. What is Beiwang trying to do? Why is he nothing like what father described? He looks like a foppish playboy. Yet he carries an unshakable presence and a calm so suffocating it takes your breath away. Suddenly, footsteps approach. The girl whips her head around, alert, it's Beiwang. What are you doing here? She stares at Beiwang and realizes ever since she arrived at the Su residence, this is his first time visiting. Could it be? Beiwang looks at the girl and asks coolly, Want to kill me? The girl stares at Beiwang, dumbfounded. He holds up a sharp blade and says to her, You maintain that composure all day, every day. Aren't you exhausted? Don't worry, in my eyes you're no different from a courtesan in a brothel. The girl suddenly snatches the sword from his hand and lunges. Swinging wildly, You bastard. Yaoti thrusts the blade straight into Beiwang's body, but it doesn't even scratch him. The sword slides in deeper as if piercing a wooden dummy. Seeing this, Beiweng grins and taunts, "That's it, put some muscle into it, shove it in deeper." The girl's face twists in shock. How is this possible? The blade won't penetrate. She throws her full weight into driving the sword into Beiweng's chest. Nothing. Not a single scratch, not even a flinch. Yaodi snarls, "You always act so high and mighty, looking down on everyone. I despise people like you." She channels her internal chi into the sword, pouring everything into one strike to break through Beiweng's defense. Yet the sword returns to its original state, no different from the moment she first picked it up. Her face darkens, the chi she poured in just vanished. How is this possible? Seeing Yaodi's utter helplessness, Beiweng taunts her once more. "Are you scratching an itch for me? Put some effort into it." His contempt burns through Yaodi, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. "Damn you, go die." She gathers every ounce of chi in her body for one final, desperate attack. But the moment her chi makes contact, Beiweng catches her wrist with a single hand. "Is that all?" he says with a smirk. Then with that same single hand, he shatters the blade into 100 pieces. Yaodi's expression goes dark with shock and fear. Did he just effortlessly dismantle her pure body talent using nothing but a killer's instinct? He hasn't even used his chi yet. How is he this powerful? Beiweng turns on his heel and walks away, radiating arrogance. He even throws one last insult at her as he leaves. What Kingyan ranking's genius? Total trash, but deep down he's thinking half a month of secluded training, the results aren't bad at all. Before the martial arts tournament, he needs to consolidate his gains and stabilize his foundation. After stepping outside, Beiweng runs right into a horse-drawn carriage. A voice calls out, "Young Master Su, would this prince have the honor of inviting you for a drink?" The blue-haired man is none other than Jai Wudo, the eldest prince of the great Qian dynasty. He tells Beiweng that young Master Su is the talk of the capital. Now everyone knows his name. This prince feels utterly humbled and can only take the initiative to seek your acquaintance. Beiweng bluntly asks the eldest prince, "Your Highness, are you trying to kill me?" Prince Jai Wudo scoffs, "Of course not." Young Master Su stood before a crowd and challenged that power-seizing Wu woman head-on. This prince is ashamed to admit he lacks such courage. Hearing the prince's words, Beiweng's expression turns calculating. Is this prince trying to manipulate him? Suddenly, Prince Jai Wudo's face darkens and his voice drops low. Aside from the Wu faction, that ambitious woman Diwu Jinian has begun throwing the court into chaos while imperial father lies ill. Beiweng sips his drink while mulling over the prince's words. A minor illness that can keep someone bedridden for 10 years. Wudao slams the table in fury. There's clearly a sinister motive behind this, but then Beiweng gives him a blunt retort. "Your Highness, stop beating around the bush, just say what you want." Wudao extends his hand. He wants to become sworn brothers with Beiweng, to share glory together and to face our enemies as one. Beiweng takes a slow sip of tea and thinks, so that's it, he wants to recruit me. He wants me to be his blade against the big boss. The eldest prince, meanwhile, stares at Beiweng's expression with confusion. What kind of look is that? Being invited onto this prince's carriage is a tremendous honor, you know. Beiweng says leisurely, "Your Highness is too kind. Then could you perhaps give me a 7-river lotus?" Hearing this, the prince shakes his head. The 7-river lotus is a heaven-grade treasure. Even this prince would have immense difficulty finding one. Beiweng lowers his head and replies, "Difficult, you say? Then forget about it. You can't even produce a single heaven-grade treasure. Your Highness wants me to follow you into poverty." The words barely leave his mouth before Wudao roars in fury. "Those who refuse to befriend this prince are enemies." Ignoring the prince's rage, Beiweng answers coolly, "Understood." Beiweng steps down from the carriage and walks away without looking back. Wudao seethes inside the carriage. "Let's see how long that Diwu woman can protect you," Beiweng calls back without turning around. "The matter between me and the eldest princess is none of your Highness's concern." But internally, Beiweng is laughing. The emperor actually has a son this stupid. No wonder he has no real imperial power. Later, inside Jiaguang Palace, the eldest princess lounges elegantly on her bed, playing with her pet. Beiweng steps inside. He catches sight of her graceful figure, and his heart skips a beat. The great villainess actually has a smile on her face, and she's stunningly beautiful. She cradles her pet irritably and glares at Beiweng. "What are you doing here again? Too much free time on your hands." Beiweng quickly bows. "Your subject has specially crafted a few small gifts for your Highness." He pulls 2 small vials from his robes. This woman is none other than the eldest princess. Her figure is absolutely flawless. She stands before a mirror for the first time, examining her own reflection and asks Beiweng, "What is this?" In Beiweng's hand are 3 small vials. He answers the eldest princess's question. "Your Highness, this is a mirror, one worthy of reflecting your beauty." He gestures to the vials. These small bottles are perfumes your subject has blended 5 unique scents, each perfectly suited to your Highness's ethereal and transcendent aura. They will only enhance your splendor. After flattering the eldest princess, Beiweng smirks to himself. A beauty like her naturally loves beautifying gifts. When buttering up your boss, the key is knowing their hobbies. Who would have thought that even in a martial world transmigrated from a xianxia novel, they don't even have a proper mirror? The eldest princess holds one of the specially blended perfume vials, her eyes clearly betraying her satisfaction. She silently appraises Beiweng. This kid is different from the others. She knows that someone who goes out of their way to bring her gifts like these definitely has an ulterior motive. She opens her mouth and asks Beiweng directly, "Speak, what do you want this time?" Beiweng hears this and knows his flattery hit the mark. He beams. "Simply seeing your Highness happy makes your subject willing to do anything." The eldest princess's cat glances at Beiweng's bootlicking display and sneers with contempt. "Simp." The eldest princess suddenly commands Beiweng, "Dine with this princess." Beiweng bows obediently. Your subject obeys. On the surface he's composed, but inside he's ecstatic. "Dining with the beauty, you couldn't even dream of this." Beiweng and the eldest princess proceed into Teichu Palace. Beiweng walks behind the eldest princess, observing her intently. "Wait a minute, aren't we just here to eat? Where exactly are we going?" He opens his mouth to ask the eldest princess, "Your Highness, this place is." Beiweng surveys the grounds of Teichu Palace. The simple, unadorned surroundings catch him off guard. This place is worlds apart from the image she projects. At that moment, the eldest princess raises her jade-like hand, channeling spiritual energy to lift cabbages and vegetables from the earth around her. "These are for today's lunch." The eldest princess's beautithe kind that topples kingdoms leaves Beiweng staring, unable to look away. Beiweng stands admiring her for so long his heart races, praising inwardly. "Truly stunning, such an aura, living portrait of beauty." Jinshuang doesn't break stride and heads straight for the kitchen, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. Beiweng, standing behind her, immediately realizes Jinshuang intends to cook herself. Anxiety flashes through his mind. "Wait, this is the kitchen. Eunuch isn't here and there are no attendants around. Surely we're not eating raw food." A short while later, dishes of stunning presentation appear on the table. Beiweng is deeply moved. He picks up his bowl of rice and says over and over, "Your subordinate had to cultivate for 8 lifetimes just to taste your Highness's cooking." Inside, he's thinking, truly, deeply moved. "The boss personally went to the kitchen, just for me." He observes that the eldest princess eats with the utmost grace, and silently reminds himself maintain elegance. Then Beiweng digs in, smacking his lips with a face full of savoring delight. Deep down, Beiweng praises delicious. The moment it touches the tongue, it melts away. But after just a few chews, Beiweng's entire mouth goes completely numb. "Wait, is this so numb?" Beiweng examines the dish closely, imagining the cabbages standing there mocking him. Surprise, old man, dish is still raw. He abandons the vegetables and turns to the fish, but the moment it hits his mouth it's also raw since Jinshuang cooked it herself. He doesn't dare show any reaction, all he can do is endure. "Truly fresh and tender. Your subordinate has never eaten anything so delicious." But inside, tears are flooding Beiweng's eyes as he describes. "The meat is tough as old boots." The eldest princess, seeing him launch into another round of flowery flattery, snaps irritably and barks at Beiweng to eat his rice and shut up. He hears this, lowers his head, and quickly finishes his bowl of rice while mulling it over. "Thank goodness I really can't keep complimenting this, not one more word." When the eldest princess finishes eating, she asks Beiweng, "Do you intend to leave the capital in a few days?" Beiweng replies, "Yes, your subordinate wishes to travel to Langyia district to maintain order during the martial arts assembly." When Beiweng hears the eldest princess's concern, excitement stirs within him. As expected, the boss really does care about me. The eldest princess produces a floating egg that hovers in midair and introduces it to Beiweng, saying it is a spirit beast egg. Beiweng excitedly holds the egg and asks the eldest princess, "Is your subordinate supposed to wait for it to hatch?" Beiweng rejoices, thinking, a spirit beast could it be? I've finally obtained a beast of my very own. To his shock, the eldest princess's answer is not just swallow it directly. When Beiweng hears her tell him to swallow it whole, his jaw drops in disbelief. His face turns pale as he thinks. Huh? The eldest princess taps her finger on the table and explains coldly, your body cultivation has achieved results. But your sole weakness lies in the 7 apertures. This egg can compensate for that deficiency. Beiweng holds the egg in his hand, examines it closely, and responds to the eldest princess. Thank you for the guidance, Your Highness. Beiweng thinks a true big shot is a true big shot on glance, and she already knows exactly where I'm weak, and she knows this is something good. Helplessly, he closes his eyes and slowly raises the egg to his lips. Beiweng suppresses the urge to gag and forces it down. Then he picks up his chopsticks, grabs food from the table, puts it in his mouth, and says, truly delicious. Given that Jin Shuang has already given him something so valuable, even though he can barely swallow the half-raw food, he now has no choice but to force it all down. Boss, since it's come to this, can I at least show a little appreciation? The eldest princess, seeing he's finished, orders Beiweng done eating, then get out. He immediately chokes on his rice and erupts into violent coughs. Seeing that he's been dismissed, Beiweng quickly rises, clasps his hands in a formal salute before the eldest princess, and says solemnly, no matter where your subordinate may be, my heart will always be devoted to your highness. Please take care, your highness, your subordinate will never bring you shame. In Taicheng City, Yinyu, along with the riders behind her, gallops hard toward the city gates. The city steward had been notified in advance. He stands waiting at the gate and, upon seeing Yinyu's group approach, raises his voice, greetings to the esteemed members of the Six Doors Bureau. After a dizzying ride, she enters on horseback and says, no need for formalities. The city steward holds a wooden box containing ginseng and, upon seeing Beiweng, cheerfully presents it, greetings. Young Master Su, this is a 500-year ginseng that Taicheng City humbly offers. Please accept it. Beiweng smiles and waves his hand in refusal. That's far too generous, I couldn't possibly. The city steward immediately drops to his knees in alarm. Please, young Master Su, do accept it. There is truly a matter we need to trouble you with. He tilts his head, surprised. What matter? The city steward thinks of the wraiths causing havoc these past days. His face turns pale and he answers with a trembling voice. Several days ago, wraiths suddenly appeared in the city and began attacking the common folk. It has been truly devastating. Beiweng furrows his brow and questions him. Wraiths? Ximen Yinyu turns to look at him, frowning as she speaks. Beiweng, if the city steward places such hope in you, then leave these wraiths to you. Hearing this, he doesn't refuse but smiles and replies, this humble officer accepts the order. I shall take my men to investigate at once. The scene shifts to a place steeped in dark energy. Blood-red clouds hang overhead, radiating a sinister, oppressive aura. Beiweng's voice rings out. The so-called wraiths are ghostly entities born when a person dies harboring extreme resentment. They survive in the mortal world solely on the accumulated grudge energy they leave behind. He continues, the more victims a wraith claims, the heavier the grudge energy it accumulates. They must be eradicated immediately. His subordinates answer in unison. Suddenly the doors burst wide open. The instant the doors swing fully open, an enormous surge of grudge energy hurtles straight toward Beiweng. He remains perfectly calm, utterly unafraid, but his subordinates around him panic. He smirks with pride, watching the grudge energy rush at him as if to devour him whole. Facing grudge energy so dense it has nearly solidified, Beiweng doesn't retreat. He stands his ground with perfect composure. With his current strength, wraiths are nothing but small fry, absolutely no threat. Beiweng smiles confidently as the wraith charges toward him. Suddenly a lotus blossom appears. The image of a Buddhist monk seated in meditation speaks. The lotus obeys the command and blooms, radiating a wave of white energy that shatters the dark grudge aura. Beiweng sees that with a single move the grudge energy has nearly dissipated. He turns his head, visibly satisfied, and smiles at Yuanhui, thinking, Monk Yuanhui, ranked 7th on the Qingyan rankings, truly lives up to his name. Monk Yuanhui hoists up the wraith, a creature with pallid green skin and sunken features. Radiating a dark red aura, demands in a booming voice, where exactly do you come from? How could Beiweng possibly let Yuanhui handle the interrogation? Beiweng steps forward, eyes curved in a smile. I must thank Master Yuanhui for that. Leave the interrogation to me. The monk turns to reply, young Master Su, you're too kind. He then releases the pallid green wraith. Grudge energy disperses. Amid trails of red energy, Beiweng places his hand on the wraith's forehead and uses a trace of spiritual power to read its memories. In life, my name was Zhao Ao. I was the richest young master in all of Taichung City. I had my eye on the young lady of the Su family, but she only had eyes for some worthless son-in-law with nothing to his name. Memories flood back the image of young Master Zhao Ao pointing arrogantly at the girl, declaring with a smug grin, Su Zuer, you will marry this young master at once. Otherwise I'll throw both you and that waste into pigsty. Xiao Fan shows not a trace of fear. He scowls with rage and growls, you can insult me all you want. But whoever dares lay a hand on Zuer declares themselves the enemy of Xiao Fan. Zhao Ao bursts out laughing. He strides over to Xiao Fan, slapping his face a few times and sneers, you, a chi refining stage piece of trash, what the hell are you? Suddenly, a massive flying ship appears in the sky, accompanied by a booming voice. The 3 years are up, welcome back young master. Young Master Zhao looks up at the sky in furious disbelief. A man appears and bows, young Master Xiao, you have passed the clan's trial. Zhao Ao refuses to believe it and roars, stop spouting nonsense. Young master, my ass. The man on the ship hears this vulgarity and unleashes a palm strike downward, a fitting punishment. Zhao Ao takes the hit and screams in agony, aargh. Xiao Fan holds Zuer, glances over with a contemptuous smile. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, you have no idea what the Xiao clan truly is. With that, the two of them soar into the sky and depart. Zuer lets go, but not before adding, kill every last one of them. On his orders, everyone below is slaughtered without mercy. Back to the present heaven in death, Zhao Ao's heart still burns with immense hatred for Xiao Fan. He knows he can't escape Beiweng's group, seeing that their strength is far from ordinary. A glimmer of hope rises within him. They wield a golden 3-pronged halberd. Can you avenge the Zhao family for me? Beiweng replies with a mocking tone, who told you to provoke the child of destiny? All right, enough, drop him. He releases the pallid green wraith, letting it fall to the ground. After just a glance, Beiweng already understands the classic pig-eating the tiger act. He rests his hand on his chin, sinking into thought, isn't that exactly how a son-in-law act works? First play the fool, then slap everyone across the face. Who told you to fall for it? Yuan Hui, standing beside him, has also heard Zhao Ao's story. His expression remains emotionless as he glances at Beiweng, his voice tinged with doubt. That golden 3-pronged halberd is the sacred totem of the Holy Land Dayan. It is an ancient lineage spanning 5,000 years. I've heard the Holy Land is formed by 3 bloodlines and the Xiao clan is one of them. Beiweng furrows his brow and immediately denies it. No, the Xiao clan is the halberd itself. He lowers his head, the corner of his lips curling into a smile. The thought of yet another target for plundering fills him with excitement. This little Taichung city has produced yet another young master of the Xiao clan. It seems the 9 provinces truly stand on the brink of a great upheaval. Just one move and I've already reeled in a big fish. Finding the young master of the Xiao family is excellent. Another child of destiny has revealed himself. Yuan Hui clasps his hands and approaches, signaling his intention to part ways with the group. Young Master Su, there is a wanton nun here who devours men's vital essence. This humble monk wishes to go eliminate this scourge of the Buddhist faith. Hearing this, his eyes turn sharp and cold. He thinks another opportunity has arrived. Beiweng glances at the chi luck value above Yuan Hui's head. It reads 97. Knowing there must be something valuable waiting there, he breaks into a gentle smile and advises Yuan Hui not to go. Yuan Hui, of everyone in the 6 Doors Bureau, I like you the most. That nunnery is far too dangerous. I advise you not to go. Monk Yuan Hui is taken aback, seemingly realizing something, and replies, thank you for the warning, young Master Su. The wanton nun is only 7th rank lower stage. This humble monk can easily suppress her. Seeing that Yuan Hui hasn't given up on going to eliminate the wanton nun, Beiweng places his hand on the monk's shoulder and begins his psychological manipulation. He says, you want to kill a woman. The Buddhist faith values compassion above all. Where is your compassion? How can you take a life? Yuan Hui immediately retorts with sharp words. Young Master Su, eliminating a heretic nun is delivering her, liberating her soul. Deliverance accumulates merit. Who defines good and evil? As he speaks, he flicks the monk's forehead, freezing him in place for several seconds. Who defines good and evil? Beiweng begins to lecture. In all the Buddhist teachings under heaven, no object possesses inherent good or evil. People merely impose such labels. Take feces for example, normally it's filth, but in a field it becomes fertilizer. Just like that nun, you've casually defined her as evil. Is that even appropriate? At this moment, another thought flashes through his mind. Just kidding, if you go, how am I supposed to steal your fortune? Right at this moment, he transforms into a profoundly wise young man. I can see your bones carry a unique constitution. I can't bear to watch you be shackled by karmic debt. The karmic cause and effect of Buddhism, you still haven't penetrated its essence. Let me go in your stead. Scene change in front of a temple. A nun waits at the entrance. She looks at Beiweng and thinks, well, what a handsome young man. Oh my, and he's at the 8th rank realm too. Beiweng pretends not to know she's the wanton nun. He greets her politely and requests permission to stay the night at the temple. Little sister nun, it's already grown dark. This humble one would like to rest at your esteemed temple for the night. She props her chin on her hand, putting on a coquettish, flirtatious display. This nun practices the bliss meditation. If you're not afraid, you're most welcome, dear benefactor. Beiweng didn't expect the wanton nun to be this blunt. The wanton nun reveals her true nature, stepping forward to drape herself over him seductively. Is our young master scared? He lightly grips her neck, his gaze rippling with emotion. Putting on the appearance of someone already entranced, he replies, what is there to be afraid of? Come, live well. After all, we only have so much time. The evil nun is now completely bewitched by him. She replies, then come, let's go. She looks up excitedly, eyes sparkling. Dear benefactor, a night of spring delight awaits. Before she can make her next move, he tightens his grip around the wanton nun's neck, channels his technique, and slams her to the ground with tremendous force. The wanton nun realizes she cannot break free from Beiweng's grip. She panics instantly, trembling and stammering. Young master, but he has no intention of letting go. He flashes a sinister grin and says, don't move. He snaps her neck clean, then smiles with satisfaction. Done. Beiweng places his hand on her forehead. A red aura emanates forth. He wipes his hands clean, his face showing a look of pleasant surprise. He remarks with a smile. This North Sea blood-devouring divine art is terrifyingly powerful, without even using true chi. I was able to crush a 7th-rank lower stage opponent to death. Tossing the wanton nun's corpse aside, Beiweng places his hand on the door, peering into the temple with searching eyes. She's dead. Now where do I find the fortune? The temple is massive, yet without the Chi Luck Tower's light as a guide, pinpointing the exact location of the opportunity proves very difficult. Beiweng closes his eyes. I need to try thinking like Yuan Hui. An image of Yuan Hui forms in his mind based on his understanding. Given Yuan Hui's devout nature after killing the nun, he would surely approach the foot of the statue. He's certain Yuan Hui would do exactly that. Beiweng mimics every action of the monk. So much karma weighing on me, you can't blame this humble monk. Suddenly, something on the altar catches his attention. He turns to look at a bowl, puzzled. The patterns on this bowl are very strange. Could the fortune be this? Beiweng picks up the bowl and channels his true chi into it, but after a long while the bowl shows no reaction. Beiweng frowns. No reaction, how strange. Suddenly, the bowl emits a brilliant glow, and a voice rings out. You've come at last. Hearing the voice emanating from the bowl, he furrows his brow, a remnant soul. And its magical power is at the high-tier earth stage. Beiweng's brow furrows deeper, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief. Wait, I'm the villain character, yet I'm getting the protagonist treatment, meeting a mysterious old master in a ring. Inside the bowl, the primordial spirit of an aged Buddhist monk materializes and begins introducing himself. My Dharma name is Mingzheng. After all these years, I've finally found someone worthy. Beiweng looks at him, disappointed. So it's just another bald codger. Mingzheng loses his composure, jabbing his finger at Beiweng's face. Will you or will you not become this old monk's successor? At this, Beiweng thinks, wait, something's off. He's trying to curry favor right off the bat. This behavior is worlds apart from the legendary mysterious ring grandpa. Seeing Beiweng remain silent, Mingzheng assumes he's unwilling. He sighs, his expression turning melancholic, and says, perhaps you feel I've been too abrupt. The truth is, this Chen Zhen evil-suppressing staff has passed through many hands. This old monk's remnant soul has been suppressing its true power all along, causing everyone to mistake it for an ordinary object. Hearing this, Beiweng looks at him with curiosity. Then why did you suddenly reveal yourself to me? The old man replies excitedly, overjoyed. your qi and blood are extraordinarily rare. Your life force constitution is perfectly suited to cultivate the Xuan Kong Temple's techniques. With my guidance, you can forge a body worthy of the Buddhist Vajra Dharma body. This old monk is willing to teach you the Xuan Kong Temple's Buddhist martial arts, but in return you must help me find the soul-nourishing wood. Beiweng says in surprise. Xuan Kong Temple? A memory flashes through his mind. If I'm not mistaken, Xuan Kong Temple is located on Mount Landuo, though called a mountain. It's actually a small island in the open sea. The island hosts sacred grounds and multiple powerful major sects. This old codger's background is no small matter. After pondering, he asks another question. First, what realm did you reach in your lifetime? Also, what if after I form a pact with you, you try to seize my body? The old man grows irritated, scowling as he shouts. This old monk was at the second realm, and if this old monk harbored any ill intent, may he be forever condemned to the hungry ghost path. Beiweng still doesn't believe him, eyeing the old man with suspicion. Mingzheng can only sigh. Watch this memory, and you'll know whether this old monk is a good man or not. With that, he uses his magic to project an image of the past, a great river flowing with violent fury. Mingzheng's voice rings out, laced with terror. That demoness, she's here. A figure gradually emerges from the torrent, and Beiweng feels a sudden sense of familiarity. He furrows his brow in confusion. It is the fifth Princess Diwu Jinshuang standing majestically within the raging waters. Beiweng's expression shifts drastically. He can barely believe it, the eldest princess. Scene change to Xuan Kong Temple. Everyone, along with the old monk, chants Buddhist scriptures with all their might. Buddhist light radiates in all directions, brilliance overflowing as all evil recoils. Jinshuang glances at them with piercing eyes and speaks softly. A few trivial parlor tricks. With a single hand she conjures a devastating wave. Mingzheng screams in panic, retreat, fall back now. All the disciples are thrown into disarray. They see the towering wall of ice rising and scatter in a panicked frenzy. But how could Jinshuang let them escape? She clenches her fist again, summoning a howling gale. Instantly, countless jagged pillars of ice erupt from below, slaughtering disciple after disciple. The old monk's expression darkens, anguish filling his eyes at the dire situation. The bowl suddenly shatters. Mingzheng returns to his true form and original stature. After reviewing Mingzheng's memories, Beiweng wants to be certain and asks once more. So you want me to use my body to forge the Buddhist Vajra Dharma body, then find that woman and take your revenge? Mingzheng replies, that's right. Since you and I have established the bond of master and disciple, you must avenge Xuan Kong Temple. Even though your current cultivation base is weak, focusing on Buddhist cultivation techniques may well forge a diamond Dharma body. Min Chung is afraid you don't trust him, he continued. If you are still uneasy, this humble monk is willing to hand over his soul origin, giving you control over my very life. Beiweng lowers his eyes, his expression deep in thought. Min Chung clasps his hands and falls into a state of meditation, weighing the gamble. This youth killed that evil nun, he must be a descendant of a righteous sect. Beiweng glances at him and asks curiously, Master Min Chung, if I destroy your soul origin, your soul will scatter and vanish, right? The old man frowns and immediately replies, that is correct. If I utter even a single lie, may this humble monk fall into the hungry ghost realm forever. Hearing this, he smirks smugly. In that case, this junior will put it to the test. The old monk's expression suddenly changes. Only Beiweng's voice drops into a somber tone. Jin Shuang is my superior. By wanting to kill her, aren't you essentially trying to kill me? Do you think I can spare you? Hearing this, Min Chung coughs up a mouthful of blood. Just like that, before you could enact your revenge, you are killed. Watching the broken cup fall into a pool of blood, Beiweng's voice sounds with a hint of regret. What a pity that such a saint-grade treasure has been degraded to a high-tier Earth-grade artifact. The image of the eldest princess commanding the ice phoenix flashes through Beiweng's mind. He picks up the cup, his eyes pensive. The eldest princess's ability to summon the phantom of a divine beast is truly breathtaking. This is a powerful backer I must cling to tightly. As night falls, he returns to the encampment of the Six Fan sect. Beiweng enters to find Yuan Hui sitting in meditation. He approaches with a puzzled look. Why are you sitting opposite this pile of waste? Hearing his voice, Yuan Hui breaks his meditation, stands up and turns around joyfully. This humble monk has attained enlightenment. The body knows neither good nor filth, neither malice nor bias. I have achieved an unashamed flow with nature. Beiweng exclaims happily, I have guided you well. Inwardly, however, he scoffs, can he actually find enlightenment from the nonsense I fabricated? He smirks satisfied. Yuan Hui produces a small bottle, eager and delighted, many thanks, young Master Su. The Buddha has karmic ties with this monk, I will certainly repay this debt of gratitude. Seeing that he intends to gift him a mid-tier profound-grade spirit-nourishing pill, Beiweng gently declines. No, this won't do, quickly take it back. Inwardly, he thinks I can't bear to refuse. Blocking your path to fortune and then accepting your pill would be too embarrassing. But Yuan Hui grabs Beiweng's hand, trying to convince him, young Master Su, if you do not allow me to repay this debt, my cultivation will surely fall into qi deviation. Do you wish for this monk to be trapped by karmic obstacles? He can only sigh and smile. If I accept, it would be quite shameful, he thinks, but since you've put it this way, I suppose I must yield to your kindness. Since I've already snatched his opportunity, how can I remain silent? Beiweng places a hand on Yuan Hui's shoulder, offering a sincere blessing to the Buddhist practitioner who, like the ancient sages, seeks the Bodhi tree to attain Buddhahood. May the Buddhist practitioner Yuan Hui attain profound understanding of the Dharma. May Yuan Hui one day open an altar to lecture on the scriptures, gather 3,000 high monks of the 9 provinces, and spread the teachings of the Buddha. Seeing Beiweng accept the pill and offer him a blessing, Yuan Hui is overjoyed and expresses his gratitude. Many thanks, young Master Su. He looks at Yuan Hui's innocent face and raises a brow. This monk is overflowing with good luck. Next time I must block his fortunes as well. Wait, what about the guilt? Why did I say I felt guilty earlier? If I plan to keep stealing his chances, was the guilt even real? The scene shifts to a peaceful night in the Xianxia prefecture at the Liuxu Pavilion. Inside the Liuxu mountain villa, Bai Xianxuan is warmly welcoming the distinguished guests attending the Liuxu Pavilion auction. 2 tall men appear on the upper floor, while the crowd below cheers at the sight of Bai Xianxuan. A man stands beside Yi Tian, looking down with disdain. Brother Yi, the items at this auction are all just trash. There is no need for us to waste our time here. Yi Tian, his face masked in cold indifference, thinks to himself, the martial arts conference is only 3 days away. I hear that Brat Su will be there too, so what if he is currently brimming with momentum? There will come a day when I make him pay back this initial humiliation 100-fold. Yi Tian begins to imagine himself holding Yaodi in his arms, boldly declaring that he has slain Beiweng. Just thinking about it makes his hatred boil. You will kneel before me, and I will slaughter your entire estate to avenge my grievances. Wait for me, you are. How could a man standing right there not sense the hatred rising from Yi Tian? He grips Yi Tian's shoulder, his voice firm. Brother Yi, don't be hasty, I will help you. Even though Yi Tian knows that a man's help would increase his chances, he firmly says, thank you, brother man, but I am enough on my own. If I can't even kill an arrogant young master relying on his connections, how can I hope to stand at the peak of the 9 provinces and look down upon the masses? Yi Tian bites his lip, annoyed, thinking, but regarding Beiweng, if it weren't for him driving me off the cliff, how could I have obtained the inheritance of a grandmaster? A bell chimes and a voice announces this auction has now concluded. Thank you all for coming. Hearing this, Yi Tian rushes down, causing a man to ask in confusion, Brother Yi, what are you doing? He hurries down, thinking now is a good opportunity. Yi Tian runs to where Bai Xianxuan is standing and asks, Miss Bai, do you still remember the youth from the banks of Tehu Lake 3 years ago? She turns around, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Huh? What, you don't remember? He starts to stammer, barely getting out the word Bai. Before he can finish, he is blocked by a man who wears an angry expression and speaks in an irritated tone. Come here. Yi Tian watches Bai Xianxuan's back as she leaves, unable to believe it. How could she just leave like that? A man, standing upstairs and unable to hear the conversation clearly, misunderstands his intentions and assumes he is trying to flirt with Bai Xianxuan. He angrily reprimands him. Brother Yi, I can understand Shen Yaodi, but how can you act so obsequious toward other women? You are fickle and lecherous. Where do you leave my sister? Yi Tian frowns at being criticized this way. He recalls Bai Xianxuan's gentle, shimmering eyes and begins to explain. 3 years ago, I came to Xianxia Prefecture. At the banks of Tehu Lake, everyone laughed at me for having a wasted meridian body. Only Bai Xianxuan offered me comfort. I still remember her spirited eyes. A man does not understand why he is saying this, he only feels that Yi Tian is betraying his sister. Feeling that Yi Tian is just making excuses, he raises his voice, "Shut your mouth. What does this have to do with you betraying my sister's feelings? If you dare to fail a Zhen, I swear I will not share the same sky as you." As the two are arguing, the announcement of the 6-fan sect makes them both pause. They are here. Young Master Su has arrived. Red banners flutter in the wind as Beiweng and Ximen Yinyu enter on horseback, looking majestic and imposing. The crowd on the sidelines begins to chatter and praise them. Young Master Su truly has an air of elegance. Young Master Su is both handsome and a master of martial arts. He is the right-hand man of the eldest princess, after all. Facing the gossip of the surrounding crowd, Beiweng's face remains calm and undisturbed. Yi Tian sees his enemy and his eyes turn bloodshot, but he quickly suppresses his rage, telling himself to be patient. At this moment, the beautiful Bai Xianxia approaches Beiweng's horse and bows gracefully. "This humble one is Bai Xianxia. It is rumored that young Master Su is a master of the zither. I wonder if you might provide some guidance." Beiweng hears this, dismounts, and gladly responds, "Very well." Seeing him agree so readily makes Bai Xianxia feel a mixture of joy and shyness. "Might I have the good fortune to accompany you and study under young Master Su? Even serving as a maid would be enough." The people nearby laugh and mock them. Good heavens, the noble heiress of the Wuxia mountain villa wants to be a servant to young Master Su. How could he possibly refuse a beauty by his side? Beiweng smiles gently at her. "I shall grant Miss Bai's wish." However, he feels a surge of wariness. The heiress of the Wuxia mountain villa is acting so gentle toward me. How can I trust this? Beiweng watches Bai Xianxia fully commit to her role as a maid beside him, a few suspicions forming in his heart. Does this fourth-rate sect, the Wuxia mountain villa, also want to cling to the eldest princess's coattails? This must be a hope that I will recommend them. Let's wait and see. A man and Yi Tian are stunned, thinking, how could Xianxia do this? How could Xianxia do such a thing? A man shouts in anger, "Just letting that bastard show off. Brother Yi, let's go kill him." Suddenly Yi Tian becomes unnaturally calm. "Not yet, endure it." Hearing this, he immediately grumbled, "Endurance has its limits. Constant submission, that's what cowards do. I don't know what you're so afraid of." Ignoring Yi Tian's attempt to stop him, the man hurled his axe down hard, embedding it into the ground right in front of the young man. The sudden impact startled Xianxia beside him. A man appeared in an aggressive stance, bellowing a challenge. "Hey, you with the Su surname, dare to fight me one-on-one." He didn't understand what was going on and thought, who is this guy? The crowd began murmuring again. He actually dared to block the path of young Master Su. Is this some bid to make a name for himself under heaven? Using a method like this, is this man not afraid? Those who don't know don't fear. I'd like to see where this man gets his confidence from. A man reached up and tore off his sleeves to keep them from getting in the way. After ripping his sleeves free, he picked up an elm staff from the ground, channeling his chi as he squared up against Beiweng. Beiweng simply glanced at him with a light smirk, then turned to look at Xianxia. A man, enraged that Beiweng was ignoring him entirely, gripped his elm staff tight and lunged forward. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and lethal. Beiweng lightly tapped a man on the forehead, throwing off his balance completely. With just that seemingly effortless strike, a man instantly crumpled and crashed face-first into the ground. Thud. After dealing with a man, Beiweng turned back and repeated his earlier question. "You still haven't answered my question." She had no idea what instrument young Master Su normally played, which left her quite surprised at this moment. With a casual flick of his hand, young Master Su had already injured him, to the point where, though somewhat frightened, Xianxia still answered the young master. It was wild geese on the sandbank. A man couldn't even get back up after that single move from Beiweng. He tried to stand, but his body refused to obey. Beiweng waved his hand a few times through the air, each motion producing distinct musical notes. "Is this the melody you were telling me about?" Xianxia went from one shock to the next, thinking in fear. How terrifying! Is this young Master Su actually planning to use a man's bones as strings to play the zither? Beiweng channeled chi from a man's bones to form the strings. He closed his eyes, recalled the melody of wild geese on the sandbank, and began to play. When he finished, he said, "Forgive my poor performance, you as my rendition of wild geese on the sandbank to your satisfaction." She stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. Everyone around them had gone deathly pale with fear. That brute was a peak 8th rank body cultivator, yet in young Master Su's hands he was nothing, gutturally defenseless. This spoke volumes about young Master Su's true power. Ximen Yinyu, who had witnessed the entire scene, thought in disbelief, how had he suddenly become this powerful beyond comprehension. Yi Tian, disguised and hidden among the dense crowd, watched helplessly. He could only silently call out a man. Thinking that bloodshed couldn't be allowed here, Bai Xianxia cast a cautious glance and pleaded, "Young Master Su, your magnanimity is known to all. Please don't lower yourself to argue with this blind fool." She thought to herself, after all, they were guests attending Liuxu Mountain Manor's auction. They couldn't just let him die. Beiweng had no intention of killing a man in the first place. With the stairs offered, he took them gracefully, though he never dropped his arrogant facade. Arrogance demands backing, and it just so happens I have plenty. But I'm a generous man, I typically give people 2 chances. So pray that he never crosses my path again. Looking down at a man on the ground, a calculating glint flickered in his eyes. It wasn't that he was giving the girl face. This man possessed innately powerful chi and robust vital essence. With a life between them, this man would certainly grow stronger while harboring vengeance. Once his cultivation bore fruit and he came seeking revenge, the blood and chi in that body would be even richer. Playing the long game to catch a bigger fish, that was far more satisfying. Seeing Beiweng spare a man, she smiled and said, "Young Master Su truly has a magnanimous heart." Then her expression shifted to anger as she snapped at the 2 servants, "Don't just stand there, haul him away." Hearing this, the subordinates immediately complied, then shifted to expressions of praise and admiration. Young Master Su is truly a role model for the youth of Jeju. Young Master Su's glory shall surely illuminate the skies of Jeju. Yi Tian, still in disguise, cast one last hateful glare before slipping into the crowd, desperately telling himself to endure. He would remember Beiweng's debt to a man, burn it into his heart. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." Yi Tian in disguise froze, a sense of dread rising within him. He shot a wary glance toward Beiweng. What did he want with him? Could it be he'd been recognized? But he immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible, his disguise was flawless. Beiweng spoke calmly, turning around, "Come here." This left Yi Tian flustered. A thought, "I can't afford to provoke this lunatic right now, or everything falls apart." Beiweng looked at him and asked softly, "It seems you harbor quite the grudge against me." He furrowed his brow and replied just as softly, "I do not." Beiweng pressed on, "No, then why do I see no trace of respect in your eyes toward me?" The onlookers began whispering, "That ugly fool really doesn't know his place. Daring to disrespect young Master Zudo's, he want young Master Su to play a tune on his bones too." Yi Tian in disguise scowled, "Don't bully people beyond reason." Beiweng only needed one glance at the Chi Luck Tower to identify Yi Tian. He smirked, a cold razor-sharp gleam in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to speak to me like that?" He thought to himself, how could a chance to steal the spotlight at the martial assembly be complete without the protagonist's presence? Too bad, faces can be disguised but the Chi Luck Tower cannot be fooled, and that hatred toward him, impossible to hide. Yi Tian in disguise suddenly became deferential. Young Master Su, it was this lowly one's ignorance. He continued thinking, after that strike against a man, even if he used his trump card to resist, he had no guarantee of winning. Failure would mean exposure, which would be even worse for him. Endure it. Beiweng waved his hand dismissively and said flatly, "Don't let me see that expression ever again. Now get lost." Beiweng squinted with a light smile, thinking Yi Tian must be feeling so wronged and unwilling right now, mustn't he? Good, let that resentment fester and transform into motivation. Otherwise, how would he ever bother training? Once the martial assembly is over, I'll come collect everything you've harvested during this period. I hope you don't disappoint me. A sharp object tears through the sky, plummeting toward the earth at rocket speed. A massive sword plunges into the ground, unleashing a deafening crash. Kaboom! From the Hidden World Valley, an inner Elder Yan lying descended with a divine, imposing aura. Hidden World Valley, first line of the Great Tao. This old one is Elder Yan Liang of the Hidden World Valley's inner sect, here under sect orders to pursue the thief of our treasure. Bai Xianxia stepped forward upon seeing him. "May I ask what brings you here, senior?" The crowd around them erupted in murmurs once again. The Hidden World Valithat was one of the premier sects among the great Orthodox lineages. A sect of such stature Ruho would dare steal from them. Yan Liang produced a scroll and raised it high. He unrolled the scroll and boomed, "Does anyone recognize the person in this painting?" The scroll unfurled, revealing Yi Tian's likeness. This sent Yi Tian in disguise into a panic. They came this quickly. Bai Xianxia studied Yi Tian's image, seeming to vaguely recognize something. "This person looks somewhat familiar, but I can't quite recall." Beiwing laughed to himself, so his treasure-hunting rat had actually picked up a good disciple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been tracked all the way here. Yan Liang grew increasingly furious. "If you did it, own up to it. If the guilty party steps forward voluntarily, that's best. Otherwise, don't blame us for the consequences." Ximen Yinyu stepped forward at this point. "I am Ximen Yinyu, under orders to maintain order at the Martial Assembly. Your intrusion here is most discourteous. Give me face and withdraw once the assembly concludes. Pursuing the matter will not be too late." Yan Liang didn't care who she was. "No face given," he roared, then produced a gate-like artifact used for detection. "Everyone cooperate and pass through this gate. The goo worm has confirmed the thief's presence in Langia Prefecture. I will dig 3 feet into the ground if I must to unmask this treasure thief." Ximen Yinyu was humiliated. She cursed under her breath, "That damn old bastard actually dared to embarrass me in front of all these people." Her expression darkened as she heard the crowd around her begin to whisper she's supposed to be the top constable of the Six Doors Bureau, yet her words carry no weight. "Looks like the person in that painting really did steal the Hidden World Valley's prized treasure." Yi Tian in disguise broke into a cold sweat, his entire body trembling. "Does heaven truly refuse to give me even this much leeway? It's not like I'm refusing to return the treasure, I was only borrowing it for a little while." Standing atop his massive sword, Yan Liang saw that no one was moving and barked, "Stop wasting everyone's time." Bai Xianxia frowned in fury at his utter disregard. He doesn't give a damn about Liuxu Mountain Manor or Langia Prefecture. And she couldn't beat him either. Beiwing walked through the detection gate, stood tall and thundered, "Get out of Langya Prefecture." That single roar made Yan Liang's brow furrow. He looked down. Beiwing naturally couldn't allow him to find Yi Tian. He spoke up, "This place hosts a martial assembly sanctioned by the great Qian dynasty. How dare you barge in and create chaos? If we tolerate this kind of lawlessness, who will heed the court's authority ever again?" He thought to himself, "Yi Tian is my treasure-hunting rat. I don't care if he swindles or robs, as long as the treasure is on him, it belongs to me. You dare try to steal what's mine?" Yan Liang heard this. His brow twitched with rage as he roared, "Surname Zudo, you even realize what you're doing?" Beiwing remained perfectly composed. "I am upholding the great Qian dynasty's law and order, now get lost." The onlookers erupted in praise. Young Master Su truly lives up to his reputation as an elite constable of the Six Doors Bureau. His bearing is extraordinary, far beyond the common sort. Yan Liang could no longer contain himself. "Insolence," he bellowed. Seeing that the man shows no intention of backing down, Su Beiwing's narrow eyes slit further, a glint of killing intent flashing within. Su Beiwing once again starts invoking his master Diwu Jinshuang to intimidate him. "If anyone dares touch a single hair on my head, Dunshi Valley will be butchered down to the last man. Annihilate." Yan Liang seethes with fury, as though personally insulted. "I hear this brat is the confidant of the female devil Diwu Jinshuang. No wonder he acts like such a lapdog, hiding behind his master," he snarls. "Empty posturing, who do you think that scares?" Su Beiwing strikes preemptively and retorts, "Go ahead, try it. A mere Dunshi Valley trying to act high and mighty, you don't even qualify." Seeing him about to attack, Yan Liang begins his own counter and roars, "Su brat, are you certain you want to make an enemy of Dunshi Valley? A lapdog without the 5th miss, what are you even worth?" The female devil was already this arrogant and unhinged from the very start, someone mutters. Both sides clash in a brutal life-or-death exchange. Yan Liang fights back desperately, but Su Beiwing remains completely at ease. He asks coolly, "So Dunshi Valley intends to go against the eldest princess?" "Riding my master's coattails, that's my specialty and my forte. After I've secured Yi Tian's treasure, I don't care if you all drop dead, but until then not a chance." The moment Yan Liang hears that he'd have to oppose Jinshuang, he freezes. He grits his teeth and glares at Su Beiwing with seething resentment, his mind racing to weigh the gains and losses. "Damn it, thigh's shameless lapdog. If I actually back down now, it's a tremendous humiliation for Dunshi Valley. But if I offend the female devil Diwu Jinshuang, I don't stand a chance of winning." The onlookers outside can only shake their heads and sigh in exasperation. A prestigious hidden sect. And they're making fools of themselves like this. How is this going to end? Two figures in formal attire suddenly appear in the sky, standing atop a grand scroll, causing everyone below to gasp in shock. Confucian powerhouses, what are they doing here? Two descendants of the Kong family's Confucian lineage appear, Kong Huanghu and Kong Kue. Kong Huanghu raises his hands, clasps them in a formal salute, and introduces himself. I am Kong Huanghu, I pay my respects to all present. Yi Tian, hidden among the crowd, watches as the entire Kong family arrives. He stands there in stunned helplessness, thinking, even the Confucian scholars have come. Damn it, I barely managed to secure this fortune. Why does everyone want to rob me of it? Su Beiweng smiles faintly, sizing up the two Kong family members. Surname Kong, the only possibility is the Kong family, the foremost house of Confucian scholarship. Kong Huanghu lands gently on the ground and softly explains his reason for coming. By now, everyone knows that the Confucian Treasureth Spring and Autumn Annals, missing one of its 9 pages, been stolen. A few days ago, the sage statue at the Confucian temple manifested a spiritual resonance. Somion has used that stolen page to condense a literary essence. The location is Xianxia Prefecture. We ask that it be returned at once. The Kong family is willing to offer 2 volumes of rare rubbings as compensation. The crowd erupts into heated murmuring once more. The Kong family has mobilized all the way to Xianxia Prefecture. That single page of the Spring and Autumn Annals is a Confucian treasure passed down for 10 millennia. It can condense a literary essence, and a single utterance from it can decide the life or death of any scholar. Hearing this, Su Beiweng glances at the disguised Yi Tian and thinks, that page has to be on Yi Tian's person. So this is what it means to be a child of destiny. This kind of fortune is enough to drive anyone mad with jealousy. Excellent, that page will belong to me. Yan Liang sees that the Kong family has also arrived and secretly breathes a sigh of relief. He thinks with glee, even the Kong family is here now. Let's see how long you can hold out, brat. Su Beiweng still wears his calm, confident smile, thinking, on the Kunju continent, the path of Confucian cultivation is already impossibly difficult, but with this page in hand, condensing a literary essence would be as simple as eating and drinking. One could even penetrate the deepest subtleties of the Confucian arts. No wonder Yi Tian wears that disguise mask with a treasure this fine. One can never be too careful. Kong Huanghu lowers his head, maintaining the utmost scholarly composure and courtesy. We humbly implore you, please return it. Su Beiweng listens and smiles to himself, thinking calmly, Confucians have always believed in courtesy before force. Now that the pleasantries are done, it's time for action. Kong Kue, unlike Kong Huanghu, sweeps his gaze across the assembled crowd and raises his voice. On whose person is it? A quick search will reveal it immediately. The disguised Yi Tian panics. The thought of being searched makes his dread spiral out of control. The literary essence has already fused into my body. There's no way to hide it from a Confucian cultivator's eyes. The moment the page inside my ring is detected, my identity will be exposed. Tigers ahead, wolves behind. This is a fortune I fought so hard to obtain. And all of you want to steal it from me. Why? But how could Su Beiweng allow them to search? He still needs Yi Tian to nurture the thing so he can plunder it later, so he steps forward to intervene. Seeing these people act as though no one else matters, he flies into a rage and curses, damn it all, get the hell out of Xianxia Prefecture now. Every last one of you acts like the Imperial Grand Marshal tournament means nothing, as if the court's authority is worthless. You barge in whenever you please, and demand to search whoever you want. Today, unless I die here, the dignity of the Imperial Court will not be trampled by the likes of you. Kong Huanghu sees him stepping forward and furrows his brow, his expression turning sorrowful. He sighs and says, this matter does not concern you. He recalls the horrifying massacre Jinshuang once unleashed. An elder in his clan who had reached the Nirvana realm revered as the sage's heir had perished at that woman's hands. Yan Liang performs the act of a lapdog, relying on his master with practiced fluency. He takes a bold step forward and thunders, indeed, Su Beiweng, your arrogance is outrageous. How dare you show disrespect to the Kong family? Do you truly have no fear that every scholar under heaven will demand your head? Withdraw from here at once and this incident can be forgiven. Otherwise, even Dunchi Valley will not let you off. Su Beiweng doesn't flinch. He smirks coldly and fires back. I am the laughing henchman under the eldest princess's command. What the hell do scholars under heaven have to do with me? Kong Kwe can't hold back his fury and curses. Serval dog, I've never seen a lapdog as insolent as you. All three of them glare at him with undisguised disgust. They practically wish they could tattoo the words 5th Mrs. Lackey across his face. Every single sentence out of his mouth is inseparable from the words eldest princess. Kong Huanghu falls silent for a moment, then asks, do you truly intend to meddle in this? Su Beiweng remains perfectly composed and thinks with a faint smile, you want to steal my page of the spring and autumn annals. And you're calling me the meddler. Kong Huanghu thinks about this man's relationship with Jin Shuang and doesn't dare strike immediately. The true nature of this brat's connection to that female devil is unclear, might very well be her trusted confidant. They say he once cut down a great grandmaster. Looking at this sky-defying, earth-scornful attitude of his strength is probably no joke. The disguised Yi Tian, standing within the crowd, watches the scene unfold. The corner of his mouth curls with a smug thought. Su Beiweng, you fool, if you only knew you're actually shielding me, you'd die of rage. After weighing the pros and cons, Kong Huanghu subtly glances at Kong Kwe, as if sending a silent signal. Kong Kwe catches the cue. He furrows his brows slightly and nods. Suddenly, Kong Kwe points straight at Su Beiweng and shouts, Su Beiweng, just because you made it onto the Qingyun rankings, you think you can be arrogant. Do you dare face me in a duel? Bai Xianxia protests with worry. He's a 6th-rank Confucian of the Kong family. How can he do this? Young Master Su is only at the 8th rank. Hearing this, Kong Kwe looks at her haughtily and replies, you fear I'm bullying the weak. Fine, then I'll use only 20% of my power. He holds victory in the palm of his hand and stares at Su Beiweng with smug confidence, thinking, scared now, brat. Wherever a member of my Kong family goes, tens of thousands bow in reverence. How could we allow some stray cur to run wild like this? With the eldest princess backing you, I can't kill Yao, but I can teach you a lesson. Su Beiweng meets his gaze with sharp, amused eyes and grins. HMPH, skip the 20%. Come at me with everything you've got. Annihilate, annihilate, annihilate. Su Beiweng launches a preemptive strike. An ancient tome materializes in midair, covered in intricate, arcane patterns. He raises his hand high and channels his true chi into the book. Blinding golden light erupts, enveloping the entire space as a colossal wave of energy surges outward. Kong Kwe sees Su Beiweng's opening move and immediately deploys a magic treasure to counter, activating a suppression formation. But Su Beiweng shows no mercy whatsoever, grinning with amusement. Petty tricks, Kong Kwe unleashes his full power to resist Su Beiweng's onslaught. He clenches his jaw and braces with everything he has. Suddenly, darkness descends and he startles. His expression shifts in an instant. A massive cracked cup hurtles toward him out of nowhere. He watches the cup descending from above, frozen in placid, engulfs him whole. Sensing the grade of the cup, his face drains of all color. He screams in terror. Weightthigh's cup is earth grade. Xiamen Yinyu witnesses this and her face goes pale. She thinks, this brat is unfathomably deep. The disguised Yi Tian is equally stunned. That brat, how can he possibly be this powerful? The surrounding crowd gasps in fear and begins murmuring, young Master Su pinned him in a single move, absolutely terrifying. Kong Huanghu sees Kong Kwe trapped inside the cracked cup and rushes forward to free him, but the instant his hand makes contact, a massive surge of blue energy repels him. Kong Kwe lies pinned beneath the cup, trembling and crying for help. Su Beiweng watches the scene and grins smugly. Let me give you scholars a piece of advice, you'd better learn some humility and stop showboating. Seeing that Su Beiweng has no intention of releasing Kong Kwe, Kong Huanghu delivers a veiled threat. The Kong family's foundations cannot be shaken by a single missing page. No matter what, it must be reclaimed. Su Beiweng has no intention of confronting the Kong family head-on at this moment. He presents his terms. The juniors merely need to fulfill their duties at the Six Doors Bureau after the Grand Martial Tournament concludes. As a compromise, just grant this junior a bit of face. Kong Huanghu heaves a resigned sigh and relents. He thinks to himself, he casually produced an Earth-grade, high-tier magic treasure. This brat truly has a fearsome backer behind him. Su Beiweng smirks triumphantly and looks at Yan Liang. Does this gentleman from Dunchi Valley have any other objections? Then he thinks this guy is dealt with. You gonna bristle up again, old man? The elder calmly ponders, if the Kong family has already agreed. There's no need for Dunshi Valley to provoke this dog who leans on his master's power. He nods in apparent compromise as long as they seal off all of Wolf Fang Prefecture. Even a winged treasure thief won't escape. Su Beiweng sees the matter settled smoothly and speaks up cheerfully. Well then, meeting adjourned. At this moment, Bai Huanhuan approaches and presses close against Su Beiweng, making a suggestion. Young Master Su, since you've come all the way to Wolf Fang Prefecture, allow Huanhuan to show you around. He doesn't refuse and agrees to follow her lead. Scene shift, a quiet night by Tehu Lake. Yi Tian stands at the lakeside, gazing down at the still water. His disguised reflection stares back at him. The thought of having to skulk and hygienable to shine fills him with bitter resentment. What burns the most, this was supposed to be his chance to make a name that shakes the world. Yi Tian's disguised face appears on the water's surface, thoughts in turmoil. But now, even the martial arts tournament, he cannot participate. The moment his identity is exposed, he plummets into a 10,000-foot abyss. The faces from this morning flash through his mind: the Kong family, Dunshi Valley, and Su Beiweng. He tells himself today's humiliation I will repay 100-fold. Sensing someone approaching, he quickly ducks behind a tree. When he sees who it is, his eyes widen in shock. Bai Huanhuan, Su Beiweng, and a group of subordinates are heading toward the lake. She chatters away enthusiastically, beaming with delight. Young Master Su, this spot at Tehu Lake is perfect for night fishing. Su Beiweng picks up the fishing rod and glances at Huanhuan's cheerful chatter. You think I can actually catch fish? You're not fishing for fish, young master, you're fishing for tranquility of the heart. As she speaks, she lifts a peach to his lips with obvious affection. Yi Tian, still in disguise, shoots them a venomous glare and curses under his breath. Damned lovebirds. Just as he tries to slip away, he accidentally makes a sound. Knowing he can't stay hidden, he steps into the open, catching Bai Huanhuan off guard. You're the one from earlier today. He says nothing and tries to leave in a hurry. Su Beiweng spots him. How could he pass up a chance to farm some aggro? He raises an eyebrow, blocking his path. Hold it, where do you think you're going? How dare you look at me without a shred of respect? Yi Tian is seething, but he forces himself to endure. No matter how deep the hatred, I can't lose control, I must endure. Su Beiweng reads every flicker of emotion on his face, then strikes. Something about this man's every move feels deeply suspicious, launches an attack at the disguised Yi Tian. Seeing Su Beiweng attack, Yi Tian instantly summons his life-bound sword and snarls, Damn it, I'll fight you to the death if I don't strike now. I die here. Su Beiweng gathers chi into his palm and sneers, Fight me with what? Yi Tian is blasted away by Su Beiweng's power, screaming as he crashes painfully into the ground. His whole body trembles. Yi Tian wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, hatred burning in his eyes. I'll drag you down with me. He unleashes everything he has. We go to hell together. Bai Huanhuan steps forward, slightly alarmed. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Young master, be careful, she thinks to herself. No wonder young Master Su said he was suspicious. Truly sinister and unpredictable. He must have been hiding here with ulterior motives. Yi Tian roars at the top of his lungs, Su Biwngdie. Facing the maddened Yi Tian, Su Beiweng shows not a flicker of panic. He simply regards him with cold, steady eyes. Su Beiweng suppresses the disguised Yi Tian with a single effortless strike, then speaks softly, Scram. Yi Tian lies sprawled on the ground, seething with disbelief. He went all out and couldn't even touch Su Beiweng. How is this possible? Su Beiweng strolls over, smirking with contempt. You wanted to drag me to hell, that's all you've got. He plants his foot on Yi Tian's head with a satisfied press. Bai Huanhuan witnesses his overwhelming strength. Hand admiration blooms instantly. Is this young Master Su's true power? Such domineering might among all the prodigies of the 9 provinces, who could possibly compete with young Master Su? Yi Tian can no longer hold it in. He refuses to accept this. He cannot lose. I haven't reached the summit of the 9 provinces. I haven't gotten my revenge. I refuse to accept this. Su Beiweng slowly leans down and whispers, Don't move. After that single palm strike, Yi Tian can do nothing but lie there paralyzed. He senses what Su Beiweng intends, and his body trembles involuntarily. Then, using dark arts, Su Beiweng peels something off Yi Tian's face. Su Beiweng feigns ignorance, examining the mask in his hand with feigned curiosity. What's this? But inside, he's triumphant. The treasure is mine. Now get rid of him quickly. After Su Beiweng tears off the disguise mask, Yi Tian's true face is revealed. He puts on a look of shock. "So it's you," Bai Huan, seeing Yi Tian's true face beneath the torn disguise, recognizes him immediately and gasps in surprise. Isn't he the man from the wanted poster hunted by Dunshi Valley? Yi Tian, now exposed, desperately struggles free from beneath Su Beiweng's foot. "I can't die here." Of course, Su Beiweng has no intention of letting him get captured. He wants Yi Tian to escape from this place. Seeing the moment is right, he shifts the positioning seal beneath his foot, covertly driving a formation mark into Yi Tian's body without him noticing. A seal mark silently appears on Yi Tian's body. But although something feels off, now is not the time for him to think twice. He scrambles to his feet and sprints away. "I have to get out of here. I still have to pierce the heavens. I will stand proud across the 9 provinces." Su Beiweng watches Yi Tian vanish into the distance and slowly grins with satisfaction. "Fool, in the end you're nothing but a treasure-hunting rat. That Kikai gave you a path to live. The rune will lead you to the depths of Wolf Fang Ridge." Images of massive, terrifying beasts flash through his mind. High-rank demon beasts congregate there. If this child of destiny is truly blessed by fate, he'd better turn that peril into fortune. If you actually die there, then even the will of heaven won't look after you. Why would I still need you? Suddenly, rustling erupts from the bushes. The Kong family's men burst out and Yan Liang appears in a rush, shouting furiously. "My artifact just detected that brat's aura," he's shown himself. Su Beiweng isn't surprised they came running. He doesn't forget to play the lion, opening its maw points in the direction Yi Tian fled, making it clear that since he helped, they owe him payment. "As it happens, I spotted this person skulking about and probed a little. Sure enough, he was wearing a disguise." He points in a different direction. "But we're not acquainted, are we? If I've inadvertently done Dunshi Valley a favor, surely a reward is in order." Yan Liang has no time to argue. He dashes past, tossing a small vial back without breaking stride. "Much obliged." As an elder protecting the clan's interests, he has no choice but to tolerate Su Beiweng's shamelessness. "Damned brat, not worth the trouble." Kong Huanghu, maintaining his usual courtesy, asks softly, "Young Master Su, when you clashed with him, did you sense a literary gallbladder on his person?" He strokes his chin, contemplative. "There was a trace of literary aura as well." "That brat is deeply suspicious. A page of spring and autumn could very well be on his person. If Dunshi Valley gets to him first, the Kong family will become a laughingstock." Su Beiweng flashes a diplomatic smile. "About that reward, the eldest princess has explicitly warned me I am absolutely not to meddle in others' affairs." Kong Huanghu departs at once, leaving behind only a brown-colored vial. Time skip. Back at the manor, Su Beiweng sits in his room, gleefully admiring today's spoils. He holds up a monkey fruit and says, "1 part grinding, 1 part harvest. The fruits of today can't be separated from my own effort." 3 items lie on the floor before him: the blood silkworm goo, an unidentified object, and a page of spring and autumn. The blood silkworm goo is created by sealing hundreds of varieties of venomous demon insects together in a single vessel. For 500 years they slaughter each other. In the end, only one survives. An ordinary blood silkworm goo is typically a mother worm bonded to a normal martial practitioner. Carrying a blood silkworm goo grants immunity to the vast majority of poisons. It is even hailed as a priceless treasure. Su Beiweng examines the page of spring and autumn carefully. This page contains a literary gallbladder, with the Kong family's people still around. "I'll hold off on refining it. I'll discuss the details with the eldest princess when I return." His expression shifts. "The blood silkworm goo, I'll refine it directly. Combined with some blood-slaying pill herbs, let's see if I can break through to the second layer of the northern dark divine art. As for that stone and the fragment from before, I'll test them with my chi to see if they react. There's something peculiar about them. Once I get back and consult with the boss, I'll know for sure." With such a rich haul, best to slip away quickly. The longer the night, the more dreams turn to nightmares. Bai Huan watches Su Beiweng mount his horse to leave, her face clouded with sadness and concern. She fears her inadequate hospitality has driven him away. "Young Master Su, the martial arts tournament has only just begun. It's been barely any time at all. Why must you leave already? Has Snowfall Manor failed in its hospitality?" He explains gently, "The eldest princess has summoned me back." Bai Huan's eyes brim with reluctant regret. "Young Master Su, I would gladly acknowledge you as my master and follow your every command." But he offers no reply, mounting his horse in haste. He only calls out, where mountains meet water, paths will cross again, until next time. Kong Hyung-hoo, upon hearing that Su Beiweng is about to leave, rushes over at once. Seeing him about to gallop away, Kong Hyung-hoo quickens his pace. Young masters, you're leaving without even a farewell? That would be rather rude, wouldn't you say? Su Beiweng smiles thinly. I must return to report to the eldest princess. That has nothing to do with Yao, correct? Outwardly calm, but inside his thoughts churn. He got here fast. Could he have noticed the treasure in my possession? Kong Hyung-hoo ponders silently. The page of spring and autumn wasn't on that ye brat's person. Then why is this Su fellow the only one who encountered him? After scanning Su Beiweng thoroughly and finding no trace of literary aura on him, Kong Hyung-hoo sighs in disappointment. This foppish young lord who relies on his master's power like a dog, yet he has the stomach too. Do you intend to humiliate the empress within the imperial city? I could have endured letting Yi Tian escape before my eyes, but he truly lacked incriminating evidence, and I had no reason to detain him. Empress Kong spoke coldly. You humiliated the Kong clan's scion. Naturally, someone will step forward to settle the debt for him. Su Beiweng looked down at him from above, his expression radiating arrogant defiance. Is that so? Then I shall wait. He turned and left, leaving Empress Kong lost in contemplation. Stinking brat, our Kong clan will come to collect sooner or later. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning in Sifeng town. Su Beiweng stops his horse. Thinking of the Earth-grade low-tier, heavenly net finger sword technique in his possession, a skill he cannot use. Perhaps I should trade it here for some beast essence blood and bloodshatter grass. Suddenly he spots Zhu Tao, a scion of the Hedong Zhu clan, carousing with a beautiful woman. Pick whatever you like and buy it. Zhu Tao says with a generous wave. Old master here will pay. As long as you serve me well, that is all that matters. The girl beside him giggles. Young master Zhu is so wicked. The luck tower hovering above Zhu Tao's head makes him pause. A score of 93 is quite substantial. Su Beiweng smiles inwardly. Another plump leak of fate has arrived. He stealthily moves in to probe the situation. Little Yuer, acting under Jin Shuang's orders, is currently enjoying a snack inside the shop. Spotting Su Beiweng lurking in the shop, she gazes at him with suspicion. Oh, isn't that Su Beiweng? Little Yuer purses her small lips, blowing out iridescent bubbles. She uses them to transmit the current scene back to the Jiaoguang Palace. At Jiaoguang Palace, the fifth princess Jin Shuang receives the transmission and walks to the palace's inner lake to observe the projection. Seeing Su Beiweng, she ponders, what is he planning now? The image shows him standing behind Zhu Tao, staring intently at him. The woman coos to Zhu Tao, Brother Tao, I really like this one. A shop assistant approaches, beaming, this young lady truly has a sharp eye. Looking at the price, it costs a bottle of earth-grade mid-tier medicinal pills. Zhu Tao replies with a grand gesture, no problem. Suddenly Su Beiweng steps out, blocking them. I want this instrument. Seeing him snatch his prize, Zhu Tao turns livid. You stinking brat, Su Beiweng, how dare you act so insolently before me, the Hedong Zhu clan. Su Beiweng pulls out several bottles of pills with a smirk. The highest bidder wins. Is there a problem? And who are you exactly? Zhu Tao fumes. We saw this instrument first. Return it at once. Do you truly intend to offend my Zhu clan over a mere instrument? Su Beiweng remains perfectly calm, unfazed by the threat. His expression remains unchanged, his tone light. And if I do? Zhu Tao points a finger at his face in a rage. My uncle is a minister of the cabinet. You dare? Before he can finish, Su Beiweng strikes. Showing no mercy, Zhu Tao crashes into a table, letting out a pained shriek. Seriously wounded by the single strike, Su Beiweng grabs the instrument and glares at him with utter contempt. Even stray dogs think they can strut before me. With that, he turns and walks away. Zhu Tao, trembling as he tries to stand to launch a sneak attack, freezes when Su Beiweng speaks without looking back. If I were not afraid of the princess wanting to massacre your entire clan, you would already be a corpse. Zhu Tao trembles in fear, realizing this man is the lackey of the fifth princess, that female demon. The image of Jin Shuang manifests in his memory, cold and lethal, causing him to clutch his stomach and cower in defeat. Damnable! At this moment the princess has seen everything, she murmurs. He is acting like this outside. Returning to Su Beiweng, he clutches the instrument and whispers to himself, the boss's fierce reputation is truly useful. The taste of wielding power through her authority is addictive. He rejoices, this instrument is mine now. Suddenly, the projection of the princess appears, her voice booming. Su Beiweng, startled, he halts his steps, surprised to see Jin Shuang. He bows respectfully, your subordinate pays respects to the princess. His complexion shifts slightly as he wonders, how did she appear here? The attendant under the fifth princess, Yu Xiaoi, appears, her brows tightly knit as she speaks with a stern, unpleasant tone. Is this how I raised you? Still bowing, Su Beiwing feels a cold shiver run down his spine. Could it be? Could the boss have discovered my underhanded deeds? How is that possible? Regardless, I must appease her first. He immediately admits fault. Your Highness, this subordinate knows his error. It will not happen again. As he speaks, a gust of wind rolls by, and the figure vanishes, leaving only 2 fluttering leaves. Seeing she has left, he bows, respectfully send off, Your Highness. He exhales, thinking she's gone. The boss's reach is truly heaven-defying. I must be more cautious. Yu Xiaoi suddenly descends, showing her clear dissatisfaction. A red-gold glow ignites around her like flickering flames as she prepares to strike. Seeing her intention, Su Beiweng lifts his head, his annoyance rising. Insolent, I am the princess man, do you want to be exterminated? The two stare each other down with mutual hostility. Enraged that he is using Jin Shuang to threaten her, she glares at him before finally saying, you haven't changed one bit. Because he had been bowing with his head low, he hadn't noticed her presence earlier and now wonders who this woman is to speak to him so boldly. Watching his arrogant attitude, she shouts, you dare glare at me, I will report this to the princess. Contrary to her volatile mood, he remains calm. Does the young lady also serve the princess? She doesn't answer but produces a token. She continues her tirade. I have grown this old and never seen someone as arrogant as you. I caught you red-handed this time, you are truly lawless. As a carp in the princess's lake, I am truly incensed. Su Beiwing replies gently, so it is the elder of the purple token. I offer my apologies for my ignorance. The token features a purple design with a carp at the center. He adds, is this your true form, elder sister? Yu Xiaoi's mood softens, her face no longer twisted in anger. My sister and I share a secret technique. He probes the twins of the golden carp, a mental connection and synchronized visions. May I ask your name, elder sister? She introduces herself happily. My name is Yu Xiaoi. In his mind, Su Beiweng thinks, a beast that can take human form is at least a grandmaster. It is best not to provoke them. When she mentions her surname, he asks, are all of you surnamed Yu? She replies, are you referring to eunuch Yu beside the princess? He was originally Yu Yingwu. Su Beiweng envisions the eunuch with the parrot-like hair he saw at Jiaoguang Palace. He rubs his chin, thinking that treasure-loving eunuch is a parrotfish, also known as the god of wealth fish. I didn't suspect a thing. He remarks, so that is it. No wonder he cultivates such a bizarre technique to devour gold and silver. Seeing him try to divert the topic, she shouts, don't change the subject, your behavior is truly wicked. He remains calm, elder sister, I never expected to meet you in Sifeng town. Did the princess send you here to find me? Yu Xiaoi denies it immediately, no. I am heading to the ancient fallen dragon city of Zizhu, but I stopped to eat and encountered your arrogance. Su Beiwing says that is a forbidden zone. Does the sister intend to have the carp transform into a dragon? Her face glows with happiness as she replies calmly. Becoming a dragon is impossible, but the princess said my destiny lies there. He politely wishes her success in all her endeavors. Though he says this, he thinks, I cannot steal this destiny then. What a pity. Remembering why she is here, Yu Xiaoi sternly instructs, wielding power to bully others is unacceptable. All the great heaven chosen are hidden away cultivating, only you use the princess name to act arrogant. Your cultivation speed is not slow compared to the heaven chosen. But in this age of great contention, you must work harder. Before long, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will publish the heaven and earth rankings. The Earth ranking is the Kingyun ranking, but the great sects and clans, as well as the heaven-chosen contention, are the heaven ranking of that year. The fifth princess rose with such force, suppressing all elders in just 11 years, casting a shadow over the 9 provinces. He thinks to himself, I have my own burdens, but borrowing the boss's authority to bully others really feels good. All those so-called heaven-chosen are just leeks for me to harvest eventually. She observes his expression intently and probes, why do you reveal such a greedy gaze? If it weren't for the fact that you are handsome, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Yu Xiaoi's actions catch Su Beiweng off guard, but he recovers and replies, Thank you for your reminder, elder sister. I will not fail the expectations of the princess or you. Seeing that the situation is settled, she turns and flies away, not forgetting to add one last warning. All right, I am leaving now. Remember, do not bully others by relying on your status. Su Beiweng's eyes crinkled into a smile. He playfully twirled a lock of her red hair and replied happily. Clutching the zither in his arms, Su Beiweng pondered, did moving that carp actually change my luck? He wondered if he could find some great fortuitous encounter within this instrument, a gentle smile appearing on his face. After checking the zither again and exhausting all possible methods, he determined it was merely a low-grade profound rank item. Yet the Tower of Fate, the chi will not err. A profound rank treasure shouldn't manifest 93 tiers of brilliance unless a formation seal is hidden within, requiring a true expert to unlock it. With that thought, Su Beiweng turned his mind to his elder at home, planning to return and beg for her assistance. At most, I will just pour tea, massage her shoulders, or rub her feet, nothing to get her help. But as he imagined massaging those slender, peerless feet, he immediately abandoned that train of thought. I dare not touch those precious feet. Suddenly, an ominous red mark appeared on Su Beiweng's hand. Seeing this, he thought to himself, why is it so cold? It feels as if I am in a dark, murky place. He realized this was a curse. Who dares to cast a curse on this seat? On his palm, a crimson, circular seal began to carve itself into his skin. He roared, North Sea blood-devouring divine art. Using the technique to dissolve the red mark, he thought. As long as I channel my true chi into my acupoints, I can suppress this curse. However, the curse was far too potent. Su Beiweng could not resist it, groaning, this is a restrictive seal suppressing my vitality. If I forcibly strike back, I will surely die. No sooner had he finished speaking than he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The ocular seal devoured his true chi, binding his spirit and body with invisible chains. Who is so insidious? To cast such a curse on me, it took so much effort to reach the 8th stage, and now I have fallen back to the 9th stage of chi refining. He reflected, feeling a sense of grim fortune. If not for cultivating the heaven-defying North Sea blood-devouring divine art, I would be dead already. I must return to the capital and find my master to break this curse. Just as he considered the path to freedom, Su Beiweng shook his head. No, the capital is too far. If my enemies see me in this state, they will seize the chance to end me. What now? Truly, the heavens do not abandon a handsome man. At that moment, the swordsman Su Feng passed by. Seeing him, Su Beiweng felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, another son of luck. His body must hold great fortuitous energy. I am saved. Su Beiweng flew toward Su Feng, calculating, I have the serpent egg and the master's blood-taming goo in my body. I only need to coax the serpent into manifestation to break through to the 2nd level of the North Sea divine art and shatter this restrictive seal. He rushed toward Su Feng and threatened, you come here. Internally, he was anxious. I still lack a catalyst to make the serpent treasure manifest. Everything depends on him now. Hearing the shout, Su Feng jumped in surprise and turned to look. Su Feng saw him hurtling forward with ill intent and asked guardedly, who are you? Su Beiweng thought to himself, I must gauge his strength before deciding my next move. But when he scanned the boy's level, he only saw chi refining stage. Realizing his own loss of composure, Su Feng grew angry. Sensing his aura, Su Feng blustered. A mere chi refining brat dares to act insolently before a 9th stage master like me. Are you courting death? Before he could finish, Su Beiweng lunged, grabbed his throat, and threatened him. You are young Master Su of the 6 Doors Department. Do as I say, or I will exterminate your entire clan. Only now did Su Beiweng project the air of a genuine villain. Watching from afar, the Grand Princess thought, this trash leaves for a moment and is already near death, forcing this palace to save him. Arrogant, overbearing, and bullying the weak. Let us see if you have the ability to save your own skin this time. Seeing Su Beiweng's ferocity, Su Feng decided that a wise man submits to fate, trembling as he asked, young Master Su, where exactly are we going? Su Beiweng saw the kid's luck tower glowing. There was a great fortuitous encounter beneath the cliff. He commanded him to jump down. Whatever you find beneath the cliff, bring it all up to me. If you dare run or hide anything, I will kill you. Su Feng trembled in fear, hesitating to jump, but Su Beiweng didn't waver, shoved him off, jump or die. However, the curse was too strong. Su Beiweng's face was now covered in black veins. He panicked, no, there is no time left. As the saying goes, the great villain never dies early. Su Feng scrambled back up, calling out, young Master Su. Su Beiwing asked urgently, "What did you find? Show it to me immediately." Su Feng was taken aback by his frantic attitude. He hurriedly said, "I have the serpent's shed skin." Meanwhile, Su Feng noticed Su Beiweng's face and wondered what had happened to him. Su Beiweng took the glowing golden snake in his hand and rejoiced, "I am saved." With the snake's skin in his left hand and a bottle of medicinal pills in his right, he immediately began refining. The Grand Princess observed everything thinking, "It seems I need not intervene." Once he obtained the serpent, Su Beiweng began refining. The serpent's skin merges with the serpent egg the master gave me. The combination of the beast's power and the blood-taming goo will not only break through the second level of the North Sea blood-devouring divine art. The curse mark on Su Beiweng's face began to fade. Su Beiweng reflected that his progress was not bad, and his cultivation base shifted accordingly. Breakthrough to the second level of the North Sea blood-devouring art, advanced to the low-grade 7th stage. He then shouted with vigor, "Those who dare to curse me shall bear the consequences. Now that I am alive you shall die, and you will die a gruesome death." Su Beiweng attacked the rock face in front of him, venting his rage. "Whoever harmed me this time is finished." Afterward, Su Beiweng turned to Su Feng and asked, "What is your name?" Seeing him approach, the boy retreated in fear and answered honestly, "My name is Su Feng." Hearing this, Su Beiweng said, "I owe you a favor." However, seeing how dangerous Su Beiweng was, Su Feng replied, "No." Ignoring his reply, Su Beiweng knocked him unconscious. "Actually, I just needed to check his body and erase traces." After searching Su Feng and finding nothing, he grew annoyed. He has nothing. The treasure snatching failed, according to the system's trajectory. I should have been able to rob his treasures after reversing him, yet his only sword is still on his person. Could it be that he isn't a son of luck recognized by the system? He remembered Yi Tian was at tier 97 and this Su Feng was tier 92. Where exactly did the limit of a son of luck lie? Su Feng, seeing Su Beiweng move against him, cried out, "Don't kill me." Su Beiweng was still lost in thought. "Forget it, now is not the time to worry about sons of luck. I must return to my master quickly." He threw some medicinal pills and techniques at Su Feng, as if handing out alms to a child. He then stated, "These belong to you. If you encounter trouble you cannot solve in the future, come find me." Su Feng's attitude shifted completely due to Su Beiweng's generosity. "Young Master Su, will you accept me as your lackey?" Returning to the capital, people were gossiping. "Look, the crown prince of the Su kingdom is here. Rumor has it he is the top of the Qingyan ranking. It is truly shameful that our De Gan's two heaven-gifted geniuses let a vassal state's prince occupy the top spot." The handsome man on the horse was indeed the Prince of Su, Jiang Wuqi, the first on the Qingyan ranking. The onlookers continued, "Isn't it so? The Su kingdom doesn't have large cities like our De Gan, but they have the xianxia academy. Every headmaster has been a Saint Realm grandmaster. Hence their arrogance." Jiang Wuqi declared, "This king, Jiang Wuqi, intends to use the martial arts conference to challenge the geniuses of De Gan for mutual tempering." The crowd wasn't stupid and guessed his intent. "Isn't he here specifically to slap our faces?" Provocation is an understatement. Rumor says the Wu family's descendant has come out of 10 years of seclusion, and Jai Minju of the imperial clan has returned from the wuxia palace. Perhaps they are here to deal with him. Seeing Su Beiweng, the crowd changed their tune. "It's young Master Su. He is back. We have hope." Right, they say young Master Su defeated a 6th-stage member of the Kong family in Langya district with one move. He is now in the top 7 of the Qingyan ranking. Jiang Wuqi frowned. "Is he Su Beiweng?" Thinking this, Wuqi stepped forward to challenge him. "Genius Su, do you wish to spar with this king? Do you possess the qualifications?" The surrounding crowd realized Wuqi's intent. The Prince of Su wants to send a challenge letter to young Master Su. Wuqi remained arrogant in his heart. "Su Beiweng, no one can be more arrogant than me." He continued, "Young Master Su, you have been famous lately, but you are still a notch below this king. If the heavens created me, why create you? There is only one first place, and that is me. I hold you in high regard. I will await your challenge at any time." Despite these words, Su Beiweng ignored him and walked past, thinking, "What a pompous ass." Scene transition to Jiao Guang Palace. Su Beiweng flattered, "A day without seeing the Grand Princess feels like 3 autumns. Is the Grand Princess well?" He thought to himself, "Only the master provides a sense of security." The Grand Princess replied, "Flattering in my presence, yet bullying the weak outside. You certainly live a leisurely life, don't you?" Su Beiweng felt guilty and thought, "Please let me explain." Looking at Bei Wang's sycophantic display, the Grand Princess felt annoyed. She waved her hand to dismiss him scram. However, Bei Wang remained thick-skinned and stayed behind to beg for favors. Your Highness, could you help this lowly one decipher the formation array sealed within this? I will definitely see the light, repay my debts, and know the way back. Can Jin Shuang believe such oaths? She can see right through Bei Wang knows exactly what's going on in his head. His words don't match his thoughts. Right now, isn't it you? Thinking about how to bully people with borrowed power even harder, aren't you? Hearing this, Bei Wang doubled down on the flattery. Not at all, Your Highness. This is a work this lowly one poured heart and soul into, specially crafted for your grace to pass the time. The book's pages opened to reveal its contents that day. To save his life, both of her eyes festered and rotted away, leaving her collapsed in a pool of blood. Yet he refused to marry a blind woman, turning his back and walking away without a second glance. And 30 years later, Sheno, the empress who commands all under heaven, slowly approached him and coldly uttered a single line, "Do you regret it now?" After reading, the eldest princess turned and asked, "What is this? A blind man can actually claim the throne." Hearing the question, Bei Wang answered, "Your Highness, this is a novella storyteller's script." He then thought to himself, she's a supreme powerhouse looking down upon all living beings. Nothing under the sky truly interests her. Like most powerful women, she's solitary and aloof and needs someone to break into her heart. Right on cue, the eldest princess responded, "This novel is rather straightforward, quite interesting." Hearing this, Bei Wang thought to himself, could it be that the big boss actually likes this kind of story? Does this count as getting into her heart? Sure enough, everyone has a side they don't show. With this thought, Bei Wang spoke up, "Your Highness, what do you think of this lowly one's humble work?" The eldest princess replied, "It's quite interesting, but the emotions in his eyes are incredibly complex. 3 parts cold indifference, 3 parts contempt, 3 parts apathy. You tell me what kind of expression is that?" Hearing this, Bei Wang felt guilty and didn't know how to respond. The eldest princess pressed on, "Also, why do you place so much emphasis on describing legs?" Hearing her question, Bei Wang awkwardly denied, "I really didn't." Only then did Bei Wang reveal his true purpose, pulling out a zither and saying, "Your Highness," this zither. Before he could finish, Jin Shuang gathered spirit force at her fingertip and directed it toward Bei Wang. The stream of spirit force swiftly shot into the space between Bei Wang's brows. With Jin Shuang's assistance, the zither was immediately unlocked. Seeing this, Bei Wang thought to himself, another mid-grade heavenly treasureth Chi Luck Tower didn't lie to me. Once done, the eldest princess added, "Bring me 10 more volumes of this book." The moment she finished speaking, a stack of 10 volumes was hurled right at Bei Wang's head. With no other choice, Bei Wang picked up the brush and kept writing. Still unsatisfied, he spoke up again, "Within this zither still holds hidden mysteries. This lowly one's mind is completely blank. I truly cannot write a single word." Hearing this, the eldest princess immediately understood Bei Wang's intent. With a wave of her hand, the spirit beast sealed within the zither was released. Seeing this, Bei Wang exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Highness. To think this zither held a sealed Taoyua battle technique of heavenly tier talent." He thought to himself, this is the correct way to unlock it, fast-tracking the progression even further. The fierce beast freed was the Taoyuan of the 4 legendary ancient beasts from the mythology of the Central Plains. Bei Wang gazed at the Taoyu before him. Once it awakened, he immediately absorbed it into his body. After merging with the Taoyu, Bei Wang's pupils turned blood red. He felt the surging power coursing through his body. "Thank you, Your Highness." Inwardly, he was elated. "This battle technique is mine now." The eldest princess then spoke, Unless you possess the Taoyu's blood essence, using this battle technique will require you to nourish it with your own lifeblood." Hearing this, Bei Wang replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." The eldest princess, showing a rare hint of concern, asked, "How do you feel now?" Hearing this, Bei Wang didn't know how to respond and could only let out a confused sound. He quickly changed the subject. "This lowly one is still preparing the next plot arc." Hearing this, the eldest princess summoned a writing brush and called out, "Quickly now." Seeing this, Bei Wang took the brush and muttered, "Thank you, Your Grace, you really are a cunning one." Seeing his attitude, the eldest princess remarked, "Very well," and she actually approved of this. Having obtained a battle technique, Bei Wang was fired up as if injected with adrenaline, and he threw himself into writing the novel with even more fervor. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and Bei Wang was still hunched over, writing away. After enough time had passed, the eldest princess finally spoke, "Enough." Hearing this, Beiweng thought to himself, looks like the big boss has gotten tired of these melodramatic romance plots. Mirrors, perfume, I've used them all. What else can I use to catch her attention going forward? Then the eldest princess asked, "What are stockings?" Every single one of those books mentions them. Hearing this, Beiweng explained, "There's something women commonly wear. This lowly one can craft a pair. Would your highness like to try them?" As he spoke, his mind wandered lecherously to the image of the eldest princess wearing stockings, her long, slender thighs. His greedy thoughts continued, the big boss and stockings, now that would be a perfect match. Sensing something off, the eldest princess snapped, "Something is very wrong with you, get out." And just like that, Beiweng was sent flying by a kick to the rear, his voice trailing off with, "This lowly one takes his leave." After being kicked out, Beiweng wandered into a crowded area and thought to himself, strange, why are their Qi luck towers glowing like that? And the urgency on their face, where are they all rushing off to? He grabbed the shoulder of someone nearby and demanded an answer. "What's going on?" The man answered, "Young Master Su, the literary temple has opened. Scholars from all 9 provinces have gathered there." Hearing this, Beiweng thought slyly, maybe I should join in on the fun. Might as well snatch some opportunities. Can't blame anyone for seizing what's up for grabs. Over at the literary temple square, a voice rang out, "Wu Junji of the Wu family wishes to challenge the #1 on the Qingyun rankings, Jiang Wuji, Crown Prince of Chu." Word has it that the Wu family matriarch told Wu Junji win at all costs. Losing is not an option. On one side stood Wu Junji of the Wu family. He furrowed his brow tightly, locking eyes with Jiang Wuji across from him. "Jiang Wuji, you are nothing but a stepping stone on our equal footing." Hearing Wu Junji's arrogant tone, Jiang Wuji sneered, "The blazing heaven battle body. Hidden away for 10 years in some tomb, the so-called prodigy of the Wu family never once showed his face. Don't let me reveal your true colors now." Hearing this, Beiweng thought to himself, isn't that the crown prince or something? And who's the other one? Looks like the Wu family, but are these two just going to trade barbs all day? Still haven't started fighting, everyone. The crowd also spotted Beiweng and exclaimed, "Young Master Su is here too, what's he doing here? Could he be planning to challenge Crown Prince Jiang as well?" He strolled leisurely through the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, approaching Jiang Wuji and Wu Junji. Hearing the whispers, Beiweng sighed, "What are you all on about? I'm just here to watch the show." Meanwhile, Wu Junji spotted Beiweng and recalled the words of his clansmen, "The Wu family will kill Su Beiweng no matter what." At the same time, Wu Junji released a wave of oppressive aura that made everyone around him flinch in fear. He strode toward Beiweng and spoke, "Su Beiweng." The surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. "Good heavens, that killing intent is shooting straight to the sky. Is the Wu family's man here to settle a grudge with young Master Su?" Wu Junji continued his threat. "Any stray dog or alley cat dares to act tough before the Wu family, after I crush Jiang Wuji, I'll grind you underfoot with a single step." His words. The moment they trailed off, both men released their true qi, silently measuring each other's strength. The crowd murmured in awe, "This power is absolutely overwhelming. Truly the once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Wu family. Can young Master Su handle this?" Hearing this, Beiweng simply replied, "Who are you?" The crowd erupted again. "Young Master Su truly doesn't fear him, of course not. Young Master Su already suppressed the Kong family clan in Langyia County. How much power is he hiding? Nobody knows." Wu Junji continued to threaten, "Sharp words are useless. The moment I step forward, you're already a dead man." Hearing this, Beiweng didn't flinch. "Sure, I'll be waiting for you to crush me." Wu Junji replied, "I'll gladly oblige." Elsewhere, another rival watched the scene with silent contempt. Insects fighting amongst themselves. Mildly amusing, I suppose. At that moment, someone stepped forward. "HMMM. I am the great Confucian of the Kong family, Kong De Cheng. Erase it." The crowd murmurs, "Look, it's appeared. The stairway to heaven, that's Zai Ruoxu from Xianxia Academy." The person in question has also appeared, a disciple of Xianxia Academy, ranked in the top 3 on the Qingyun rankings. Apart from the Saint Literature Temple of Great Kaiyan, he alone is truly outstanding. In this vast land, the ancient wellspring of Confucian learning, how could his scholarly brilliance go unchallenged? If this person seizes the literary heritage, doesn't that mean the scholarly legacy of Great Kaiyan will wither? Zai Ruoxu shoots a signal at Wu Junji. He must secure the highest position. Wu Junji receives the signal and frowns, while the chanting of scriptures begins. "Is it not so? Is it not so? Is it not so? Is it not so?" Seeing this, Su Beiwing asks, "What are they doing?" The scholars are internally reciting the text of poetry and prose, resonating with the statue of the sage to seize a corresponding opportunity. The Kong clansmen will also activate the stairway to heaven to pay tribute to the sage. Hearing this, Su Beiwing exclaims, "An opportunity, how can I be left out?" The moment he thinks it, he strides toward the stairway to heaven. The people around him quickly warn, "Young Master Su, you're not a scholar. Without literary courage, how can you possibly ascend?" Wu Jai sees this and sneers, "How embarrassing, he doesn't know his own limits." The great Confucian bellows, "Stand down, this is no place for a brute like you." Hearing this, Su Beiwing responds with an arrogant smirk, "I'm here to broaden my horizons." The great Confucian's irritation only grows at his insolence. He furrows his brows and barks, "You're literary. Courage, where is it?" Su Beiwing doesn't flinch, he simply snaps his fingers and says, "It'll be here soon enough." At the same time, he produces a book, pages inscribed with golden text. The great Confucian's eyes widen the moment he sees what Su Beiwing holds: the Spring and Autumn Annals, the 100,000-year inheritance of the Confucian school. How does young Master Su possess a page of the Spring and Autumn Annals? The great Confucian sees the annals in Su Beiwing's hands and erupts in fury, teeth clenched, roaring, "How dare you! You dare seize a sacred treasure of the Confucian school." He curses inwardly, that fool Empress Kong was deceived. Annals ended up in this brat's hands after all. Su Beiwing hears his words and casually replies, "This is a gift from Her Highness the eldest princess." "What are you yapping about? It belongs to my Kong family," the old man protests. Su Beiwing fires back without a shred of shame. "Then go argue with the eldest princess yourself." The crowd erupts in shock. The Wank Star is radiating literary chi. We scholars spend our entire lives without ever sensing even a trace of it. Young Master Su actually has such fortune. The moment Su Beiwing channels spiritual energy into the page of the annals, rays of light carrying the fragrance of grass and trees burst forth, coalescing into a blazing star in the sky above. His expression remains unchanged as he gazes upward at the literary courage gradually solidifying. The bell of the Saint Temple tolls. Young Master Su's literary courage has successfully formed. The crowd spots the Empress's sedan approaching and gasps, "That's Her Majesty's sedan, the Empress has arrived as well. She must have sensed the literary chi." Su Beiwing thinks to himself, "Is she a dog or something?" She smells something and comes running. Everyone stares at the now completed literary courage radiating from Su Beiwing, still finding it impossible to believe. The grand chi endures. Heavenly secrets shine brilliantly. How can this be? Su Beiwing wonders to himself, could this be the heavenly opportunity? Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts, stairway to heaven behind them shatters into pieces. That third-place scholar Zai Ruoxa stammers, "The stairway to heaven, it collapsed. How is this possible?" Inwardly, he seethes, "I am the prodigy of Xianxia Academy, and yet now I can do nothing but serve as a backdrop." This Su fellow just formed his literary courage and already pulled the heavenly opportunity, sending shockwaves through the heavens. What manner of monster is he? Su Beiwing thinks, "What are you all staring at? You're scaring me half to death here." Then Su Beiwing's literary courage unfolds. It blazes across the entire sky. The great Confucian watches as Su Beiwing's literary courage unfurls, his jaw dropping in shock. Inside it reads, "For the people establish destiny, for heaven and earth establish the heart, for past sages continue the lost learning. For 10,000 generations open an era of great peace." Su Beiwing recites these lines, looking absolutely god-tier. The Kong family elder sees Su Beiwing's literary courage bearing such heaven-defying meaning and flies into a rage. "On what grounds? The very essence of our Confucian school, how can this be?" Suddenly a Buddhist chant rings out, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Su Beiwing's heart sinks. Someone's trying to block me from seizing the heavenly opportunity. The crowd buzzes with murmurs. That's the Buddhist Dharma of Venerable Puaji. He must have intervened. Is the Empress trying to sever young Master Su's merit? But the eldest princess's voice cuts through like a blade. Scram. Anyone who moves dies. Su Beiwing grins to himself. The boss has my back. The crowd watches as the Buddhist Dharma vanishes and erupts in whispers. The high monk's Dharma was suppressed. It's the eldest princess. The eldest princess is truly protecting young Master Su. From the crowd, Venerable Puaji steps forward. The Empress grits her teeth, thinking absurd. Simultaneously, a white flower descends from the sky and lands in Su Beiwing's palm. He wonders, what is this now? A golden lotus with silver seeds. In that instant, Su Beiweng breaks through Confucian scholar, 7th rank peak advancing to the 6th rank. The crowd erupts once more. As expected of the eldest princesses, protege his reputation is well earned. Give him 2 more years and no one in this world will be his match. Is this yet another Diwu Jinshuang in the making? Su Beiweng opens the book and thinks to himself, this wordless heavenly book has no text, so what am I supposed to read? The Kong elder sees it and thinks impossible. This book was condensed from the divine sense of our Confucian ancestors. It represents their acknowledgement of this Su brat. It must mean his contribution to the scholarly world is genuine. A brute like him, what could he possibly have done? The great Confucian watches as Su Beiweng claims fortune after fortune and his unwillingness surges. He is Diwu Jinshuang's lackey. The Kong family harbors a blood feud with the 5th demon. He seized a page of the spring and autumn annals as his own, playing the Kong clansman in the palm of his hand. If he takes the Confucian school's fortune as well, won't the Kong family become the laughingstock of the world? But it's already too late. The Confucian sage path has begun bestowing its fortune upon Su Beiweng. The Kong elder's voice trembles. Quasi-sage, this is the quasi-sage with this inheritance alone. He could very well step into the 1st rank saint realm. Now for a quick breakdown of the rank system. A quasi-sage of the Confucian path is equivalent to the saint realm in martial arts. A Confucian sage is equivalent to the supreme realm in martial arts. At the same time as the inheritance flows into him, Su Beiweng's hair gradually turns white. Mid-transmission, Su Beiweng watches his hair turning white and furrows his brows. He shouts, no way, how can I accept looking like some old geezer? I don't want white hair. At his resistance, everyone around him is stunned. The great Confucian and Zai Ruoxu standing nearby are even more astonished. He's rejecting the inheritance? Too arrogant, has he lost his mind? The eldest princess watches from the side, secretly pleased. Finally, he's done something that satisfies me. Quasi-sage, so what? Never mind. If she knew the real reason he resisted was simply that he didn't want white hair, who knows what expression she'd make. Su Beiweng looks at the quasi-sage aura and rejects the inheritance outright. Following me is pointless. Your Confucian path demands self-cultivation, family harmony, governance of the state, and peace under heaven. I can't do any of that. Resolve surges from the depths of his heart. Su Beiweng, I am a man who stops at nothing. No one can stand in my way. Anyone who tries will die. Wu Junji weighs the pros and cons. He doesn't dare approach Su Beiweng to fight. Right now, Su Beiweng has already stolen the power of heaven and earth, backed by the wordless heavenly book. Challenging him head-on would be suicide. He must wait for the hair to return, for the divine sense to dissipate. I've only just gained the upper hand. Having received the power of heaven and earth, Beiweng strikes while the iron is hot. Seizing the moment, his strength surges. Turning around and ignoring the martial official's shouts, he bellows, Grandmaster Wang, old dog Wang, come out and die. The crowd murmurs, Assistant Wang, Tungshi, a Grandmaster Diviner of the Imperial Observatory. When did he and young Master Su become enemies? When Wang Tungshi refuses to show himself, Su Beiweng shouts again, get the hell out here. The man in question, Wang Tungshi, the Grandmaster Diviner of the Imperial Observatory, is secretly trembling with fear. I'm dead. In his carriage, the Crown Prince hears the shout and lifts a corner of the curtain. He sees Beiweng calling out Wang Tungshi, assuming the scheme has been exposed, and with Beiweng's power now elevated. His face turns ugly inside the carriage. How did he figure it out so quickly? What does he intend to do? His face drenches in cold sweat. Su Beiweng presses forward, threatening Wang Tungshi, old dog Wang. Who else would die if not the one who dared hex a descendant of the Su clan? Wang Tungshi's heart sinks knows, but how could he possibly know? The crowd murmurs again, why would Wang Tungshi hex young Master Su? The only one who could command him would be the Wu clan, after all. Young Master Su slapped the Wu clan right in the face. The queen sees him loudly demanding Wang Tungshi's death and accusing him of casting curses. Grits her teeth. That wretched brat. Spreading such accusations before everyone. He's trying to splash mud on my Wu clan. If this queen wants someone dead, she does it open line, ever resorting to underhanded tricks. Could this be the scheme of that wretched Diwu woman? Su Beiweng doesn't care, he repays every grudge. How can he let an enemy standing right before his eyes slip away? Beiweng forces out a drop of vital blood essence and says coldly, if you don't die today, you'll die tomorrow. The crowd gasps. Young Master Su has forged a life and death pact. Wang Tengxi's heart sinks to the pit of his stomach. If he refuses to fight, the eldest princess will slap him dead by tomorrow. If Su Beiwang kills a court official, it might cause a stir, but if it's the fifth demon lord who dares speak a single word, I have no way out. I'm merely a grandmaster-level cultivator. How can I escape the fifth clan's claws? Better to gamble everything in a fight with this Su brat. If by some miracle I win. He steals his resolve. Fine, old man accepts your challenge. Hearing this, Su Beiwang sneers. I thought you only dared lurk in the shadows. Now you finally crawl out. Goodus, whatever tricks you've got. The moment he finishes speaking, Wang Tengxi summons a skull wreathed in dark energy. To save his own life, he unleashes his strongest technique. The crowd recognizes it at onset. Imperial Observatory's ultimate killing move, the evil bone. Wang Tengxi controls the evil bone, sending it hurtling toward Beiwang. Die, he roars. The moment the evil bone activates, curse patterns bloom across his forehead. His eyes gleam with vicious intent. To slay a prodigy, even if it costs him his life, this old man has no regrets. Surname Su, even in hell I'll drag you down with me. To the yellow springs themselves, old man, here will curse you to the bitter end. However, before Beiwang neutralizes the attack with ease, the shockwave alone forces everyone around to clamp their hands over their ears. Su Beiwang says with contempt, "Is that all?" Wang Tengxi is left utterly speechless. Now it's Su Beiwang's turn. His body overflows with spiritual energy as he unleashes the technique received from his inheritance, eternal undying karma, culminating in the bell of slaughter. In an instant, invisible chains shoot forward and engulf Wang Tengxi completely. He panics. I can't move. Why can't I move? Cold sweat pours down his face. He sees Su Beiwang smiling, already certain of his victory. A torrent of qi surges forward and suppresses him instantly. The next moment, his head separates from his body. Just like that, Wang Tengxi's life comes to an end. Off to meet his ancestors. Beiwang clenches his fist, channeling spiritual energy to crush what remains. Only this can quell the fury raging in his heart. The first prince thinks to himself, I only had Wang Tengxi cast the hex to sow discord, to watch the fifth demon lord and the Wu clan tear each other apart so I could reap the benefits. The Su clan refused my recruitment and now it's beyond saving. The crowd watches him effortlessly slay a fourth-rank grandmaster, all staring with undisguised awe. Young Master Su suppressed a fourth-rank grandmaster in a single strike, absolutely god tier. Su Beiwang's gaze shifts toward Jai Wudao's carriage. He smirks, eyes gleaming with deep, predatory intent as he stares him down. Don't think I don't know you're the one pulling the strings behind all this. Jai Wudao feels that piercing, knowing gaze and his expression shifts instantly. Beiwang swears in his heart, Jai Wujia, your fate will be 10,000 times worse than that diviner's. The surrounding spiritual energy dissipates. The crowd murmurs, looks like the sage's divine sense has given up hope. Young Master Su's killing intent reaches the heaven. 7 billion streams of righteous qi cannot wash it clean. Su Beiwang turns his gaze to Wu Junji with a challenge. Weren't you the one who wanted me dead? Come on out. Wu Junji hadn't expected that after finishing Wang Tengxi, Beiwang would turn and challenge him next. Jiang Wuji, standing nearby, secretly rejoices. Dog eats dog, both sides get wounded and then the world is mine. Jai Wudao breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Lucky he changed targets. Perhaps he doesn't know I secretly sent someone to hex him. I'll need to be far more careful from now on. Wu Junji, how can he back down now? He strides forward with imposing authority. Fine, have it your way. He thinks, little punk, today is the day you die. The queen sees the situation and quickly speaks up. You are all prodigies of great Kayan, a bit of sparring is permitted. Su Beiwang bows outwardly as Her Majesty commands. But inwardly he thinks the queen's words lack real force. She doesn't actually want a direct confrontation and she fears I'll forge another life and death pact. Just as I suspected, all bark no bite. The queen's words barely fade before the battle erupts. Wu Junji points at Beiwang and roars, Surname Su, enough talk. Su Beiwang chuckles softly, Hahith Brahma battle body. Wu Junji activates the battle body within him. Golden patterns bloom across his face as he bellows battle form. He conjures a colossal fist of condensed spiritual energy. The crowd erupts when that punch lands. Young Master Su will be obliterated, right? Faced with this, Su Beiwang summons a jade zither. Seeing the magic treasure, Wu Junji's brow furrows. Can't let Beiwang counterattack, but the fist is already descending. The pressure from the fist bearing down on Beiweng is so immense the ground beneath him cracks and shatters. Just as the fist is about to land, Su Beiweng conjures a shimmering barrier that envelops him. Seeing him only defend, Wu Junji snarls, "All you know is how to turtle up. Do you dare face me head-on or not?" Su Beiweng dispels the barrier, responding calmly, "Fine." Seeing him drop the shield, Wu Junji unleashes the spiritual energy in his body. "Finally you have the guts to face me directly." A wave of overwhelmingly powerful chi erupts. The crowd gasps as expected of the tiger of the Wu clan. He even possesses a divine physique and supernatural talent of that caliber. The queen thinks proudly, "Our Wu clan's tiger started slaying demon beasts daily at age 10, forging a physique that spiritually and physically crushes all his peers." She is utterly confident in Wu Junji's strength. She must suppress every rising prodigy and uphold the Wu clan's supreme prestige, unparalleled authority of Empress Wu. After summoning his battle body, Wu Junji calls out with full confidence, "Whatever trump cards you have, use them all. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Jiang Wuji watches and thinks that Su Brat has no chance. The gap in talent and physique is insurmountable, and his cultivation is even lower. What does he have to fight with? Wait, what technique is Su Beiweng using? He stares at Wu Junji without the slightest flinch, even smirking with open mockery. "This is all you've got? Seems like you've overestimated yourself." Seeing such arrogance, Wu Junji launches his attack immediately. The Brahma battle body crushes heaven and earth. He snorts coldly, putting on an air of mystery. At the same time, a phantom beast slowly materializes behind Su Beiweng. He summons the Taodi. It fully manifests into its true form, unleashing a thunderous roar. His eyes blaze wide. He commands the Taodi to slash its claws at Wu Junji's battle body. With a single strike, the battle body is torn to shreds. The battle body shattering inflicts devastating damage on Wu Junji, sending him flying backward, blood erupting from his mouth. As expected, a side character can never stand against the real deal. The crowd is stunned. No way, the extraordinary prodigy of the Wu clan couldn't even withstand a single move. Is Su Beiweng really this powerful? After his strike, Su Beiweng walks slowly toward the fallen Wu Junji. He looks down at him with contempt. Tusk softer than a woman, you'd be better suited as a serving boy in a pleasure house." The Wu clan prodigy, thoroughly beaten, still bares his teeth and screams, "I'll kill you." But Su Beiweng plants his foot on Wu Junji's head and turns to Jiang Wuji, "Crown Prince Jiang. This is the tiger you spoke of. A sickly cat that's nothing but an embarrassment." He raises an eyebrow, looking down with disdain. "You think this can fight me, Su Beiweng? Do you even deserve it?" He gathers spiritual energy at the soles of his feet as if truly intent on stomping Wu Junji to death. "Want me to crush you underfoot?" Only when her own side suffers does the queen emerge, shouting, "Stop." Su Beiweng remains as courteous as ever, speaking as though nothing has happened. "What guidance does your majesty have?" She thinks to herself, even though Zhang Hu has disgraced himself, he is still a heavily invested asset raised by the Wu family. A resource like that cannot be allowed to die at the hands of this Su Brat. Then she speaks, "This was merely training, let it end here." Su Beiweng nods in compliance, then turns to Zhang Hu. "I'll spare you this time. From now on, every time you see Mayu kneel, that's your thanks for the mercy of not killing you." And just for good measure, he gives him one final kick to vent. The bystanders watch and murmur, the Wu family really lost face this time. At least they saved a life. Maybe only Crown Prince Jiang #1 on the Qingyun rankings could stand against young Master Su. Hearing this, Su Beiweng turns and says, "Crown Prince Jiang, how about a fight?" But Crown Prince Jiang, his face stiffening with apprehension, replies, "Your combat energy is far too depleted. How could this prince take advantage of that?" "Just what I was hoping for, it arrives right on cue." Crown Prince Jiang talks a fine game, but is he scared? "We fight another day. This prince wants to suppress you at your absolute peak." Hearing this, Su Beiweng silently labels him a total noob. He puts on a magnanimous front. "With Jiang Wuji here, who among the younger generation dares claim invincibility? I'll give you 1 year to grow. Then, this prince will crush you with a mere snap of my fingers." Though he speaks so boldly, his real thoughts are far less noble. "You think I'm stupid? This Su bastard is a genuine monster. That phantom fist technique was absolutely terrifying. I'm not confident I can beat him. If I fight him now and lose my #1 spot on the Qingyun rankings, what then?" Seeing Jiang Wuji refuse to fight, Su Beiweng turns away with a cold snort. having witnessed his power firsthand. The crowd immediately thinks of the eldest princess. Young Master Su's strength is truly without equal. Back then, the eldest princess was exactly the same. Young Master Su is truly a spitting image of Her Highness. Hearing this, the queen thinks to herself, I cannot let him continue to swagger around so freely. At Taishu Palace, the eldest princess speaks up. Are you done showing off? Su Beiweng doesn't forget to kiss up. He grins, eyes curved with mirth. All thanks to your highness's protection and prestige. Crushing those ants was as easy as eating and drinking, absolutely effortless. The eldest princess regards him with a satisfied gaze. Not bad at all, she praises. Seizing the moment, Beiweng continues, Your Highness, do you happen to have a slave seal? The eldest princess asks curiously, Do you wish to become my servant? Beiweng fidgets with his fingers and replies, Slave is too harsh a word, but I am willing to do anything for your highness. His lecherous side flares up again. He grins slyly to himself. Washing her feet, for instance, would be perfectly fine. The eldest princess asks again, What do you want the slave seal for? Beiweng explains, I want the slave seal to erase the memories of a certain thing. It would also grant complete control over it, essentially turning it into a human puppet. Even the soul manipulation masters of the Imperial Observatory couldn't accomplish it. Jinshuang immediately understands what Beiweng is planning. Her slender fingers twitch slightly. This princess knows exactly what you're after, so young yet so scheming. With that, she produces a tome from her storage artifact and hands it to Beiweng. Su Beiweng hastily bows in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Once business is concluded, Jinshuang promptly kicks him out of Taishu Palace. Sent flying by the kick, Beiweng obediently responds, Yes, ma'am. After booting Beiweng out, the eldest princess murmurs, He spends all day flattering me, then goes outside and acts like a complete tyrant. After some time passes, this princess will arrange a mission for you. Outside the city, Beiweng rides off on horseback, muttering to himself, the good part's about to begin. Out on the streets, people are still buzzing about yesterday's duel. Have you heard the news? The Wu family's prodigy possesses the Brahma battle body, yet he couldn't withstand even a single blow, squashed like an ant. As for Jiang Wuji, #1 on the Qingyun ranking, outright dodged the fight. This Su Beiweng really knows how to hide his strength. Silent all this time, but now he's about to shake the 9 provinces to their core. Most terrifying of all, he even rejected the inheritance of the ancient Confucian sages. He's a dangerous one, strikingly similar to the 5th demon lord. At this very moment, figures of equally terrifying standing arrive. Zhao Qingju, the holy maiden of Jayaachi, along with the young valley master, and from the other side, Zheng Xin of the Nong family and Xuan Yuan Zhangqing of the Xuan Yuan clan. All of them have their eyes set on the eldest princess and Su Beiweng. All 4 harbor deep hatred toward the pair, sharing one united purpose. Diwu and Zaire Doomsday has arrived. Outside the small town of Manyu, a report comes in. Demonic activity has been detected 500 li from Minyu town. The 6 Doors Bureau is requested to purge the evil. As Beiweng subdues the demons, he thinks to himself, good thing I knew about Kui the Elder's secret demon-raising estate. And I even remembered this particular evil spirit. This is basically free credit. He gazes with satisfaction at the treasure bestowed by Jinshuang. The exorcism gate the eldest princess gave him also proves useful, saving him considerable effort. With that thought, he rounds up the demons and mounts his horse back to the capital. Meanwhile, in the queen's quarters, a maid receives word of Beiweng's request for an audience and hurries to report to the Heavenly Queen. The Heavenly Queen learns that Su Beiweng of the 6 Doors Bureau requests an audience. She never expected him to dare show his face. Memories of the humiliations he inflicted flood her mind. With Ragetha's man has stripped away her dignity time and again. She would tear him apart if she could, yet he still dares come here. But for the sake of appearances, she cannot refuse the audience. After a moment's deliberation, she commands, grant him entry. Immediately after, Su Beiweng enters trailing a dark aura and declares, your servant greets the Heavenly Queen. The queen's face drains of color the instant she lays eyes on the evil spirit. She cries out in alarm, a demon. An iron cage drops from seemingly nowhere. Lock it up at once, she shouts. Beiweng complies, commanding the chains binding the demon to deposit it into the cage. Once Beiweng releases the chains, what appears inside the cage is a girl radiating dense evil energy, sitting there calmly. The queen cannot fathom why he has brought a demon here. She fixes him with a suspicious gaze. What is the meaning of this? Beiweng speaks, Your Majesty, while carrying out my duties I captured this charm demon. It has connections to the first prince. Hearing this, the queen of course does not believe him right away. She knows Jai Wudao well enough. Great Cayenne forbids dealings with demon. Sanyon found colluding with evil spirits is executed without mercy. Even as stupid as Jai Wudao may be, as a prince, he would never dare violate the founding principles of Great Cayenne. This humble official dared not conceal such matters and took the liberty of reporting directly to Your Majesty. Hearing this, the Heavenly Queen immediately thinks of Wang Tungxi, and she understands exactly what he is trying to do. Wang Tungxi had no personal grudge against him unless someone ordered it. That someone could only be Jai Wudao. He came here for one reason, only revenge against Jai Wudao. Beiweng immediately offers a proposal. Your Majesty, I recommend performing a soul interrogation on the charm demon. He knows she is only pretending to hesitate. How could she ever pass up the chance to eliminate Jai Wudao? Stop pretending. The Heavenly Queen has only one daughter in this life. How could she not want to rid herself of the Jai clan's prince? Right now, I am handing you a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. The Heavenly Queen acts exactly as he predicted. She immediately seizes on this. It was my failure to discipline him properly. This princess has wronged His Majesty. The prince was bewitched by Demonsit has nothing to do with Your Majesty. How Your Majesty treats the princes and princesses the whole world knows full well. The Heavenly Queen dismisses him after finishing. You are dismissed. Tomorrow's morning court shall decide this matter. Seeing his plan has succeeded, Beiweng says no more and respectfully withdraws. Your Majesty is most wise. The next morning, the charm demon inside the cage remains dazed, still not understanding what is happening. She eyes everyone in the hall with wariness. The first prince is present at this afternoon session. Upon hearing the Heavenly Queen's accusation, he cries out in disbelief. How can this be? He kneels on the ground, his voice trembling as he cries injustice. The accusation that I ordered Wang Tungxi to cast the curse is false. He's only doing this for revenge. Achi is the real traitor raising demons. Beiweng immediately rebuts, Your Highness, please do not speak nonsense. I bear no grudge whatsoever against you. Hearing this, the prince screams, Fine, yes, I ordered Wang Tungxi to cast the curse, but you didn't die, did you? Su Beiweng regards him with a smirk that isn't quite a smirk. Impossible, Your Highness is so benevolent. How could you ever wish me harm? I absolutely refuse to believe it. He turns to face the Heavenly Queen. I humbly request that Her Majesty personally interrogate the charm demon and restore this servant's innocence. The Empress saw this and roared, All of you shut up. Having said that, she lifted the binding spell on the succubus and began to interrogate her. The succubus, freed from the control within her cage, finally spoke up. He forced me to lure the dark demons from the northern abyss and build an entire demon army, stockpiling power for a rebellion to exterminate the 9 clans of the Wu family. The first prince lunged forward and screamed, Lies, I never said that, I didn't. Beiweng saw him lose his composure and began to fan the flames. Your Highness, are you trying to kill the demon to silence the witness? Who would have thought? Your Highness is truly heartless. Her Majesty the Empress treated you as her own son, and you repay her like this. The first prince continued to cry out in desperation. Your Majesty, your son is innocent. He dropped to his knees before Su Beiweng and begged, Please let me go, I'm begging you. He bowed his head so low that his long hair cascaded down, hiding the expression on his face. His body trembled, his voice choked with sobs. Please, let me go. But Su Beiweng remained unsatisfied and pressed on. Your Highness, the evidence speaks for itself. The Empress feared that delays would only breed complications. She cut Beiweng off, intent on pronouncing the verdict and sentencing Jai Wudao to death immediately. The rebel Jai Wudao for colluding with Dark Demonsis sentenced to death. She flung the imperial decree down before Jai Wudao. Yet the first prince continued to howl. I am a prince of the Great Cayenne, you must clear my name. But after that cry, not a single soul spoke up for the first prince. He couldn't believe it. The civil and military officials who had once supported him now sat silent as quails. Are all of you blind? The Great Cayenne of today is the world of the Wu family. Pushed past the breaking point, he pointed straight at Empress Wu Zhao and screamed. Wu Zhao abuses her power, she conspires to frame the innocent. The spirits of the nation bear witness. She paid no heed to his accusations. Wu Zhao's voice turned ice cold as she ordered the execution. The moment the order was given, streams of black death qi erupted from his body. At the brink of death, Jai Wudao fixed his gaze on Beiweng and spat out a venomous curse. Su Beiweng, mark my words, you will die. Seeing that Jai Wudao was dead, Beiweng wasted no more time. He turned and moved to leave. However, an elder of the Jai clan stepped forward and called out, "You, surnamed Zu, stop right there. You've just laid hands on a prince of the Jai clan. Your days of running rampant are numbered." Su Beiweng showed no sign of unease as he responded, "If the imperial family wishes to bully me, I'll play this game to the bitter end." Back in the chambers of the eldest princess, she cast a glance at Beiweng, her voice dripping with satisfaction. His ability to twist black into white, fan the flames, and strike with such cunning truly extraordinary. Su Beiweng lowered his head, a smile in his voice as he replied, "It's all thanks to your highness. Without your tacit approval, how could things have gone so smoothly?" Flashback to that day in the outskirts at Man Yue Town, the place where Beiweng captured the succubus. Immediately after the capture, he used the soul seal that Jin Shuang had given him on the succubus. He implanted new memories into the succubus's mind, memories of Jai Wudao ordering her to assemble the demon army. He gazed at the soul seal on his hand, thinking, "The soul seal Her Highness gave me is truly extraordinary. It erases memories and inserts fabricated ones directly into the target's mind. Master this technique, and anything is possible down the road." But even with a treasure like this in hand, he refuses to grow arrogant or drop his guard. Beiweng thought to himself, if the target cultivates a special defensive technique, the person who placed the seal will suffer a backlash. Better stay cautious. The eldest princess looked at him, amusement coloring her voice. "Aside from the fact that you dragged my name around to bully people, everything else was handled quite well." Beiweng curved his eyes into a sweet smile and said, "To receive your highness's praise, it's sweeter than the finest candy in the world." Outwardly he said this, but inwardly he was overjoyed, thinking, but the part about throwing my weight around, that still needs to be cranked up. The eldest princess continued, "There is a mission I wish to assign to you." The moment Jin Shuang mentioned a mission, Beiweng immediately straightened up. "Your highness, please speak." Jin Shuang rose to her feet and laid out the mission. "Go to the Mi Li domain and capture a six-tailed fox spirit for me." The identifying features of the six-tailed fox spirit: 6 tails, an intricate fox demon pattern etched on the brow, thick pink fur, and eyes red as blood. Upon hearing the mission details, information about the six-tailed fox spirit immediately surfaced in his mind. Legend has it that the Mi Li domain was forged 2,000 years ago by a half-step supreme cultivator. Remnants of his primal power still linger within. Anyone above 4th rank grandmaster cannot enter. The six-tailed fox spirit is an exceedingly rare existence. The fox clan births one only once every 1,000 years. After assigning the mission, Jin Shuang noticed Beiweng had gone silent. A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. "Is there a problem?" He caught the displeasure in her voice and immediately bowed his head. "None at all. Forget missions. I wouldn't dare blink even if it meant dying for your highness." Jin Shuang cut straight to the point. "Very well, then go die right now." Hearing this, even Su Beiweng was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Her Highness to actually say that. She crossed her arms, stared at him, and tossed out a piece of information about the Fox clan. The Fox clan is lustful by nature. They excel in seduction arts and are drawn most to handsome men. Upon hearing this, Su Beiweng thought to himself, wait, there's a perk like this. How do I suppress my cultivation? And handsome, the Mi Li domain is basically tailor-made for me. Jin Shuang raised an eyebrow and warned Beiweng, "This six-tailed fox spirit holds great value to me. Don't disappoint me." Hearing this, Su Beiweng declared boldly, "If I fail to capture the six-tailed fox spirit, I shall not return." A glint of cunning flashed in Beiweng's eyes. He sighed dramatically. "It's just that men are born lecherous. I fear I might not be able to restrain myself and end up getting deceived by that fox spirit." Hearing this, the eldest princess erupted in fury. "Useless trash." Su Beiweng lowered his eyes, hiding the cunning within them, and answered obediently, "Your Highness teaches me well." Jin Shuang looked at Beiweng's demeanor and decided she didn't have the energy to curse him further. After a moment's thought, she resolved to give him a life-saving cultivation technique. "Forget it, the Fox clan's seduction art seeps into the very marrow. I'll grant you a cultivation technique to counter it." But Su Beiweng actually refused. "No need, Your Highness, perhaps you could consider testing me first." Jin Shuang hadn't expected him to refuse. Surprised and puzzled, she asked, "What kind of test?" Su Beiweng truly lived by the creed, better to die under a peonage, a ghost, and still be gallant. seeing his chance. The lecherous Su Beiweng spoke up, the Fox clan's seduction art can only be tested through physical contact. May I touch your highness just a little? Your highness is the most beautiful woman in all the world. If I can remain calm as still water, then what's a mere little fox spirit compared to her? He thought, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, even if it costs me my life. I need to cop a feel of the boss. The eldest princess's face darkened instantly. She fixed him with a threatening glare. Are you trying to play games with me? His true intentions exposed, Su Beiweng fell completely silent. Sensing that Jin Shuang was starting to get angry, he hurriedly answered, no, your highness misunderstands. Su Beiweng still refused to give up. He began spouting nonsense, it's just a light touch so your highness can probe whether my heart harbors any impure intentions. Hearing this explanation, she actually agreed. The moment he got approval, Su Beiweng was over the moon. Many thanks for your highness's graciousness. The little guy in his heart was jumping for joy. Finally, the day I've been waiting for has arrived. As he approached and reached toward the princess's feet, he thought, don't look up. If I look into her eyes, I'll definitely lose my nerve. Despite that thought, the moment he caught sight of Jin Shuang's slender legs with skin smooth as jade, he couldn't help but stare, utterly captivated, unable to look away. Su Beiweng gazed at those legs, his vision swimming, as if intoxicated beyond recovery. Is this the pinnacle of perfection? He stepped closer, hands trembling violently, and took hold of her feet. The sensation of soft, silky skin beneath his palms made his heart sing, worth it. Even if I die right now, it's worth it. He gently removed the shoe from her foot, groping around like a pervert. Soft, smooth, absolutely exquisite. Now that's a fine foot. After a while, both of his hands had fully claimed the eldest princess's feet. Sensing his behavior crossing the line, Jin Shuang kicked Su Beiweng away with a swift thrust of her foot. He immediately dropped to his knees on the ground, panicking inside. It's over, did the boss catch me? True to form, the eldest princess bellowed, glaring at him furiously. You wretched brat! Su Beiweng quickly prostrated himself, begging for mercy. My blood-chi body tempering is shallow, please forgive me. Inside he thought, damn it, the boss got mad again. My reaction was a bit much, wasn't it? With that he activated full flattery mode. This subordinate has learned a few recipes, allow me to cook them as atonement. True to his word. Within moments the table was spread with a dazzling array of exquisite dishes. Su Beiweng, wagging his tail like a loyal dog, brought over a pair of chopsticks. Your highness, please have a taste. Looking at the dishes he'd prepared, he thought, mountain delicacies and ocean feasts, the boss has seen it all. But the dishes I make now, the boss has definitely never seen anything like them. The eldest princess picks up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and eats it. Su Beiweng watches her and quickly asks, how does your highness find it? She replies, it's passable, food takes the edge off. Jin Shuang immediately relents, don't be an eyesore, you can get lost now. Seeing her anger has cooled, Su Beiweng seizes the inch and takes a mile, bearing his fox tail. Me like Hai Vuk is too far from the capital. I'm worried the travel time will be excessive. Could I request a flying treasure? He notices that Jin Shuang calls the food just okay, yet her chopsticks never stop moving. The boss is all tough talk, her body is completely honest. Isn't she just eating non-stop? He touched her leg and still had the nerve to think. We've practically had skin-to-skin contact now. Perhaps you should take responsibility for me. Jin Shuang's mouth threatens, but she never actually refuses his request. You're the first person who dared lay a hand on this sovereign. If this sovereign hadn't spotted the six-tailed fox demon, you'd be dead for sure. Scram! With that she hurls a sword at Su Beiweng. Receiving the precious sword, Su Beiweng shamelessly presses for more. Your highness, since I'll be completing the mission, is there any additional reward? Jin Shuang sees him pushing his luck and snaps, are you testing this sovereign's patience? Seeing her anger flare again, Su Beiweng nimbly leaps onto the precious sword. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to remind her, Your Highness, I've left the seasoning ingredients for these dishes in the kitchen. I'll go capture that six-tailed fox demon for your highness right away. Don't be alarmed. Boss, advancing one's cultivation mostly relies on seizing opportunities. There's still enough time. After Su Beiweng departs, the princess thinks to herself, he just ran off like that. Thinking of his instructions as if babysitting a child. Jin Shuang curses inwardly, this useless trash, you are supposed to be teaching this sovereign how to use the seasonings, aren't you? Meanwhile, as Su Beiweng flies, he thinks to himself, this chance to earn merit, I absolutely must capture that six-tailed fox demon. His thoughts drift further. Su Beiwing imagines putting fishnet stockings on her legs and grins slyly to himself. Next time, he'll hand-make a pair of black fishnet stockings for the boss to wear. Su Beiwing thinks to himself right now he has enemies everywhere, but luckily the boss's intimidation factor is powerful enough. They all fear the boss and don't dare make a move against him. He has to keep pace with the boss's footsteps. Thinking of Empress Tian and the Crown Prince, his resolve to grow stronger becomes even more ironclad. Suddenly, he notices something glowing beneath his feet. What kind of light is that? Seeing the 7-colored radiance emanating from behind an iron gate, Su Beiwing determines this light is no ordinary thing. Could it be another opportunity? Wiped clean. Seeing the bodies strewn across the ground, Su Beiwing doesn't rush inside. Being a bit more careful in a situation like this can't hurt. With that thought, he raises his hand and summons a treasure from his person. The moment the treasure activates, streams of light swirl across the sky and envelop him. A solid layer of defense is now in place. Su Beiwing sends out his divine sense to scan the area, then thinks looks like there's quite the brawl inside. Better wait out here once they've killed each other. I'll go in and pick up the scraps. Inside, everyone is fighting fiercely. Su Beiwing strides in and speaks with domineering authority. Hold it right there. Whatever treasure you found, hand it over, let me have a look. Everyone recognizes him and exclaims in shock, that's Su Beiwing, the Su young master who wiped out the Wu family's tiger. It seems Su Beiwing's reputation has spread. Everyone in the capital knows his name now. They continue, I heard even when the Kong clan sent people, they weren't his match. Young Master Su, surely you wouldn't stoop to killing people and seizing their treasures, would you? Su Beiwing continues to threaten. I don't like repeating myself. The eldest princess sent me to this cave dwelling to retrieve the treasure, yet you lot snatched it first. Be smart, don't make me use force. One of them speaks up, a gentleman values wealth but acquires it honorably. Using the eldest princess as a pretext is hardly becoming. The moment he finishes speaking, Su Beiwing snuffs him out. That mouth was the death of him. Had he kept quiet, he might have lived. Su Beiwing smirks at the corpse. Too bad I'm no gentleman. Seeing this, everyone realizes they stand no chance against him. Nobody wants to die early. One by one, they hand over their belongings. This humble one is also loyal to the eldest princess. I hold an amber command token, could you perhaps show some face? Su Beiwing replies, that won't do. I believe in fairness, equal treatment for all. Internally, he thinks, damn. I actually ran into one of Her Highness's subordinates. But hey, who told you to have such bad luck? Hearing this, the man slowly reaches for something inside his robe. Su Beiwing catches on, immediately trying to ambush me. After deflecting the man's move, he asks, you were trying to ambush me. The man realizes he's been caught. My magic artifact wasn't even out yet and he already detected it. Is he even human? He says, I wouldn't dare. Su Beiwing continues, next time don't try that again. After settling things, Su Beiwing bellows, hand over everything you've got. No one dares resist. A pile of treasures is laid out before him. Su Beiwing eyes the pile of treasures on the ground with disdain. Only this much. Relying on numbers to muscle your way through, there's no way the good stuff is limited to these low-grade, earth-tier trinkets. What's really in this cave? He wonders to himself. Surely there's something worth fighting over, otherwise why would everyone swarm here? Everyone speaks up, we heard it was a page from the divine jade book of Shank, but we've turned the entire cave upside down and found nothing. Hearing this, Su Beiwing thinks the divine jade book of Shank is a saint-grade treasure. It originally has 36 pages, each recording a different divine art or supreme technique. He then turns to look at a masked figure nearby. The number 92, that aura, why does it feel so familiar? Seeing Su Beiwing approach, Chu Feng jumps in fright, stammering, young master Zhu, it's me. The masked man pulls off his mask and says, I'm Chu Feng, do you still remember me? Seeing it's Chu Feng, that 92-layer leak. Showing up here, Su Beiwing magnanimously decides to spare the rest of the group. He orders you lot can leave. The one who stays behind is Chu Feng. Back when the curse was first being lifted, this Chu Feng had been a huge help. Su Beiwing fixes Chu Feng with a look and asks in a deep voice, what are you doing here? Hearing that he's been told to stay. Chu Feng's face goes pale as he stammers, young master Su, then I. Chu Feng knows he can't escape, so he forces a smile and explains the reason he's here. Thanks to the earth-tier sword manual young master Su bestowed upon me, my swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds. The Purple Lightning Sword sect in Yun province is holding a disciple recruitment next month. I want to try my luck. Hearing this, Su Beiweng immediately makes a proposal. I'm also heading to Yun province. As it happens, we can travel together. He doesn't beat around the bush and asks directly about the Divine Jade Book of Shank. The missing page of the Divine Jade Book, it's on you, isn't it? Chu Feng hears the question and immediately denies it. No, but Su Beiweng sees right through him. You dare play dumb in front of me. He thinks to himself, this kid finds all his opportunities through sheer luck, doesn't he? Your 92-layer Chi Luck Tower, where else would the page be if not on you? Chu Feng knows he can't fool Su Beiweng. He has no choice but to take out the Divine Jade Book page. But the fact that Su Beiweng knew about it baffles him so much he can't help but ask, Su Beiweng, how did you know it was on me? Su Beiweng says, the world is too chaotic, you're still too green. If someone else had found out, would you even still be alive? After putting away the Divine Jade Book page, he draws out his precious sword. Let's head to Yun province first. Seeing Su Beiweng has a flying sword, Chu Feng tries to ask for Iridianly to be mercilessly kicked off. Su Beiweng gives Chu Feng a cold glance. The sword was given to me by Her Highness, fly on your own. In the Mi Lai Kai Vuk, everyone is discussing that Su Beiweng from the Six Doors Bureau of Great Kayan is not even a scholar. Yet he's managed to master even literary combat arts. I heard in Great Kayan he has no equal. Upon hearing this, Chen Wushuang, a direct disciple of the Thunder Gate, scoffs coldly. That's only because he hasn't met me yet. The man standing across from him spots Su Beiweng approaching on his flying sword and exclaims, That's young Master Su. Wushuang still hasn't noticed the warning in the man's voice and arrogantly continues that Su Beiweng may have decent strength. But among the younger generation, he can only be considered average at best. Mid-sentence, Su Beiweng arrives. Everyone present exclaims, Su Beiweng is here. He casually stores the precious sword into his storage pouch. Everyone present watches with eyes full of admiration. Heavens, a flying sword, as expected of young Master Su possessing such a treasure. Seeing him arrive and immediately steal the spotlight, Wushuang cursed him under his breath, just a showboater, nothing more. Seeing his defiant, hostile expression, Su Beiweng raised an eyebrow and openly provoked him into a challenge. Someone's not convinced. Looks like a little sparring is in order, so you learn that some words shouldn't be thrown around so carelessly. The nearby crowd erupted into noisy chatter, daring to call young Master Su ordinary. That's one hell of a bold mouth. What a foul thing to say. Let's see how he handles this now. Being provoked and openly humiliated like this. Of course, there was no way Wushuang could refuse. He thought to himself, I'm a direct disciple of the Purple Lightning Sword sect of Yunju. If I back down from a fight, the entire sect becomes a laughingstock. Heaven, the martial artists of Yunju won't be able to hold their heads up. Seeing him accept the challenge, Beiweng said, let's begin. I want to use this chance to lure out the six-tailed fox. The charm realm is vast. The six-tailed fox won't be easy to find. Better to make some noise and let the fox come to me. Wushuang saw his arrogant, contemptuous attitude and gritted his teeth in fury. I'll be honest, I may not compare to those heaven-defying geniuses, but I am absolutely not some weakling for anyone to push around as they please. As he spoke, thunder cracked from the sky above. The crowd murmured, a direct disciple of the Purple Lightning Sword sect's swordsmanship is godlike, but instead of a sword, what appeared in Wushuang's hand was a horn. Everyone stared in shock. What? Instead of a weapon, he's using a horn. Su Beiweng, however, simply assessed it calmly. A treasure at the earth tier. Not bad, he does have some real strength. Without further delay, Wushuang began to play. The moment the sound reached them, the surrounding crowd grabbed their heads and screamed, it hurts. The horn's bewitching melody made heaven and earth seem to rage in response, a thunder boomed, as if striking right beside their ears. At the same time, a ghastly phantom carriage carried by specters materialized in the sky and came hurtling down toward Beiweng. Wushuang's voice, deep and hoarse, roared out, Souls Rturn waltz. The onlookers jolted in terror, every single one of them scared out of their wits. Beiweng, completely unfazed, pulled out a gyukin and muttered, playing at ghosts and ghouls. The coffin in the sky surged forward toward Beiweng's position. Ghostly claws burst forth from within the coffin. Without a shred of fear, he channeled spiritual energy, wrapping it around his entire body. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient divine beast materialized. With a single swipe of its claw, everything shattered into pieces. Wushuang's soul's return was obliterated. The backlash slammed him to his knees as he coughed up blood and conceded. I admit defeat. Beiweng put him down for good, then turned and said, no more talking trash from now on. Realizing he couldn't beat him, Wuxia proved to be a man who knew when to bend. He immediately offered to join as Beiweng's follower. Young Master Su, do I have the qualifications to serve as your follower? Beiweng glanced away dismissively. Can't beat me, so you just join, you've got some nerve. Wuxia then revealed that the third-floor ruins left behind by a half-step supreme were about to open. This piece of information made Beiweng stop dead in his tracks. Ruins of a half-step supreme in the charm realm. Beiweng considered the opportunities he could gain by letting Wuxia follow him. A glint of absolute determination flashed in his eyes. Rumors said the half-step supreme of the charm realm had left behind a 9-floor ruin. The higher the floor, the more valuable the treasures. Even if only the first 3 floors opened, there would be no shortage of Earth-tier treasures. He had to claim this opportunity for himself. After a brief moment of thought, he gazed coldly at Wuxia kneeling on the ground. So this grand opportunity has many contenders. No wonder he's asking to team up. Wuxia had no idea his opportunity was about to become Beiweng's prize. He knelt on the ground, cupping his fists respectfully. I beg young Master Su to graciously accept me. In his heart, he thought having a big boss backing me up is definitely much better than going solo. Beiweng put on a reluctant expression. Then I'll reluctantly take you in. Seeing him agree to accept him, Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Wonderful. From a distance, Xiu Feng arrived after running like a dying dog, finally spotting Beiweng. Breathless, he called out, young Master Su, didn't you say you'd go slow and wait for me? At this speed, I can barely keep up with you. The moment he heard follow, Wuxia's eyes went sharp as daggers, glaring at Xiu Feng. He assessed the man's cultivation, and hostility surged within him. Follow. Unless this guy is also one of young Master Su's followers. But he's just a useless 9th-rank cultivator. How could he be a retainer? Unless he's deliberately hiding his cultivation. Seeing Wuxia's hostility toward Xiu Feng, Beiweng's voice turned ice cold as he warned him. 1, get lost. 2, don't you dare test my patience. Xiu Feng looked at him with a pained expression, thinking bitterly if it weren't for reclaiming that missing gear, Wuxia, seeing the man's crestfallen face, took a step back and thought, it seems being young Master Su's follower is no easy job. As Beiweng walked ahead, he spotted a crowd gathering in the distance. He stopped abruptly, causing his 2 followers behind him to nearly crash into his back, his eyes fixed on the crowd. Quite the commotion up ahead, let's go take a look. A stone gambling hall. Stone gambling. Raw stones mined from ancient veins in the charm realm are cut open using specially crafted magic treasures. Inside, there could be hidden treasures. 90% of the raw stones are just old rock. Half of the remainder contain fragmented refining materials or shattered magic treasures. The odds of cutting out a fully intact magic treasure are astronomically slim. Xiao Yu, walking beside Xiao Fan, pointed toward the stone gambling hall with a coquettish gesture. Big brother, look at that raw stone. The stone gambling hall's owner gestured toward the stone beside them and asked one final time for confirmation. Are you certain you want that raw stone? Xiao Fan lowered his head and gently asked Xiao Yu, what do you think? She nestled into him like a little bird and replied, I trust you, big brother. Beiweng stood not far away watching this scene unfold. He sneered inwardly, how nauseatingly lovey-dovey. This little fox fits the image of a 6-tailed fox spirit perfectly. At that moment, the image of Jinshuang's shapely legs wrapped in black stockings flashed through his mind. Beiweng thought excitedly big boss could definitely pull off fishnet stockings. Given the possibility that Xiao Yu might be the 6-tailed fox spirit, Beiweng immediately checked the Qi Luck Tower above her head. But the number displayed was only 91. Beiweng felt this number was far too low for a 6-tailed fox spirit. He stroked his chin, falling deep into thought. Why only floor 91? That's not right. A 6-tailed fox spirit is born of Qi Luckon, appears only once every few centuries. It should be at least above floor 95. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He shifted his gaze to check Xiao Fan's Qi Luck Tower. The number displayed was 98, a figure so high it was almost unbelievable. Surprise flickered in Beiweng's eyes. Floor 98. This raw stone is a tidal wave of fortune waiting to happen. While Beiweng was observing the 2 of them and checking Xiao Fan's Qi Luck Tower, Xiao Fan softly coaxed Xiao Yu, how about I make it up to you? She put on a mature, understanding expression. I just feel bad for you, big brother. Watching them feed each other dog food, Beiweng seized the chance to snatch that raw stone for himself. Beiweng raised his voice toward the shopkeeper. I want that stone too. Hearing Beiweng's voice, Xiao Yu turned around. Her eyes widened with awe at the sight of his handsome features. She couldn't help but think he's so handsome. Xiao Fan noticed the two-toned hair atop his head and immediately recognized him. He asked, almost certain of the answer. You are young Master Su, correct? Beiweng clasped his hands behind his back, striding forward with an imposing air. Indeed. Hearing this, Xiao Fan chose not to contend and immediately yielded the raw stone to Beiweng. If young Master Su desires it, then please, my guest. Beiweng cast a casual glance at him. Much obliged. Seeing Xiao Fan's calm, unruffled composure after being robbed of his prize, Beiweng was genuinely surprised. Having his treasure snatched right in front of his woman and not a hint of urgency on his face. Interesting. A man like this is rare indeed. He's exceptionally good at enduring. Without further delay, Beiweng's hand transformed into a claw, extracting an earth-tier bracelet from within the raw stone. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's eyes filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Earth-tier, it's an earth-tier lower grade. Wuxia, standing beside him, was equally stunned to see Beiweng casually pull out an earth-tier bracelet. Young Master Su just effortlessly obtained an earth-tier defensive bracelet, just like that. Beiweng examined the earth-tier defensive bracelet in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt the bracelet was definitely concealing something more. It's only earth-tier. Lower grade unless it's related to some kind of ancient instrument. There must be a concealment formation within this bracelet. Otherwise, how could this worn-out thing correspond to a floor 98 Qiluk tower? A sudden flash of insight struck him. Beiweng turned around, his eyes gleaming with realization as he fixed his gaze on the Qiluk tower above Xiao Fan's head. So that's it. It's not about the raw stone. He himself is a true fate child. Beiweng didn't beat around the bush. He asked Xiao Fan directly, have you ever cultivated pupil arts? The moment he asked, he already knew the answer, which explained how Xiao Fan could see treasures hidden inside the stones. Xiao Fan showed no surprise at the question. He calmly acknowledged it. Young Master Su is perceptive. Interest glimmered in Beiweng's eyes as he asked for his name. May I ask your name? Xiao Fan paused for a moment, looking at him. After a few seconds of silence, he honestly reveals his name. I am Xiao Fan. The instant he states his name, memories from the resentful spirit connected to Xiao Fan flash through Su Bei's mind. Surprise flickers in his eyes. Never imagined the very person the resentful spirit desperately begged him to eliminate has materialized right before him. Xiao Fan, son-in-law of the Su family. So this is Xiao Fan, young master of the Xiao clan main branch and the Great Yan Holy Land. Xiao Fan continues, young Master Su, are you also here seeking the ruins of the Half-Step Supreme? Su Bei finds this odd. Why is he being so courteous? What's his angle? Xiao Fan carries on, I happen to have some knowledge of these ruins. Once they open tomorrow, would you allow me to travel alongside you? Young Master Su. Su Bei snorts coldly. HMPH, a treasure-hunting rat knocking on my door of his own accord. This son-in-law Xiao is a child of destiny who could possibly snatch the good loot from him in those ruins. Su Bei doesn't answer right away. He shifts his gaze to Xiao Wu, sizing her up. She's likely from the fox tribe. What's her purpose in getting close to Xiao Fan? Thinking of the six-tailed fox, he decides to tag along with them. Sticking with her might make finding that six-tailed fox demon a breeze. With that thought, he speaks as if it's a deal too good to pass up. Su Bei senses Xiao Fan's courteous demeanor hides ulterior motives. Either way, the priority is keeping this son-in-law Xiao close. No one showers you with flattery for no reason. No one is good to you out of pure benevolence. This son-in-law absolutely has something else planned. Well then, let's see who ends up devouring whom. Xiao Fan says the ruins open tomorrow. Let's meet here. I'll take my leave for now. Xiao Wu sidles up and speaks in a honeyed voice. Big brother, my name is Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Su Bei thinks those spirit marks are already showing on her faces, definitely from the fox tribe. Aren't fox spirits supposed to be lustful? Then she should be following me instead. There's something on son-in-law Xiao's body that attracts the fox tribe. Xiao Feng speaks up from the side, young Master Su, that young lady has been staring at you non-stop. Aren't you even going to glance her way? Su Bei turns his back with maximum swagger and says, this is my courtesy. If I carelessly meet her eyes even once, it could become a memory etched deep in her heart for a lifetime. One glanceth that's an entire lifetime right there. Then he thinks plundering the treasures of the Child of Destiny is critical, and the boss's mission is equally critical. Both matters now involve son-in-law Xiao. He needs to lay out a meticulous, airtight plan to net them all in one sweep. Jinchuang's stunning, city-toppling beauty suddenly surfaces in his mind. Longing drives him. He just wants to finish this quickly, fly back to her side and gather as much as humanly possible, no matter the cost. Hurry back to Jiaoguang Hall. The eldest princess is still waiting at Xiao Fan's residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan returns and sits cross-legged, activating a magic treasure capable of transmitting his voice to summon Jai Minju. "Are you there, miss? I've encountered Su Beiwang." Jai Minju hears his call and immediately appears within the mirror, asking, "Where?" Xiao Fan answers quickly, "I'm in the Mi Li domain. I've already gotten close to him with a bit of effort." Jai Minju responds at once, "I'll head there immediately." Her voice carries towering hatred. "Eliminating this treacherous scum I will not refuse. My great Yan Holy Land has a grudge against the fifth demon lord. This time we can kill that dog of hers." Xiao Fan hears the hatred in her words. Gazing at the furious beauty, he quickly says, "Miss Jai, I'll keep watch over him around the clock. When the time comes, I'll lend you a hand." He says this, but in his heart he thinks, although she is a princess, "I am the representative of the Holy Land. I absolutely have the qualifications to walk by her side." Jai Minju replies, "Young Master Xiao, thank you. Once those Sus are slain and my imperial brother is avenged, I will repay this debt." Xiao Fan speaks with utmost courtesy, "Miss Jai, there is no need for such formality. Su Beiwang and the fifth demon lord have committed countless evils. Any righteous person would want them dead. It is simply my duty. Being able to make your acquaintance, Miss Jai, already brings me great joy." Before Jai Minju vanishes, he adds, "Miss Jai, I've devised a detailed plan. The two of us will block them from both sides. Thighs. Su villain will find it impossible to escape, even if he sprouts wings." Jai Minju answers gently, "Very well, I'll be waiting." With that, she fades from view. Watching her image disappear, Xiao Fan murmurs softly, "I'll wait for you." For a beauty, Xiao Fan would truly do anything. A cruel glint flashes in his eyes. "Su Beiwang, between us there is no enmity, no grudge. But I will topple every genius of this generation without exception. You are the first tiger blocking my path. If you can't even defeat Miss Jai, then I'll step in at the perfect moment, not only to kill you, but to conveniently win Miss Jai's heart as well." Suddenly, a knock sounds from outside the door. Xiao Fan commands, "Enter." Xiao Wu calls from outside, "Big brother, can you take me for a stroll through the ancient Mili city again?" Xiao Fan ruffles Xiao Wu's head with a doting expression and says, "Come on then, big brother will walk with you." But in his heart he thinks, "I've cultivated the great Yan divine pupil art, even if you conceal your demonic aura. In my eyes you're nothing but a four-tailed fox demon, but following you might just lead me to the rare six-tailed one." At the desolate ruins of the Half-Step Supreme, Su Bei's group surveys the ruins before them in silence. Su Bei speaks up, "Brother Xiao, you claim to have knowledge of these ruins, then by all means lead the way." Hearing this, Xiao Fan makes a welcoming gesture, "After you, young Master Su." Entering the ruins, Su Bei watches Xiao Fan and Xiao Wu walking ahead and thinks with a sneer, "This treasure-hunting rat loves playing the tiger." Xiao Fan's calm composure is impressive. Son-in-law Xiao certainly lives up to his pedigree from a great clan. His patience surpasses even Yi Tian's. His emotions never betray him. This one is no simple character. The deeper they venture, the more colossal centipedes appear. As they walk, a venomous centipede emerges from the roadside. Xiao Fan sneers at the sight, "Just a mongrel beast." He then lunges forward to attack the creature. To show off in front of the beauty and for Su Bei's benefit, Xiao Fan uses only 30% of his strength but puts on a show of going all out. In moments, the monster is dispatched, but Xiao Fan collapses into heavy panting. Xiao Wu says, "Brother Xiao, you're amazing. My meager talent is embarrassing by comparison." Hearing this, Su Bei merely gives him a knowing half-smile. "With Brother Xiao here, we can navigate this ruin with far greater ease." Su Bei thinks to himself, he's still deliberately hiding his true strength. This kid isn't just 8th rank. Xiao Fan accepts the praise with a humble bow, "Hardly." In his heart, he thinks, "If I don't put on this obsequious, flattering act, how could I get young Master Su to lower his guard?" Suddenly, a loud exclamation, "A Millennium Golden Spirit Lingjai, On the side, a luminous mushroom glows. The golden spirit lingjai is a type of spiritual herb containing extraordinarily pure spiritual energy. Even a small slice can significantly boost cultivation. Used in pill refining, it enhances other spiritual herbs and carries a chance of producing qi imbued with special elemental attributes. Spotting something valuable, Wuxia immediately shoves Xu Feng aside and lunges to seize it. In an instant, Xu Feng and Wuxia stand on opposite sides, each tugging at the lingjai mushroom. Wuxia sees that Xu Feng won't let go and snarls, "I spotted this golden spirit lingjai first. Who the hell do you think you are?" Xiao Fan watches and thinks this spiritual herb is as good as mine. Worst case, I'll use my real strength. At this moment, Su Bei steps in to mediate. It's just a single golden spirit lingjai. Is there really a need to turn on each other and fight to the death over it? We're all family here, we must it come to this. At the word family, everyone cringes. Family? What kind of family is this supposed to be? Su Bei grabs their hands and says, "We charged into these ruins together. This is fate, we should rely on each other close as family. How about this thy's spiritual herb will be temporarily stored with me for safekeeping." Su Bei truly has not a shred of shame. How can words so brazenly shameless actually leave someone's mouth? From this moment on, whatever we find, I'll handle the collection and safekeeping. When we exit the ruins, everything gets split equally per person. Deal? He smiles with crescent eyes and continues, "Otherwise, everyone will be slaughtering each other over every spiritual treasure along the way. I'm soft-hearted, I can't bear to watch such scenes. Besides, it would waste time better spent hunting for opportunities, don't you think?" Hearing this, all three stare in disbelief. How can such shameless words leave young Master Su's mouth with such righteous confidence? This Su fellow truly takes arrogance to a level beyond all limits. Su Beiwang, you've truly opened my eyes to the boundless frontiers of shamelessness. Su Bei waves his hand, sweeping the lingjai into his pouch, then declares with utmost propriety, "These things mean nothing to me. When I act out here, I represent the eldest princess. Would I dare tarnish Her Highness's reputation?" The moment he mentions Jin Shuang, the whole group stares at him in disbelief. This is a threat, a brazen, undisguised threat. Su Beiwen glances over, feigning that he's just asked Xiao Fan for his opinion. "Xiao brother, what do you think? Is this arrangement acceptable?" What else can Xiao Fan possibly say at this point? He suppresses every emotion and replies, "For young Master Su to safeguard them is most fitting. What more could one ask for?" Young Master Su's compassion for the common folk truly earns my deepest respect. If everyone were treated as equals, perhaps this world would see no more killing for profit. Though he speaks so, in his heart he sneers, "Endure the small to achieve the great. Let him gloat while he can. Before long, I'll make him cough up double." The two attendants seethe with indignation. HMPH, acting just like a guard dog. Su Beiwang asks next, "And what about you two?" They nod frantically and say, "Young Master Su has always been a man of virtue. Who could possibly not trust you? They can't win in a fight, they have no choice but to switch sides." Realizing no one else dares oppose him, Su Beiwang stows the treasure away and says, "Then let's continue on." All the while, he has caught a flash of malice flickering through Xiao Fan's eyes. A chill settles deep in his gaze. "Just now I probed this Xiao family's son-in-law. His every move is suspicious as Healtheyes guy's a real turtle hiding in its shell. What the hell is he plotting?" "Young Master Su, this is the most dangerous section of the ruins. According to the ancient records of Yinzhu, these ruins contain 9 passages for paths of death, 4 paths of life, and only one single passage leads directly from the 2nd floor to the 3rd. Deleted. Xiao Fan truly does have knowledge of these ruins. He leads the way while explaining the details of the passage they're in. This passage blocks any and all detection methods whatsoever. Charging in is purely a matter of luck." Hearing this, surprise flickers in Su Beiwang's eyes along with a hint of amusement. Su Beiwang thinks of Jin Shuang and muses. "Could it be that the boss assigned this mission to me? Because I'm carrying too many treasures, it gave her the illusion that I'm someone with great chi luck. The boss has truly misunderstood this time." Xiao Fan glances at Xiao Wu, who trails behind with eager determination. Her enthusiasm makes him suspicious. This Li is extremely eager. Could it be related to the whereabouts of the 6-tailed fox spirit hiding on the 3rd floor? Thinking so, he pats Xiao Fan on the shoulder. "Xiao bro, care to take a walk with me?" At the same time, Jai Minju appears and calls out, "Su Beiwang, the grudge between you and the Jai clan ends today." Hearing her voice, Su Beiwang raises his head to look at Jai Minju. She stows her treasures away and descends to the ground. Wuxia and Xu Feng, upon seeing her, can't help but think Miss Jai truly looks like a celestial maiden who strayed into the mortal realm. Su Beiweng shows no surprise at her arrival. He even has the mood to tease, "I hear the princess transcends all worldly affairs. Why so violent the moment you arrive?" Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, the hatred within her is ready to erupt. "The person who killed my imperial brother's grudge must be avenged, or I have no face left to bear the Jai surname." Seeing she's about to attack, he has no desire for more words either. "Fine, a few words won't settle this. If we can settle it with fists, why waste time arguing?" Wuxia and Xu Feng immediately go pale. "I've heard the princess of De Qin is unfathomably deep, but this young Master Su is truly arrogant beyond belief." Xiao Fan speaks up, "Greetings, Miss Jai." Jai Minju hears this and casts him a silent, appraising look. After his greeting, Xiao Fan reveals his true colors, produces a command token, and says, "Young Master Su, did you ever imagine a day like this would come?" He unleashes the oppressive aura of an 8th-rank cultivator and declares confidently, "I, Xiao Fan, young master of the Xiao clan of the Grand Yan Holy Land, shall help Miss Jai slay the demon Su Beiweng today." Wuxia hears this and is so shocked her expression changes. The Grand Yan Holy Land is an apex tier power on the 9 continents. Xu Feng never expected his background to be this enormous. "No wonder I always felt this person was no ordinary figure." Seeing Su Beiweng remain utterly unmoved, Xiao Fan thinks, puzzled, shouldn't he be panicking right now? Why is he reacting like this? He's good at pretending, all right, let's see how long he can keep up the act. Jai Minju immediately says, "Young Master Xiao, this is a private matter of the Jai clan." But despite her rejection, Xiao Fan does not back down. Helping Miss Jai eliminate this traitor is one would absolutely never refuse. Su Beiweng, seeing them drag on endlessly without fighting, loses his patience. He speaks, "Done talking, then fight. If I die, I deserve it, but if I don't, well, now that's where things get interesting." At the same time, the young master of Dunchi Valley suddenly appears, his face twisted with fury as he roars. "Su Beiweng, you dare steal our sect's blood, silkworm goo, I'll drink your blood and feast on your flesh." Even facing 3-on-1, he feels no fear. "Blood silkworm goo, so Dunchi Valley is here too, no problem, all at once. Let's begin." Xiao Fan declares arrogantly, "Stubborn resistance, struggle all you want, it's meaningless." Seeing this state, Wuxia exclaims in shock, "A holy body, that's a holy body." Jai Minju also unleashes her oppressive aura, hovering in midair as she fixes her killing gaze on Su Beiweng. "I had no wish to bully the few with the many, but you, Su Beiweng, have pushed people too far, your sins are far too heavy." The young master of Dunchi Valley strikes first, launching his 2 bonded venomous centipedes straight at Su Beiweng. The instant the centipedes lunge, Su Beiweng swiftly activates his phantom shroud and vanishes into thin air. Xiao Fan sees him use the phantom shroud and urgently warns Jai Minju, "Miss Jai, be careful, his opening strike will definitely target the strongest among us." He doesn't forget to add, "Su Beiweng is still burning his essence blood." Jai Minju, seeing his silhouette vanish, also draws her treasured sword. Her body tenses with vigilance as she scans her surroundings. At this moment, Su Beiweng naturally has no intention of following their expectations. He manifests the Tao, his hand transforms into a massive claw that lunges at the young master of Dunchi Valley. The young master coughs up blood and is sent flying. Su Beiweng emerges without a scratch, his aura blazing with power. Struck by that single claw, the young master of Dunchi Valley can't mount any resistance. He trembles and collapses to his knees. Without hesitation, Su Beiweng drains every last drop of his essence blood. With his blood completely siphoned away, the young master's body withers to nothing but skin and bones. His mouth gapes wide in a silent scream, but no sound comes out. After draining the young master of Dunchi Valley dry, Su Beiweng turns to face Xiao Fan and Jai Minju. He says, "Many thanks for the essence blood you've gifted me and the mother blood silkworm goo inside your body. Princess, is it? Young master, is it? You provoked me first, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Su Beiweng launches his attack. Jai Minju gathers her chi to resist. Seeing her fight back, he channels even more spiritual power to clash against her. Xiao Fan sees Jai Minju at a disadvantage and immediately channels his spiritual power to shield her. he declares arrogantly, surname Su. No amount of skill can withstand the combined might of 2 heirs to top-tier legacies. Seeing this, Su Beiweng merely sneers as if it's beneath his notice. Xiao Fan sees him burning his essence blood again and thinks contemptuously burning his essence blood again, pathetic, lacking in both talent and wisdom. At this moment, the phantom of an ancient demonic beast materializes. Jai Minju, seeing him summon the Taowu, immediately forms hand seals to resist. It charges forward, attacking Jai Minju. At the same time, a small phantom hand creeps toward Jai Minju. She screams in shock, "What is?" Su Beiweng immediately says, "What shape does the princess prefer? Let me mold one for Yao. How's that?" The hand gropes at her chest. She can only scream in fury, "I will kill you." Xiao Fan, burning with jealousy, flies over and shouts, "You little bast. Ard, take your claws off her." Su Beiweng ignores him entirely and says, "I asked if you like it or not. Answer me." The hand draws even closer to her bosom. Seeing her humiliated, Xiao Fan seethes with rage and hatred. He shouts, "Miss Jai, we all share the same resolve. Surely the princess won't die here, Tade will she?" No sooner has he spoken than a stream of pink chi envelops Jai Minju, and she vanishes with the wind. Xiao Fan sees this and says, "Miss Jai just left like that." Seeing Jai Minju flee, Su Beiweng shifts his target and says, "Now it's your turn." Taking a devastating blow, Xiao Fan collapses to his knees, thinking in terror, "I need to get out of here or I'll die in this place." Xiao Fan pulls out a teleportation talisman and burns it. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to leave behind one final threat. Surname Su. The humiliation of today I will repay it 100-fold. Su Beiweng lunges forward, "Don't be in such a hurry to run." Seeing him charge, Xiao Fan quickly leaps back. He says that and bolts like a sore loser. Su Beiweng turns to his 2 lackeys, "Don't want a beating, then scram." Hearing that, Wuxia and Su Feng break into a dead sprint. Only after those 2 have fled far enough does Su Beiweng finally relax and examine the spoils he plundered from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is a child of fortune, even walking into an ancient death trap wouldn't kill him. Let's see what treasures the guy was hiding. That palm strike earlier triggered the system's auto-plunder. Time to see what it grabbed. He pulls out the treasures looted from Xiao Fan. From Xiao Fan's person, he obtains a martial manual, a map, and an ancient-looking key. He gives the items a once-over. The guy's trash is nothing special. Thighs is flood dragon blood. No wonder he's called a fortune piñata. This flood dragon blood is a supreme body-tempering treasury, very top-tier cultivator would kill for it. Plundered. Suddenly, Su Beiweng senses a presence and barks, "Who's there?" Xiao Wu leaps out from the shadows. "Big brother, it's just me." Seeing her, Su Beiweng asks, "Aren't you supposed to be with that son-in-law?" Xiao Wu deploys her fox charm again. "Big brother, I mean no harm," but Su Beiweng drops the pretense and asks point-blank, "You found me by tracking the scent of this flood dragon blood, didn't you?" Her expression shifts the moment she hears it. She thinks, he even figured that out, he really isn't easy to deal with. Su Beiweng continues, "So that's how it is. Son-in-law Xiao carried the flood dragon blood. But the charm Severance domain suppresses spiritual energy. Without a sure chance to steal it, all you could do was tail him. Am I right? Now the flood dragon blood is in my hands and here you are." Xiao Wu sidles closer. "Big brother, won't you give it to me?" Su Beiweng opens the vial of flood dragon blood. The aura of the flood dragon instantly forces Xiao Wu to revert to her true form, a four-tailed fox. "What are you doing?" Su Beiweng doesn't answer. He simply holds up the vial, ready to drink. Xiao Wu is stunned. Drinking raw flood dragon bloodos, he want to explode his body to death. Su Beiweng replies coldly, "That's none of your concern, want it? Then that depends on my mood." Realizing reasoning is useless, Xiao Wu switches to soft tactics. "Big brother, you're so mean," but her fox charm fails to shake his resolve even slightly. He thinks with contempt, "Is this all a seductive fox spirit has to offer?" Su Beiweng asks, "What do you need the flood dragon blood for?" Xiao Wu curses internally. "This guy is absolutely insufferable. I can't beat him in a fight and my charms don't work. What the hell is he?" His voice takes on a hypnotic quality. "Tell me, perhaps I'll help you." But Xiao Wu persists with her charms. "Give me the flood dragon blood, and I'll do anything you want." She presses her demon fox allure harder, coaxing sweetly, "Big brother, please." At that moment, a hallucination appears before Su Beiweng's eyes. Xiao Wu materializes in a skimpy, seductive office outfit. "Come here, won't you?" But gradually her image morphs into a skeleton, gazing at him with coquettish grace. Su Beiweng holds firm, the true beauty in his heart is the boss. He shatters the illusion she conjured. You think you can compare to the boss? A cute little thing like Yaon Punch and you'd probably be sniffling for hours, wouldn't you? Xiao Wu still won't give up. She deploys her fox charm once more. Big bro, am I not pretty? Su Beiweng says coldly, I have no interest in women. Though he says that, he mentally adds an exception except for the boss. Seeing her fox charm utterly useless, Xiao Wu finally drops her mask. She threatens him, do you want to become an enemy of the fox tribe? But Su Beiweng responds with exasperation, you really talk too much. Sensing the aura radiating from him, she falters. Xiao Wu is nothing if not adaptable. She switches to flattery. Dear big brother, I was just playing around. I heard a newborn six-tailed fox was born among your fox tribe. Is it here? Take me to see it. Hearing that, she quickly denies it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Seeing her dishonesty, he pretends to turn and leave. Fine then, it's not like I can't find it myself. Xiao Wu thinks to herself, he has the flood dragon blood. I can't let him get away. With no other choice, she finally leads him to the six-tailed fox. Going deeper inside, they come upon something resembling a sacrificial altar. A ghostly bull figure hovers in midair, exuding an eerie aura. Su Beiweng immediately recognizes it. A Kui Nayuon of the 10 great primordial divine beasts, a legend of legends. When he sees the six-tailed fox lying on the altar in deep slumber, he understands. This six-tailed demon fox has devoured too much of the Kui Niu's primal essence blood and lost consciousness from the overload. After connecting all the dots, he understands why Xiao Wu has been clinging to him so desperately. This flood dragon blood essence can dilute the Kui Niu's primal essence blood. No wonder that four-tailed fox was so frantic. Having pieced everything together, he shoots toward the six-tailed fox. I'll take on this Kui Niu primal blood for her. Northern darkness blood-devouring divine art. Xiao Wu cries out stop. She shifts into a combat stance. Don't you dare touch her. Seeing her block his path, Su Beiweng swats her aside. I'm helping it. Xiao Wu lies on the ground, screaming desperately, don't. He stands before the altar, looking down at the demon fox. This six-tailed demon fox is someone the boss specifically needs. Thinking of Jin Shuang, his intent to use the northern darkness divine art fades. Without the boss's approval. Recklessly touching this little fox spirit might cause unintended consequences. Forget it, hold back, even if it means betraying the whole world, I will not displease the boss. He lifts the six-tailed fox kit and says, what are you so worked up about? I'm examining its body. Then he gently speaks to the six-tailed demon fox, open your mouth. Though the six-tailed demon fox is deep in slumber. It obediently opens its mouth. A scheme forms in his mind, and a sinister gleam flashes across Su Beiweng's eyes. He turns to Xiao Wu, I can give you the flood dragon blood but on one condition. Hearing that, she brightens with joy. Name it. He presents his condition, come with me to the imperial capital. She refuses immediately, not going. Seeing her reject him, he feigns retreat. I see, then I suppose there's nothing more to discuss. He walks over and looks down at her, delivering his deduction. I wager the two of you escaped from the fox tribe without permission. Aren't you afraid I'll tell everyone? He gently strokes the soft, furry ear of the six-tailed demon fox. His touch is gentle, but his words are ice cold. When that happens, I won't be the only one interested in this six-tailed fox. Su Beiweng's reasoning is airtight. Xiao Wu can't refute it. She grits her teeth in fury. Realizing she has no other option, she pulls out a ghost talisman. We'll go. But only if you swear an oath on this ghost talisman. If you deceive me, you forfeit your life forever. Do you dare? Su Beiweng naturally has nothing to fear. I won't bet my life, but I can wager something else with you. He places both hands over his heart and takes the oath. As long as you and this six-tailed demon fox come to the imperial capital with me, I will immediately hand over the flood dragon blood essence. If I break this oath, I, Su Beiweng, shall have my fortune plundered by the heavenly Tao itself. Xiao Wu finally relents. Fine, you're ruthless. Losing one's fortune is no different from losing one's life. Su Beiweng presses, so we have a deal? Yes. Though Xiao Wu finds him somewhat strange, seeing him swear an oath puts her somewhat at ease. Besides, we still have ways to protect ourselves. Why should we fear him? Su Beiweng asks further, what are your real names? She holds the child in her arms and answers, my name is Du Wu and this is my little sister. Duya? The name Duya immediately triggers something in Su Beiweng's mind, some prodigal figure. What's your surname? You wouldn't happen to be surnamed San, would you? Xiao Wu snaps, our surname is Hu, obviously. He reaches out to touch Duya. No matter what your surname is, the boss's mission is complete. But the moment his hand reaches for Duya's cheek, she vanishes. Xiao Wu has hidden her away. Even after he swore an oath, she doesn't trust him one bit. Duya stays with me, don't you dare touch her. Su Beiweng doesn't press the matter. Fine, then let's head to the imperial capital. Suddenly, strange auras erupt across the sky. Dark clouds engulf the heavens. The newcomer is the Valley Master of the Severed World Valley. Upon learning of his son's death, he has rushed here immediately. Spotting Su Beiweng, he roars with fury. Su Beiweng, his sword levels downward as he screams, you dare kill my sanpei with your life. Seeing the incoming blade, Xiao Wu's face fills with panic. You can't die, give me the flood dragon blood first. At that moment, a ring of light appears, enveloping the two of them. Seeing the spot where Su Beiweng had stood now empty, the Valley Master sneers. Stinking brat, you won't get far. His sword plunges clean through the earth. That single strike proves he wants Su Beiweng's wretched life. Meanwhile, at the Teichu Palace, Jinshuang gazes down from above at the trusted eunuch. The eunuch holds a scroll and reports to the eldest princess with utmost reverence. Your Highness, young Master Su's whereabouts are unknown. The Qingyan rankings have been updated and his name is no longer on it. Diwu Jinshuang assumed that every time the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion opens a heavenly zone, there's always a hidden heavenly ranking. Su Beiweng's battle record was already illustrious, had long been listed in the heavenly rankings. One of the 36 strongest on the 9 provinces continent. If so, it would be far too great a waste. Thinking this, she tore the scroll apart and issued her command. Relay my orders. Dunchi Valley, leave not even a chicken or dog alive. The moment the words left her lips, an ice phoenix materialized beneath her feet. Dunchi Valley sat nestled among towering mountain ranges. The disciples of Dunchi Valley had their lives snuffed out one by one, before they could even resist. A single strike from Jinshuang sent them coughing blood straight to their graves. Jinshuang gazed down at the Valley Master of Dunchi Valley, killing intent flickering in her eyes. The Valley Master of Dunchi Valley crawled on the ground and pleaded, "Fifth Princess, me son died at Su Beiweng's hands. I only wanted to avenge him." Before he could finish his reasoning, she sent him to join his son. He can kill you all, but you cannot lay a finger on him. That is this princess's doctrine. A streak of light flashed between 2 mountain peaks. Over at the cloud mist demon abyss forest, a voice rang out, 800 years without tasting human flesh and they've finally been delivered right to our doorstep. The demon looked at Su Bei with greedy eyes and said, and we've even caught ourselves a fox spirit. Once the boss arrives, we can really enjoy ourselves. Xiao Yu, seeing both of them about to meet their end, grumbled, I thought he was some kind of big shot. Turns out we stumble into the cloud mist demon abyss, and now I'm going to be bullied to death. Su Bei retorted, what does that have to do with me? The teleportation talisman didn't listen to me either. The little demons, seeing that their boss had arrived, cut into the two's argument. The boss is here, the boss is here. These are the 2 we caught. The demon king took one look at Su Bei and recognized him. Isn't this Su Beiweng? He immediately roared at his underlings. Who told you to capture young Master Su? Are you tired of living? Su Bei thought to himself, so even the demons know who I am. After untying Su Bei, the demon king bowed with cupped fists and said, the 5th Demono. The eldest princess learned that young Master Su had gone missing and was extremely worried. She has already leveled Dunchi Valley to the ground. Who would have thought the young master would end up at my humble abode? What a blessing, what a blessing. It's just that my blind subordinates offended the young master, please forgive them. But in the Demon King's raging heart, he thought otherwise. Why did you have to land in my territory? If something truly happens to him, my little life is forfeit too. Deep down, the Demon King's heart was roaring with fury. Why did you have to land in my territory? If something truly happens to him, my little life is forfeit too. Hearing this, Su Bei immediately deployed the Lion's Bite technique demanding compensation for emotional distress. So the boss leveled Dunchi Valley for my sake. Since you know you're in the wrong, let's talk compensation. Su Bei's heart was blooming like flowers. The boss truly treats me well. The Demon King, seeing him demand compensation for emotional distress, could only smile stiffly, not daring to refuse. Please speak freely. We barbarians don't understand etiquette. What price must we pay? Eyes squeezed shut, he forced out a pained smile. Su Bei curved his eyes into a grin and held up one finger. Su Bei said, I just want a little essence blood from a 4th-tier beast, that'll do. The Demon King offered a small amount. But Su Bei shook his head. No, so the Demon King guessed again, 1 bottle, but Su Bei said no, 1 vat. Though the Demon King's heart ached as if doused in vinegar, for the sake of his little life he still agreed. Very well, consider it forging a friendship with young Master Su. Immediately, Su Bei received a vat of 4th-tier beast essence blood. The Demon King now just wanted to send this great Buddha on his way as quickly as possible. Smiling through tears, he said, Is young Master Su heading back to the capital? I'll escort you there. However, Su Bei asked, Do you have any spider spirits here? The Demon King answered. Su Bei grinned shamelessly and made his request. Then do me a favor. Vrion says spider spirit silk is the softest and has the best elasticity. Find me a female black silk spider spirit. His heart leapt with joy as he thought of the boss. The Demon King, seeing him ask for black spider silk, was baffled. After sending the Demon King off to find black spider silk, Su Bei sat alone and thought about Jinshuang. No one had ever treated him as well as the boss. Old man in a ring, ancient primordial inheritances, he didn't envy any of it. He didn't want any of it as long as he had the boss, that was enough. Scene changed to the capital, Xiao Yu happily sightseeing. We've arrived at the capital already, now hand over the flood dragon blood. You swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. Su Bei smoothly put on his best act of obliviousness, neither hearing nor knowing a thing. He looked at Xiao Yu with eyes full of pity. What oath? What heavenly Tao? Have you not woken up yet? You're starting to talk nonsense. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stared at him in disbelief. Seeing herself so brazenly swindled, she fumed, shameless. The Fox clan's ancestral shrine can sense the heavenly Tao. Your chi luck will truly be plundered. The moment her words fell, the eldest princess's aura blazed across the sky. Erase. Jinshuang merely traced a thin line of spiritual energy across her palm, and the girl in Xiao Yu's arms was snatched away. Just like that, wuxia was effortlessly taken away by her. Xiao Yu could only reach out helplessly and scream, Xiao Ya. Seeing this, Su Bei called out, when the boss makes a move, it's always perfect. Xiao Yu, watching wuxia being carried away, wept with heartbreak. She turned to him with venom and spat, You swindler, you violated your oath. The heavenly Tao's misfortune will latch onto you. I curse Yao Mei boils sprout on your head and your liver rot to pieces. But he coldly ignored her. If you've got the guts, go demand her from the boss. Sometimes you just gotta make people cry. The onlookers, noticing Su Bei's presence, began to whisper, young Master Su is back, isn't he supposed to be? Even the princess is no match for him. How could they have captured him so easily? As expected, with young Master Su around, everyone else is just background noise. At this moment, by the lotus pond of Yushu Palace, Jinshuang stood amid the lotuses, idly playing with the clear water. Droplets trickled through the gaps between her fingers. Jinshuang looked like a celestial fairy, untainted by worldly dust, descended upon the mortal realm. Su Bei went to find her and caught sight of this scene. His voice carried a joyful pride as he announced, Your Highness. This subordinate has completed his mission with perfect success. He thought to himself, it's been so long since I last saw Your Highness, and she's grown even more beautiful. Jinshuang gave him a fleeting glance and let out a soft her only acknowledgement. Remembering that she had slaughtered all of Dunshi Valley for his sake, he knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Highness, for avenging this subordinate. Jinshuang replied with the same detached expression, This princess was idle with nothing to do. Is there anything else? Hearing this, Su Bei felt a twinge of disappointment. Is that all the boss has to say? Just that? I suppose I'll have to earn the rest myself. He couldn't wait any longer and brought up the reward. The 6-tailed fox spirit had been captured. Where is the reward Your Highness promised? Jinshuang looked at him and spoke. Seeing her agree, his cheeks flushed slightly as he said, Your Highness, this subordinate has something he wishes to present. Jinshuang immediately consented. Very well. Su Bei could no longer contain himself. He wanted to slip those black stockings onto Jinshuang's jade-like feet. He suggested they move to a private room. It's not quite appropriate here. How about we go somewhere else? With that, the two moved inside. Though she didn't understand what gift was so inappropriate, Jinshuang didn't refuse. She let out a cold huff, flicked her sleeves, and strode straight toward her private chambers. Reclining on the chaise longue, Jinshuang looked down at Su Bei from above. Speak. Seeing her so cooperative, Su Bei's heart was bursting with joy. The boss is really playing along. Jinshuang, seeing him not respond, asked again, What exactly is it? Things had come this far, Su Bei could no longer back down. He decided to go all in. Then Su Bei pulled out the pair of black stockings from his spatial pouch. Your Highness, if you're willing to wear the seth, that would be this subordinate's greatest reward. The eldest princess looked at them and thought, are those leg wrappings? Not, these are even longer than leg wrappings. And they're black, what on earth are these? He gazed at the stockings with delight and said, these were handcrafted by this subordinate himself, made to express my loyalty to your Highness. Seeing it was nothing strange and that it was Su Bei's sincere gesture, she did not refuse. Very well, this princess accepts your sentiment. Su Bei was the type of person who, given an inch, would take a mile. He gazes at her expectantly. This humble one dares to ask to put them on for your Highness. Upon hearing this, Jin Shuang immediately snaps, insolent, you dare toy with this princess? Seeing her anger, Su Beiwang hastily defends himself. Please forgive me, your Highness. This subordinate merely wishes to express my gratitude. I have absolutely no intention of mocking you. You are the most beautiful woman in all the myriad realms. Naturally, you deserve only the finest things. The moment she hears the most beautiful woman, her attention shifts. What woman in this world wouldn't love hearing such a compliment? A faint blush colors her cheeks. The most beautiful woman in all the myriad realms. The anger she had felt over the perceived offense quietly fades away. Jin Shuang ponders for a moment before replying, know your place. She doesn't forget to threaten Su Beiwang either, cross the line. And don't blame this princess for showing no mercy. Su Beiwang secretly rejoices, thank you, your Highness. He thinks excitedly as he reverently removes the shoes from her feet. This subordinate shall begin now. The thought that he is about to see her in stockings makes his heart bloom like 1,000 flowers. Finally, Jin Shuang encounters this sensation for the first time in her life. Finding it strange, she wonders is this an illusion of this princess's. Something feels off. Right after, Su Beiwang, wearing a face of utterly shameless perversion, continues to pull the stockings onto her legs. Staring at the jade-like feet now wrapped in alluring black fabric before him, he trembles with excitement. A supreme specimen truly is a supreme specimen. But Su Beiwang's lecherous intent is discovered and a foot slams right into his face. A kick like this, he loves it. Jin Shuang, blushing furiously, screams at him to stop. Half embarrassed, half enraged, she kicks him once more. Su Beiwang is sent tumbling backward, blood spurts from his nose. Jin Shuang rises to her feet with a cold HMPH, gently smoothing the stockings back over her legs, though sent flying a good distance. Su Beiwang secretly rejoices, I'm dying of bliss here. Watching that bewitching scene, Su Beiwang becomes even more resolute about his plan to make stockings. The eldest princess appraises the result and says, not bad, this princess is hungry, go cook. Su Beiwang, still in a daze, complies. Before long, a full spread of dishes is laid out on the table. Having received his reward, Su Beiwang, cheeks still flushed, announces that the task is complete and invites the boss to eat. The eldest princess steps out in a new dress. The kimono-style outfit makes the black stockings look absolutely stunning. Su Beiwang gazes at her graceful figure and thinks, lost in adoration, whether in this life or my past one. This is the first time I've seen a woman as perfect as one from a painting. This has to be a dream. Right now, all he wants is to rush over, embrace her, kiss her, and lift her high. Su Beiwang sprints over, calling out, boss. Unable to control his emotions, he throws himself at the eldest princess's feet, kissing them over and over. But as always, Su Beiwang is met with a single word from her, scram. Despite being kicked away, Su Beiwang isn't angry in the slightest. He merely wipes the blood from his nose. After cleaning off the blood, he beams and says, your Highness, dinner is ready. It's time to eat. Jin Shuang sits at the table and picks up a bite to taste. Su Beiwang sits beside her, unable to contain himself, and asks, your Highness, how does it taste? Jin Shuang nods slightly and replies, passable. She pauses, then furrows her brows and asks, why can't this princess cook something that tastes like this? Hearing this, Su Beiwang is genuinely surprised. He thinks, could it be that when I'm not in the capital, the boss has been cooking for herself? Remembering her dishes that are somehow both too salty and too bitter, he explains that perhaps the seasoning was off. Hearing that the seasoning was wrong, irritation wells up inside her. How should it be added? Why won't you tell this princess? Seeing her about to lose her temper, Su Beiwang drops to his knees. It's all this subordinate's thoughtlessness. Getting the seasoning right isn't difficult if your Highness wishes to eat. This subordinate will cook for you anytime. But she won't let the matter of how to add the seasoning slide. Seeing that she genuinely wants to learn, he begins listing out the steps for seasoning, one by one. It's actually not difficult. First, add 1 spoonful of salt, then 2 spoonfuls of sugar, followed by 3 spoonfuls of vinegar, and finally a drizzle of soy sauce. No soy sauce, Your Highness prefers sweet flavors. Despite the barrage of details, the eldest princess latches onto one particular point. He even knows her personal taste preferences. With that, she orders him to stand up. Suddenly, Su Beiweng seems to have something he wants to request. He calls out to her softly, Your Highness. The eldest princess glances over. What is it? Su Beiweng lowers his head and replies hesitantly, It's too dangerous out there. He lifts his head, gazing at her with the eyes of a hopeful puppy. This subordinate would like to hide in the palace and cultivate. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. Hearing this, the eldest princess immediately understands his intent, but wanting to tease him, she asks, Cultivate inside the palace. Do you want to become a eunuch? Su Beiweng, still shamelessly flattering, replies, If Your Highness wishes for this subordinate to become a eunuch, this subordinate would gladly shatter to pieces for you. Hearing this, Jin Shuang stares at Su Beiweng as if looking at an idiot. The longer she stares, the more unbearable he becomes. Jin Shuang waves her hand and sends him flying. Scram. She lets out a cold HMPH. Stop disturbing this princess's meal. Yet Su Beiweng, after being kicked away, struggles back to his feet with an endearing look on his face and calls out, Your Highness. Jin Shuang sees him, whining endlessly, and snaps, Will you let this princess eat or not? Su Beiweng persists, Your Highness, please let this subordinate cultivate inside the palace. The struggles out there are too brutal. This subordinate will train in silence, then shock everyone and make Your Highness proud. Whatever Your Highness wants to eat, this subordinate can cook it. The boss can be angry all she wants, after all, I'm not going anywhere. Amid the flood of flattery, the eldest princess picks up on one detail: his availability. On call at any moment, is that it? Seeing that his proposed terms have caught her interest, he stands up confidently and declares, absolutely no refusal. Oh right, this subordinate can also make other things. First, I'll build Your Highness a swing seat, very comfortable. After mountains of flattery, his request is finally approved. Su Beiweng beams with joy and replies, Thank you, Your Majesty. In Jin Shuang's chambers, sunlight streams gently down, lending the place an air of a secluded paradise. Having achieved his goal, he thinks to himself, wait, the boss even went out of her way to find a secret chamber for him to cultivate in. He's acquired quite a few good items lately. He absolutely has to digest them properly. For now, he'll stay put lay low until the celestial pivot opens. The opportunities outside can wait. He gazes at the ring on his finger and smiles. Then let's start with that incomplete armor set. The incomplete divine domain armor set, Jade Scripture of the Scorpion. According to legend, the complete set is a supreme treasure of the false saint crossing. Each piece records a secret divine ability. The first technique is called One Chi Shakes the Mountains, Su Beiweng thinks the technique name sounds pretty badass, but it's only Earth grade, upper tier. With his broad wisdom, blood-devouring divine art, he can elevate it to heaven grade. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, the signature eye technique of the Great Yan Holy Land. Heaven grade, mid-tier. Truly worthy of being the signature ocular art of the Great Yan Holy Land, but now it belongs to him. The instant he activates Mirror Flower Water Moon, his pupils immediately shift to a cerulean hue, with the imprint of the technique shimmering across them. Just as he is about to begin cultivating, he pauses to reconsider. But techniques like ocular arts are special category secret methods. He must be cautious, no need to rush. What if something even better comes along? He thinks of Yi Tian and Xiao Fantuo treasure hunting mice. Don't you dare slack off, I'm counting on both of you. Scene transition: the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager receives a report from her subordinate. Unable to contain her fury, she bellows. What? That surnamed wretch is staying in the palace of that wretched woman, Diwu Jinshuang. The civil official standing behind her hears the news and sneers with contempt. That little bastard really is having an affair with that wretched Diwu woman. Seeking between men and women, how disgusting. He's nothing but a male consort. Wu Zhao furiously snaps at him. Shut your mouth, what do you even understand? Diwu Jinshuang fundamentally lacks the 7 emotions and 6 desires. There's no way she'd have any improper relationship with that lapdog. She's grooming that surnamed wretch as a replacement vessel. She recalls the divine artifact buried beneath the earth. Underneath Diwu Jinshuang's Teichu Palace lies a divine artifact said to grant immortality. That woman took the emperor as her sworn brother and remained in the palace precisely for that treasure. Hearing this, the official furrows his brows, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. He, too, has heard the rumors. The site of the Grand Kayan capital was originally a massive sacrificial altar, and Teichu Palace happens to sit right in its center. She issues her order: continue monitoring Teichu Palace, report any developments to me immediately. In her mind, she thinks, it's all speculation. Until it's confirmed, I cannot make a move against that wretched woman. The treacherous official continuous holy son of xianxia, Yu Guangming, has already set out for the capital. He intends to challenge Su Beiwang to a duel on behalf of Jai Minju, but the Empress Dowager dismisses it. Yu Guangming is Jai Minju's fiancé. Seeking vengeance for the princess is only natural, there's no need to interfere. The official brings up Yu Guangming's name to Wu Zhao, stressing that the name Yu Adient Lighties no empty title. He began cultivating at 8 years old. Twice he crippled his own cultivation and started over from scratch. Now 22, he has already broken through to the peak of 6th rank, more than enough to deal with that surnamed wretch. 1 month later, the illusory silhouette of an ancient divine beast materializes above him, heralding the completion of a cultivation cycle. Sensing his cultivation climb yet another tier, his eyes snap open. He thinks, satisfied, breakthrough after breakthrough. This month of training was anything but wasted. A wave of energy passes through Su Beiwang, and he detects a familiar aura. Diwu Jinshuang's. He thinks happily boss summoning him again. On her side, Diwu Jinshuang sits on the swing, her feet still clad in black stockings, and speaks up. You're only just now arriving. Su Beiwang replies at once, Your Highness, please give your orders, while secretly thinking, as expected, boss really does love this swing. The moment she calls him over, Diwu Jinshuang demands, Where's my dragon blood? Hand it over. Seeing her demand for dragon blood, Su Beiwang answers promptly, No problem at all. Delete, delete, delete. Su Beiwang asks her to remove her stockings and she replies, Do you think this princess is filthy? Hearing that, Su Beiwang hastily drops to his knees. Of course not. Everyone under heaven knows that Her Highness has already reached the flawless realm. Her entire body is flawless without a single blemish. Even her jade-like feet carry their own natural fragrance. It's just that Su Beiwang breaks into a cold sweat, quickly produces a new pair of skin-colored stockings. This subordinate merely wishes for Your Highness to change into them. Diwu Jinshuang holds the stockings up, examining them. These are even more sheer than the black pair, resembling the color of bare skin. Su Beiwang continues, Your Highness, let me have the old stockings back. This subordinate can rework them a bit. Diwu Jinshuang finds this somewhat curious. Why is he so eager about this? Finding his behavior rather odd, she fixes him with a scrutinizing gaze. Looking closely, the word sincerity is practically written across Su Beiwang's face. Diwu Jinshuang slowly peels the black stockings off her slender feet. Then she tosses them right at Su Beiwang's face. The instant they land, blood streams from his nose. The moment he catches the stockings, Su Beiwang can't help but take deep, shameless sniffs of his boss's scent. His heart surges with wild exhilaration. Then Diwu Jinshuang asks, Would you like to drink this princess's blood? Hearing her offer to let him drink her own blood, Su Beiwang is struck with shock. No, I don't dare. Then he thinks, who in their right mind would dare? Could I have misheard? Seeing him refuse, she leans down and says, The value of dragon blood is extremely high. This princess will not let you come away empty-handed. Su Beiwang immediately protests, No, 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 whatever Your Highness wants is fine. I'd even offer myself to Your Highness. But Diwu Jinshuang presses forward with forceful insistence. Standing before that face of peerless beauty, every wall in his heart crumbles. Su Beiwang, as if soul-snatched, does exactly as she commands. She steps closer and Su Beiwang thinks, is she actually going through with it? Her eyes shift, a vortex appears between her brows and she draws out a drop of essence blood, flicking it straight into Su Beiwang's mouth. Instantly, a tremendous force surges through him, triggering a massive power eruption. System beaming blood devouring divine art breakthrough to layer 3. Seeing this, Diwu Jinshuang appraises him silently. He can endure it, not bad. Su Beiwang kneels on the ground, enduring the searing pain brought by her essence blood. Once it's over, Su Beiwang silently marvels just how powerful is boss's bloodline. Even drinking dragon blood before never brought a breakthrough like this. Then he dares to say, "This subordinate and your highness could be considered to have our blood merged together now." He licks his lips and thinks, boss, I'd simp myself to death for you. Diwu Jinshuang continues, "Though this princess does not know what cultivation art you practice, it's clear you've hit a bottleneck. That trash blood was entirely insufficient. Your highness speaks the absolute truth. Dragon blood is nothing but garbage. Having drunk this princess's blood, from now on you will obey this princess's every command." "Such a bargain," Su Beiweng replies eagerly. "This subordinate is your highness's person, whatever your highness wishes, so it shall be." Diwu Jinshuang responds with contempt, "Just you. With such a trash foundation, aren't you afraid this will grind you to dust?" Hearing this, Su Beiweng deflates. "Why is boss rejecting me like this? It's all my own fault." Suddenly catching his reflection in the water, Su Beiweng notices something. His eye color has changed. A part of his body now resembles Diwu Jinshuang's, and the realization thrills him. "Your highness, look at this." Sensing a new thread of connection with her, he is secretly overjoyed. "My eyes now match boss's." Seeing his reaction, Diwu Jinshuang says, "Don't like it. Then spit this princess's blood back out." Su Beiweng bounces with excitement. Seeing that just one drop of her essence blood could transform his eye color, he immediately thinks about asking her to change his hair color too. Diwu Jinshuang lowers herself slightly and refuses, actually rather likes his two-toned hair. "This princess is quite fond of your hair just as it is." She points at him with a stern expression, "You are not to change it." Hearing that she likes his hair color, Su Beiweng beams with joy. "Yes. I won't change it, I won't change it." Then Diwu Jinshuang raises her hand in a feint, as if about to swat him away. Su Beiweng panics and scrambles. Don't fan, this subordinate is getting out of here right now." He quickly retreats to his own quarters within Diwu Jinshuang's Teichu palace. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, "One single drop of boss's blood catapulted my progress straight through to layer 3 of the Beiming blood devouring art, so just how strong am I now?" Then he remembers the stockings from Diwu Jinshuang. Like a total pervert, he pulls them out and takes deep, shameless sniffs. Her highness's scent is truly divine. Suddenly, Diwu Jinshuang appears out of nowhere. Su Beiweng startles and yelps, "Your highness." Seeing his thoroughly perverted behavior, her eyes brim with killing intent. "So this is what you meant by reworking them?" Hearing her question, Su Beiweng is left speechless. All he can do is collapse to his knees and beg for mercy. "Your highness, this is so." He curses himself inwardly for being so careless as to get caught. "Boss, why did you have to show up right now?" Su Beiweng can only flash a sheepish grin and fawn over her to survive. "Your highness is peerless and unrivaled, acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in existence, and from ancient times to now, your strength has been equally legendary. A woman whose power was forged through the tempering of her very boneshow, could she possibly be swayed by a few lines of flattery?" She crosses her arms and glares at him. "Oh really? This princess thought you were going to stuff them into sawdust next." Hearing that, Su Beiweng panics and rushes to defend himself. "How could I possibly?" With that, she demands the stockings returned. Su Beiweng obediently hands them over. "This subordinate will prepare a new pair for your highness." Having said her piece, Diwu Jinshuang turns and walks away. Watching her leave with only the stockings and no punishment, Su Beiweng wipes the sweat from his forehead in relief. "Thank goodness I was only sniffing them, just no otherwise." Only now does he truly appreciate the peril of living alongside a beauty with thorns. He rests his chin on his hand, dejected. "Life in Teichu Palace is wonderful, truly. The only downside is that none of my little schemes escape boss's notice." But then Diwu Jinshuang's face flashes through his mind. He knows boss doesn't like wearing fishnets to kingstos that count as getting inside her head. "I need to work harder to make boss like me even more." At Jiazhu Lake, Diwu Jinshuang is reading a book. Su Beiweng rushes over and says, "Your highness, I've discovered a new type of board game." Diwu Jinshuang's eyes don't leave the book in her hands as she speaks in a languid tone. Su Beiweng is thinking, boss really is beautiful. Then he explains, at the intersections of the board's vertical and horizontal lines, the first player to form an unbroken line of 5 pieces wins. After explaining, he divides the pieces into 2 colors. The two sit down to play together. Diwu Jinshuang chooses black. "This princess goes first." He replies softly, "Yes." Seeing her opening move, Su Beiweng thinks, boss really is brilliant. He hadn't even told her yet, and she already guessed that going first would carry the advantage. After only a few moves, Su Beiweng's white pieces have already formed an open 4. After a while, as the two continue their match, Su Beiweng says, "Your Highness, this subordinate is fortunate enough to win," but the white pieces on the board suddenly shatter apart, accompanied by Diwu Jinshuang's voice. "You think you won?" A gleam of triumph flashes in Diwu Jinshuang's eyes. She asks imperiously, "Won? Where exactly did you win? I just smashed your pieces." Su Beiweng protests indignantly, "Your Highness is cheating." But Diwu Jinshuang stubbornly retorts, "Did this princess smash your pieces?" Su Beiweng quickly backtracks, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't." Diwu Jinshuang says haughtily, "You truly are worthless." Seeing her sulking, Su Beiweng hastily placates her, "Boss, let's just keep playing." He thinks to himself, "Stay calm. If I truly can't beat her, raging about it would be nothing but impotent fury." With that, the two sit back down at the board and play again. Su Beiweng senses that his boss is interested in playing along with him. Thus, under both players' control, black and white pieces fall one after another. Before long, the game concludes and Jin Shuang's black pieces clearly win. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, winning this much, she should be happy now, right? Just as he expected, after winning several games, Jin Shuang's mood visibly improves. She rises and declares, "Enough games. I must cultivate." Though he bows obediently on the outside, Su Beiweng secretly laments hasn't even started his performance yet. The boss has grown bored of this. Watching Su Beiweng's retreating figure, Jin Shuang thinks to herself, "At least you know your place." Meanwhile, Su Beiweng is pondering ways to cheer Jin Shuang up. He needs to think of something else to spark the boss's interest. As long as he doesn't drive her mad, his victory is assured. Suddenly, Beiweng's eyes light up as an idea strikes him. He grins at it. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Beiweng arrives to invite the Grand Princess out. The Grand Princess asks in puzzlement, "You again, what brings you here?" His face brimming with excitement, Beiweng produces 2 badminton rackets and asks the Grand Princess, "Your Highness, care for a game of shuttlecock?" The Grand Princess, seated on her swing, asks in confusion, "Shuttlecock? What manner of thing is that? I have never heard of it." Beiweng promptly replies, "This humble servant can demonstrate for your Highness first." He picks up the racket and begins volleying the shuttlecock back and forth, while the Grand Princess remains seated on her swing, watching intently. Beiweng turns to look at the Grand Princess and asks, "Your Highness, would you care to play a match with this humble servant?" In his heart, Beiweng muses, there's no helping it, a devoted attendant can only find every way to please the boss. As he daydreams, he imagines the scene. If only he could, he would massage the Grand Princess's shoulders and rub her feet. But suddenly Beiweng catches himself. No, he must know his boundaries or else he will be beaten to death. Delete that thought. Suddenly, an enraged voice roars from outside. Su Beiweng, get out here this instant. Both Beiweng and the Grand Princess startle in surprise. At that moment, a eunuch rushes in and reports to the Grand Princess, reporting, "Your Highness, Yu Guangming, the holy saint son of xianxia, has challenged Su Beiweng at the martial arena." Upon hearing this report, the Grand Princess turns to Beiweng and asks, "Will you fight or not?" How could Beiweng possibly pass up a golden opportunity for a classic face-slapping? He clasps his fists and bows, "Your Highness, wait for this humble servant to settle him. Then we shall play shuttlecock and feast on braised chicken together." Scene shift: a martial arena of the imperial capital. Countless spectators pack the stands, their eyes fixed on the arena. Beiweng ascends the steps with measured pace, advancing toward the one who dared challenge him. The crowd below erupts into a frenzy of shouts. "Young Master Su has arrived. Young Master Su has actually come to accept the challenge. Who will prevail? Place your bets, place your bets. I wager on the Saint's son. I wager on young Master Su." Beiweng stares at his opponent and thinks to himself, "I originally planned to lie low in Teichu Palace and wait for Tianqiu to open before stepping out to dominate everywhere, yet this blind fool rushes to offer his head." Yu Guangming points at him arrogantly and sneers, "Su Beiweng, so you finally dare face me directly. I thought you planned to hide behind a woman's skirts for the rest of your life." Beiweng regards this insult with an expression as calm as still water. Thinking of Jai Minju, he retorts to Yu Guangming's taunts, "Relying on you, I must say. The feeling of touching your fiancé, Jai Minju, wasn't half bad." The instant those words leave his lips, the surrounding crowd gasps in shock. Yu Guangming, utterly consumed by rage, roars, "I will kill you." The two stand face to face. Beiweng stares Yu Guangming down and adds his own condition with a growl, "Fine, we fight, but it must be to the death. And I'm adding a saint-grade artifact to the stakes." "Do you dare?" Yu Guangming responds with casual composure. Fine, but no artifacts are allowed. Beiweng answers with absolute confidence. Very well, nothing more to say, let us begin. I'm in a hurry. The spectators below watch with bated breath, murmuring among themselves. The saint's son is indeed clever. What if the Grand Princess had given young Master Su some artifact to protect his life? Now it comes down to their own internal strength. Thighs gives the saint's son's reputation even greater weight. Beiweng and Yu Guangming stand facing each other, own wreathed in blazing orange power like fire, the other cloaked in deep blue strength like water. The two are perfectly matched. Yu Guangming strikes first, launching his attack toward the front. Yu Guangming's ultimate technique manifests as a violent whirlwind that sends rocks and debris flying in all directions, terrifying the spectators. As for Beiweng, he summons the power of Taodu. This power surges forth like a ferocious lion. At this moment, both combatants stand as equals in might. The two forces collide, spawning a massive explosion that rocks the arena. Yu Guangming is wounded. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his arrogance remains undimmed. He sneers contemptuously, "Is this all you have?" Beiweng narrows his eyes, studying Yu Guangming. He locks onto his opponent, searching for the weakness to exploit. The spectators, seeing Yu Guangming still standing after Beiweng's attack, gasp in disbelief. What, the young Master Su actually couldn't take him down, truly worthy of being the xianxia. Saint Sanhai's strength is this terrifying. Yu Guangming, utterly full of himself, channels his power while laughing maniacally. "Thank you for giving me the chance to kill you." His power condenses into numerous clones of himself, which he arrogantly names Energy Body 1, Energy Body 2. Yu Guangming roars, "Su, you wretch, prepare to die." Despite this, Beiweng still wears a bright smile. He sighs, "Finally, I've met someone truly formidable." Su Beiweng channels his cultivation, and a stream of pure spiritual power erupts around his body. He gazes at Yu Guangming as one would look upon a struggling ant and says, "What a pity, then." Yu Guangming's face darkens. He stares at Beiweng in disbelief. Without warning, Beiweng hurls a devastating punch toward Yu Guangming, too fast to evade. Where Yu Guangming stands, a colossal explosion erupts, sending rock and debris hurtling skyward. When the smoke finally clears, Yu Guangming's bloodied body lies crumpled on the ground. Beiweng gazes down at him, his voice dripping with contempt. "So this is the holy saint son of xianxia. What a petito make your acquaintance in such a manner." Su Beiweng reaches down and strips the artifact from Yu Guangming's person. "You wagered, you lost. The artifact is mine now." Yu Guangming's body is drenched in blood, wounds covering every inch of him. He can no longer keep his eyes open, let alone maintain his arrogance. Truly, the villain dies because he talks too much. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd cries out in terror, "The saint's son is dead." Young Master Su is truly powerful beyond measure. No one can rival him. This is absolutely terrifying. Jai Minju, having received the news, rushes to where Yu Guangming lies. She weeps in anguish, calling out to him. Beiweng watches her tearful display and smirks. With a casual air he says, "If you're not convinced, come find me, I'll be waiting." But in his heart he's elated. "Cry all you want, I need to get back to the boss." Inside the palace, the atmosphere is serene and tranquil. Beiweng calls out to the Grand Princess, "Your Highness." The Grand Princess turns to look at him, surprised he has returned so quickly. Before her sits a plate of food exuding a rather peculiar aroma. Beiweng, feigning obliviousness to the strangeness, approaches cheerfully. He eyes the dish and asks eagerly, "May this humble servant have a taste?" He picks up a piece and puts it in his mouth. The horrifying flavor assaults his senses, yet Beiweng forces a smile and manages. Duh, but internally he screams, even a stray dog would refuse this. Outwardly he finishes, "Delectable. Your Highness's culinary skills are truly superb." Hearing this, the Grand Princess turns to Beiweng and says, "You cook then." Beiweng lights up at the chance to prepare a proper meal. He eagerly gathers the cooking ingredients and says, "This humble servant shall go at once." Before long, Beiweng presents a steaming plate of braised chicken, its rich aroma filling the air, and sets it before the Grand Princess. Beiweng says to the Grand Princess, "Your Highness, this is my signature honey-glazed braised chicken. Please do taste it." Caught by the intoxicating fragrance, a look of satisfaction and delight blossoms across the Grand Princess's face. She immediately picks up her chopsticks and takes a bite. Beiweng bows his head slightly, thinking to himself, it seems the boss really loves to eat. He says to the Grand Princess, "Your Highness, please take your time and savor it. This humble servant shall return shortly." Outside, the sky is a brilliant blue. In Bei Wang's hand rests a golden rod. He examines it closely and remarks, "This thing looks ugly, but it's actually a rather decent saint-grade artifact." From his heart, Su Beiwang extracts a single drop of essence blood and commands it to fly toward the saint-grade warhammer he seized from Yu Guangming, intends to make it recognize him as its master. At that moment, a strange humanoid figure suddenly materializes from the golden rod. The man speaks, "Get lost." His voice is cold, devoid of warmth, and utterly ruthless. He raises his hand in a fit of rage, intending to strike Bei Wang down with a single palm. He glares at Bei Wang and bellows, "I walk the path of the light. How could I ever serve a scoundrel like you?" Bei Wang calmly asks the entity emerging from the staff, "Are you the spirit vessel protecting this Dharma artifact?" "You are mistaken, I am a righteous soul." Hearing himself labeled a villain, Bei Wang feels deeply offended, his expression twisted in indignation. The spirit vessel inside the golden staff points a finger at Bei Wang's face and says, "One look at you is enough to know you are a mad, wicked person. Even if my consciousness is shattered, I shall never submit to you." Bei Wang, irritated at being called a villain, sneers at the staff, "Damn you, I'll toss you into a latrine to be suppressed for 10,000 years. Bei Wang sits down, fuming after being insulted by a mere spirit. He ponders, "Forget it, at the very least it is a saint-grade artifact." The spirit vessel remains incredibly stubborn. It shouts in anger, "No, I refuse, don't even dream of it." "Forget it then." Seeing such stubbornness, Bei Wang grinds his teeth in frustration. Without the spirit vessel's cooperation, he cannot unleash the true power of the saint-grade artifact. "My life is truly miserable." Unable to subdue the spirit, Bei Wang spins the golden staff around and around, making the entity dizzy. He decides to leave it to Jin Chang. Whenever there is trouble, he turns to his boss. Under the dim evening sky, Bei Wang enters the room where he had just dined with the eldest princess, only to find it empty. He wonders, she just finished the chicken, where did boss go? Suddenly, with a grave expression, he asks, "Am I being targeted?" Inside the bath chamber, Jin Chang senses Su Bei's aura and cannot help but issue an angry command. "You have 1 day to get out of Taiso Palace, or this princess will have you castrated." Hearing her roar, Bei Wang shrinks back, trembling as he thinks, "Didn't we just enjoy that chicken together? Could it be that the time of the month has arrived for boss?" Bewildered by her outburst, Bei Wang scratches his head, unable to fathom how he offended her. At that moment, a noble-looking blue cat appears. Bei Wang falls backward in fright. Suddenly, he remembers the provocation he leveled during his fight with Yu Guangming. "Just touching your fiancé," Jai Minju feels incredible. Bei Wang is overcome with anxiety. Could it be that boss Jai Minju is jealous? Bei Wang overthinks until cold sweat drenches his forehead. He looks at the kitten and rushes to explain, I only said it for effect, I didn't actually do anything, what do I do now?" As Bei Wang speaks, seeing that the cat does not believe him, Bei Wang sits in gloom. At Taiso Palace, the eldest princess sits on a swing, her voice as cold as ice. "Get out." Bei Wang cowers and replies, "Your Highness, this servant shall leave immediately." Unexpectedly, he pulls out 2 rackets, hoping to soothe her temper with these handmade gifts. The eldest princess angrily grabs them and orders Bei Wang to vanish. Bei Wang gazes at the eldest princess's beauty. His cheeks flush as he thinks, "I used to only look at her beautiful legs, but she is a masterpiece from head to toe." He cannot help but fix his gaze on Jin Chang's ample chest. Because he is caught staring, he fails to leave. The eldest princess roars, "If you look again, I will dig your eyes out." Bei Wang looks shy and flustered. He whispers, "Your Highness, if this servant could touch you just once, he would gladly fall into the 18 layers of hell for eternity." The eldest princess stands right in front of him, icy, and demands, "Do you dare say that again?" Bei Wang, terrified, scrambles to explain, "Your Highness, your entire body is too beautiful, I couldn't help myself." Hearing his flattery, the princess snorts coldly, turns away, and gives a soft command, "Do not let this happen again, or I will have you castrated." With that, she removes the restraints from his body. He kneels at her feet, not in repentance but to admire her smooth, snow-white legs. He says, "This servant was disrespectful. It is all the fault of how incredibly attractive your Highness is." Bei Wang praises his own cleverness, feeling he has survived another ordeal. The eldest princess steps closer and caresses Bei Wang's face. She warns him that once is enough and that if he lets his eyes wander again, her patience will run out. Bei Wang blushes and bows, "As you command." He produces the golden staff and says, "Your Highness, there is one more thing, this spirit vessel is too stubborn. As soon as he speaks, the staff glows and suddenly chips at the corner. Jin Chang, having extinguished the spirit vessel, coldly remarks it is dead. Bei Wang collapses to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he holds the staff, thanking her while lamenting internally that the artifact has dropped to the heaven grade. It's over, it's all over, this artifact has fallen from the saint grade. After watching him suffer, the eldest princess uses a secret technique to restore the golden staff to its original form. The artifact in his hand instantly returns to the saint grade, its power even greater than before. Intricate patterns bearing Jin Chang's own mark are now etched onto the surface. Bei Wang is stunned, silently grateful that it is back to the saint grade as expected of his boss. Bei Wang leans in toward her. Your Highness, let us play badminton. I will surely win this time. The rule is, but he is cut off. The princess teases, so useless, yet you love to play with me. I want to see how you plan to win. 5 days later in Taso Palace, the sound of the shuttlecock hitting the ground echoes. The princess, racket in hand, mocks Bei Wang. What a good-for-nothing. You haven't won a single set in 5 days. Bei Wang blushes, staring at her, thinking, I haven't won a single game. How am I supposed to focus on the match? The eldest princess sits gracefully on the swing watching him. Bei Wang sees his goddess wearing the hosiery he made for her while reclining on his hand-woven swing. And he feels a nosebleed coming on. He cannot possibly play anymore. Outside, under a clear sky at the ancient region auction, 5 men sip tea. One man begins, Yu Guangming died on the road. You all know this, right? Subei is truly arrogant. The green-haired man grinds his teeth. Let us form an alliance. Once the heavens open, we shall surround and kill that villain. I've even thought of a name, the Anti-Su Alliance. An elderly man with white hair responds to the green-haired man. That villain Su is the lapdog of the 5th devil. Unless you avoid the heaven region. You should remember what happened to the heirs of the great sects 10 years ago. They were all crippled. This is the signature style of the 5th devil. Su Bei Wang is just a mirror image of the 5th devil. Do you think he would hesitate to do the same? As they speak, the memory of those fallen geniuses feels as fresh as if it happened yesterday. Erasure. Suddenly a handsome and dashing man appears. He asks those gathered, what are you all plotting? The others recognize him. It is the genius of the Xuanyuan clan, a peerless expert at the 5th grade peak. Divine genius, do you also wish to join us in hunting down the villain? Everyone cheers in unison, enter the heaven region and kill the villain. Elsewhere, after hearing the report from his eunuch, Su Bei Wang asks what? Inside the heaven region there is a 5th grade peak expert. The old servant replies, as soon as I received the intelligence, I brought it to you, young master. Having obtained useful information, Bei Wang generously rewards him with banknotes. The eunuch leaves, delighted. Bei Wang thinks a 5th grade peak is a bit troublesome. I must advance my northern underworld blood-devouring divine technique quickly. I should ask boss for pills to speed up my cultivation. A moment later, Bei Wang approaches the eldest princess Bose and says, Your Highness, this servant must go out for a while. The princess, while petting her kitten, asks, when will you be back? Bei Wang can't help but fantasize, does boss not want to be apart from me? The eldest princess sternly reminds him, don't forget to make grilled skewers for me tonight. Bei Wang replies, as you command. Carrying a purple pouch, Bei Wang slowly leaves the palace, thinking he must keep his boss satisfied and happy. He imagines the princess wearing various outfits, and the first thing he wants her to wear is a daring, high-slit cheongsam. Bei Wang wears a sly grin, thinking boss looks so beautiful perhaps she should try on a cheongsam. Suddenly a voice cuts through his thoughts. The person calls out to Su Bei Wang. Bei Wang turns his head to look. Who is it? Damn, that scared the hell out of me. So that's Jai Minjueth woman whose fiancé was killed by Bei Wang. The woman glares at Bei Wang with seething hatred and spits. You murdered my fiancé. Between you and me, there can be no coexistence under the same heavens. Bei Wang flashes a faint smile. Didn't the imperial saint depart quite peacefully? What more could you possibly be dissatisfied about? Bei Wang muses, his tone dripping with mockery as he regards Jai Minju. Other than hurling curses, what else could she even do? Jai Minju thrusts a trembling finger straight at Bei Wang's face. Just you wait until I return from the Wuxia Palace's trial grounds. Once the heavenly domain opens, I will hack you into 1,000 pieces. Bei Wang hears Jai Minju's threat and nearly bursts out laughing. He puts on a mock-frightened expression and teases, oh, I'm so terrified. Deep down, he thinks, isn't this just free experience delivered right to my doorstep? Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage materializes across the sky. galloping through the heavens. Seeing this, Bei Wang opens his mouth and asks, "What the hell is all that?" It turns out to be the Heavenly Temple, most ancient and mysterious immortal cultivation sect in existence, one that pursues the forbidden art of transcending life and death. Its temple master is a legendary half-step supreme, peerless and invincible. Two figures ride atop the sedan chair, an old woman and an old man. The old woman steps forward and announces, "The Heavenly Temple graces you with its presence." Sensing their auras, Wu Zhao also appears in that instant. The Empress materializes before them and asks, "May I ask what brings you two here?" Suddenly, a crimson seal manifests on the old woman's forehead, splitting open a gateway to another world. Delete. Stunned by the sight, Bei Wang's jaw nearly drops. He and the onlookers cry out in disbelief. What though a real-life version where you can pluck stars from the sky with your bare hands? Without warning, the old woman from the Heavenly Temple speaks, "Young Master Su, would you be interested in joining the Heavenly Temple and earning a place on the ranking list?" The ranking list catalogs the most elite disciples of the Heavenly Temple. The one who stands at its pinnacle may ascend to become the next temple master. The surrounding crowd erupts into astonished whispers. A disciple on the Heavenly Temple's ranking list, just how far above those so-called holy sons of orthodox lineages would that status even be? Could this be the young Master Su who has a chance of becoming the next temple master of the Heavenly Temple? The Empress's eyes blaze with fury and jealousy. Seeing the people of the Heavenly Temple extend an invitation to him, she gnashes her teeth in rage. That wretched brat, him. Why would the Heavenly Temple choose him? The old woman of the Heavenly Temple extends her hand toward Bei Wang and declares, "Young Master Su, you possess the talent to stand invincible beneath the heavens. Your achievements shall reach the absolute pinnacle." Jai Minju stands to the side watching. Her expression turns hostile as she glares at Bei Wang. She thinks if he enters the Heavenly Temple, she will never be able to avenge Yu Lang. After the Heavenly Temple's invitation, Bei Wang stands deep in contemplation. The princess may hold prestige in the outside world, but as her lapdog, anyone and everyone feels free to beat him. The Heavenly Temple is revered by all under heaven. Becoming its disciple would mean he could strut around with impunity. The boss is powerful, true, but she is only one person. The Heavenly Temple, on the other hand, boasts many great figures within its ranks. The old woman perceives Bei Wang's hesitation and asks, "Have you reached a decision, young Master Su?" After weighing the pros and cons, Bei Wang finally speaks. "This one is deeply grateful for the offer, but I have no interest in joining the Heavenly Temple." The Empress, standing nearby, is stunned into an exclamation. He actually dares to refuse the Heavenly Temple. Has he gone mad? Jai Minju's expression is equally one of utter shock. The old woman of the Heavenly Temple never imagined she would one day be refused. She asks Bei Wang with a hint of anger, "Are you certain? The Heavenly Temple has never extended a second invitation." His face is etched with absolute resolve. Bei Wang nods. The old woman of the Heavenly Temple vanishes into the sky, proclaiming, "You will regret this, boy." Bei Wang turns and walks away. Though he has been recognized, when he thinks of Jin Chang, he cannot bring himself to leave. The feeling of being acknowledged is exhilarating, but abandoning the boss, truly he cannot do it. At Teichu Palace, Bei Wang returns. He addresses the princess, "Your Highness, this subordinate has returned." He then recounts everything that transpired. Jin Chang already knows everything that occurs within these imperial walls, even without Bei Wang's report. Yet upon learning that he refused such an extraordinary opportunity for the first time, Jin Chang truly regards the man kneeling before her. The princess speaks to Bei Wang. This princess is quite surprised. Kneeling at the princess's feet, Bei Wang thinks with a start. The boss already knows. Bei Wang says to the princess, "This subordinate will never betray your highness." The princess suddenly asks Bei Wang, "Do you regret it?" Bei Wang lays his heart bare before the princess. "What is the Heavenly Temple in the face of your highness? This subordinate would follow your highness even unto death." The princess stands with arms folded, looking down at Bei Wang. She teases, "You were nearly castrated by this princess, you know." Still kneeling on the ground, Bei Wang hears this and instinctively clamps his thighs together, shuddering, as expected of the boss. Suddenly, Bei Wang produces a set of clothes and speaks to the Grand Princess with glee. "This subordinate has made a garment for your highness. You will surely love it." The Grand Princess takes it, her gaze sweeping over the outfit as she inspects it. Without warning, the Grand Princess channels her power and vanishes, teleporting to another location in the blink of an eye. Bei Wang stands rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the empty space where she had just been. Boss, is that a yes or a no? Bei Wang lies there in a daze, waiting for her to return. As it turns out, the Grand Princess emerges wearing the kipao Bei Wang had crafted for her, approaching him with words of praise. This outfit of yours is actually rather interesting. Bei Wang stares at her, utterly entranced, unable to tear his eyes away. He murmurs in awe, too beautiful. Seeing this, the Grand Princess threatens him with a glare. Keep staring at this princess, and I will gouge your eyes out. Bei Wang snaps to attention at once and replies meekly, as you command. The Grand Princess then walks over and settles onto a hammock, which sways gently back and forth. If there were ever a competition for the most beautiful woman in a kipao, the crown would undoubtedly belong to Jin Chang. As for Bei Wang, the Grand Princess is far too exquisite, he tells himself to behave, but his body simply refuses to obey. A sudden invisible force seizes Bei Wang, crushing him with agony. He cries out in pain, Your Highness, mercy. This subordinate dares not do it again. The moment the pressure on his body vanishes, Bei Wang cannot help himself. He already seeks another chance to steal a touch from Jin Chang. He opens his mouth and asks the Grand Princess, Your Highness must be tired. May this subordinate massage your feet? The Grand Princess unexpectedly agrees without hesitation. Granted. Her words leave Bei Wang so exhilarated he can barely speak. As he kneads the Grand Princess's feet, Bei Wang mutters to himself like a mantra, calm down, stay calm. But before the moon paling, flower-shaming beauty of Jin Chang, he cannot stop his mind from wandering, imagining himself pulling the Grand Princess into his arms. He squirms with barely contained desire, thinking he can't hold back any longer. He wants to get closer, at least steal one kiss. And so he presses his lips to the Grand Princess's foot. The instant he does, his heart hammers with anxiety. Just one kiss, surely it won't matter, right? Given how loyal he had been moments ago, the worst consequence would be having his bones snapped and his limbs torn apart. Surely. Bei Wang presses his lips to Jin Chang's foot like a devout worshipper at prayer. The mere touch against that thin silk stocking is enough to nearly overwhelm him. I'm so dead, but what a way to go. Seated on her hammock, Jin Chang feels the warm press of his lips glide across her foot, and she shivers involuntarily. Why does it feel so strange? Why is this princess's heart pounding so fast? When Jin Chang does not kick him away as she always does, a sudden unease grips Bei Wang's heart. What the boss isn't striking back. Bei Wang flashes a radiant smile, mischief dancing in his eyes, and calls out to Jin Chang, Boss. The result? A swift kick square to the face. Bei Wang is sent flying into the distance, yet his face wears a look of absolute blissful satisfaction. Worth it? The nearby birds witness the scene with the bored expressions of those who have seen this routine far too many times. Young Master Bei is soaring again. Where will he land this time? Meanwhile, Jin Chang scowls and curses under her breath. Insolent wretch, time and again do you truly believe this princess won't castrate you? She glances down at her own foot. Bei Wang's saliva still lingers on it. Jin Chang cannot help but blush, the memory flooding back, his full, soft lips pressing against her foot. The mere thought sends an electric jolt racing down her spine, making her shudder. At that moment, a cat materializes from seemingly nowhere and speaks. Embarrassed, are we? Infuriated by its intrusion into her private affairs, Jin Chang snaps, Get lost! The cat frowns and whines, Meow, I'm innocent. As for Jin Chang, her face burns crimson as she thinks of Bei Wang. Yet deep down, a cold thought surfaces, if you dare come back, I will punish you severely. An hour passes, the sky remains a clear, endless blue. A sparrow drifts by with a look of profound boredom. With still no sign of Bei Wang's return, Jin Chang gazes outward, irritation gnawing at her. Where the hell has he gone? Shouldn't he rush back and beg this princess for forgiveness? She can no longer endure the waiting. Jin Chang channels her spiritual energy to pinpoint Bei Wang's location. A heartbeat later, she detects his aura, her expression twists with fury. That damned fool. The scene shifts to the imperial capital. Outside the city gates, Bei Wang is about to enter when Jin Chang suddenly appears before him, startling him half to death. She blocks the gate, her killing intent blazing like a furnace. Halt, where do you think you're going? Bei Wang adopts a pitiful, wounded expression. This subordinate is always angering your highness. This subordinate is simply unworthy of serving you. This subordinate shall now drift to the ends of the earth, wandering without purpose. With that, Bei Wang hangs his head, looking utterly despondent, and attempts to slip past Jin Chang. Your Highness, this one must take his leave. In an instant, Jin Chang channels her spiritual energy and commands her sword to materialize, blocking his path. Her voice thunders. Stay right there. Take one more step, and this sovereign will castrate you. Su Beiweng puts on a pitiful face and says, Your Highness, can you forgive this subordinate's offense? Jin Shuang sees right through his act and snaps, You rotten brat, are you trying to play mind games with this sovereign now? Don't tell me you've been sneaking off to the divine god hall again. She glares at Su Beiweng with killing intent blazing in her eyes. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as he waves his hands frantically. No, no, no. This subordinate doesn't even know where the divine god hall's entrance is. Jin Shuang reluctantly accepts his excuse. This sovereign will let you off for now. Get back to Teichu Palace. Su Beiweng beams and replies, As you command, with the matter settled. He happily mounts a cloud and flies off, getting beaten to a pulp absolutely worth it. The next scene reveals skewers of meat sizzling over glowing charcoal. Each piece glistens with juice, and the rich aroma wafting through the air only heightens the temptation. Su Beiweng sways his body excitedly, humming in contentment as he grills the skewers, while Jin Shuang sits behind him savoring ice cream. She licks the chocolate off the cone and thinks with satisfaction, Not bad, the sweetest flavor this sovereign loves most. Then Jin Shuang speaks up, Why were you so disrespectful to this sovereign today? At the mention of this, Su Beiweng's expression deflates as he thinks, Boss, why are you bringing this up again? The next second, he clasps his hands and speaks with utmost sincerity. This is a ritual recorded in the ancient texts, a gesture representing this subordinate's devotion and loyalty to your Highness. Seeing the genuine sincerity in Su Beiweng's words, Jin Shuang says, Don't do it again. Otherwise, if this sovereign loses control of her temper, she'll beat you to death. He lowers his head and says, This subordinate has learned his lesson, forgiven at last. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, Next time I dare to do it again, risk and reward will walk hand in hand. He imagines pressing his lips against Jin Shuang's alluring mouth, then thinks, First, I should set a small goal treat boss to something nice. Dreams are always sweet, but reality bites back hard. Jin Shuang suddenly fixes her glare on Su Beiweng, sending his heart leaping into his throat. Su Beiweng snaps back to reality and eagerly presents the grilled skewer to her, calling out, Your Highness, please have a taste. Jin Shuang takes the skewer and asks, Why aren't you eating? Su Beiweng says with a sorrowful face. How could this subordinate have the face to eat? The prodigies of the 9 provinces have been breaking through at lightning speed, while this subordinate remains stuck in place. I'm truly ashamed. It's just that their backgrounds are far too deep. Thy subordinate can't compare, which is perfectly normal. Hearing these words, Jin Shuang immediately knows he's pulling his bitter hardship trick again. She snaps, Stop faking it, you motor mouth. Though she knows Su Beiweng is only putting on an act to swindle treasures from her, Jin Shuang still can't help but soften. Suddenly, she flicks a crimson pill that sails through the air toward Su Beiweng. The sight of the red pill hurtling toward him startles him. It came from Jin Shuang. She gave it to him to elevate his cultivation base. Su Beiweng catches the pill and wonders, What is this? It hurts. Despite the searing pain, he doesn't hesitate for a moment and immediately begins refining the pill, thinking, Whatever boss gives me is absolutely top tier. After refining it, Su Beiweng feels his cultivation base surge by an entire tier. He thinks with delight. Every fiber of my being is overflowing with power. Now, even without using the northern dark blood god art, I can take on Jai Minju. Having struck an incredible jackpot, Su Beiweng is over the moon. He says, Your Highness, this is far too generous, but in his heart he thinks, Boss, don't stop me, I want to worship you until you pass out. Knowing he's only putting on a show, Jin Shuang says coldly, Then this sovereign shall take it back. Hearing this, Su Beiweng instantly transforms into a child, dropping to his knees at her feet and whining. No, you can't do this. You already gave it to me. Jin Shuang looks at his pathetic expression and sighs in exasperation. She picks up a skewer and says, This is a supreme-grade phoenix bone pill. Even a good-for-nothing like you could step into the 5th rank without a problem. Su Beiweng's jaw drops. The 5th rank, isn't that absolutely heaven-defying? No wonder. Jin Shuang points at her own face and calls out, Su Beiweng, come here. Seeing her beckon him, he freezes for a moment. He transforms into a lovesick phantom, hearts floating in his eyes as he glides over. Here I come. Su Beiweng leans his face close to Jin Shuang's. Their eyes meet. At this distance he can see her transcendent beauty and crystalline clarity. Sensing Su Beiweng trying to seduce her, Jin Shuang frowns then lashes out with a kick that sends him flying. How dare you flirt with this sovereign, you deserve to be punished. Far from being upset, Su Beiweng actually grins with delight. Kick me again. He splashes into the river. Jin Shuang leaps in after him and swims toward him. Seeing this, Su Beiweng wonders what's going on here. Jin Shuang presses her face close to his, making him blush crimson to his ears. In his heart he thinks, boss, please keep going, don't stop. At that moment, Su Beiweng suddenly notices pillars emerging from beneath the water, each one radiating auras of blue, green, and orange. He instantly recognizes them: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements. Such a spectacle hidden beneath Teichu Palace. It's like winning the lottery twice over. Su Beiweng feels his joy doubling as he stares, unable to tear his eyes away. Jin Shuang hovers beneath the water, her bearing exuding absolute authority. She says, behave and follow this sovereign. Whatever that divine god hall offers can't compare to even 1/100th of this. It turns out the fact that the divine god hall's people had come to recruit him has been weighing on her mind all along. She's showing all of this to make him see that she is 1,000 times better than those old fossils. With such a mighty thigh to hug, what fool would ever dare let go? Su Beiweng swims over to her eagerly and declares, this subordinate was born as boss's man and will die as boss's ghost. Seeing this, Jin Shuang looks thoroughly disgusted. Such honeyed nonsense. Then Jin Shuang straight kicks him clean out of the lake. For Su Beiweng this is as routine as eating rice, so he accepts it cheerfully. Sunlight bathes the land, lush trees sway in apparent tranquility. After being kicked, Su Beiweng drifts into the courtyard. As he strolls around, he thinks, a perfect boost to my cultivation. If I don't do something meaningful with it, it wouldn't be worthy of boss's supreme grade pill. Suddenly a cat walks up to him, startling Su Beiweng. Before he can figure out what's happening, the cat flips a box off its head and presents it to him. He stares at it in confusion. Su Beiweng opens the box. Inside are packed high-quality pills of a deep brown hue. Excellent, these are at least earth grade or above. He wonders how the cat managed to obtain these. He asks, where did you get all of this? The cat waves its tail, its expression sorrowful. Only then does Su Beiweng understand the cat earned them through hard labor. Then why are you giving them to me? The cat wags its tail and gazes at him with sparkling eyes, its meaning clear, its yearning for grilled skewers. Su Beiweng finally catches on and says cheerfully, you want to eat grilled skewers too? No problem, another incredible deal has landed in his lap. He thinks to himself, this transaction is pure profit. The little cat is thoroughly delighted, its eyes curving into happy crescents as it nods. Just as the little cat turns to leave, the ring on Su Beiweng's hand suddenly blazes with light. It transforms into a golden key, with a red phoenix symbol materializing above it. Su Beiweng stares in shock. Isn't this what I seized from that son-in-law of the Millie domain? Why is it acting like this now? Could this be a great fortuitous opportunity? Gazing at the key, he recalls the mountain under the setting sun. Su Beiweng thinks smugly. What the isn't this the lucky encounter from Mang Mountain? A dungeon has opened right at my doorstep. If I don't go, that would be a crime. A short while later, Su Beiweng returns to the palace. He lowers his head respectfully. He says, Your Highness, this subordinate would like to request a few days of leave. Jin Shuang sits on the chaise lounge, her manner leisurely. Nibbling on a skewer as she asks, doing what? Going where? Su Beiweng thinks to himself, boss is the type who never asks about my business. Is she suddenly so curious where I'm going? Is boss actually concerned about me now? But he says, this subordinate wishes to go to Mang Mountain in search of fortuitous encounters. Hearing this, Jin Shuang crosses her legs. Her expression displeased and snarls, get lost. Su Beiweng points at his own face and asks eagerly, Your Highness, do you have any treasure that serves as a disguise mask? In his heart he thinks, from what I remember in novels, the keys to dungeons aren't unique. As a peak-tier prodigy like myself, I should stay humble and not invite unnecessary trouble. Jin Shuang turns her face away coldly and says, No. Su Beiweng's disappointment is written all over his face. I see. Though displeased, Jin Shuang can't bring herself to leave him hanging. She lets out a soft hum, and the next instant, a strange object flies out from above Su Beiweng's head. He wonders, what is this? As the mysterious object expands, he transforms. His hair color shifts, and even his attire changes entirely. He thinks this carries boss's scent. Boss truly cares about me. No evidence left at the scene. Seeing Su Beiweng staring dumbly at his new appearance, Jin Shuang asks irritably, "Not handsome enough for you?" Su Beiweng points at himself, eyes wide as saucers, and asks, "Your Highness actually thinks this outfit of this subordinate's is handsome?" Jin Shuang speaks, "You are quite full of yourself, are you not?" Praised for his handsomeness, undisguised delight blooms across his face. "I dare not. Whatever your Highness commands this servant to do, this servant shall do." Jin Shuang asks, "How long will you be away?" Su Beiweng answers, "A few days and I shall return. This servant will cook hot pot for your Highness." Seeing that time is growing short, he says. This servant takes his leave. Unable to bear letting Su Beiweng depart alone, she says, "This palace shall escort you a ways." Hearing this, a giant question mark practically materializes in his head. Su Beiweng stands there, bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend what just happened. The next second, Jin Shuang's kick sends him rocketing out of the palace. This is not at all what Su Beiweng expected from her escort. "What? The boss sends me off like this?" On Mount Mang, colossal peaks stand shoulder to shoulder. Among them stands an ethereal maiden, as though a goddess had descended to the mortal realm. She is Kao Kingju, saintess of the Jaya-aji Holy Land. A sudden rustling erupts from the bushes. Kao Kingju, cold as glacial ice, whips her gaze behind her. As for Su Beiweng, he staggers to his feet. A single kick from the boss landed him right on Mount Mang, he thinks. So this is how she gets me here early, clearly wants me gone and back quickly. Su Beiweng observes that Kao Kingju, saintess of the Jaya-aji Holy Land, possesses a providence value of 97. He exclaims internally, "Enemy spotted." Finally meeting the chive girl at the 97th level, sure enough, she has a key. Good thing I've already sealed my true kill. Let's see what tricks she's got. Suddenly, a colossal bird soars across the heavens. Its piercing cry startles both Su Beiweng and Kao Kingju into looking up. Sensing Yi Tian's familiar aura, he thinks his cultivation has advanced fast enough. Before anyone knew it, he's already reached the peak of the 7th grade. Aboard the majestic giant bird sits a youth of extraordinary valor. Su Beiweng takes in his appearance, and a smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. Not bad at all. It hasn't been that long and he's already got himself a mount. Looks like he not only survived Wolf Fang Mountain, reaped quite the haul. Su Beiweng's eyes land on the key in Yi Tian's hand. He thinks he has a key too. What a coincidence. Yi Tian now approaches Kao Kingju with a greeting. "This one is Yi Tian. May I ask the young lady's name?" She answers with a single frigid word, "Kao Kingju." He continues, "The name suits the person perfectly. Miss Kao rivals the dawn itself. Possessing beauty to sink fish and topple nations. Fate has willed our meeting to encounter. Miss Kao is fortune spanning 3 lifetimes." Su Beiweng listens to their exchange, his face a mask of pure boredom. He doesn't even know what she does. And already he's groveling like a desperate mutt. He regards Yi Tian and thinks, all this composure from a 7th grade scholar, forget it. Yi Tian turns to him and asks, "May I ask who your excellency might be?" Su Beiweng flashes a grin and fabricates a name. "This one is Liu Dongfeng." With his new appearance, Yi Tian suspects nothing and says, "Brother Liu, the honor is all mine." Su Beiweng forces a smile and thinks, "Honor, huh? Quite the lucky break." Kao Kingju cuts in, "Enough idle chatter. You both possess key. Stop wasting time." Su Beiweng thinks she clearly knows what she's doing. Best not to provoke her for now. The 3 golden keys link together and soar into the sky. In the next instant, a gateway materializes, radiating golden light from within. Yi Tian's and Kao Kingju's providence values instantly surge to 99. Beyond the gateway stand magnificent, sprawling fortresses. The sight leaves everyone gaping in astonishment. "This palace." Su Beiweng bows low, putting on his most obsequious display as he speaks. This one wishes to follow the young lady. Inwardly, he thinks, "Let me observe the situation first and plan from there." Seeing both agree, Kao Kingju sweeps her hand and declares, "Each relies on their own skill." The moment her words fall, all 3 teleport inside. The interior is extraordinarily grand. Pillars of solid gold line the surroundings. All 3 press forward on instinct. Yi Tian speaks up, "Miss Kao, dangers lie in ambush ahead. Caution would be wise." This one proposes the 3 of us travel together and watch each other's backs. Kao Kingju merely responds coldly. Petty men of insignificant standing. The enemy's forces are not so easily vanquished. Yi Tian is left utterly bewildered. Brother Liu, this? Yi Tian calls out with a strained smile. Su Beiweng grins and tells him, all beautiful women are temperamental, just let it go. Venturing deeper, all three witness white spectral spirits drifting through tendrils of black mist. Without hesitation, all three unleash their power to destroy them. Yi Tian wields his sword, wreathed in azure qi. Ko Kingju dispels the spirits with a single wave of her hand. Su Beiweng strikes out as well to protect himself. Once the spirits are dealt with, they are teleported to yet another location. Before them stands a majestic statue of the great Xia dynasty. Beneath it, the dragon's seal pulses with radiant light. All three cannot help but stare in astonishment. Ko Kingju speaks, the great Xia dynasty. Could this be the imperial palace of great Xia? Su Beiweng thinks to himself, could that possibly be? He gazes at the dragon's seal and thinks one of the great divine artifacts of the 9 provinces, the long-lost heirloom jade seal. 1,000 years ago, the great Xia dynasty tore itself apart through internal conflict. A bloody struggle for the throne ensued, and from its ashes rose the great Qian. A glint of absolute determination flashes in Ko Kingju's eyes. When great Xia fell, the jade seal vanished without a trace. Its whereabouts remained unknown all this time, and to think it was here. Yi Tian is no fool either. He declares, emperors of every dynasty have relied on the jade seal as the foundation of their sovereignty. In those days, the founding ancestor of great Qian conquered the realm, yet lacking the jade seal. He endured the world's contempt for generations. Then through his divine sense he secretly transmits to Su Beiweng, brother Liu, let us join forces. Watching Yi Tian turn against Ko Kingju, Su Beiweng finds it hilarious. Just moments ago he was fawning over her, and now he's plotting against her. His character is even worse than a villain like me. Yi Tian's patience runs out. My lady, he says, forgive the offense. In his heart, Yi Tian thinks, Miss Ko, I'm sorry. I wish to ascend to the absolute pinnacle's heirloom jade seal. I must claim it. Cruelty gleams in his eyes as Yi Tian furrows his brow and locks his gaze upon Ko Kingju. Of the three of us, you are the strongest. I must join forces against you first, then deal with that scholar afterward. Seeing him dare contest the prize, Ko Kingju strikes and sneers, you worms and ants, you presume to compete with me. As for Su Beiweng, watching the two clash, he folds his arms and observes. Fearing he might be caught in the crossfire, he circulates his qi into a protective barrier around himself. The two clash. Yi Tian strikes and shouts, brother Liu, your move. But Su Beiweng doesn't lift a finger. Yi Tian's face twists with fury. Has been played. Su Beiweng, enough pretending, long time no see and you still haven't improved. His cover blown. Yi Tian roars and charges, fist raised, you cursed Su scoundrel. Su Beiweng stands utterly unfazed, then dispatches Yi Tian without breaking a sweat. Witnessing this, Ko Kingju's eyes widen. He was only 5th Gradino, only 2 remain. Ko Kingju tenses and launches her attack, not yet committing her full strength. Su Beiweng, however, is no pushover. He hurls a black vessel into the air, golden qi radiating from its surface. Seizing the moment while the two forces clash and Su Beiweng's attention wavers, Ko Kingju dashes toward the dragon seal to seize it. She exclaims triumphantly, Su, you wretch, the jade seal is mine. Su Beiweng sneers, you open your mouth and it's wretch this and wretch that. Would it kill you to sweetly call me young Master Su? At that moment, cherry blossom petals materialize around Ko Kingju. Has been ambushed without even knowing when. Ko Kingju coughs up a mouthful of blood, knowing that even if she fights on, the jade seal is beyond her reach. She thinks preserving her life takes priority. In the next instant, she channels her remaining strength and teleports away. Seeing both obstacles gone, Su Beiweng retracts the mark on his forehead. He thinks, she actually escaped under my control. She's even stronger than that holy son of 9 heavens or whatever. The heirloom jade seal is mine. A wisp of qi from his forehead surges toward the jade seal. Powerful auras still swirl around it. Su Beiweng approaches the jade seal and reaches out to claim it. The scene shifts to the golden Luan Hall. The sky is clear and blue. Warm sunlight streaming through. Inside, the heavenly empress reviews court documents when a messenger rushes in with an urgent report, Your Majesty. The heirloom jade seal has appeared on Mount Mang. The dragon qi is bound to the dynasty's national fortune, blessed by the heavens, shielded by accumulated merita, supreme treasure forged by the faith of all living beings. The heavenly Empress leaps to her feet in delight. Is that true? She exclaims. In her heart she murmurs, after great Xia fell so long ago. Who could have imagined the dragon Qi still endures in this world? The heirloom jade seal appears while this palace holds the regency. It is truly the mandate of heaven. The attendant beside the Empress says, the jade seal also carries a trace of dragon Qi. The Empress thinks to herself, Dishai once said the Emperor has always sustained his fate through great Qian's dragon Qi. If we can absorb even a portion of it using the Qi family's unique cultivation technique, perhaps he can be awakened. She issues the order to march on Mount Meng. In her mind, the calculation is simple: seize the jade seal first. It must not fall into anyone else's hands. The scene shifts back to Mount Meng. The sky remains as azure as ever. After seizing the jade seal, Su Beiweng leaps out. A strange golden mark now glows upon his forehead. Su Beiweng thinks this outing would net me a divine artifact. Time to leave quickly. Suddenly, crimson auras erupt across the sky. The heavenly Empress and her entourage materialize before him. Su Beiweng startles but regains his composure in an instant. His expression betraying nothing, he bows. This subject greets your majesty, the heavenly Empress. The heavenly Empress registers the impossible coincidence. You again surrender the jade seal? No. The thought of Su Beiweng holding the seal makes her grind her teeth in silent rage. The heirloom jade seal has fallen into his hands once more. Every major event in the 9 provinces of late involves this damnable brat. Su Beiweng plays dumb. The jade seal, you say? This servant knows nothing of it. At that moment, a bloodied hand slams down on him. It belongs to Yi Tian. After being robbed of the imperial jade seal and beaten half to death, the victim points a resentful finger at him and snarls. It was him. He stole the imperial seal. I witnessed with my own eyes the martial god of the Jai family. Jai Yuan can no longer contain his fury. Brat. Hoarding the imperial jade seal for yourself, do you mean to rebel against the empire? Such calamity, we cannot let this person walk free. Beiweng, feeling wronged, retorts, Senior, is this placing the blame on me? You bring this many people here just to bully a lone man like me. Jai Lion sneers after hearing this. A dog barking on borrowed authority this time. Who on earth can save you? The Grand Preceptor of Great Qian lets out a laugh. He speaks with gentle courtesy. Jai Yuan, why must you pressure someone so aggressively? The Grand Preceptor approaches, urging him to hand over the imperial seal. Great Qian has produced a peerless genius like young Master Su. This old man is truly delighted. Your potential in this lifetime is boundless. Beiweng raises an eyebrow, studying the benevolent old man before him. He thinks to himself, even the imperial preceptor has come. This really is a major development. The Grand Preceptor continues, the imperial jade seal is of utmost importance to Great Qian. The dragon Qi within the seal can awaken his majesty. Surely you wish to make a great contribution and win glory and wealth for generations of the Su family. Beiweng replies, treasures of the world belong to whoever has the skill to claim them. Besides, this is the seal of the great Xia dynasty. What does it have to do with the Jai family? Seeing Beiweng speak with such brazen arrogance, Jai Yuan roars in fury, you little wretched bastard, how dare you be so insolent? While clashing with the Empress's men, Beiweng suddenly senses a familiar aura. He immediately looks up and shouts, Your Highness, save this servant. A rift tears open in the fabric of space. Jin Shuang descends with imposing majesty, arriving to rescue her man. She gazes down coldly at Wu Zhao's entourage below and issues a frosty warning, I'd like to see who dares touch a person of this palace. Seeing her appear, the heavenly Empress never expected Jin Shuang would come in person. She thinks incredulously for that Su brat she would go this far. The Grand Preceptor asks, Your Highness the Crown Princess, what is the meaning of this? Do you not wish to save His Majesty? Jin Shuang pays no heed to anyone's words. She declares, if this palace wishes to kill you, this palace will kill you. Whether the emperor lives or dies, what does that have to do with this palace? Whoever dares touch a person of this palace will obliterate them. Hearing this, Beiweng's heart blooms with joy. He thinks, is Her Highness openly declaring me as hers? The heavenly Empress watches Jin Shuang flatly declare her protection of Beiweng and thinks, for this brat's sake, she would dare slay a king. The Grand Preceptor says, utterly exasperated, Your Majesty the Heavenly Empress, these two shameless creatures absolutely cannot be forgiven. The Heavenly Empress thinks if she could get the Wu clan to join the fray, she would have a few more points of advantage. She furrows her brow. If the imperial seal falls into the Jai family's hands, the dragon chi within could awaken the emperor, which would be unfavorable for her. Jai Yuan and the Grand Preceptor surge forward to engage them in combat. Brat, hand over the imperial seal. A blue phoenix swoops down from the sky. Jin Shuang materializes beside Beiweng, ready to fight alongside him. Seeing her protect him so fiercely, Beiweng says, "This servant will absolutely not embarrass your highness." The symbol on his forehead expands. He surges forward, ready for battle. Fighting these beasts alongside her highness, this is absolutely exhilarating. Beiweng flicks his wrist, and a golden dragon erupts into existence. The Heavenly Empress, Jai Yuan, and the Grand Preceptor stare in shock as the dragon chi sweeps forth. The golden dragon instantly forms a massive ring in the sky. Then it crashes down to the earth, its aura so devastatingly powerful that the surrounding rocks and terrain explode apart. A single ice bone phoenix technique from Jin Shuang slams down, sending nearby earth and rubble scattering in every direction. She merely flicks her wrist and dispatches Jai Yuan with ease. He lies on the ground, unable to move. His body is riddled with wounds, eyes rolled back. His aura dwindling to nothing, teetering on the brink of death. Emboldened by his powerful backer, Beiweng declares with unshakable confidence, "The imperial seal is right here, who dares come and take it." Seeing his brazen defiance combined with Jin Shuang's overwhelming strength, the Heavenly Empress doesn't dare act rashly. She thinks these two, who appeared so wretched, can actually slaughter a Saint Realm cultivator with such ease. This palace has underestimated their strength, and underestimated the position that Su Brat holds in the heart of that fifth wench. Tianyi watches Wu Zhao's people fail to even scratch Beiweng. He can't help but exclaim, "How can this be?" Seeing his disciple covered in wounds yet still itching to fight, Tianyi's master appears and says with a deep frown, "Do you no longer value your life?" Tianyi grits his teeth. "Without the fifth demon lord, that Su Brat is nothing." "Master," this disciple refuses to accept this. His master replies, "Endure. This old man has preserved your life until today, and it was not for nothing." Suddenly, a cosmic void tears open in the sky above. A gateway appears with a staircase descending from its maw. From the distance, two figures can be seen walking down. They are surrounded by a powerful, radiant golden aura. The two descend. One carries a calm demeanor with a faint smile, the other is cold as glacial ice. Tianyi immediately recognizes him, Hall Master Dugu Wudi of the Heavenly Divine Hall. He is here to kill Su Beiweng and seize the Imperial Seal. Beiweng observes that this man's Providence Pagoda rating is 99. The man furrows his brow, pointing down with clear contempt, and issues a challenge. Su Beiweng, once the Tiank domain opens, you and I shall fight a battle of life and death. Beiweng doesn't care in the slightest and smirks. A Providence score like that, another fine crop to harvest. He studies the Dugu Hall Master more closely. This aura is formidable, yet it carries no malice. The Dugu Hall Master speaks warmly, "Young friend Su, this seat, in the capacity of Hall Master of the Heavenly Divine Hall, cordially invites you to join our ranks." Jin Shuang hears this and throws a glance at Beiweng, her eyes blazing with killing intent. He immediately stammers, "I don't want to." Jin Shuang glares at him, her gaze sharp enough to kill. She transforms into a cerulean phoenix and charges straight at Hall Master Dugu. He casually waves his hand, and a massive golden barrier materializes in an instant, blocking Jin Shuang's path. Seeing the situation is unwinnable, she raises her leg and kicks Beiweng straight into the air. He doesn't understand what's happening. By the time he realizes, he is already soaring through the sky. Moments later, Beiweng crashes down at Teichu Palace. He scrambles to his feet, bewildered. Did boss just kick me all the way back? Then where is boss? Seeing a eunuch suddenly appear, Beiweng asks, "Eunuch, what is it?" The eunuch replies, "Young Master Su Wu Zhao is outside." Beiweng immediately grasps the intent behind Jin Shuang kicking him back here. He thinks they've come all the way to boss's turf. That arrogant fool. Beiweng steps outside and bows respectfully to the figure seated within the palanquin. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Empress." She proposes an exchange. "How about this palace trades you dragon bones for the Imperial Seal?" Beiweng hears this and feigns a conflicted expression. This dragon bones, the skeletal remains of a true dragon, contain essence blood of immense purity. Within these bones, one can cultivate various primordial forbidden arts. Their value is equal to that of a supreme divine artifact. The Heavenly Empress believes the dragon bones have swayed him. She adds young Master Su surely knows that the imperial seal can only be wielded through the power of law itself. When young Master Su attains nirvana someday, this palace will lend it to you at any time to face your enemies. Beiweng listens and thinks her calculation isn't bad. She knows a divine artifact like the imperial seal requires at least a second stage nirvana cultivator to wield swiftly. And he's still far from that level. Might as well take this dragon chi and go intimidate people. The Heavenly Empress sweetens the deal. This palace will add 1 divine artifact and 2 bottles of second-rank demonic beast essence blood. She thinks smugly, this brat, this palace refuses to believe you won't be tempted. It's all this palace's fault for not killing you sooner, allowing you to grow so arrogant today. Beiweng sees through her intentions. He says flatly, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Empress. The truth is, the imperial seal still has its uses for this servant. I can take it out to crack walnuts. He thinks, damn it, stop wasting my time. I still need to find boss. The Heavenly Empress seethes with rage. This brat dares humiliate this palace like this. Beiweng reminds her, remember, you cannot ride smooth winds forever. This servant bids Your Majesty farewell. With that, Beiweng turns on his heel and strides away. He thinks actually this deal with the Heavenly Empress wouldn't have been a loss, but what if boss gets angry? If she won't let me grovel anymore, everything falls apart. Moments later, Beiweng reunites with Jin Shuang. He asks, Your Highness, were you able to deal with that Dugu Wudi? Seeing her return without a single scratch, Beiweng's heart finally eases. Boss is back, that's all that matters. Jin Shuang sizes up Su Beiweng and says, Do you know that in the eyes of the Heavenly Divine Hall, your value is equivalent to 2 half-step sovereigns? Realizing his own worth isn't small, Beiweng swells with pride. Oh, I'm actually worth that much. It seems Dugu Wudi couldn't negotiate with boss. The Hall Master of the Heavenly Divine Hall must have no shortage of treasures. But boss probably can't bear to part with me. Seeing his expression, Jin Shuang asks with a faint smile, Are you quite proud of yourself? Beiweng waves his hands, flustered. No, he doesn't hesitate to be direct. Then what position does this servant hold in your highness's heart? Jin Shuang looks at him, her gaze cold as frost. You. She replies bluntly, nothing at all. Beiweng feels his heart shatter into 1,000 pieces. He wails inwardly, I've given my all. And in boss's eyes, I'm still the kind who could be tossed aside at any moment. Suddenly, a golden essence wrapped in swirling blue spiritual energy materializes before him, startling him. Jin Shuang says this is the essence of that insect Jia Yuan, absorb it. Beiweng draws the essence into his body and says, Thank you, boss. Deep down, he knows boss refuses on the surface but actually cares for him deeply. Obtaining the essence of a Saint Realm cultivator will be a tremendous boon to his own cultivation. This fills the depths of his heart with an unprecedented warmth. Jin Shuang furrows her brow, falling silent for a moment as if contemplating something. After a while, she produces a manuscript. Loose pages flutter out alongside a medicinal vial and asks, Where did these come from? Beiweng's heart leaps into his throat. He breaks into a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically. Your Highness, this servant can explain. A glint of scrutiny flashes in Jin Shuang's eyes. The fact that he could stumble upon such things makes her wonder if he's the chosen one of heaven and earth's creation, even among piles of junk. This one somehow manages to unearth treasures. Beiweng thinks wasn't he just wearing something unlucky? How could he possibly become a son of destiny? The next second he raises his finger, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Jin Shuang has no desire to elaborate further on the matter. She says, Fine, put away your trash. Beiweng retrieves the items and grins. This subordinate is merely a diligent worker, Your Highness jests, but this time. That treasure-hunting rat Yi Tian didn't put in much effort, only managed to scrounge up these 2 things. Beiweng produces the Imperial Jade Seal and says, Oh, right, thigh's Imperial Jade Seal. This subordinate has no need for it, it's for Your Highness. Dense dragon chi radiates around the Imperial Jade Seal. Any ordinary person with meager cultivation would be overwhelmed and compelled to kneel in reverence. Jin Shuang says these are divine artifacts. There are only 10 in all the 9 provinces. Beiweng smiles gently and says, Everything this subordinate does for Your Highness is done willingly. Jin Shuang hears this and feels a slight stir in her heart. This kid. She asks in confusion, Wu Zhao gave you so many treasures and you didn't exchange a single one. Beiweng asks in surprise, Your Highness saw all that. Jin Shuang crosses her arms and clears her throat. Is there anything in Teichu Palace that this palace doesn't know about? Including an hour ago, when you hung a stocking on the chair. Beiweng lowers his head upon hearing this, his expression one of acute embarrassment. That thing. He recalls how, an hour ago, he lifted her black stocking to his nose, his face showing a satisfied yet utterly perverted expression. At this, Beiweng's gaze drifts to her long, porcelain-smooth legs. He thinks boss always wears long skirts outside. Only within Teichu Palace does she change into stockings and a kippa just for him to see. Suddenly the sky darkens, lightning strikes, and a fissure splits open from the earth. As Jin Shuang and Beiweng approach, the fissure widens. The next second she places the Imperial Jade Seal inside. The Imperial Jade Seal is swiftly drawn into a vortex beneath the ground and vanishes. Beiweng watches in astonishment. Moreover, he sees countless divine artifacts concealed within the fissure. The Teiya sword and the Hayashin Pagadaso, two more divine artifacts, were being suppressed beneath Teichu Palace all along. Seeing this, he can't help but let out an amazed sneer. At this moment, Jin Shuang asks with solemn gravity, "What does the one who rendered great service desire?" Beiweng's eyes light up with excitement. Here it comes, boss really won't let me suffer a loss. He says that thing. As he speaks, Beiweng lowers his gaze toward her chest and below. Seeing him staring so intently, Jin Shuang shouts furiously. At this moment, Beiweng leans his face close to Jin Shuang's and says, "Your Highness," this subordinate once read an ancient tale. It said that a kiss on the cheek can convey tender affection. Could your Highness grant this subordinate one little kiss? Upon hearing this, Jin Shuang violently grabs his chin and demands with a frown, "Which ancient tale? Show it to me right now." Beiweng breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, "I stumbled upon it while exploring a secret realm. It's absolutely true." How would this subordinate dare deceive your Highness? Jin Shuang ponders over the secret realm. While she is lost in thought and lets her guard down, Beiweng smiles faintly. He thinks boss is still tense, but the strength in her grip has already loosened. Beiweng presses his face close to Jin Shuang's as if he's about to kiss her plump, glistening lips. Unable to restrain the desire in his heart, Beiweng plants a kiss on Jin Shuang's cheek. Her face flushes crimson with embarrassment. He thinks boss is so soft and sweet. Beiweng feels shy, he wants to see her reaction. Jin Shuang is enraged by his impudence. Unlike usual, she doesn't kick him away. Her cheeks burn red with bashfulness as she stares at Beiweng in silence. The next second she finally can't bear it and kicks him away. Jin Shuang touches her burning face and curses, "Insufferable wretch." The next second, a cat approaches and rubs against Jin Shuang's leg, seemingly seeking her affection, but she glares at it with lethal sharpness. The poor cat is so terrified it breaks into a cold sweat and scurries away. Jin Shuang is still flustered from the earlier kiss and blurts out, "That scoundrel," at the literary gathering in Xuaner district of the imperial capital. Beiweng is sent plummeting by Jin Shuang's kick at breakneck speed. He crashes down, shattering the desk clean in two. Everyone who witnesses this is stunned speechless. Beiweng groans in agony. "Hey!" Dongfeng rushes over and asks, "Who dared to wound young Master Su like this?" "Brother Su." Dongfeng helps Beiweng sit up and asks, "What happened?" Seeing this, Beiweng grumbles, "What shouldn't be asked, don't ask." How could Beiweng possibly admit that he got kicked all the way here for copping a feel from Jin Shuang? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Beiweng shakes his head and replies with a roguish grin, "Just a debt of romance." He then tends to his own injuries. Afterwards, Beiweng suddenly notices the jade pendant on Dongfeng's person. This kid really has some luck. Where on earth did he stumble upon such a fortuitous encounter? Beiweng examines every line and curve of the jade pendant and says, "The maidservants in my manor are most fond of collecting jade pendants. This one." Dongfeng immediately offers the jade with both hands, beaming, "If the young miss in young master's manor fancies it, then it is this junior's honor." Beiweng takes the jade pendant and tosses a bottle of high-purity medicinal pills to Dongfeng. "I won't take yours for nothing." Dongfeng catches the bottle of medicine and says, "Young Master Su is too kind." In his mind, he thinks anything young Master Su gives is absolutely top-quality goods. He raises the medicine bottle high and declares that Liu Mu once served at young Master Su's side. And everyone around can't help but look on with envy. Dongfeng gazes at Beiweng with sparkling, adoring eyes, thinking who knows when the next time I'll meet young Master Su will be. Beiweng senses the fervent gaze, purses his lips, and takes his leave. As he walks away quickly, he examines the jade pendant and thinks there must be a formation array inside this thing. I can't decipher it myself, guess I'll have to rely on boss after all. Scrub it. Beiweng recalls the kiss he planted on Jin Shuang's cheek. He strokes his chin and ponders, but this time I crossed boss's bottom line. Otherwise, boss wouldn't have been willing to hurt me. What should I do now? Beiweng then imagines a scene of Jin Shuang tenderly cradling their child. There must be a way, the kiss is already done. As long as one is bold enough, boss will settle down and bear children. Beiweng is about to go to Jin Shuang when something blocks his path. Beiweng startled discovers a barrier shimmering before his eyes. He mutters, so only I can't enter, have I been blacklisted by boss? The cat strolls through the barrier at this moment and stares at him. Beiweng lets out a sigh and draws his sword. This subordinate knows his place and will no longer offend your highness's eyes. The cat, seeing him resort to desperate measures, arches its back in disbelief, staring at him wide-eyed. Beiweng presses the blade against his own throat. Blood stains the sword and drips to the ground. Suddenly, a flash of crimson robes appears. It is Jin Shuang. Learning that Beiweng attempts to take his own life, she reveals herself a heart that cannot bear it. Though she knows this is merely Beiweng's bitter ruse, she cannot allow him to die. Jin Shuang gazes at Beiweng with an expression of exasperation laced with helplessness, then channels her spiritual power to heal the wound on his neck. Beiweng springs back to life, drops to his knees, and declares, "This subordinate's sins are grave, deserving of death," he says earnestly. "If your highness is still angry, then this subordinate shall accept another kiss as punishment," originally intending to forgive Beiweng. Upon hearing such shameless words, Jin Shuang can't help but kick him flying once more. Beiweng thinks with deep satisfaction, boss really does still care about me. I should cook a hot pot for boss. Moments later, a massive, ultra-spicy hot pot sits at the center of the table, surrounded by an array of fresh, exquisite delicacies. Beiweng hands the chopsticks to Jin Shuang and says, "Your Highness, please have a taste. This is a Mandarin duck hot pot." Jin Shuang takes the chopsticks and gazes at the hot pot, seeing her plump, glistening red lips. Beiweng can't suppress his desire and thinks, if I were to kiss boss's little mouth and never let go, what would that taste like? Jin Shuang sees Beiweng's perverted expression and glares at him as a warning. Beiweng understands and turns away, calming himself. "Stay patient, there will be another opportunity." After tasting the hot pot, Jin Shuang praises him. "Your skills have improved somewhat." Beiweng sidles close to her, kneels and says, "Your Highness, let this subordinate massage your feet." Foot massages and hot pot are the perfect combination. Seeing Beiweng cheerfully clinging to her thigh without letting go, Jin Shuang shouts furiously, "Do you want to be banished across all 4 palaces again?" He yelps. This subordinate wouldn't dare. His mouth says he wouldn't dare, yet his grip only tightens. Jin Shuang sighs, seeing that this man is truly beyond remedy. Beiweng needs Jin Shuang's feet, inwardly telling himself to stay calm. Boss is still glaring, she can't take it anymore. Jin Shuang crosses her legs, denying Beiweng any further access, leaving him grasping at air. Afterward, Jin Shuang puts on a stern face and pronounces the decree: confinement for 3 months. He is forbidden from stepping outside his quarters. With that, she kicks him out of the palace. Beiweng is sent crashing straight down into his own room. He sits up, clutching his head, and says, "I need to calm my mind and cultivate. At the very least, I must fully digest the dragon chi. Perhaps I can also seize this opportunity to comprehend the origin saint realm." Time slips by like flowing water. At last, 3 months have passed. Beiweng stretches with a satisfied sigh and says, "How quickly the days fly by. If only I could spend an entire lifetime living in Teichu Palace, that would be wonderful." He suddenly senses Jin Shuang's aura nearby. "Su Beiweng thinks the boss is here to pick me up, right on time." Su Beiweng steps outside and rushes toward her, calling out, "Your Highness." Then he suddenly spots a streak of light rising from what appears to be the direction of Tianji Pavilion. Jin Shuang, seeing that he has noticed, speaks, "Only 36 days remain until the Tianq domain opens. Today, Tianji Pavilion has published the heavenly ranking and issued 36 command tokens. Each token contains a secret divine ability. Hurry and go see whether your name is on the heavenly ranking." Zhu. Beiweng hears this and obeys as you command, yet a flicker of unease lingers within him. The heavenly ranking lists the 36 most powerful young cultivators alive. If his memory serves, 10 years ago when the boss first made her debut, she slaughtered 27 of the 36 on the heavenly ranking and crippled the rest. Perhaps he should just take it as it comes. By the time they arrive at Tianji Pavilion, a massive crowd has already gathered. The heavenly ranking displays the names of the most powerful cultivators. Dragon-like chi soars into the heavens and every onlooker gasps in awe. Then, the names inscribed upon the heavenly ranking suddenly blaze with radiance, and command tokens materialize one by one. Jai Minju sees her rank on the command token and scowls in displeasure. I am a princess of the great Qian dynasty, yet I am ranked a mere 31st? How utterly humiliating. Nearby, another figure clutches his command token. His expression twisted with indignation. This prince is ranked only 16th, what a farce. Spotting Su Beiweng's arrival, both turn their gazes toward him, wondering what rank did that brat receive. Su Beiweng strolls in with effortless composure. Someone shouts the top 10 of the heavenly ranking are about to be revealed. The ranks materialize from lowest to highest: Su Beiweng, Zhang Heoran, Xuanyuan Chengqing, Chu Taixu. Su Beiweng accepts his token and mutters rank 4 ha. The top 3 of the heavenly ranking are Chu Taixu, Xuanyuan Chengqing, and Zhang Heoran. No wonder the boss told me to train in seclusion. Without it, I wouldn't stand a chance against any of them. Having reviewed his ranking on the heavenly ranking, he thinks better report back to the boss. Can't keep her waiting too long. Su Beiweng returns to the palace and finds Jin Shuang. He calls out nervously, Your Highness. Jin Shuang asks, do you now understand how vast the heavens and how deep the earth are? Before her words even fade, Su Beiweng has already lunged forward and clung to her leg, putting on the most pitiful act. I'm so scared, boss, hold me. Seeing him start his antics again, Jin Shuang grows furious. She lifts her leg and kicks him away, snarling, Get lost. Her eyes sharpen like blades. If you can't even handle a few ants, what use does this seat have for you? She fixes him with a piercing stare. You must reach the summit of the Tiank domain. If you can't, don't follow this seat anymore. Hearing this, Su Beiweng is stunned. He slumps to the ground with a sigh. Just being alive is fortunate enough. What summit am I even dreaming of? Jin Shuang says, back then, when this seat was merely 18, I had already slain 28 cultivators from the heavenly ranking inside the Tiank domain. Su Beiweng eagerly asks, Your Highness, are there any treasures that can boost my cultivation base? Jin Shuang smiles faintly. If you do reach the summit, this seat shall reward you. His eyes light up instantly. What reward? Jin Shuang glances at him with a subtle hint of allure. This seat permits you to kiss me. Duration: the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Su Beiweng's limbs tremble with excitement. Kiss the boss for half an incense stick's time. He immediately blurts, What kind of incense, Your Highness? And may this subordinate choose the location. His mind races to the colossal incense stick at the capital's Grand Temple, so enormous it could burn for days on end. Won't my lips go completely numb? From head to toe, no place would be spared. At the mere thought, Su Beiweng drools. Jin Shuang sees the filth running through his mind and snaps, Are you deliberately trying to drive this seat mad? Su Beiweng instantly returns to a dead serious expression. He says this subordinate would not dare, this subordinate obeys. But inside, he is ecstatic. The boss is actually letting me kiss her. This is a massive breakthrough. All my efforts haven't been in vain after all. Jin Shuang adds, If you die inside the Tiank domain, even this seat cannot save you. Hearing these words, Su Beiweng finds them strange. He thinks, I've never seen the boss like this before. Is she worried about me? He then asks, Your Highness, what are the odds that this subordinate can reach the summit? Jin Shuang answers bluntly, 5%. Su Beiweng's soul seems to leave his body. He thinks dejectedly, only 5%? No wonder she's letting me kiss Harris. This some kind of final consolation. Jin Shuang pauses for a moment, then reveals more about the first and second ranks. The first and second ranks of the Tiank domain are reincarnations of half-step sovereigns. Su Beiweng is stunned. That's even possible. His face drains of all color. What a devastating blow. Isn't this like a tenured professor from Qingbei University repeating a year of high school just to retake the college entrance exam? Their combat instincts and battle awareness are already fully honed. How is anyone else supposed to fight them? At this point, Jin Shuang's expression turns grave. She says if one cannot reach the summit of the Tiank domain, transcendence is impossible. Hearing this, Su Beiweng finally understands. So this is what transcendence means. The boss intends to ascend. If he fails to achieve transcendence, he will simply continue along the mortal cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, left behind to watch her ascend, never to see her again. Su Beiweng's expression grows even more solemn at the thought of her ascending, Goff himself never being able to see her again. He presses his lips together tightly and thinks anxiously. Since the dawn of the 9 provinces continent, not a single soul has ever ascended. But I know the boss can do it. If the boss ascends, then what becomes of me? Seeing him fall silent, Jin Shuang continues. Reaching the summit of the Tiank domain will grant a wisp of primordial Qia, necessary component for transcendence. This seat hopes you can obtain it. At this, Su Beiweng lifts his gaze to her and asks, Your Highness, will that reward you promised still stand? Su Beiweng steels his resolve. If the boss can't bear to part with me, then all of you will just have to die. Images of Jai Minju and the others flash through his mind. Anyone who stands between him and Jin Shuang must die. Jin Shuang speaks with a vicious tone, yet there is a hint of genuine concern beneath it. You good for nothing, don't you dare die in there. You still have 36 days them to raise your cultivation base. Su Beiweng transforms into a loyal hound, wagging his tail and nodding obediently. Jin Shuang reminds him, don't overlook the other ants either. For all you know, they may carry fragments of powerful expert souls. Su Beiweng startles, there's more. Can there really be such good fortune? Jin Shuang rises to her feet and commands, get lost, go back and continue your cultivation. Now. Su Beiweng is crestfallen. In the imperial garden, morning sunlight cascades down, bathing the lush greenery in a golden glow. Jun Jai kneels and declares, though this nephew has not yet made the ranking, I will still enter the Tiank domain and slay that Su villain to wash away this humiliation. Seeing such determination, Wu Zhao is greatly pleased. She produces a precious pill. Your ambition is commendable. This seat shall bestow upon you a pill. This journey of yours represents the face of the Wu clan. You must bring back glory. The pill floats into Jun Jai's mouth of its own accord. After swallowing the pill, Jun Jai says, thank you, aunt. This nephew takes his leave. The moment Jun Jai departs, a shadowy figure emerges from behind the screen. A young woman parts the curtains and steps forward. This is Jai Xianxia, second princess of the great Qian dynasty and Wu Zhao's daughter. She speaks bluntly, why does Mother Empress bestow pills upon that kind of trash? Wu Zhao says, this time you have been selected into the top 10 of the Tiank domain. Compared to your elder sister Jai Minju, you have concealed your talent since childhood. I never wished to expose you before so many eyes. Wu Zhao brings up Su Beiweng. However, we cannot allow that surnamed Su to grow any more powerful. He must be eliminated. If you wish to enter the battlefield, Mother Empress will devise a meticulous plan for you. The pill I gave Jun Jai is designed to turn him into your puppet. Should anything go wrong, he can die in your place. Jai Xianxia declares with absolute certainty, your daughter will absolutely slay that surnamed Su. Wu Zhao reminds her, exercise caution in all things. At Mang Mountain, the scenery remains peaceful and serene. The figure of Elder Yan materializes. Yi Tian bows deeply. Elder Yan, you have awakened. Elder Yan's figure is projected by a strange artifact resting below. He looks at Yi Tian and says, you have merely reached the 7th grade realm. This old man is truly disappointed. The Tiank domain is your last chance. If you cannot reach the summit and claim the greatest fortune, I fear you will fade into obscurity among your peers. Yi Tian says, it is all because of that surnamed Su. Brave has ruined my plans time and again. Hearing this, Elder Yan strokes his beard and asks, tell me what has transpired during this old man's slumber. In his heart, Elder Yan wonders, could it be that this old man chose the wrong person? If I had not intervened back then, that jade pendant might have fallen into the hands of the Su clan. My chances of reforging my physical body would have been far greater. Yi Tian furrows his brow. Yes, this junior does not dare conceal anything about that surnamed Su. Yet he still seethes inwardly about having his artifact seal stolen. If that Su bastard hadn't stolen my treasure, I would undoubtedly be the champion of the Tiank domain, shaking the entire 9 provinces. With just 1 day remaining until the Tiank domain opens, Su Beiweng trains in seclusion. He thinks over these past few days. The boss has given me a whole pile of treasures to boost my cultivation base. She really is thorough. Suddenly, Su Beiweng startles as a lotus flower materializes before him out of thin air. From within the lotus, a cat leaps out, pouncing onto his face and letting out a meow. Su Beiweng, annoyed, shouts, "You rebellious creature." The cat then scratches a line of text into the ground and stares at Su Beiweng, as if delivering a reminder. Su Beiweng stares in astonishment. "You can write." Realization dawns on him. He scoops up the cat and exclaims, "Why didn't you say so sooner? Quick, I'll go prepare right away." Shortly after, he prepares a lavishly decorated three-tiered cake for Jin Shuang, accompanied by the message, "Your Highness, happy 28th birthday." Jin Shuang accepts the cake, unable to hide her surprise. Su Beiweng beams with a grin. "This is called a cake. This subordinate made it by hand to celebrate your highness's birthday." He thinks, "Good thing that little cat delivered the news. Otherwise, I would have completely missed the boss's birthday." Jin Shuang shoots him an annoyed glance. "How old this seat is, though, I need you to remind me." Su Beiweng startles and hastily apologizes. This subordinate spoke out of turn. Inside, he knows he has touched upon the boss's most forbidden topic. It seems that no matter what kind of woman they are, they all care about their age. Jin Shuang dips a slender finger into the frosting and brings it to her lips for a taste. A look of satisfaction crosses her face. Su Beiweng watches her eat the frosting and finds even this simple act utterly intoxicating, indescribably captivating. He murmurs, "Boss, if you're going to kill me, at least don't use this kind of weapon." Yet seeing that she clearly enjoys the cake's flavor, a satisfied grin spreads across his face. The Tiank domain opens. Numerous gateways materialize one after another. Su Beiweng senses it instantly. "Your Highness, the Tiank domain has opened." Jin Shuang produces a mirror and holds it out to him. "Take this, should you perish. This mirror will absorb a fragment of your soul and guide you through reincarnation." Su Beiweng accepts the mirror. His mood darkens, blaming himself. Boss has not a shred of confidence in him. A heartbeat later, Su Beiweng returns it to Jin Shuang. "This humble servant does not pray for the next life. Only this life," he thinks to himself. With no retreat left, only then can he force out his strongest self. Seeing him so resolute, Jin Shuang does not press further. "Go." Su Beiweng still refuses to leave. His gaze lingers on Jin Shuang, unable to look away. She assumes he wants something. "Out with it, what do you want?" Su Beiweng gazes at Jin Shuang with undisguised devotion. "Your Highness, 10 years ago you charged into the Tiank domain at its summit and dominated all with overwhelming force. This humble servant wishes to kiss your Highness's lips so that a share of that dominance may walk the same path as your Highness." Jin Shuang hears these honeyed words and shoves him away in irritation. "Get lost." Su Beiweng blinks innocently. "Does your Highness not wish for this humble servant to borrow a touch of your providence?" Su Beiweng's eyes glisten with unshed tears, his expression pitiful. "Your Highness, there are several cakes in the kitchen, all the sweet flavors you enjoy. The hot pot seasonings are in the kitchen as well. All the vegetables and meats have been neatly arranged. Your Highness need only place them into the mandarin duck pot and they are ready to serve." Su Beiweng continues, "As for the cooking seasonings, this humble servant has written the order of each one on paper and pasted it above the stove." Hearing him speak as though settling his final affairs, Jin Shuang snaps, "Are you making your last will and testament to this palace?" Su Beiweng retorts without missing a beat, "Who told your Highness not to pass on your providence to this humble servant?" Jin Shuang turns away in irritation. In that lingering moment of intimacy, Su Beiweng closes the distance without hesitation, pressing his lips against Jin Shuang's. He thinks boss didn't refuse, boss is giving him strength. After the kiss, Jin Shuang seizes his wrist and snarls, "Are you not afraid this palace will castrate you?" Su Beiweng lowers his head. "This humble servant is guilty." Jin Shuang turns her face away, a crimson flush creeping across her cheeks. She shoves him, "Get out. Don't let this palace see your face again." As for Su Beiweng, he looks at her and smiles softly. Su Beiweng tells her this humble servant takes his leave. He thinks to himself, boss is getting shy. He's done for, is already looking forward to his reward. At the azure abyss, spatial vortexes materialize in the air. Everyone gathers and gazes up at the heavenly ranking. Golden lines of light adorn the heavenly ranking, with a crucial detail: whenever a luminous point above a name vanishes, it means that contestant has perished. Su Beiweng arrives riding his sword through the air. He murmurs in wonder, "So this is the Tiank domain." Those below see Su Beiweng appear and gape in astonishment. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Young Master Su is here. They say any genius of the heavenly ranking who survives the Tiank domain and emerges becomes a great figure of the age. The one who reaches the summit even earns a chance at transcendence. One wonders what fortune young Master Su will find. Young Master Su has been strutting through the capital on the Grand Princess's coattails. How can he expect to bully others with borrowed authority here? Chu Taixu, ranked first on the heavenly ranking, is no ordinary talent. Su Beiweng steers his sword into the vortex. Once inside, he startles. What is this place? The system interface flickers to life. Tiank domain battle aeronavictors may seize luminous points. Understanding dawns, so that is how it works. But how exactly does one fight in this free-for-all? A group of people flies toward him, shouting, Su, you villain, today is the day you die. Hearing his name called, Su Beiweng turns. Kong Xionaire of the Kong clan stares at him with burning hatred. The Slaughter Covenant will never forgive you. He thinks to himself, if he can kill this Su bastard, he can seize his luminous points as well. Su Beiweng asks with a faint smile. The Slaughter Covenant is at you lot. Anyone else who wants to kill me? The moment Su Beiweng finishes speaking, Quinjai appears, raising his sword toward Su Beiweng, roaring, You surnamed Su. The humiliation you dealt me that day I will repay it 100-fold. Su Beiweng watches challenger after challenger emerge and sneers. Very good. He flares his power, ready for battle. They rush toward him, shouting to one another, he's all bark and no bite. Everyone charge, kill him. Quinjai lunges with his sword, bellowing die. Su Beiweng smiles faintly and flicks his wrist. Dragon Chi erupts around him, its pressure so overwhelming that the entire group recoils in terror. They scream to one another, flee, run now. Seeing this, Su Beiweng smiles faintly. You want to run? Did you truly think me so easy to bully? A heartbeat later, a ferocious visage materialized, blood-red eyes, sharp and merciless. A wrathful expression bares its fangs, as though ready to devour anyone in its path. Darkness engulfs the space. Crimson streaks like trails of blood scar the void. Kong Xian sees the situation collapsing and wheels around to flee, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Xiao Fan feels that staying means certain death. He scowls him out first. Su Beiweng draws out his guzheng and plucks a single string. Too late. The dragon chi surges forth, binding Kong Xian and Xiao Fan in place. Someone takes the blow and plummets off the cliff. It is Kong Xian, gravely wounded by the dragon chi. Su Beiweng approaches. Kong Xian threatens, You dare make an enemy of every scholar under heaven, you dare make an enemy of the Kong clan. You cannot kill me. Su Beiweng pays no heed. A single palm strike slams Kong Xian into the earth, motionless. He then turns to Xiao Fan. Your turn. Xiao Fan immediately grovels. I was blind and foolish, please young Master Su show magnanimity. Seeing such cowardice, Quinjai cannot help but raise his sword and sneer, pathetic, absolutely no backbone. Su Beiweng glances at him and chuckles. Huh? He flicks his wrist and Quinjai is dispatched as effortlessly as a gust of wind sweeping aside a fallen leaf. Su Beiweng advances on Xiao Fan, eyes brimming with killing intent. Is this the depth of your combined strength? Under his crushing pressure, Xiao Fan's face drains of all color. The onlookers gape at Su Beiweng's overwhelming dominance. Yi Tian furrows his brow in displeasure. Beneath the towering cliffs of the Tiank domain, Xiao Fan takes a step back. Su Beiweng steps forward. Kneel, he commands. My patience has its limits. Helpless, Xiao Fan drops to his knees, inwardly telling himself to endure. The dignity of the Holy Land, trampled by my kneeling, so what? I still want to live. Only by living can I hope for revenge. Only by living can I one day stand proudly above the 9 provinces. Su Beiweng orders him to kowtow. Xiao Fan presses his forehead to the ground and swears in his heart the humiliation of today, he will repay 100-fold. The system chimes with an announcement, Tiank Domain first floor trial unlocked. The next scene reveals itself a bridge composed of interlocking tiles stretches toward a statue holding a bowl of water. The system declares this gate is the path of life and death. It consists of 81 tiles. Among them, 40 are illusion. Step upon one and you plunge into the abyss. The tiles are randomly arranged. Groups of 2 must traverse this path to pass the trial. The first to reach the end claims the treasure. The water flows clear, the bridge crumbles beneath you. Those who cannot count the path, die. One person volunteers at once. I'll go first. The moment he steps onto the bridge, he lands on an illusory tile. From the outside, the bridge's true tiles remain clearly visible. Su Beiweng rests his chin in thought, since time immemorial. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has existed to aid the cultivators of the 9 provinces in achieving transcendence. Not a single soul from this continent has ever ascended. He recalls what this novel once stated: for someone to ascend, 2 conditions must be satisfied: a talent unrivaled since the dawn of history, and providence blessed by the heavenly Tao. It seems this trial exists specifically to weed out cultivators without providence. Bestowing such fortune upon someone lacking it would be a waste. At this thought he curses in frustration. Damn it, also what if I don't have providence? Am I eating your rice or something? With no providence to begin with, if he walks this bridge alone, he's absolutely done for. Su Beiweng's gaze drifts to Xiao Fan. A brilliant idea strikes. Of course, somewhere in the distance an explosion erupts. Su Beiweng plants his foot on Xiao Fan's back and stares down at him with killing intent. We'll cross this bridge together. He thinks to himself, after all, the rules never said you couldn't stack people to cross. That settles it. Xiao Fan instantly grasps his meaning. His thoughts scream, this is outrageous bullying's using me as a stepping stone. Su Beiweng speaks, if you don't want to die, don't test my patience. A heartbeat later, Su Beiweng climbs onto Xiao Fan's back. Seeing him hesitate, he urges, move it. Stop dawdling. Along the bridge, those who went ahead have all stepped on illusory tiles and plummeted into the depths. Xiao Fan shuts his eyes and trembling staggers forward. Su Beiweng watches the others fall, yet Xiao Fan remains unscathed. Satisfaction blooms in his mind as expected of the Son of Providence. Victory is assured. Xiao Fan is drenched in cold sweat. He can hardly believe he actually made it through. Someone sees him crossing with ease and burns with jealousy. What gives you the right to pass? Go die. That person lunges to attack Xiao Fan, but Su Beiweng spots him. He swats the attacker aside without mercy. There are truly people who don't fear death. In an instant, both of them have crossed the entire bridge. Before Su Beiweng and Xiao Fan stands the statue, bowl of water in hand. Seeing the sight before him, understanding clicks into place. Xiao Fan seizes the moment and shoves Su Beiweng back, lunging to attack. Go. Die. A sigil blazes to life on Su Beiweng's forehead. Why must we harm each other? He says. The thing I hate most is fighting. The words barely leave his lips before his dragon chi crashes down upon Xiao Fan. The blow connects. Xiao Fan is gravely wounded and coughs up a mouthful of blood. With the matter settled, Su Beiweng clasps his hands behind his back. Done, he advances forward. The bowl held by the statue drips water, drop by drop, onto a lotus below. A heartbeat later, a golden dragon statue materializes. The system chimes, this is the essence blood of a true dragon. The Tiank domain activates, random teleportation initiates. Suddenly, a black vortex appears in the center of Su Beiweng's chest. He startles, what? Random. The next instant, the vortex on Beiweng's body vanishes and he collapses. While the names of Chu Taixu, Xuanyuan Changqing, and Zhang Heoran still blaze with light, the name Su Beiweng gradually fades into darkness. Everyone is stunned. This young master Su only just climbed to 4th place, and now he's already dead. Wu Zhao thinks to herself in disbelief, did that stinking brat surnamed Su actually die? This empress was worried that useless wretch Wu Junji would die, leaving Xianxia without a substitute. It seems there's no need to worry about that anymore. The others see Beiweng's light extinguish and are shocked. One of them laughs aloud. That villain surnamed Su is finally dead. The words barely leave his mouth before a terrifying aura crushes him where he stands, killing him instantly. The aura belongs to Jin Shuang. The moment they see her appear, the color drains from every face. The 5th demon lord has arrived. Better shut their mouths. Provoking her is not something anyone dares. Jin Shuang's brow furrows as she demands, what happened here? Old Tianji thinks to himself, in all the millennia of the Tiank domain's existence, this woman is the most gifted martial artist he has ever encountered, a being on the very threshold of transcendence. He never expected her to lose composure like this. He answers carefully, the Tiank domain lies at the edge of the abyss. This old man is merely a guest retainer. I know nothing of the inner workings. But in all these tens of thousands of years, whenever a name vanishes from the stone tablet, if nothing unexpected occurs. Jin Shuang hears this and fury ignites within her. Killing intent billows forth thick and suffocating. She looks ready to slaughter everyone present. But she restrains herself. Beiweng's life is what matters most. She plunges downward, thinking that loyal mud of mine won't die. He is the unexpected. A rift tears open in the void. A crimson streak hurtles downward. All around is a sea of red, the hue of fresh blood. Spider lilies bloom in endless rows. The crimson streak plunges deep into the dimension, and the next instant, a ring of white light appears. Beiweng lies unconscious, floating in a dimension washed in crimson. Spectral hands claw at him from all sides, trying to tear him apart. The next moment, Beiweng's eyes flutter open. He gazes around in a daze and murmurs, "Is this the netherworld spider lily realm? Am I dead? Have I been summoned to the underworld? The black and white impermanence, the king of hell, the judge of the dead." Beiweng suddenly jolts upright and screams. A figure streaks down from above and curses him. "Drash!" Beiweng whips his head around to see who spoke. Before him stands Jin Shuang, her expression laced with contempt. "Drash!" Refusing to accept the insult, Beiweng's eyes flare crimson. He roars in defiance, "I am not trash." Beiweng erupts with power. A beam of golden light materializes and surges straight upward. Its force is so devastating it threatens to rip the very fabric of space apart. The crimson auras around him scatter and dissolve into nothingness. Beiweng stares at the dragon chi coiling around his hand. The northern darkness, blood-devouring divine art has advanced. He's alive. Not only is he alive, but the northern darkness, blood-devouring divine art has directly broken through to the fourth layer. At that moment, a mysterious figure materialized, neither man nor ghost. It speaks, "Welcome, Lord Envoy." Beiweng demands, "What did I swallow?" He thinks to himself, he clearly felt himself die multiple times over, and now he's alive again. This likely has something to do with providence, but even the worst luck shouldn't teleport someone straight to hell, right? The figure replies, "Nether Chi." Hearing this, Beiweng smiles faintly. Nether Chi, could it be because of the northern darkness, blood-devouring divine art? He then asks, "Where is this place?" The figure answers, "The little northern darkness realm." Beiweng states flatly, "Take me back, return me to where I came from." The figure leads Beiweng to a towering bridge that stretches endlessly across the crimson dimension. It speaks, "Welcome, Lord Envoy. Through the long tides of ages, someone still awaits you in the forbidden zone of life." Beiweng hears this and wonders what in the world is the forbidden zone of life. He glances at his own aura and shakes his head. Forget it, no point dwelling on such things. He knew the northern darkness, blood-devouring divine art defied the heavens, but this is absurdly overpowered. From afar, Jin Shuang watches Beiweng step onto the bridge. Relief washes over her, yet irritation simmers beneath. She thinks, "Stinking brat, when you get out, you're dead for sure." The heavenly ranking blazes with light, shocking every onlooker. The name Su Beiweng at rank 4 suddenly ignites once more. Everyone stares in disbelief. Su Beiweng's name has lit up again. Old Tianji is dumbfounded. He cannot believe what he's witnessing. How is this possible? In tens of thousands of years, nothing like this has ever. Even the Tiank domain itself cannot locate the anomaly. Where on earth was he teleported to? Wu Zhao's expression twists with irritation. He's alive again. The scene shifts. The brat has somehow ended up in a bamboo forest. Among the verdant stalks stands a single purple bamboo, its surface bearing the unmistakable silhouette of a woman's face. In the next scene, a monk and a group from the Divine Spirit Hall appear. One of them speaks, "Your Royal Highness. There are plenty of precious spirit medicines in this trial. Why must you compete with our Divine Spirit Hall?" Jai Minju glares at the people before her, visibly annoyed. She gives a cold hum of acknowledgement. A rift tears open in the sky above, and an extraordinary figure leaps down. Is that Beiweng? He wonders to himself, where have I ended up this time? Beiweng is surprised to find people already here. Someone from the Divine Spirit Hall spots him and sneers, "It's Su Beiweng." Jai Minju sees him and her brow furrows with rage. It's him again. Today she will kill him and avenge Yuleng. The purple bamboo with the woman's face radiates an extraordinary aura. Beiweng sees this and thinks, I just arrived and there's already drama to watch. Are they forming squads to steal the spirit medicine? Beiweng thunders, insolent, who dares bully your royal highness? He bows his head in apology. This subject arrived late, please do not be angered, your highness, with this subject here. No one shall lay a finger on the spirit medicine. Jai Minju is taken aback by his attitude, she didn't expect this from him. The Divine Spirit Hall disciples jeer that Su Brat may act all domineering in Great Kayan, but at our Divine Spirit Hall Beiweng smirks at them. Dragon chi coils around his body. The monk can no longer contain himself. He presses his palms together, chanting an incantation, and unleashes a giant Chinese letter character attack. Who does this Subrat think he's scaring? Let me show you the true strength of the Divine Spirit Hall. Beiweng shatters the Chinese letter character with a single hand. The next instant, a divine artifact hurtles toward the monk. The monk breaks into a cold sweat. An instant later, blood sprays through the air. The divine artifact punches clean through the monk's skull. Jai Minju is stunned. Beiweng remarks casually, "Why is he so weak?" Someone like this actually made it into the Tiank domain. Jai Minju feels a chill run down her spine. He disposed of a Divine Spirit Hall disciple in a single exchange. Since when did he become this powerful? How can she ever avenge Yuling now? The remaining Divine Spirit Hall disciples realize they are outmatched and turn to flee. Young Master Su, the spirit medicine is yours. Jai Minju meets his gaze. Beiweng asks, "Your Highness, is there anything else?" She swallows her pride and thinks forget it. While the mountains are green, there's no shortage of firewood. She turns and departs. Beiweng examines the purple pill in his hand and smirks. The princess is becoming more sensible by the day. He appraises the elixir. Not bad. Obtaining this spirit medicine has indeed elevated him a full tier. He's now at the peak of mid-grade 5th rank. Even his true qi has been refined to utmost purity. Beiweng suddenly thinks of Jin Shuang and his face flushes red without warning. He wonders what boss is doing right now. He really misses boss. Beneath a magnificent cliff under clear skies, Jiang Wuji lies beaten and bloodied, collapsed on the ground. Two young women beside him cry out in shock. The one who struck him down is the 8th Sage King. He retracts his fist and sneers, truly ignorant of the heavens above and the earth below. And you dare call yourself invincible? Beiweng watches from a hidden vantage point, smirking to himself. Which peacock prince is this, showing off like that? Showing off only to get face slapped? Still, this one's somewhat interesting. What's his background? The 8th Sage King extends his hand toward a cluster of white flowers. They are enveloped in the pure, pristine spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He declares, "A divine medicine of such caliber, how could rabble like you have any right to even gaze upon it?" Beiweng immediately recognizes the flower's extraordinary aura. His eyes narrow with realization. The ancient coffin divine flowera spirit medicine of divine grade. No wonder so many people have gathered here. The 8th Sage King eyes the two young women appraisingly. "Not bad figures. You qualify to serve as my handmaidens. Don't refuse when face is being given to you." The two girls flush with fury. Beiweng finds the whole affair tedious and steps forward. "Are you done talking? Hand over the spirit medicine now." He thinks, why do these people talk so much? Just chase them off quickly and grab the medicine. The 8th Sage King sees him appear and snorts. Another dead bug crawls out of the woodwork. The girl who resembled Jin Shuang looks at him with an annoyed expression. The next second she drops to her knees before the Ba Xian Wang and pleads, "I am willing to acknowledge you as my lord. Please kill him on my behalf." Seeing this unfamiliar girl speak so brazenly, Beiweng asks in bewilderment, "Little miss, I have never offended you. Why are you so aggressive?" She glances at him and shouts, "My name is Ling Long of the 5th. Beiweng hears this and realizes she shares the same clan as his boss, then says, "You are a clansman of the princess, then we are on the same side." Ling Long jabs her finger at his face and scorns, "Pa. The 5th's Kingshu lineage disowns all kin and never once cared for their clansmen. On what grounds should she nurture you?" Beiweng shakes his head and thinks, envy and jealousy can change a person beyond recognition. The Ba Xian Wang glances at Beiweng and says, "Crossing paths with my maid is your misfortune. Speak, how do you wish to die?" Hearing this, Beiweng asks with a faint smile, The Ba Xian Wang clenches his fist and threatens Beiweng, "Don't just stand there mute. I'll come kill you right now. This time you're dead for sure." Beiweng asks calmly, "Is that so?" At that moment he unleashes his dragon qi. The others, sensing its overwhelming might, wonder just what is this kid's background. Ling Long sneers contemptuously, "Stubborn fool, what good will it do, your eminence?" The power of the dragon qi surges relentlessly, forcing Ling Long to break out in a cold sweat. Beiweng smiles faintly, regarding the two of them. The Ba Xian Wang is suppressed by Beiweng's dragon qi so fiercely that he drops to his knees in terror. He thinks it can't be that extreme, can it? Bloodline suppression, in this desolate wasteland, how could such a supreme bloodline exist? As for Beiweng, he thinks, I didn't expect that to be this effective already. The Ba Xian Wang's pupils are now streaked with blood vessels. He asks Beiweng, what bloodline are you? Linglong, seeing the Ba Xian Wang on his knees, rushes toward him in panic, crying, Your Eminence. Beiweng, meanwhile, has yet to retract the suppressive aura of his dragon qi. He notices a drop of blood manifesting within his own aura. Beiweng instantly realizes, oh, it's all because of that drop of boss's blood. Holy shit. Having a boss really means you can do anything. If boss's blood can make this guy kneel, then the rage imprint I created on my own might also have an effect. A moment later, Beiweng condenses the dragon qi in his hand and approaches the Ba Xian Wang. Seeing this, the latter startles and cries out, What are you doing? Beiweng places his hand atop the Ba Xian Wang's head and unleashes the force of suppression. The next instant, thousands of spectral chains materialize, binding him completely. The Ba Xian Wang cannot understand why he involuntarily utters the words, My master. Beiweng gazes at the dragon qi swirling around his hand and sighs, thinking, My cultivation base is still too weak. I can't probe the memories in his head. Might as well accept him as a subordinate first, then extract what I need later. Beiweng turns to Linglong and orders the Ba Xian Wang, Just now you wanted to kill me over this woman. Handle it yourself. The moment his words fall, the Ba Xian Wang raises his fist and strikes at Linglong. She panics and throws up a defensive barrier to block the blow. But it shatters instantly, and the Ba Xian Wang's strike sends her crashing to the ground. Beiweng regards her wretched state and remarks, Not a bad cultivation base. What a pity she's so narrow-minded. If my boss enjoys having me lick her feet, then she should pamper me for ithao. Is that my fault? He turns to the remaining onlookers and asks, Any of you have any more business? Upon hearing this, they grab their sandals and bolt for their lives, screaming as they flee, None. Beiweng looks at the Ba Xian Wang and calls out, Come here, what's your name? He cannot control his own words and replies, Reporting to my master. The Ba Xian Wang thinks inwardly, He can actually imprison my sea of consciousness, completely controlling my actions and speech. Just who is he? Beiweng hears the name and bursts into laughter. I'm Judge Bao here. What kind of name is Kue? From now on I'll call you Ba Gong. The Ba Xian Wang feels the mockery and curses in fury, thinking, This mouth of his treats me like a dog. Beiweng notices the tree growing atop the Ba Xian Wang's head and thinks, he doesn't have a Providence pagoda. Could this tree be the Providence tree? He then asks, Where do you come from? Do you have any companions? The Ba Xian Wang replies, Likely not. I was originally from the upper echelons of an alternate world. It was only by a stroke of serendipity that I arrived at this ruin. The Lord of the myriad realms wastelands are everywhere. None of you in this lifetime will ever ascend to immortality. Beiweng asks, Is that so? Not even a sliver of hope for transcendence. The Ba Xian Wang says he heard that finding the origin realm can shatter the barrier of illusion and achieve transcendence. Beiweng understands, so that's how it is. He recalls the treasures hidden within Jin Shuang's spatial storage. The origin realm could the item boss is searching for be this very thing. Could there be no heaven-shaking fortune at all? Beiweng thinks of Jin Shuang again. If we can't find what she needs, boss will never ascend to the stage of shattering the void. What do we do then? The Ba Xian Wang calls out, Master, I can sense what you desire. Don't tell me you still wish to achieve transcendence. Keep dreaming. Beiweng glances at the Ba Xian Wang and declares, Ba Gong, from now on you are my subordinate. Follow me. Hearing this, the Ba Xian Wang feels stifled and thinks, he wants me to be his errand boy. Seeing the Ba Xian Wang's reluctance, he asks, You don't want to? The Ba Xian Wang answers bluntly, No. Beiweng says, Cut the chatter. Beiweng thinks to himself, With Ba Gong around, I can swagger wherever I please. No need to dirty my own hands either. Wherever they go, Beiweng orders the Ba Xian Wang to eliminate any participants they encounter along the way. The Ba Xian Wang, his will overridden, complies against his own volition. The Ba Xian Wang strikes down one after another, sweeping through every group without mercy. They arrive at a verdant meadow. Beiweng sits down, golden qi radiating from his hand. Beiweng warns Ba Gong, stand guard properly. If anyone approaches, kill them. With that, Beiweng crosses his legs and begins cultivating. He condenses the dragon qi in his palm, and in a flash he breaks through to the 5th rank upper tier. Beiweng regards the stone in his hand and smiles to himself, thinking, At my current level I can even bully a grandmaster without issue. It's just that this storage pouch is a bit too small. It can't hold everything. He thinks of Jin Shuang. but this was given to me by boss. It's a ring of extraordinary significance. I must cherish it. Beiweng takes out a pristine white flower and asks, Ba Gong, what is this? His mind is full of questions. This flower was found inside that ancient coffin, and it still carries such a fragrance. There must be something extraordinary about it. The Ba Xian Wang replies, reporting to master, this is the 9 tribulations flower. When undergoing tribulation, consuming this flower can resist 1 bolt of heavenly lightning. It is a divine medicine that all beings across the myriad heavens scramble to seize. He thinks to himself, the 9 tribulations flower falling into the hands of someone like you is an utter waste. A piece of trash like you wouldn't even know what a heavenly tribulation looks like. Beiweng seems to see through the Ba Xian Wang's thoughts and thinks, looks like the slave seal's effect has weakened considerably. This brat harbors ill intent. I need to squeeze out everything useful from him quickly, then dispose of him. Beiweng continues questioning the Ba Xian Wang. Earlier you mentioned bloodline suppression. Isn't that limited to the beast tribes? The Ba Xian Wang, drenched in cold sweat, replies, over there high-level bloodlines exert an irresistible pressure upon those of lower standing. Beiweng brushes past the Ba Xian Wang and says, so it's class solidification then. The children of the wealthy will forever be wealthy. The offspring of the poor can only continue to be poor. Certain powers are existences that have endured since the mythical age, having touched upon the domain of the immortal Tao. They have grown incomprehensibly mighty, and their descendants will forever carry noble bloodlines. Hearing this, the Ba Xian Wang grows suspicious, and yet this mongrel's bloodline radiates the most supreme of auras. Where on earth did he obtain it? Beiweng thinks, so that's why boss had to ascend. But even so, it's terrifying. There's no way I can catch up. The next second, Beiweng pats the Ba Xian Wang on the shoulder and says, just help me kill 2 people ranked above me on the heavenly ranking. Then things will get a lot easier. The Ba Xian Wang thinks, serving as a lackey to this piece of trash, what meaning does my life even have anymore? He stares at Beiweng's retreating back, his face twisted with rage. But my strength is still recovering. Once the seal is broken, I'll hack him into 100 pieces. Over on that side, everyone stares at the heavenly ranking in shock, buzzing with discussion. Of the top 15 on the heavenly ranking, 6 have already been slain by Su Beiweng. This calamity must not be allowed to live. Kill that many people, Su Beiweng. The day you step out of the Tiank domain, your death date arrives. The celestial elder speaks. The fastest rates of death among heavenly ranking prodigies were all set by the 5th demon lord, and now her lapdog has shattered that record. On Wu Zhao's side, she grows restless and paces. Xianxia, Su Beiweng, if you dare lay a finger on my daughter, I will kill you without question. On a fine day in the garden of the 5th palace, a cat presents a platter of skewered meat, gazing at Jin Shuang with eager, sparkling eyes. Jin Shuang takes a bite and says, the flavor is off. The cat droops its ears in disappointment. Meow. Meow forgot the order of the seasonings again. Meow is so stupid. Jin Shuang stares at the skewered meat and thinks, that little brat, I never imagined you'd actually pull it off so smoothly. Thinking of this, Jin Shuang feels stifled. She scolds the cat, get lost. Jin Shuang imagines the scene of Su Beiweng kissing her and thinks irritably, HMPH, that despicable man is so formidable. And he's already kissed me on the lips. At this moment, a wave of regret washes over her. Yes, this sovereign should never have promised him a reward. The sky clears to a brilliant blue, and leaves sway gently in the breeze. Prince Baxian seizes a man by the collar, demanding answers. Chu Taixu and Zhang Heoran, ranked atop the heavenly ranking, the man stammers. Young Master Su, this humble one truly does not know. Su Beiweng raises his hand. I have no interest in hearing such words. Su Beiweng activates the dragon seal, thrusting his palm forward. A torrent of golden chi surges forth and strikes the man down. Su Beiweng gazes at the residual dragon chi and thinks, the power of this seal is quite impressive. I've unearthed quite a few treasures these past 2 days. Who could have imagined? Within a single meteorite fragment lay hidden a supreme technique from beyond the realm, surpassing even the saint-grade divine abilities of the 9 provinces. Su Beiweng rests his chin on his hand in thought. Chu Taixu and Zhang Heoran are like phantoms in the mortal world, has searched for days yet cannot find them. Moreover, among the top 6 of the heavenly ranking, he hasn't encountered a single one in recent days. At that moment, he lifts his head and sees cracks splitting across the sky. The advancement teleportation begins. Prince Baxian thinks it's just a trivial advancement round, but he's already been teleported away. That means I'm finally free, right? Su Beiwing turns to him and calls out, good for nothing. Prince Baxian startles, he thinks, what does he want now? Su Beiwing channels the crushing might of his dragon chi, forcing Prince Baxian to his knees. The prince screams in terror, you want to kill me? You dare! Su Beiwing pays no heed to his words, he merely lets out a soft chuckle. Under the overwhelming pressure of the dragon chi, Prince Baxian wails, Master, this servant truly wishes to serve you as his lord, I beg you spare me. The next instant, Prince Baxian is beaten to oblivion, before his soul descends to the yellow springs to meet his ancestors. He curses with his dying breath, Su Beiwing, I curse you, may you never achieve transcendence for all eternity. Once it is done. Su Beiwing retracts his dragon chi and thinks, fool, if I don't kill you, would I let you return to your original world and blabber about a supreme bloodline existing in this one, bringing trouble upon my lord? Su Beiwing thinks of Jin Shuang. I am resolute, I will never allow anyone the chance to harm my lord. The matter settled, Su Beiwing departs. A faint trace of his aura lingers in the cracks of the sky. Su Beiwing teleports to another location. Glancing around, he thinks, is this all there is to this advancement round? Others have been teleported as well. Xiao Fan, Jai Minju and Yi Tian are stunned to see Su Beiwing appear. Someone shouts, it's that Su villain, everyone be on guard. Su Beiwing hears this and whirls around in surprise. Before him stands a man whose aura radiates overwhelming might. A single glance from him is enough to strike fear into the hearts of the masses. And this is none other than Chu Taixu, the one who reigns supreme atop the heavenly ranking. The surrounding crowd erupts in cheers, it's Chu Taixu, finally someone who can restrain that Su villain. Su Beiwing smirks, you've hidden yourself quite well. Inwardly he thinks, I never expected the top-ranked prodigy of the heavenly ranking to be this clueless. Chu Taixu roars in fury, the dignity of Chu Taixu shall not be so easily trampled upon. 100,000 slashes condensed into one thigh's single blade cleaves the king of hell himself. Brat, let me show you what true power looks like. Hearing his battle cry, the others draw their swords in unison, rallying to his call. The sky darkens in an instant. Before Su Beiwing's eyes materializes a colossal blade of devastating proportions. He casually releases a wisp of dragon chi and shatters the colossal blade with ease. Chu Taixu is stunned. He thinks my blade slays grandmasters as easily as cutting vegetables. I never imagined anyone below the grandmaster realm could withstand it. Across the vast desert, a young man holds a flower branch in his hand. Thighs is the second-ranked cultivator of the heavenly ranking. Zhang Heoran, behind him stand two more cultivators. They cry out, Zhang Heoran has arrived, now we can slay that Su villain. All the top 10 of the heavenly ranking have gathered. The remaining elites appear one after another. Mingxian, Yuan Zhangqing, Xianxia and Lin Yuan. Su Beiwing is surprised that they've all gathered so effortlessly. Everyone's here already. Excellent, before I die, I'll drag at least 3 of you down to the grave with me. Hearing this, the others instinctively turn and flee. He's dying and still looking for people to drag down with him. Run, don't let his blood splash on you. Xiao Fan and Yi Tian break out in cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Are they going to fight? Why haven't they struck yet? The first and second ranks lock eyes. Zhang Heoran signals his intent to join forces. Chu Taixu teleports to a higher position and declares the one who tops the heavenly ranking never stands alongside the weak. In his heart, he has already made his calculations. I reincarnated precisely to ascend to the Tiank domain. There is no need to stake my life here and now. If this Su fellow claims the top spot, I'll just have to give the second and third ranks their chance. The others are stunned. They all think the same thing, he's retreating already. Zhang Heoran realizes the truth, so he wanted to use this opportunity to ambush Chu Taixu. I didn't expect him to be this cunning. Forget it, my true rival is Chu Taixu. Su Beiwing's existence might actually serve to keep him in check. As for Su Beiwing, he turns to Xiao Fan and Yi Tian, are you going to fight? Or not? Suddenly, lightning tears across the sky, lotus pedestals materialize in midair. An announcement booms, the trials of this round commence. 49 advancement slots are available. All who fail shall be eliminated. Su Beiwing thinks to himself, there must be several hundred people here, yet only 49 will advance to the next tier. What will this round's trial be? Beams of light descend from the sky, each one revealing a different figure. An announcement materializes. These are the phantom imprints of your predecessors, remnants of those who once ascended to the Tiank domain. They retain the battle prowess they possessed in that era. Each of you must defeat your assigned opponent. Those ranked within the top 49 shall pass. Losers must crush the light sphere above their heads to be eliminated. One cultivator trembles with fear and stammers, "Seniors. They're all supreme powerhouses, we have to fight them." Su Beiweng, however, ponders, can the opponent assignments truly be random? It seems one must gamble on fate as well. Among these predecessor phantoms, there must be some weaklings who merely rode the coattails of chaos to get here. The only problem is I've never had any luck. Su Beiweng is shocked when he sees a familiar figure materialize before him. It is Jin Shuang. He thinks, my lord Thies is my lord from 10 years ago, the one who ascended to the Tiank domain. The others burst into laughter. Ha, that villain Su drew the fifth fiend. This is going to be spectacular this time. He'll die at the hands of the fifth demon lord. Su Beiweng's imagination runs wild. He thinks, fine, I refuse to believe I can't even defeat the 18-year-old version of my lord. He furrows his brow. I'll shatter your jade form and pin you to the ground. Jin Shuang's phantom form erupts with power. She lifts a massive boulder, condenses spiritual energy upon it, then hurls it toward Su Beiweng with devastating force. The blow strikes him squarely, sending him hurtling toward Chu Taixu. Chu Taixu stands upon his lotus pedestal and thinks, Su Beiweng actually withstood a strike from the fifth Jin Shuang. Even 10 years ago, cultivators capable of that were exceedingly rare. Su Beiweng grows anxious. The slots are nearly filled. Right now I simply cannot defeat my lord. What do I do? He notices 2 cultivators already locked in combat and wonders why. Su Beiweng glances at them. The rules state only 49 can advance, but they never said. Su Beiweng charges toward them and bellows, all of you scram. The next second he beats them into oblivion, sending them straight to the heavens. The phantom predecessors stare in blank astonishment. The others witness Su Beiweng's underhanded tactics and cry out, he doesn't want us to advance. He's stealing our slots. How utterly despicable. Everyone charge together. He casts them a cold glance. Ignorant fools courting death. Thies, one shall grant you your wish. The moment his words fall, a ferocious lion's visage erupts behind Su Beiweng. Every last one of y'all get lost. 2 cultivators nearby see the dragon chi hurtling toward them and freeze in terror. Run now. They urge the others frantically. Run, move. They flee through the cracks, splitting the sky, vanishing without a trace. Su Beiweng sneers, then turns his gaze upon those who remain. They jolt in alarm. This is bad. Su Beiweng leaps forward. Time to go all out. He methodically eliminates every cultivator standing on the lotus pedestals, but the relentless battles drain his strength to its very limits. He drops to one knee, gazing up at the lotus pedestals still hovering in the sky. One more left, Su Beiweng thinks. Beiweng reaches toward the lotus platform. Mine. At that moment, someone reminds him that he has yet to defeat his opponent. Suddenly, a phantom image of a senior materializes behind Beiweng. He raises one hand forward. Channeling dragon chi into his strike, he declares, unless it's the boss, no one can stop me. He obliterates the phantom with a casual flick. Die. With all threats eliminated, Beiweng stands atop the lotus platform. A notification blazes to life. He is teleported to the next gate. Moments later, Beiweng materializes on a desolate island. The ocean sprawls overhead and a crab rests beside him. He blinks in surprise. Have I been teleported to Sanya or something? A puzzled thought crosses his mind. Wait, where are the other 48? Did they all get wiped out? At the same location, a young man is locked in battle with an aquatic beast. He has obtained a crimson pill and silently rejoices. A demon core secured. Spotting something valuable, Beiweng strides toward the young man and demands, hand it over. Also, where exactly is this place? The young man breaks into a cold sweat the moment he sees Beiweng. Young Master Ying. The young man hurriedly offers the pill to Beiweng and replies, I've heard the final destination of this gate lies at the northernmost edge of this sea region. Everyone has already gone ahead. Rumor has it that a man named Yi Tian discovered inscriptions recording a transcendent divine ability from beyond the realm, etched upon the carcass of a sea beast. The next vision materializes Yi Tian locked in combat with a sea beast. The young man continues, afterward, a young woman from Jaya Aji also discovered inscriptions. Secret divine arts lie within these inscriptions. The deeper one ventures into this sea region. The more ferocious the sea beasts becoming, the greater the chances of discovering inscriptions. The next vision reveals 2 tablets bearing carved characters. The young man adds, that's why most people choose to form teams. Beiweng nods as understanding dawns, so that's how it is. In the next instant he casually flings the young man aside. Thanks. Beiweng retrieves the strange artifact Jin Shuang gave him and thinks, right now, wherever I show up I'll get swarmed. I can't let anyone track my movements. He changes his attire and shapeshifts into an entirely different person. This glimmer of light doesn't affect advancement. It serves no other purpose but concealing my identity. To steal inscriptions is what truly matters. The next vision appears a group locked in battle with an aquatic beast. Xiaofan says no inscriptions found. Beiweng approaches them with a grin. Impressive, this little brother humbly begs the great ones for protection. Lin Yuan eyes him coldly. Where do you cultivate? What is your name? Beiweng answers smoothly, this humble one, Ying Zhang, is merely an insignificant nobody. I beg for your protection. Xiaofan steps forward with a bow. Young Master Ying, this one is Xiaofan of the Dayan Holy Land. Beiweng returns the courtesy greetings. Young Master Xiao, an aquatic beast, lunges at him, fangs bared. Xiaofan cries, watch out. Beiweng waves his hand dismissively and the beast's head sails through the air. Xiaofan's eyes light up. Young Master Ying, might I ask about that punch just now? Beiweng answers, the drifting return fist. Once the Tiank domain trial concludes, I'll gift the manual to Brother Xiao. Xiaofan is pleasantly surprised, then let me thank you in advance. His thoughts race, the drifting return fist. The more ordinary a battle art's name sounds, the less it should be underestimated. With this Ying fellow's meager talent, he's probably only scratched the surface. If it were in my hands, I could unleash its true devastating power. As for Beiweng, witnessing Xiaofan's barely contained excitement, he grins like a cat that ate the canary. Lin Yuan shoots the two a withering glance. Quit yapping. Move out. Xiaofan asks as they walk, Brother Ying, what's your ranking on the heavenly rankings? Beiweng waves dismissively, nothing worth mentioning. Though I have heard of Brother Xiao's reputation. Xiaofan shakes his head, merely an empty name. Brother Ying, what do you think that Su Beiweng fellow who's supposedly famous across the 9 provinces doing right about now? He thinks to himself, at this juncture, I absolutely cannot reveal my true strength. This Ying fellow's words might not be trustworthy either. Not like that Su Beiweng who managed to offend half the world the moment he showed up. Beiweng's expression darkens slightly. From your tone, Brother Xiao, it seems you harbor quite the grudge against this person. Xiaofan's brow furrows. A grudge, I wish I could strip the flesh from his bones and gnaw on his marrow. Beiweng raises a calming hand. Easy now. I've heard that brat ran into trouble during his advancement. For all we know, he may have already been eliminated. Xiaofan scoffs, exactly, he couldn't even clear the second gate. He's long since unworthy of being compared to us. He thinks to himself, I'm about to ascend to the pinnacle of my life. Xiaofan glances at Beiweng. Brother Ying, this junior will go slay a few more sea beasts for training. Beiweng, meanwhile, notices the number 99 flash across Xiaofan's Providence Tower. He thinks the Providence Tower has shifted. This kid stumbled onto fortune again. Su Beiweng reaches out and seizes Xiaofan's hand. Brother Xiao, let us go together. If danger strikes, we can watch each other's backs. Xiaofan falls silent for a beat, then replies that won't be necessary. Moments later, Su Beiweng and Xiaofan each stand atop different sea creatures. Xiaofan clenches his fist and speaks. The sentence dies unfinished. Xiaofan thinks we both killed these sea beasts. Who should the inscriptions go to? As if reading Xiaofan's mind, Su Beiweng waves cheerfully, Brother Xiao, you should take the inscriptions. Hearing this, Xiaofan furrows his brow. How could I possibly? Before he can finish, Beiweng adds with a grin, what's yours is mine. I trust you won't let me take a loss. He thinks to himself, his Providence Tower hasn't budged. These inscriptions aren't his destined fortune. Hearing this, Xiaofan reaches into his storage pouch, retrieves a bottle of pills and offers it to Su Beiweng. Brother Su, your forthright generosity. Please accept this, or this junior's conscience will be in turmoil. Su Beiweng accepts the pills with a warm smile. Many thanks, Brother Xiao. He thinks to himself, so what if he has providence? Without brains you're still dead. Right now the inscriptions are yours, but sooner or later they'll be mine. Regardless of what the two say or think, the waves crash on, and they grow ever larger. Seeing this, Su Beiweng and Xiaofan hastily spread their arms to steady themselves. Suddenly, a golden torrent of spiritual power hurtles toward them. Xiao Fan shouts, "Watch out!" The blast strikes Su Beiweng's abdomen, doubling him over in agony and tearing the two apart. Xiao Fan cries out, "Brother Ying." Seeing Xiao Fan rush toward him, Su Beiweng yells, "Don't worry about me. Go now." On the far side, Xiao Fan's face is drenched in anxious sweat. He gazes down at the whirlpool beneath where Su Beiweng is falling and whispers, "Brother Su, this junior has failed you." Su Beiweng plummets downward, looking up at Xiao Fan's silhouette, but no words come. Sometime later, Su Beiweng stands before the colossal skeletal remains of an ancient beast. The oppressive aura radiating from the bones is terrifyingly pure. Suddenly, the droplet of blood on his shoulder erupts, unleashing a counterpressure that repels the skeleton's crushing aura. Sensing the stream of spiritual energy enveloping him, he thinks, as expected, the boss's blood comes through. The flow of spiritual energy from his body slowly surges toward the skeletal remains. Moments later, Su Beiweng places his hand on the skeleton and exclaims with delight, "These really are Kunpeng bones. This time I've truly struck gold." His fingers grip a section of the skeleton tight, sensing the immense energy within. The Kunpeng's dormant spirit suddenly erupts outward, wreathed in a luminous azure stream of spiritual power. Seeing this, Su Beiweng narrows his eyes and activates the Northern Darkness divine art. He thinks, with this droplet of the boss's blood, I don't even need to fear backlash. With that thought, Su Beiweng focuses his mind and begins absorbing the primordial power sealed within the Kunpeng remains. The skeletal remains gradually dissolve, fusing into Su Beiweng's body. Sometime later, as Su Beiweng absorbs the final fragment, a pillar of golden light erupts from the ocean floor and soars into the heavens. Moments later, Su Beiweng bursts through the surface of the sea. He clasps his hands behind his back and muses that son-in-law Xiao is nowhere to be seen. Truly a coward, but quick on his feet when it comes to running. A sudden sound echoes behind him. He thinks they got here fast. The newcomer is Jun Silly, spear in hand, his gaze razor-sharp. "No. Letting the sea beasts claim these remains, hand over the inscriptions." He thinks to himself, the celestial spirit hall possesses divination arts capable of foreseeing the future. This brat absolutely took the inscriptions. Jun Silly's words leave Su Beiweng slightly silent. He lowers his head and murmurs, "Being buried here wouldn't be the worst fate." Hearing this, Jun Silly smirks with satisfaction, "At least you know your place." Su Beiweng cracks a grin. "What I meant was," he pauses. Then he roars, "You!" Before the word fades, Su Beiweng tears away every layer of disguise. His true form begins to emerge. At the sight of the person before him, Chin Silly feels a flicker of fear, his body instinctively leaning back. A moment later, Chin Silly finally reacts, struggling to speak. Su Beiweng declares his intent, and the two erupt into action, their spiritual power surging forward. A torrent of water and a blazing inferno hurtling toward each other at breakneck speed. Shortly after, the tide of the confrontation begins to tilt in Chin Silly's favor. Yet this advantage remains hard-won. At this moment, Chin Silly grits his teeth so hard they nearly crack, gripping his weapon and driving it toward Su Beiweng's palm. Seeing this, Su Beiweng's gaze sharpens to a razor's edge. "Dead," he says. After a beat, the two separate. The aura around Chin Silly begins to surge, fearsome presence of a Grandmaster realm, 4th rank, fully unleashed. A golden silhouette materializes behind him. With everything prepared, Chin Silly stares at Su Beiweng and declares, "Let me show you the insurmountable gap between us." Seeing this, Su Beiweng summons the soul of the Kunpeng as well. His hands converge spiritual power into a swirling vortex. "Hurry up and die," he says flatly. "I've got places to be." Across from him, Chin Silly is drenched in cold sweat. He stares at the colossal creature in disbelief. "The Kunpeng, that's impossible." Regardless of what Chin Silly thinks, the battle rages on. Chin Silly roars in fury, gathering his water attribute spiritual power into a shimmering barrier around himself. "Who do you think you are? You dare claim the Kunpeng?" On the other side, Su Beiweng does not dignify the question with a response. Instead, he commands the Kunpeng to slam into Chin Silly with devastating force. A moment later, the dust and debris settle, revealing Chin Silly's broken form. His entire body is drenched in blood, trembling violently, unable to utter a single word. Yaoyu, before he can finish, the man turns and flees. Seeing this, Su Beiweng soars above the water's surface and his voice booms, "Stop right there." Su Beiweng presses his fingertips together, channeling his art as he mutters to himself, "I haven't had my fill of this cosplay yet. How can I possibly let you go?" Hearing this, Qin Sili frantically summons the wind, raising towering waves to shield himself. On the other side, Su Beiweng's eyes gleam with absolute certainty. A colossal kunpeng materializes in the sky. Qin Sili looks up at the kunpeng and recoils in terror, stumbling backward over the sea's surface. Impossible, impossible. The kunpeng behind Su Beiweng narrows its eyes, locking onto its prey like a predator sighting fresh meat. Su Beiweng himself smiles, gathering spiritual power in both hands before unleashing a devastating strike that sends Qin Sili coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Su Beiweng clasps his hands behind his back and strides toward where Qin Sili lies collapsed upon the sea, still not dead. A bolt of spiritual power pierces Qin Sili's chest, ripping something from within. He clenches his jaw in agony as blood erupts from the wound. A moment later, Su Beiweng cheerfully examines the item he has taken from Qin Sili. Su Beiweng presses his foot onto Qin Sili's body with a satisfied grin. The treasures of the divine heavenly hall would be far better put to use by me. With that, he begins summoning a golden figure behind his back. Time passes swiftly. At a certain location, Brother Xiao has gathered with the other cultivators. Ignoring the chatter around him, Brother Xiao stands off to the side and ponders silently. Has Qin Lin found Brother Ying yet? A figure streaks toward them from the distance. Spotting the newcomer, a golden-haired cultivator cries out joyfully, Qin Sili has returned. The one who arrives is none other than Su Beiweng, disguised as Qin Sili. Seeing that no one around has seen through the ruse, Su Beiweng's heart swells with glee. Looks like I haven't been exposed. Someone who detests disguises as much as him. Forced to imitate that flashy show-off of a genius, this is no easy task. Seeing Qin Sili return, Brother Xiao clasps his fists and bows his head before Su Beiweng. Qin Sili, did you find Brother Ying? Hearing this, Su Beiweng thinks to himself, so that's why he ran back to send Qin Lin to look for me. After a moment's thought, Su Beiweng says he found a different character and refused to hand it over. I killed him. Noticing the defiance flickering in Brother Xiao's eyes, Su Beiweng asks, you're not satisfied? At these words, Brother Xiao's face breaks out in a cold sweat, his jaw clenched so tight his teeth grind audibly. He does not answer Su Beiweng's question. Brother Xiao turns and walks away. After a few steps, he pauses, glancing back at Su Beiweng's retreating silhouette. He silently reassures himself, bear it. I must endure. Right now I can't even protect my own life. Brother Ying, wait for your junior brother, the future proud sovereign of the 9 provinces. I will surely avenge you. So you may rest with a smile in the 9 springs below. After Brother Xiao departs, Su Beiweng surveys those around him. Is there anyone else who objects? Speak now. The moment his words land, everyone exchanges glances, no one daring to utter a word. Receiving no answer, Su Beiweng smirks faintly. Since no one has anything to say, we head for the extreme North Sea domain, now. Sometime later, Su Beiweng and his group arrive at the extreme North Sea domain only to find that others have reached the destination before them. The man standing before them wears purple-blue robes, his hair bound in a twin-horsetail topknot, leading a procession of cultivators. Seeing them, Su Beiweng grips the spear strapped to his back and thinks, so they've arrived too. Before Su Beiweng can finish his thought, a staircase stretching to the heavens materializes in the sky. A blue dragon erupts from the water below, soaring upward with a thunderous roar. Su Beiweng's eyes narrow as he gazes upon the celestial staircase and the azure dragon. Its voice booms across the sea, the gate opens. This is the trial of the heart, the top 5 shall receive rewards, ascend the stair snow. Hearing these words, Su Beiweng feels a knot of worry tighten in his chest. A trial of the heart, a psychological test. Regardless of what Su Beiweng thinks, the other cultivators have already begun flying upward. The waves continue to crash against the shore. Indifferent. A moment later, Su Beiweng's foot touches the first step of the staircase. Looking upward, he spots Brother Xiao and the purple-robed man with the twin-horsetail topknot, both already a considerable distance ahead. He falls silent, unsure of what is happening. Su Beiweng turns to look behind him. Several cultivators trail at varying distances, each separated from the others. Understanding dawns, so it's ranked by light points. With that thought, Su Beiweng crosses his arms, taps a finger against his chin and recalls the scene of his own misdeeds. He begins to regret it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so ruthless. Having sorted his thoughts, Su Beiweng ignores those behind him and begins climbing higher. Seeing that Su Beiweng has started ascending, the cultivators clustered together behind him begin to discuss among themselves. A gray-robed cultivator lowers his head and asks in fear, "Can we even make it?" A blue-robed cultivator answers with a trembling voice, "There must be a trap, right?" Another cultivator, wearing blue robes on the outside with gold underneath, sees someone already moving and bellows in fury, "This sovereign stands here who dares claim invincibility, who dares declare themselves undefeated." He then shouts at his followers, "Move, don't let him beat us to it." Hearing this, Su Beiweng silently turns to look at them. Meeting Su Beiweng's gaze, the blue and gold-robed cultivator suddenly widens his eyes, staring at Su Beiweng with a dewy, almost tender expression. Seeing this, Su Beiweng halts mid-step, frowning to himself. Why did he stop? And what's with that gaze full of longing and reluctance to part? Shaking off the thought, Su Beiweng ignores those behind him and continues his steady ascent up the celestial staircase. Before his eyes now stands a mountain of gold and jade. Su Beiweng clenches his fist. "As I suspected, it's an illusion. If I fall for it, then I'm a fool." After a moment's thought, Su Beiweng presses onward. Now beautiful women materialize before him, posing in seductive postures, beckoning him forward. A purple-robed woman with violet hair calls out sweetly, "Come here, handsome." Another woman draped in golden jewelry also calls out to him with graceful charm. Su Beiweng squeezes his eyes shut and thinks, compared to my boss, these are all nothing. As if sensing his heart's desires, a woman with a stunning, voluptuous figure in crimson robes appears before him. She bears the face of Jin Shuang V. She sways seductively, her voice dripping with allure. "Come to me." Hearing that achingly familiar voice, Su Beiweng's eyes fly open. He stares at the face before him and his heart cries out, "Boss." While Su Beiweng is lost in thought, the crimson-robed beauty darts forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling his face close to her own. He stares at that beautiful face, inches away. Su Beiweng desperately repeats to himself, clinging to his resolve, "It's all an illusion. None of this is real." Yet the exquisite face of the crimson-robed woman continues to ravage his heart and mind. Su Beiweng pulls the crimson-robed woman tight into his embrace, lowers his head to breathe in her fragrance, and thinks, "I understand the reasoning." But regardless of what swirls in Su Beiweng's mind, a group of figures clad entirely in black, their heads wrapped in dark cloth, advances toward them. They hail from a forsaken world, creators of impossible myths, beings who have crossed the boundless river of time, the lords of the netherworld. But in the end, Su Beiweng's body plummets from the sky. The black-robed figures peer down from above, baring their jaws to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs as they murmur among themselves. "I hear his flesh can extend one's lifespan." As Su Beiweng plummets through the air, his eyes fly open, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. One thought crashes through his mind, "I'm done for." A beam of light tears through the void and streaks toward him. A moment later, the silhouette of a young woman materializes, a hairpin nestled in her flowing locks, her shoulders bared by a draped gown. That girl is none other than Jin Shuang V. She gazes down at the one falling below and speaks, "Are you dead?" Seeing the figure drawing near, Su Beiweng thinks to himself, "Boss, now that's the real boss." Seeing the person before her say nothing, Jin Shuang V's eyes glisten as if she's about to cry. She clenches her jaw and speaks through gritted teeth. Seeing his boss about to cry, Su Beiweng, though still plummeting through the air, clenches both fists and thinks with fierce resolve, "Boss, don't cry." The space around the heavens begins to crack and shatter. Su Beiweng clenches his fists and steps onto the 99th floor. He has conquered every single trial of the heart. Seeing this, the cultivators behind him cannot believe their eyes. Qin Sili is the first to reach the highest level of the celestial trial. At this moment, Su Beiweng seems to recall something, and his eyes sharpen with renewed intensity. He thinks to himself, "Boss, rest assured I'm not that much of a pushover." With that, his mind drifts to the image of his boss quietly shedding tears. He steels his resolve, "How could I bear to let Her Highness cry?" With that thought, Su Beiweng looks down at his feet. He stands upon a lotus platform, and around him float 7 more lotus platforms, all empty. Seeing this, a realization strikes him. So it seems 8 people can pass through the gate. Suddenly, a book wrapped in golden spiritual power flies toward Su Beiweng. It is a technique capable of devouring others' divine souls to strengthen one's own divine sense. Cultivating it to the 1st tier unlocks divine sense attacks. At the 5th tier, one can seize the memories of the devoured. Su Beiweng reaches out, takes the technique manual and grips it tightly. He thinks, so this is the reward. Better stash it for now, though it cannot compare to the northern profound blood-devouring divine art. Suppressing any cultivation technique of the 9 provinces is well within its capability. While Su Beiweng ponders the technique, the blue-robed cultivator has also clawed his way onto the 99th step through sheer force of will. Hearing footsteps beside him, Su Beiweng glances over. Seeing who it is, he thinks to himself, having providence really does make a difference. The man actually managed to charge all the way to the end. The blue-robed cultivator clutches his chest, face twisted in agony. He broods on how he was looked down upon since childhood, mocked countless times along his cultivation path, even humiliated by that dog thief Su. Yet his Dao heart remains unshattered. So why did he submit twice? Why can't he even compare to Junlin, who lives in luxury? With that thought, he produces a talisman and gazes at it with glee. Behind him, the red-haired cultivator leads several other cultivators flying in. 4 talismans hover in position, ready to bombard. Watching everything unfold, Su Beiweng mulls it over. 8 exits, 4 corridors, most likely a paired formation of 2 by 2. If that is the case, then he must choose someone who poses no threat. Someone who can provide assistance, and ideally, someone worth trusting. With that decided, Su Beiweng turns around and extends his hand toward Brother Zio, who has just stepped onto the 9th platform. Brother Zio, come here, I've saved this spot for you. Before Brother Zio can move, a cultivator clenches his fists and rushes forward, bellowing, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Hearing this, Su Beiweng turns to glance at that cultivator. Without a word, he launches a spell technique that sends the man tumbling backward. After the strike, he simply turns back around, facing forward as if nothing happened. Once done, Su Beiweng addresses the cultivators below. Does anyone else have objections? Hearing this, Brother Zio turns to look at Su Beiweng. His face breaks into a cold sweat as he stammers. "Lieutenant Jun, what do you mean by this?" After speaking, he thinks to himself, "I'm not even close to you." Hearing the question, Su Beiweng turns to face Brother Zio with a warm smile. "Brother Zio, it's Mayor Sworn Brother Ying. Though Jun Lin killed me, I happen to cultivate a special soul art. Seizing his body was child's play." Hearing this, Brother Zio's face glistens with even more sweat. This, before he can finish, Su Beiweng cuts in. "I recall Brother Zio once said he would never let me suffer losses." The moment Su Beiweng finishes that sentence, Brother Zio grips his sleeve tightly. His thoughts race. Jun Lin long ago reached the Grandmaster realm. Yet the true chi in his body right now amounts to 50% of the upper tier at most. This is definitely a different person. Besides, those words were something I said to him when we obtained the different character tokens. After piecing it together, Brother Zio says to Su Beiweng, "I originally sent Jun Lin to help find you. Who knew he would resort to such ruthless methods? Ying brother, I'm sorry." On the other side, Su Beiweng grins so wide his eyes nearly vanish. "Brother Zio, we're brothers, no need for that. From now on, we must fight as one." After saying this, he thinks this chive Zio has providence and poses no threat. Absolutely cannot let him slip away. While Su Beiweng is lost in thought, Brother Zio has already rushed over and grips both his arms tightly. Brother Zio's entire body radiates pink bubbles as he declares with fervor, "Brother Ying, if I, Zio fan, ever betray you, may I be cast into the 18th level of hell forevermore." Under this relentless barrage of declarations, Su Beiweng feels a chill crawl up his spine. Wait, is this guy into men? Stop touching me. While the two grow ever chummier on 2 other lotus platforms, the red-haired cultivator clasps hands with the blue-robed cultivator whose inner robe is pink. He thinks to himself, Jun Lin's scheme is truly clever. If the groups are divided on the third, one must strike first to be safe. With that thought, the red-haired cultivator says to the person beside him, "You are my grandson of the MTH generation." Hearing these words, the cultivator beside him responds softly, "Yes." At the same time, a female cultivator in a pink robe rushes over. She approaches a male cultivator wearing a brown robe with a red sash. A moment later, the male cultivator sneers at the pink-robed woman. "You are not my granddaughter. I intend to choose only the strongest. I have no desire to descend into that pit." Hearing this, the pink-robed woman's brow furrows in fury, but she holds her tongue. Nearby, 2 cultivators also contend for 2 lotus platforms. They clench each other's hands. One of them thinks the quick hand claims the prize, the slow hand gets nothing. Seeing this, the gray-blue-robed cultivator with a yellow belt clenches his fist and roars, "I was the second to ascend the celestial platform. What right do you have?" Hearing this, the cultivators behind him also bellow, "Exactly, what right do they have?" Their outburst only makes Su Beiweng pause briefly before he speaks. "Gentlemen, shall we join hands to dispose of the trash?" He speaks. He glances sidelong toward the red-haired cultivator and thinks, with this chive Zio fan already secured, the rest can do as they please. Beiweng raises his palm, circulating spiritual energy through his arm as he gazes at the chive before him. Zio fan reads his intent at once and exclaims in shock, "Why?" Beiweng's spiritual power surges forth, intercepting Zio Yu's aerial strike aimed at the chive. Thanks to his intervention, the chive gains a brief moment to catch his breath. Seeing the man still hasn't fled, Beiweng furrows his brow. He still won't run. The only reason he held son-in-law Zio back was to protect this chive. The chive, before fleeing, turns back with a look of bitter defiance and hurls a vicious parting shot. "Zio fan, Junlin, I shall never coexist under the same sky with the two of you." With that, he crushes the teleportation talisman in his palm. The moment he confirms the chive has escaped, Beiweng turns his head toward the two women behind him. Locked in a fierce battle over the celestial platform, Zio fan watches the chive escape and Sitesh let him get away. Beiweng immediately sets his gaze upon Minjuehe's next target for treasure plundering. He raises his hand and gently circulates spiritual energy in his palm. There's still another one. Minju, locked in fierce combat, cannot divert her attention to dodge. She is instantly grazed by a wisp of his spiritual power. Her face contorts in pain. Just like that, the treasures she painstakingly gathered scatter and fly toward Beiweng. Disbelief fills her face as she watches the treasures on her person tumble away so effortlessly. Seeing the treasures have fallen, Beiweng immediately retracts his hand and stores them away. He raises an eyebrow smugly and says, "Handled." He gazes at her stunned expression and thinks, might as well plunder more treasures after all. "I'm the one who's going to kill Chu Taeksu." The pink-robed maiden spots Minju's injured arm and immediately seizes the chance to eliminate her. But just before the pink-robed maiden closes in, Beiweng hurls his spear downward, slamming it between her and Minju. The pink-robed maiden erupts in fury at his meddling, but since her skills fall short, she can only gnash her teeth and glare with murderous rage. How could he possibly let her eliminate Minjuyeon of his precious treasure-hunting mice? He casts a contemptuous glance at her. "Trying to steal my treasure, mouse, you think it's that easy?" Minju seizes the opening, crushes a teleportation talisman and vanishes. The pink-robed maiden senses the spiritual energy fluctuation and whirls around, but it is already too late. Beiweng watches Minju's swift escape, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Now that is a smart one." Immediately after Minju flees, the pink-robed maiden secures her position on the celestial platform. 4 corridors materialize in the Airite people have finally gathered and the gates are open. Choose any path to proceed. Seeing the gates open, Beiweng urges Zio fan with an excited voice. "Brother Zio, pick a path quickly, who knows what dangers lurk inside." Operating on the principle that his own safety comes first, he shoves Zio fan forward as a guinea pig to test the waters. He thinks to himself, this sort of task naturally falls to the son of Providence. Seeing the gates beginning to close, Beiweng raises his volume to spur him on. "Hurry up." Zio fan hesitates for a moment, then follows his instincts and advances toward the left gate. He points at the gate and says to Beiweng, "This path." Hearing his choice, Beiweng leaps over and firmly clasps Zio fan's hand, lest they be separated upon entering. "Let's go." The moment they step through the gate, a cold, clammy aura shrouds them. Zio fan says apologetically, "I sensed a sinister presence from the start. It's all my fault. Me Providence is too wretched and I chose this place. You don't blame me, do you?" Beiweng gazes at the dark miasma ahead and speaks in a soothing tone. "It's fine, we're brothers." This gate Zio fan chose truly yields a harvest beyond all expectations. He circulates the northern profound blood-devouring divine art while saying, "How could I ever blame you?" Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, he thinks with deep satisfaction, this place is perfect. It's saturated with demon essence, absolutely ideal for me. Suddenly, a streak of crimson chi materializes, carrying lethal intent as it closes in. Beiweng senses the danger and immediately steps forward, shielding Zio fan behind him. "Watch out, brother Zio." He swings his spear upward and strikes the crimson chi head-on. Die. The crimson chi appears menacing but cannot withstand a single strike from Beiweng. The red chi rapidly dissipates into the air, and a single divine origin essence gently descends to the ground. Xiao Fan's eyes widen at onset, recognizes what it is. He excitedly reaches out to pick up the divine origin essence. This is a divine origin essence equivalent to spirit stones in function but 100 times more potent. It is the common currency throughout the myriad realms. The ancestors of the Grand Daean Holy Land, who once resided in the Tiank domain, happened upon travelers from beyond the outer reaches and obtained several pieces. Who would have thought we would stumble upon them here? Seeing such a rare treasure, how could Beiweng possibly let it slip through his fingers? He immediately resolved to hunt and slay for more divine origin stones. Let's go, brother, our hunt begins now. Dividing the divine origin stones. Hearing this, Xiao Fan immediately agreed. Before setting off on the hunt, Beiweng spoke to Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao, take the lead while I follow from behind. That way we can ensure our safety. Having said that, a sinister thought stirred within his heart. This way, he could observe the Providence Tower above Xiao Fan's head at all times. And if the opportunity arose, strike him down from behind, killing two birds with one arrow. While the two were talking, a coffin wreathed in a crimson aura suddenly appeared, crashing onto the ground and bouncing back up with a deafening boom. Beiweng noticed the anomaly and charged forward. Let me go check the situation. After slaying the demon beast guarding the treasure, he gazed at the spirit treasure in his hand, the corner of his lips curling into a smug grin. Good thing that fool didn't follow along. He stowed the spirit treasure away. Beiweng rummaged through the demon beast's remains and found several divine origin stones, which he brought back down to Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao, these are for you. For the sake of face, Xiao Fan couldn't simply accept them, so he put on a show of polite refusal. Brother Xiao, these were obtained at the risk of your life. Beiweng held the divine origin stones in his palm, looked him in the eye, and pressed them firmly into his grasp. No need to distinguish yours from mine, take them. Take them. Afterward, the two continued onward through this space suffused with an eerie, ethereal chi. They had reached the endpoint, yet the treasures gathered amounted to only a meager handful. Xiao Fan said with a guilty expression, we've reached the end already. I shouldn't have taken this path. I've dragged you down, brother, leaving you with nothing. Beiweng patted his back warmly and replied, it's fine. Having this many divine origin stones is more than enough. He then cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Fan. The only one who got nothing here is you. The words dripped with such warmth that anyone who didn't know better would think Beiweng harbored romantic feelings for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was stunned. Far from blaming him, Beiweng had actually comforted him instead. Xiao Fan looked at him deeply moved and said, Brother Xiao, I swear I will befriend you for life. Having said that, the two stepped through the teleportation gate before them. The others had already gathered at the endpoint. They gazed upward at the colossal Tiank domain suspended in the sky. The girl in the pink dress stared at the Tiank domain, radiating an overwhelming aura of pressure before her. She couldn't help but exclaim, so this is the summit throne of the Tiank domain. Moments after being teleported to the endpoint, Beiweng surveyed the crowd and broke into a grin, his voice dripping with mockery. My, you've all arrived quite early. Atop the Lotus platform, a proclamation wreathed in dragon aura manifested. Only the one who ascended the platform could claim a wisp of primordial violet chi. Beyond that, transcendence would remain impossible. The others were stunned by this revelation. Chu Taixu whipped around toward Jiang Wuji, seized him by the throat, and crushed his life beacon. In his heart, he thought, I have lived 2 lifetimes solely for the sake of peak ascension. Anyone who dares stand in my way dies, nephew included. Jiang Wuji broke into a cold sweat, his terrified gaze drifting toward the Lotus platform. A heartbeat later, Chu Taixu crushed his beacon. Done, he turned to look at the others, thinking just a little more. As for Beiweng, having grasped Chu Taixu's intentions, he turned to Xiao Fan. Let's join forces and kill him first. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Brother Xiao speaks true. Zhang Heoran, ready for battle, declared, it must be done. With that, everyone present charged as one to attack Chu Taixu. Chu Taixu watched them come and thought, can't you all just die quietly? Must you struggle so pointlessly? A heartbeat later, Chu Taixu summoned a colossal saber and cleaved it toward the incoming forces. Everyone struck was gravely wounded. They cried out, worthy of being ranked first, he's no mere mortal, Chu Taixu sneered. Is this the extent of your combined might? With that, he launched another attack. A golden dragon materialized and surged toward Zhang Heoran. Now it's my turn. Seeing this, Zhang Heoran produced an ancient decree scroll inscribed with archaic runes, thinking he had gravely underestimated Chu Taixu. A heartbeat later, the golden dragon clashed against the power of Zhang Heoran's ancient decree scroll. But the disparity in strength was far too vast. After mere moments of exchange, the ancient decree scroll tore apart. Zhang Heoran's expression turned to alarm. He suddenly sensed something amiss and shot a glance toward Beiweng. Beiweng met his gaze and curled his lips into a smirk. Chu Taixu struck with lethal force, cutting down Zhang Heoran in an instant. His scroll was shredded. Zhang Heoran, gravely wounded, collapsed to his knees. Junlin Zhang Heoran mustered his last ounce of strength and lunged toward Beiweng, determined to drag him down to death together. Beiweng watched him with a faint smile. A blade pierced clean through Zhang Heoran's chest, as if all the spiritual energy were drained from him. His body withered, and he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Having seen through Beiweng's true nature, Xiao Fan spoke up. "You've been a villain all along. You were toying with me this entire time." Beiweng reverted to his true form and replied, "Brother Xiao, won't you acknowledge this brother of yours anymore?" Xiao Fan trembled with fury. "Beiweng, enough, brotherhood, spare me the act. Get lost, I won't make things difficult for you." Beiweng cast a glance toward Chu Taixu and said, "As for the rest of you, leave now. Don't force my hand." Chu Taixu frowned at Beiweng and said, "So be it." The others broke into cold sweats. Knowing full well they were no match for him, rather than die here, it was better to retreat first. Beiweng charged toward Xiao Fan and struck. Xiao Fan sensed his intent and immediately crushed his own life beacon. He vanished from the lotus platform, still shrouded in dragon aura. Beiweng called down from above, "Well, do you lot understand your place now?" Truong Khan struck out and roared, "Despicable wretch, how dare you humiliate this sovereign?" Beiweng replied with a faint smile. "Do you truly believe yourself stronger than Zhang Heoran? Then by all means try." In his heart he calculated, "Fight if you dare, who's afraid of whom?" If not for the fear that these vultures might strike while he and Chu Taixu were locked in combat, he would never have let them walk away so easily. Chu Taixu smirked to himself, "Let them fight a brutal battle first. This old man will wait to play the Oriole." Truong Khan blustered loudly, but in the end, he crushed his own life beacon with his own hands and vanished. Seeing this, Beiweng was disappointed, while Chu Taixu cursed openly, "That coward!" Beiweng then turned his gaze to the remaining two and thought, "Let me give you a look, experience it for yourself." Xianxia stared at the lotus platform, clenching her teeth. Forget it, she launched her attack against Beiweng. Xianxia unfurled the landscape map of mountains and rivers. The scroll spread wide and towering stone mountains materialized on either side. Chu Taixu shot a glance at Beiweng, thinking this old man is still the Oriole. Beiweng glanced back and smiled faintly, "I'm giving you face." A heartbeat later, a dragon materialized and crashed into the stone mountains. Xianxia's landscape map of mountains and rivers was torn apart. Beiweng suppressed her with his bloodline aura and commanded, "Kneel, call me master." Xianxia's face went deathly pale as she choked out, "Master," Beiweng told her, "tell your mother she owes me a debt of gratitude." In his heart, he thought, "As long as you live, Wu Zhao will forever have a weakness." Chu Taixu then spoke up, "From the look on your face, it seems you believe victory is already yours." Beiweng replied, "Indeed, killing you would be as easy as turning my hand." Chu Taixu frowned, "Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness." A heartbeat later, a colossal mountain materialized behind Chu Taixu. He spoke, "I fear you have yet to witness the true might of the Grand Master realm." He launched the boulder toward Beiweng and declared, "Let me tell you something. Fearlessly in my past life, I used this very technique to slay dozens of Saint-grade powerhouses. Crushing you would be no more difficult than turning my hand." Beiweng sneered and summoned a single herb into his grasp. "Oh, is that so? I don't need you to believe it, I only need myself to." The herb soared toward the massive boulder. Moments later, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. Beiweng asked, "Well?" Chu Taixu broke into a cold sweat, disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible." He gathered every ounce of his remaining power and unleashed a devastating strike at Beiweng. Beiweng raised the herb and blocked it effortlessly. Having resolved the attack, he recalled the herb. Chu Taixu, gravely wounded, spoke, "This is the depth of your true power." Beiweng gazed at the herb and thought, "My own strength is still lacking. The true power of this herb remains untapped." Nonetheless, Beiweng prepared his finishing blow. Enough talk, one strike, we settle this now. Beiweng produced a stone, the one he had plundered from Yi Tian. As it turned out, it would prove quite useful. A heartbeat later, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The stone levitated and began to radiate blinding light. Chu Taixu watched in confusion. What manner of cursed thing is that? Beiweng smiled faintly. The stone swelled to a colossal size, emanating a torrent of overwhelming spiritual power. Moments later, cracks spiderwebbed across the stone's surface. The stone burst apart. In its place stood a giant skeletal figure. Beiweng collapsed. A torrent of dark qi erupted around the skull, accompanied by a crushing, suffocating pressure. Chu Taixu was drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't move a single muscle. What in the heavens is this thing? I have lived 2 lifetimes. I cannot die like this. Beiweng remained unconscious and crumpled to the ground. Chu Taixu's eyes blazed crimson with fury. He thought if only he had struck to kill when he had the chance. At that moment, the colossal skull surged forward and attacked Chu Taixu. He takes the hit and collapses, then vanishes, leaving behind only 2 streams of black qi. At this moment, Su Beiweng's entire body is wreathed in dragon qi. A dragon soars skyward as a proclamation appears. The heavenly divine realm has produced a candidate for transcendence 5th in the bone ranking. Su Beiweng. In the next instant, the dragon soars toward the lotus platform. Su Beiweng is gently laid upon it. Another proclamation emerges. Daozhu City. 4th grade Grandmaster Realm. The scene shifts to Jin Shuang. She sits in her pavilion watching him, wondering what on earth is happening. Jin Shuang watches with quiet satisfaction, thinking, this brat actually pulled it off. On the heavenly ranking, 2 names now blaze into view: Chu Taixu, Su Beiweng. The onlookers see this and begin murmuring in discontent. Zhang Heoran is dead, now even Chu Taixu is gone. A rift tears open across the sky, and from it, 4 pillars of light descend, the last 4 survivors. A proclamation rings out. This round of the Tiank domain has concluded. The others exchange stunned looks. Could it be that out of the 36 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, only this many remain? So who will claim the summit this time? Zhang Qing breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, Chu Taixu is dead. Thank the heavens I fled when I did. Su Beiweng is a complete monster. He then appears and declares, your goodwill is noted. Everyone, please take your leave. Yi Tian and Jai Xianxia see that he has ascended yet another tier. Their thoughts race. The Grandmaster Realm. He broke through to the Grandmaster Realm. The others think the same. He slaughtered the other geniuses, so ruthless and so utterly shameless. One of them shouts to the Dugu Palace Master, let us purge this scourge for the 9 provinces. Everyone, charge together. Avenge our fallen comrades who perished at the hands of this vile villain. Su Beiweng smirks lightly, preparing to unleash his power. Enraged, the mob raises their fists and charges, roaring, Su, you vile scoundrel, die. Su Beiweng looks up in shock. The sky above darkens as 3 divine artifacts materialize from thin air. The onlookers gape in disbelief. The Haitian Tower, the Taya Sword, the Imperial Jade Seal. Where did so many divine artifacts come from? A faint blush tints Su Beiweng's cheeks. He announces calmly, everyone, do not be hasty, my backing has arrived. The surrounding crowd is stunned into silence. His backing isn't that. The moment Su Beiweng finishes speaking, Jin Shuang appears. Seeing her materialize, delight washes over his face. He calls out silently in his heart, boss. The Dugu Palace Master produces the Bronze Bell divine artifact. The surrounding cultivators clutch their ears as its deafening toll erupts. The Donghua Bellet is the Bronze Bell divine artifact. Su Beiweng's face tenses with worry. He cries out, boss. Jin Shuang counters by launching all 3 of her divine artifacts at the Bronze Bell. The Dugu Palace Master furrows his brow and bellows, 5th Demon Lord, today the one surnamed Su must die. The surrounding cultivators surge forward. If we don't stop the 5th Demon Lord, no one can kill the one surnamed Su. Jin Shuang's 3 divine artifacts collide with the Bronze Bell, shaking heaven and earth. Their overwhelming momentum is like immortals waging war upon the mortal realm. The onlookers shout, 3 half-step sovereigns should be more than enough to slay the 5th Demon Lord. Let's see how she protects someone now. Su Beiweng's face darkens with fury at the 3-on-1 assault. You dare gang up on my boss? Do you think I'm dead? The nearby cultivators mutter among themselves. Among the young generation of the 9 provinces, not a single one can stand against him. They're all Grandmaster Realm powerhouses, yet they can't even withstand a single move. Zhang Qing drenches himself in cold sweat thinking, since heaven birthed Zhang Qing, why must it also birth Su Beiweng? Su Beiweng glances at them dismissively. Isn't it just killing a few Grandmaster Realm cultivators? Is it really worth such astonishment? Yi Tian and Zhang Qing are crushed beneath an invisible pressure. They vow, we will go into seclusion at the Divine Hall. Until we break through to the second-grade Nirvana realm, we will never emerge. I must kill him, I will kill him no matter what. Jin Shuang's divine artifacts and the Dugu Palace Master's bronze bell clash in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Jin Shuang remains composed as she fights. Su Beiweng watches with worry thinking, I can't get close to them, besides the nether chi on me is already waning. This skull's nether chi has a time limit, what do we do, boss? Suddenly a rift tears open across the sky, startling. Su Beiweng. A horde of people pours out from the rift. Su Beiweng sees this, furrows his brow and thinks, no more hesitation, charge. Moments later, he annihilates every last one of them and turns his gaze to the Dugu Palace Master. Only one half-step sovereign remains. If boss and I join forces, it's not impossible. He looks down, realizes his dire condition, and then vanishes without a trace. Su Beiweng's face twists with irritation. The Dugu Palace Master of the Divine Hall, and he can't even come up with a novel way to flee. A moment later, he strikes his signature pose, arms folded across his chest, and calls out to the crowd below, still want to fight? If not, I'm leaving. They realize that even 3 half-step sovereigns combined couldn't scratch him. Even the Palace Master of the Divine Hall fled. What chance do we have? Realizing they're utterly outmatched, the mob bolts in a scramble of terror, cursing as they flee. Su, you vile villain, 5th demon lord, you will die, mark our words. Su Beiweng hears this and scowls in annoyance. HMPH, if you've got the guts, then stop running. Then with an awkward cough he says, Your Highness, this subordinate has returned. Jin Shuang stares at Su Beiweng in silence for a long moment, then raises her hand, conjuring a swirling azure vortex and shouts at him to leave. Scram! In the next instant, a cat appears and slams squarely into Su Beiweng's face. Fine weather graces Teichu Palace, 9 provinces lake. Su Beiweng says, Your Highness, this subordinate has claimed the summit. Has Your Highness noticed the primordial violet chi within this subordinate's body? Jin Shuang responds with a simple, his face reddens. So, she asks, so what? Su Beiweng says, the reward half an incense sticks time. Is boss trying to stiff me on the deal? What should I do? Jin Shuang flushes and says, This palace was merely jesting. She turns to him, Do you truly intend to toy with this palace? Su Beiweng waves his hands frantically. This subordinate wouldn't dare. His face falls with disappointment. Wait, boss. Are you really trying to renege? He recites a melancholy verse from Henceforth, remembering our meeting, how many times does my soul dream of that fateful encounter? Su Beiweng's gaze brims with longing. This subordinate has walked through life and death, each time brushing past the Reaper's scythe. In those moments only Your Highness filled my thoughts, in the depths of despair. It was Your Highness who gave this subordinate a reason to keep living. Jin Shuang replies flatly, This palace thinks you had it quite easy. He furrows his brow. In truth, this time, Su Beiweng lowers his head and recounts. At the first trial, this subordinate encountered a woman from beyond the chasm. Had it not been for Your Highness's drop of blood, this subordinate would have been crushed to death long ago. He thinks to himself, Boss probably doesn't know whether the person I met was a man or a woman. Jin Shuang says coolly, Oh, is that so? Su Beiweng continues, She was as beautiful as an immortal. And she spared no expense trying to forge a Dao bond with this subordinate. She even spouted nonsense about how one day she would help this subordinate achieve transcendence. Jin Shuang listens in silence. Su Beiweng places his hand over his heart and declares, This subordinate laughed in her face. What manner of stray does she think she is, daring to wed this subordinate? I told her someone has already promised to help me achieve transcendence. He thinks to himself, as expected, that earned boss's approval. Su Beiweng presses on, fearing she would pry into the origins of Your Highness's drop of blood. This subordinate struck her down without hesitation, body and soul, utterly annihilated. Jin Shuang's expression softens with satisfaction. Well done. Hearing this, delight floods his face. He thinks, keeping boss happy makes everything easy. Jin Shuang then asks, As beautiful as an immortal, just how beautiful was she? Su Beiweng stammers, Compared to others she was fair, but compared to Your Highness she isn't even worth a second glance. Seeing her seemingly satisfied, he breathes a sigh of relief. I really am too clever. I've got boss's personality down to a science. A moment later, Su Beiwang is teleported to an unfamiliar place. He startles. Before his eyes lies a familiar scene. He recognizes it as Jin Shuang's personal chambers. Boss agreed. Su Beiwang grins ear to ear. Your Highness, this subordinate is fully prepared. Jin Shuang raises an eyebrow. Are you certain? Su Beiwang lifts a finger and a massive candle materializes. He remarks that it might be a bit too large. Jin Shuang conjures a candle of her own. If this palace grants your reward, the terms of the incense shall still be decided by this palace. Seeing this, Su Beiwang asks with visible disappointment, can't it be changed? Jin Shuang is resolute no. He replies, very well then. Yet Su Beiwang inches closer to Jin Shuang, placing his hand upon her thigh. Jin Shuang flushes slightly. Could he possibly intend to? Su Beiwang reads Jin Shuang's expression and thinks, boss is getting shy. In the next breath, one hand secures her shoulder, the other wraps around her waist, and he draws his face close to hers. Then he presses his lips to Jin Shuang's in a kiss. Su Beiwang's hand ventures to a sensitive place on her body. Jin Shuang gasps, keep your hands to yourself. He chuckles softly, this subordinate's hands have nowhere else to go. The two of them continue kissing, and the candle finally burns out. Jin Shuang pushes Beiwang away and says, search. Are you courting death? She raises her leg and glares at him furiously. Beiwang breaks into a cold sweat and thinks, boss is raging dodge first. Jin Shuang sits up, her face flushed with embarrassment, and curses, you stinking brat, you are dead for sure. Scene change to the Imperial Palace. Beiwang arrives here after Jin Shuang kicked him out. He crashes to the ground, then sits up, holding his head, thinking that he actually pulled it off. As long as he's bold enough, boss will eventually grant him maternity leave. Beiwang fantasizes about him and Jin Shuang spending their days and nights together, thinking that such a day is absolutely not far off. At that moment, the imperial carriage appears. Wu Zhao demands furiously, what did you do to xianxia? Beiwang replies nonchalantly, what do you think I did? Wu Zhao frowns and thinks this breathes at the pinnacle of the Tiank domain, and before this seat, he won't even bother feigning respect. He says it was nothing more than making her kneel and call me master, that's all. He continues, the princess, in order to survive, knelt on the ground and called me master. This humble one spared her once otherwise. Killing her would be easier than crushing an ant. Wu Zhao's expression darkens with rage, ready to strike. You are courting death. Beiwang responds, Heavenly Empress, I spared her out of respect for your face. I've heard she cultivates an extraordinarily powerful Buddhist technique. Buddhism values karma above all. You now owe me a debt of gratitude. Hearing this, Wu Zhao suspects there is a hidden meaning behind this brat's words. Beiwang crosses his arms and speaks bluntly, Heavenly Empress, what exactly is the matter? Just speak frankly. He thinks to himself, she's this furious, could it be she thinks I violated her daughter? I already have someone I'm pursuing, you know. Wu Zhao suspects that since this brat has reached the pinnacle, he must have brought back quite a few treasures. If he hasn't touched xianxia, I'll keep his wretched life for now. After seizing the treasures on his person, I'll deal with him later. She turns and departs. Beiwang has already sensed the hostility and thinks, the Heavenly Empress truly harbors wild ambitions. Her calculations run deep, she's just waiting for you to reveal your hand. He doesn't bother with it either, turning to leave. Time to go see boss. Consolation is of the utmost importance. Arriving at Teichu Palace, the cat leaps up excitedly. Beiwang holds it back and says, I don't just kiss anyone, you know. The cat slinks away dejectedly. Upon arrival, Beiwang sees Jin Shuang sitting on a swing waiting for him. Beiwang's heart stirs at the sight before him. Boss's mood seems fairly stable, but why did boss suddenly change her dress? What does that mean? Jin Shuang glares at him. Beiwang drops to his knees and says, your subordinate humbly begs your highness to forgive his transgression. Jin Shuang speaks, don't ever do that again. He responds, yes. Beiwang observes Jin Shuang's expression and thinks, boss has said don't ever do that again, who knows how many times already. She must be far too embarrassed in letting that kind of expression slip. Beiwang asks boss, what did it feel like just now? Jin Shuang replies bluntly, nothing at all, just felt annoying, that's it. Hearing this, his heart sinks. What? That's all. Jin Shuang then gestures for him to come closer. He leans his face close to hers, thinking could boss want to experience a bit more. Jin Shuang can't stand it and kicks him straight to the ground. Beiabao's heart is weary, wondering how boss will trample him next. She turns away and says, get lost and go cook. Beiwang asks, puzzled, cook? Boss isn't angry. He continues inching closer, demanding a reward. Your Highness, is there a reward? He thinks to himself she's not angry, which means she liked it. If she liked it, then asking for a small reward isn't too much to ask. Jin Shuang lifts his chin and commands, you dare bring this up, this seat. Her gaze drifts downward as she says, this seat will castrate you. Seeing this, Beiweng jumps in fright and replies, your subordinate understands. Beiweng retreats thinking boss is angry, time to make a run for it. Scene change to 9 Provinces Lake. Beiweng brings the food over. Your Highness, please enjoy. Jin Shuang takes a bite, her expression softening with satisfaction. She thinks as expected it's still that familiar taste. Beiweng sees her expression and realizes no wonder she told me to go cook. Come to think of it, I've been gone so long, boss must have endured quite a lot, huh? Seeing Beiweng staring at her, Jin Shuang glares at him and asks, let this seat see what you brought back from the Tiank domain. Beiweng grins from ear to ear and says, your Highness, don't be too surprised now. Beiweng produces rare and precious medicinal herbs. The cat perks up at the sight. Jin Shuang asks, just these? Forget it, when this seat has time, I'll refine them into pills for you. Beiweng thinks boss isn't satisfied, good thing I still have reserves. How about now, is this enough? The cat, lounging inside the fish tank, squeals in delight, that's too much. Jin Shuang remarks, this seat is somewhat surprised. Beiweng starts to explain, but before he can finish, Jin Shuang cuts in, did you go to compete or did you go to plunder? Teetering on the brink of death, dancing on the edge of the abyss, this seat saw through every single one of your tall tales. Beiweng waves his hands frantically. I did not, that's not true, your Highness, please listen to me. Jin Shuang glares, her gaze falling upon the coffin before them. Beiweng says, if your Highness fancies it, please take it. Jin Shuang lifts his chin and says, primordial providence, truly, only you could unearth such a thing. What does providence have to do with me? Then again, those treasure-hunting beasts of mine do possess providence, so I suppose it can be credited to me after all. Seeing Jin Shuang's keen interest in the coffin, Beiweng asks, your Highness, is something wrong? Could it be that this coffin contains the corpse of a woman? How come I don't remember this being in the original story? But following the usual trope, inside here is probably a sleeping beauty waiting for me to awaken her. Jin Shuang sees right through his intentions and asks, you're really hoping it's a woman, aren't you? He panics, no, that's not it, after all. Jin Shuang counts as a woman too. This woman's name is Bai Yuiguang. She crippled her own great Tao foundation, plunged into the cycle of reincarnation, and has since been reborn as rivers, mountains, trees, and birds. Once she condenses 998 reincarnation imprints, she can forge a supreme physique and attain the divine fruit. This coffin contains one of her incarnations from the cycle of reincarnation. Beiweng remarks, 801 reincarnations. This woman is no ordinary being. Jin Shuang, displeased, asks, you think this seat is ordinary? He breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, how could she possibly compare to your Highness? When did I ever say boss was inferior to her? I never said that. What is going on here? Jin Shuang glares at Beiweng and declares, this seat may temporarily be beneath her, but our future achievements will be worlds apart. She is only worthy of gazing up at this seat. He asks, and what about your subordinate? Jin Shuang seizes Beiweng by the collar and shoves him into the coffin. The coffin slams shut. Inside, a night scene unfolds, bright moon, gentle breeze. Su Beiweng stares inward and wonders, so this is what lies inside the coffin. He spots a strange flower blooming from nowhere. Su Beiweng plucks it and wonders, what is this? From outside, Jin Shuang thunders, get the hell out here already. He jolts in, alarm, boss is still waiting for me. Su Beiweng channels his dragon chi and shatters the dreamscape. The next instant, he returns to reality. Jin Shuang extends her hand and commands, take it. Su Beiweng sees this, and a wicked thought flashes through his mind, surely boss isn't making such a request. Seeing him about to do something indecent, Jin Shuang smacks him across the head and scolds him. Trash, this sovereign told you to hold this flower in your mouth. Su Beiweng realizes his mistake. Ah, your Highness didn't make it clear. Jin Shuang's face darkens. Pull a stunt like that again. And don't blame this sovereign for silencing that mouth of yours. Su Beiweng forces a smile and takes the flower. The next second his body erupts in searing pain. Jin Shuang shoots him a glance and sneers, trash. Jin Shuang kicks Su Beiweng, get up. Su Beiweng senses something fundamentally different about his body. Jin Shuang speaks, you shall help him complete a cycle of reincarnation. She has bestowed upon you her origin divine ability. Neither side owes the other. Su Beiweng asks, is there anything special about it? Jin Shuang answers, the death gaze art. Hearing this, he thinks isn't that just a mental attack? I don't even need that, my guardian soul scripture is far more formidable. Jin Shuang declares, even across the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms, the death gaze art ranks among the supreme divine abilities. What is the guardian soul scripture compared to that? It isn't even fit for dogs. Boss can read my thoughts. Jin Shuang orders, activate the death gaze. He stares blankly and says, yes, but how do I use it? Just stare like this and wait to be glared at. Embarrassing as it is, boss really is stunning. Su Beiweng gazes at Jin Shuang, then her belly suddenly swells. Su Beiweng's jaw drops. What's happening? Could this be the legendary stare at someone and they get pregnant? Su Beiweng's face flushes red. This is too sudden. I wonder what boss and I will look like when we're old. He imagines her graceful, ethereal silhouette in their twilight years. Jin Shuang flicks her sleeve and Su Beiweng snaps out of his daydream. He stares at Jin Shuang before him, his eyes spinning. He thinks all fake, so it was just my hallucination. Jin Shuang frowns at him, then kicks him away again. Could boss have seen through my thoughts? Su Beiweng lands in a thicket of bushes, still daydreaming about a wrinkled Jin Shuang. But, is this the true power of the death gaze? Interesting. Thinking of this, he furrows his brow. He recalls boss's words, the guardian soul scripture is nothing more than a street corner technique from beyond the outer realms. Not even worth a dog's time to cultivate. He rests his chin in thought. So boss is a supreme being from beyond the outer realms. Absolutely a titan among titans. But then the real question, Arisho, do I pursue boss? There must be a way. Fortune favors the bold, not the idle. With that, Su Beiweng takes his leave. 2 months pass in heavy snowfall. Having completed his solo training, Su Beiweng realizes boss wasn't wrong. Thai's death gaze holds profound depths he's only just begun to uncover. Jin Shuang calls out, get over here. Su Beiweng approaches and asks, boss, did you remember about those pills? Jin Shuang responds, your cultivation has been quite demanding. Su Beiweng raises a cup of milk tea and says, thank you, boss, for refining those pills for me. You've worked hard. This is the milk tea I prepared for you. Jin Shuang takes a sip and sighs, it's sweet. Su Beiweng asks, doesn't your highness like sweet things? She replies, this sovereign prefers moderate sweetness. Understood, this humble servant will remember. Seems I can't go all sugar, 70% sweetness will do. Jin Shuang announces, this sovereign wants hot pot. Moments later, the steaming hot pot is set on the table. He says, your highness, the hot pot is freshly prepared. Once I break through to the great grandmaster realm, we should make a trip to the North Demon Abyss. He answers, yes. Jin Shuang furrows her brow and asks, you don't seem to feel any sense of urgency, do you? She says, in just 3 short years, 7 more, and this sovereign will have already achieved transcendence. Hearing this, he stiffens in shock. Truly, she makes everyone else seem hopeless by comparison. He imagines the scene boss soaring into the heavens while he remains earthbound below. Su Beiweng declares, this humble servant wishes to follow your ladyship through every lifetime, forever content to be your attendant. Then that depends on your ability. Since you've already encountered beings from beyond the outer realms, you should understand Thais is no mere 9 provinces world. When this sovereign's cultivation reaches that level, even the divine realm cannot contain me. Su Beiweng is stunned. Jin Shuang continues, cultivating to the sovereign realm in just a few years without wasting a single moment seems impossible. But this sovereign hopes you can create a miracle. Su Beiweng says, your highness, just call me once and this humble servant will be brimming with cultivation drive. Breaking into the sovereign realm will be as easy as flipping my palm. With that, Su Beiweng closes the distance and kisses Jin Shuang. Jin Shuang cannot fathom why her heart beats so violently. Lost in the sweet sensation for a moment, Jin Shuang senses something amiss and shoves Su Beiweng away. She says irritably, you dare push your luck, give an inch, take a mile, this is the last time. Su Beiweng grins ear to ear, please calm yourself, your highness. This humble servant couldn't help it, and from the look on boss's face, you didn't exactly dislike it. Jin Shuang's face burns crimson. This is already this sovereign's limit, push any further and this sovereign will truly castrate you. Get lost and cultivate, don't let this sovereign see your face again. Su Beiweng says, as you command, and takes his leave. As he walks away, he drops a small booklet onto the ground. Jin Shuang picks it up and flips it open. What tricks is he pulling now? Inside the booklet are lines of heartfelt text, made steamed buns for boss today. Boss was very pleased. I gazed upon boss's noble beauty and couldn't help stealing a kissenly to be kicked away. Absolutely elated. Just finished sewing a pair of socks. I must personally hand them to boss and beg to put them on her feet with my own hands. Boss's expression was displeased, but she did not refuse. I couldn't hold back the moment I touched that magnificent leg. I was kicked flying again, crashing to the ground and landing at Mang Mountain. Today, Boss Jin Shuang reads to this point and closes the booklet. She thinks of Su Beiwang, her face flushing red. That rotten brat. He actually has some heart. As for Su Beiwang, he slips his hand inside his robe, thinking kicked again today. Must remember to jot this down. He searches frantically. Where is my diary? Su Beiwang recalls dropping it at boss's place. No way, right? I need to find a way to cover this up fast. Suddenly, someone bellows from outside. Su Beiwang, get the hell out here. Hearing this, he scoffs. What trash dares kick down the door of this lord? A eunuch appears and reports, young Master Su, someone seeks to challenge you. He hails from the Four Symbols sacred ground named Li Heiachen. He demands justice for his fellow disciples who perished in the Tiank domain. Su Beiwang rests his chin on his hand and asks, what is this person's cultivation level? The eunuch replies, this man entered the Tiank domain 21 years ago and was hailed as the most outstanding talent of his generation. His cultivation base is mid-stage great grandmaster. 21 years ago he was of the same generation as Wu Zhao, but even Wu Zhao ranked in the top 5 had already reached the nirvana realm. How is this one still only at the great grandmaster level? The gap in talent is called an abyss. Cultivation bases only widen further with time. Yet this man has lingered at the great grandmaster level for many years and his foundation is extraordinarily deep. Su Beiwang replies, no matter, if he dares show his face there's no reason not to beat him to death, but I should report to Her Highness first. Scene shifts to Teichu Palace, Jiazhu Lake. Su Beiwang reports, Your Highness, a great grandmaster has come to our doorstep to challenge this humble servant. Jin Shuang replies, you can't even defeat a great grandmaster. Don't follow this sovereign anymore. Su Beiwang asks, then if this humble servant wins, will there be a reward? Jin Shuang snaps, dare mention the word reward again and this sovereign will have that mouth of yours removed. Su Beiwang relents. All right. Your Highness, the Tiank domain from 21 years ago were the ones ranked in the top 5. Last time, the so-called prodigies of the Tiank domain all perished at boss's hands, but the generation before that, they may still be alive. What if some of them possess great providence? I need to expand my network for exchanging providence. 3 people aren't enough now. Among the first generation, I might be able to find 1 or 2 more. Jin Shuang speaks, this sovereign has never concerned herself with such insects. This princess's mother was apparently ranked among the top 5. Su Beiwang asks, then who is your father? She replies, this princess has no father. He exclaims in shock, what? Something seems off. He thought to himself, Her Highness descended into this forsaken world, manifesting directly within a mortal's womb. The truth was inescapable. She was born without a father. Thinking of this, a splitting headache surged through him. So that was how it was. His mother-in-law was truly innocent. He had encountered the happily fathered trope before, men unknowingly raising another's child as their own. But this was the first time he'd seen the happily mothered version, meaning he'd become the father of the woman he loved's child, despite it not being his own flesh and blood. Jin Shuang glared at him and hissed, are you still thinking about other women? This subordinate merely wishes for the opportunity to pay respects to your highness's mother. Jin Shuang shouted angrily, no one is allowed, she responded with fierce finality. He hastily complied, understood, this subordinate obeys. The boss's possessive streak was truly something else. Jin Shuang raised 3 fingers, 3 moves. She continued, if you can't finish off a grandmaster in 3 moves, get out of Teichu Palace immediately. Having said that, Jin Shuang kicked him away. Atop the martial arena viewing platform stood Li Heiachen of the statuary sacred ground. The crowd below buzzed with heated discussion. Somyeon actually dared to challenge that Su fellow. Su Beiwang arrived at that very moment. The spectators erupted, young Master Su is here, everyone place your bets who wins. Young Master Su always keeps his word. Killing a grandmaster is easier for him than wringing a chicken's neck. But Li Heiachen was no ordinary grandmaster. Li Heiachen frowned and declared, today, I shall seek justice for my fallen fellow disciple. Su Beiwang said with a light smile, why must your excellency go to such lengths? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and dandle your grandchildren? Li Heishan hurled a tombstone into the ground and roared, "Spare me your nonsense. If you lose, you will kowtow before the spirit tablet of my fellow disciple." Carved upon it were the words "Spirit Tablet of Li Hu." Li Hu had originally entered the Tiank domain, only to be murdered. Su Beiweng chuckled softly, "Those who died at my hands in Tiank are far too many to count. I truly don't remember this one." He then produced another tombstone and began inscribing something upon it. "What was his name again?" he muttered. Then he bellowed, "Li Heishan, since you asked so nicely," having finished writing. Su Beiweng tossed the freshly carved tombstone to the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. It was a spirit tablet bearing Li Heishan's own name. Su Beiweng spoke coolly, "Don't get so agitated. I was merely being polite. This brat doesn't even know the height of heaven or the depth of earth." A weapon materializes. Li Heishan's mastery of Dao law is merely a mid to upper grandmaster who has comprehended a sliver of law power. Beneath the Dao law, all are mere insects. The scoundrel Su's malice has already gnawed down to the bone. A crescent sickle hurtles toward Su Beiweng. He pulls out a stalk of spiritual herb. The crowd erupts. It's that herb again. The onlookers reel in shock. Every grandmaster before had perished beneath that very herb. The herb and the sickle collide. Li Heishan sustains a grave wound and staggers backward. Su Beiweng speaks, "At your age, you should stop being so aggressive." One move still wasn't enough to put him down. Li Heishan channels his chi. A ferocious lion phantom materializes behind him. Su Beiweng summons a colossal bone skull. Dark energy surges toward Li Heishan. He grits his teeth. Su Beiweng's thoughts race. "Second move already. The boss ordered me to finish him in 3 or I'm out of Teichu Palace. Yet he can actually hold his ground against my power. Now that is what you call a true expert. I've finally met my match." Li Heishan's expression turns contemptuous. These low-grade talents. Suddenly he finds his entire body completely paralyzed. What kind of power is this?" Su Beiweng smirks. Li Heishan's eyes widen in abject terror. "What's happening to me?" He collapses to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Su Beiweng glances over with a light smirk. The crowd scatters in blind panic. What just happened? "Run, the scoundrel Su has a new trick." Su Beiweng grits his teeth in frustration. Back at Teichu Palace, Su Beiweng reports, "Your Highness, this subordinate has not failed his mission. Finished him in 3 moves. She glances over dismissively. "Good for nothing, stop pretending." Su Beiweng coughs up a mouthful of blood. He lowers his head, thinking, "It's over. I've made a fool of myself in front of the boss again." Being merely at the Grandmaster realm and forcibly using a killing move backlash is truly severe. Jin Shuang plants her foot on Su Beiweng's chest. He thinks, how comfortable, truly worthy of being the boss. She glares down at him. "Good for nothing, your cultivation technique has stagnated. What is the reason?" This subordinate requires nether chi. It differs from both yin chi and violet chi. Jin Shuang snaps, "Do you think this princess needs you to explain what nether chi is? Does this princess know nothing?" "How could that be? Your Highness, in this subordinate's heart you are omnipotent." This subordinate spoke out of turn and deserves punishment. Jin Shuang produces an imperial edict. "From now on, talk less." She unfurls the scroll. Within it are lines of ancient cryptic characters. Su Beiweng asks, "What is this?" Jin Shuang replies, "The Dayan sacred ground possesses an ancient corpse from 30,000 years ago. This princess will take you to retrieve it." Scene transitions to Wushan, the Dayan sacred ground. Su Beiweng approaches and says, "This humble one is merely a junior. For the Holy Lord to personally come and receive me, I dare not accept such an honor." Xiao Yu, Holy Lord of the Dayan sacred ground, asks, "Young friend Su, your sudden visit to Wushan, may I ask if there is a particular matter?" In his heart, he thinks this fellow just caused havoc in the capital. "What is he doing here?" Su Beiweng replies, "Idle with nothing to do, just wandering about." Then he calls out with a grin, "Brother Xiao, long time no see, how have you been?" Xiao Fan's fury ignites upon hearing this. Xiao Yu holds him back. "You. Young friend Su, did you come here specifically to mock my son?" Su Beiweng says, "Of course not. I've heard your esteemed ground possesses a 30,000-year-old corpse. Might I borrow it?" The surrounding elders bristle with outrage. "You, surnamed Zhu, who do you think you are to speak such shameless words? Borrow it? Who the hell are you? You're merely at the Grandmaster realm and dare cause trouble at the Dayan sacred ground." Xiao Yu speaks coldly, this joke is not funny. Su Beiwing frowns, did I travel 1,000 miles just to crack jokes? Xiao Yu's rage erupts, leave immediately or don't blame this old man for being discourteous. The others shout, get out. Su Beiwing offers a gentle reminder. I am the trusted confidant of the eldest princess. Everyone, do not bring trouble upon yourselves. Xiao Fan roars, I spit on that, if you won't leave then die here today. In that instant, Dragon Force aura erupts from Su Beiwing's eyes, seizing control of Xiao Fan. Xiao Yu strikes his son's forehead with his own chi, shouting, snap out of it. Su Beiwing regards the chains of aura and merely smirks. 3 stone fragments slam into Xiao Yu's chains. A single leaf hurtles toward Xiao Yu, then falls to the ground and splits clean in 2. A torrent of azure chi crashes into him. Xiao Yu is gravely wounded, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The aura belongs to Jin Shuang. She materializes and speaks. It's merely a loan, why make such a fuss? Everyone drops to their knees in unison. We pay respects to the eldest princess. Su Beiwing secretly rejoices. Having the boss around is truly wonderful. Xiao Fan supports his father, thinking without the 5th demon lord you would have died 10,000 times over. This is nothing but barefaced bullying. Su Beiwing glances at Xiao Fan and smirks inwardly. Not convinced, then endure it. Xiao Fan, drenched in cold sweat, forces out the words, if it's merely for young Master Su to borrow, remember to return it. The surrounding elders think in horror, borrowing from that Su fellow, it will never be returned. Has our day in sacred ground truly been humiliated like this? Su Beiwing replies contentedly, rest assured, this one's integrity has been vouched for, son-in-law Xiao is still as timid as ever. Our day in sacred ground has endured until now through great hardship. We absolutely cannot lose face like this. Xiao Fan clenches his fist. A massive stone slab materializes within which floats a mysterious silhouette. Su Beiwing grins upon seeing it. The nether chi is incredibly dense. It seems this is a treasure from beyond the abyss, truly a priceless gem. This is the ancestral treasure of our day in sacred ground. But if we refuse to hand it over, I fear our sacred ground won't be able to protect it. When we leave, I'll need to ask the boss about this. Su Beiwing stores the stone in his ring and declares, day in sacred ground, I will remember this kindness. I shall repay it another day, brother Xiao. This elder brother takes his leave. At this moment, the saintess of the Grand Yan, Xiao Fan's fiancé, Zhu Zhihan, rushes over, calling out to young Master Zai. Xiao Fan blocks her path. Zhihan, don't go over there. HMPH, she flings his hand aside and declares, starting today my name is Zhu Nangui. Young Master Xiao, know your place. I possess the water spirit body and have already reached the peak of the 7th grade. Why would I waste my time on a good-for-nothing like you? Xiao Fan hears this and thinks Nangui doesn't that pair perfectly with Beiwing. It's over. He curses, you truly have no sense of shame. Zhu Zhihan approaches Beiwing and says sweetly, this young woman has admired young Master Su for a long time. Young Master Su, take me with you. Together, we could become a legendary couple. This Su fellow has already obtained the primordial violet chi, following him is far more profitable. Young Master Su, don't laugh at me, okay? He thinks to himself, I'll just sit back and watch the show. Jin Shuang vanishes at that exact moment. Beiwing notices and whips around in shock. Damn, Beiwing chases after her, thinking didn't boss already leave ahead of me? Why did she suddenly come back? He arrives at a secluded spot and looks around, wondering where did boss go. Jin Shuang's voice rings out, starting from this moment, do not come near Teichu Palace again. Hearing this, Beiwing rushes over in a panic. But he slams into an invisible barrier that blocks his path. Jin Shuang says this palace has grown old. Her beauty has faded, incomparable to a 15-year-old maiden. Stay at the Grand Yan Holy Land. With that, she vanishes. Beiwing sits alone in anguish, tears brimming in his eyes. Boss, you don't need me anymore. Pulling himself together, he shakes off the gloom and thinks, so what should I do now? Boss actually has a possessive streak. The very next second, Beiwing hears the cry of a phoenix. Am I hearing things? Boss's phoenix. Then it soars toward him. Amidst the desolate mountain scenery, a river materializes. Beiwing arrives and looks up at Jin Shuang, thinking, I don't know if this is right or wrong. I just feel that I was wrong, so it must be wrong. Your Highness, this subordinate was wrong. Jin Shuang sits on the swing and snorts coldly. He thinks boss seems a little angry. Fortunately, I rejected quickly enough at the time. Beiweng approaches and begins massaging her legs, saying, "Your Highness must be tired, right? This subordinate will give Your Highness a massage. Fortunately, I rejected fast enough, otherwise I really would have lost these celestial legs." Jin Shuang asks, "What do you think of that young girl? This palace actually finds her to be quite the rare beauty." Beiweng hears this and his face pales. He thinks, why is she bringing this up again? How am I supposed to answer? He imagines the scenario. That depends on who she's compared to. She can't even compare to a single toe of Your Highness. Jin Shuang exclaims angrily, "What kind of nonsense is that? You dare compare her to this palace? Come here." Beiweng's face pales again. "No, absolutely cannot say that." Jin Shuang glares at him. Beiweng breaks out in a cold sweat. "Your Highness, who are you talking about? This subordinate has forgotten." Jin Shuang glares again and asks, "Then why did you come here?" He thinks might as well go all in. And with that, he plants a kiss on her. Afterward, Beiweng says, "Your Highness, besides the face, everywhere else is fair game for punishment." Jin Shuang is enraged. She kicks him straight into the river, cursing, "You shameless, lecherous bootlicker." Seeing Beiweng scramble back to shore, Jin Shuang says it's time for cultivation. The next second, a stone materializes. Beiweng strokes his chin and thinks it's still that female corpse. Jin Shuang radiates killing intent and asks, "She's very beautiful, isn't she?" Beiweng activates the northern darkness, blood-devouring divine art. Dawn fades into night, the stone cracks open and the woman's soul flies out. Beiweng collapses. Jin Shuang catches him and asks, "Your technique still hasn't broken through." Beiweng replies, "Progress is even slower than I imagined." At 5% progress on his own, plus the 35% support from the ancient corpse at this rate, when will he ever break through to the next layer? Jin Shuang speaks, "What are you discouraged about? The xianxia Academy of the Chu Kingdom still has a 20,000-year-old corpse. Before death, it had already reached the quasi-saint realm. Go investigate what exactly did this so-called quasi-saint do to achieve an imperishable body. Isn't that just demonic cultivation? Could it be that they abandoned martial cultivation for the sake of transcendence, only to be killed by those old fossils of Confucianism?" Jin Shuang says, "You're not as foolish as I thought. Remember, in the heavenly divine realm, those who cultivate only literary qi absolutely cannot achieve transcendence. Fortunately, back then at the Grand Kaiyan dynasty's Confucian temple, I rejected the inheritance of some sage." Beiweng understands. So that's how it was. Jin Shuang tells him they're heading to the Chu kingdom. Beiweng says, "How can I possibly let Your Highness endure so much hardship for my sake? It's getting dark anyway, let's rest for the night and depart tomorrow. We'll stay here tonight." Jin Shuang waves her hand dismissively. "Fine." The next second, a room materializes. She says, "Sleep here tonight." Beiweng asks, "Your Highness, where does this subordinate sleep?" She says, "Sleep with this palace." Beiweng exclaims, "Happiness arrives without any warning like this. What position would please boss?" Su Beiweng thinks joyfully, no need to sleep on this long, long night, but the moment he steps through the door, he's immediately blocked and slams face first into the glass. Jin Shuang says with displeasure, Do you really think that's possible?" Hearing this, he puts on a pitiful, helpless act and calls out, "Boss." She glances at him and lets out a resigned snort with a sigh. Finally, Su Beiweng manages to soften the eldest princess's heart. He hurriedly follows after her. Seeing this, the eldest princess fixes him with a sharp gaze and says in a stern voice, "Find yourself a place to sleep." Hearing this, Su Beiweng joyfully clings to the fifth's leg. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy." His eyes linger on her leg as he continues, "Your Highness, rest assured this subordinate is the most honest man alive." Then he thinks to himself, "Forget it. Even if I can't hold her, I can still look with my eyes." Jin Shuang notices immediately and pokes his eyes, saying, "Your eyes need to behave too." The pain makes Su Beiweng cry out in shock. He thinks mournfully, all that happiness was for nothing. He puts on a pitiful act again, begging, "Your Highness, this subordinate is afraid of the dark. This subordinate is cold. This subordinate wants to sleep beside Your Highness. Your Highness, it really is just sleeping." No matter how she tries to shoo him, "Get lost." He shamelessly clings on, overjoyed, thinking this subordinate is already asleep. He tells himself, "Boss not kicking me away means she likes me. No rush, sooner or later I'll make boss like me back." The next morning, at the xianxia Academy of the Chu Kingdom, a half-step sovereign, the Chancellor of xianxia Academy, pays his respects. We greet the eldest princess of the Grand Kaiyan dynasty. The fifth speaks, "This palace wants the corpse in the archive hall of xianxia Academy. You half-step sovereign." He thinks so they've finally come. These two already seized the ancient corpse from the Grand Yan Holy Land and now they've set their sights on us. He immediately refuses. My apologies, but even this old man is powerless. The ancient corpse lies in the deepest level of the archive hall. To enter, one must first obtain the 9 sage statues. Note the archive hall houses 9 sage statues. As long as one can resonate with a single sage statue, one may enter the archive hall to read the classic texts of Confucianism. Furthermore, the 10 sage statues can elevate one's providence. They may even allow for a direct breakthrough in realm. The more sage statues one resonates with, the greater the fortune obtained. Hearing this, she threatens him. Then this palace will simply blow the archive hall to pieces. He speaks in alarm. You wish to destroy the sage heritage. Jin Shuang responds with calm indifference, and what if I do? The half-step sovereign grows furious and turns to dissuade them. He explains urgently, within those statues resides the residual power of the 9 sages. Even if they are destroyed, the eldest princess will suffer backlash. All this just to obtain a single corpse for your subordinate. Are you truly so heartless? He thinks to himself, I can't use force against the 5th demon lord. If I can persuade this bootlicker instead, that would be good enough. He glances at the eldest princess, secretly thinking that he must never let his superior get hurt because of him. Jin Chang scolds him irritably, do not test this princess's patience. The half-step supreme thinks anxiously, I am absolutely no match for her, if we clash I will surely lose. He attempts to persuade him once more. Young friend Su, those 4 lines of yours have stirred even this old man with the grandeur of the holy words. Why not challenge the archive pavilion? He thinks to himself, he absolutely cannot let them destroy the archive pavilion. Su Bei thinks back puzzled, why can I not remember those 4 lines? But this matter must not implicate his superior. Having thought it through, he stands beside the eldest princess and speaks, Your Highness. This humble servant will give it a try. Seeing this, the old man seizes the opportunity. If young friend Su can create a miracle, forget the remains of the sub-saintiny treasure in the archive pavilion is yours to choose. If you fail, simply return. I only wanted to force them to retreat, he thinks to himself. I never expected him to actually agree. Forget it, it is impossible for anyone to guide those 9 saint statues. When the time comes, they will have nothing left to say. As the two depart, the half-step supreme loudly declares, This old man shall wait at the archive pavilion. As he walks away, Su Bei observes the eldest princess, wondering if it was just his imagination. Why is my superior unhappy? The eldest princess looks at him and says flatly, This princess does not like you acting on your own initiative. Hearing this, he hurriedly offers an apology. This humble servant was wrong. Jin Chang questions him, What do you mean by that? He asks in surprise, What? With wide puppy-dog eyes, Su Bei whispers, This servant feared that your highness might get hurt. The eldest princess retorts, Hurt. The eldest princess glances dismissively, Don't talk about statues even if those 9 ants were still alive. Their combined efforts could not scratch this princess. Deep down, the 5th demon lord wonders, Is this brat actually worried about me? With the air of a scholar, Su Bei says, This humble servant also wishes to be independent. I cannot always rely on your highness's protection. The 5th demon lord hisses with a flicker of irritation, Insolent, you dare think of leaving this princess. Su Bei looks dejected, Your highness, do you not believe this servant can do it? The eldest princess crosses her arms and asks back, Should I believe you? Su Bei touches his chest, affirming, Then let us make a wager. If this servant succeeds, your highness must reward me. The 5th demon lord asks, What reward? Su Bei rejoices inwardly, My superior is far too impulsive. She has fallen into my trap. The eldest princess glares, prompting Su Bei to shrink back. This servant wants milk. The eldest princess waves her hand, shameless. Su Bei clutches his head, Then can this servant just touch for a moment? Danger, danger. He looks fawningly at the 5th demon lord. Even so, this servant cannot actually do it. The eldest princess turns away with her eyes closed. Fine, if you fail you will wash my feet. He widens his eyes. His heart blossoms, though a pair of the superior's jade feet could keep him entertained for a year. Ought to experience the 36C measurements of his superior. Su Bei smiles and obeys, I must try this out. The eldest princess kicks him flying into the distance. Now get lost from the archive pavilion. In the forest, Crown Prince Jiang sits on a tree holding a book. Old Yan, I have entered the 6th rank of the scholar realm. This path is correct. I owe my thanks to your guidance. Old Yan replies with his eyes closed tight. I have seen all your hard work lately, Tianer. Crown Prince Jiang recalls the moment he collapsed before the martial path, and how Old Yan pointed him toward another way. At the archive pavilion, the crowd gathers below the hall. Su Bei approaches the man standing above. He bows slightly and says, Crown Prince Jiang, it has been a while, but I have no time to reminisce today. Crown Prince Jiang wipes a bead of sweat and sneers to himself, challenging the 9 saint statues. He certainly has a large appetite. Old Yan speaks. Young Master Su wishes to summon the saintly wisdom. Su Bei stands nearby. I understand. It is the resonance between literary talent and the holy statues that makes them echo. After playing around in the Great Gan Literature Temple, is there anything I do not know? Old Yan waits with closed eyes. If that is the case, this old man looks forward to it. Su Bei recites, moonlight before my bed like frost upon the ground. He smiles, finally I can unlock my superior's 36C. The statues resonate and glow. The crowd is startled. He actually lifted one statue so easily. It's just one, let's see what else he can do. Su Bei seems to sink into a poetic dream, drinking and reciting, drunk, I know not if the heaven is in the water, the boat floats on the waves. The statues glow one by one. Some remark he actually resonated with 5 statues, such talent from such a scoundrel. Crown Prince Jiang grinds his teeth. Why, how can it be so easy for him? Su Bei glances over thinking, isn't it just reciting poetry? I have undergone 9 years of mandatory education, after all. The door ahead opens brilliantly. Old Yan reminds him, young Master Su, the doors to the archive pavilion are open, if you want to read the classics. Now is your chance. Su Bei looks inside, pondering, I didn't come here to find a library, he thinks. It seems he won't take anything unless it is the sub-saint's remains. What to recite next? The Yangtze flows toward the east, waves washing away the heroes of old. Success and failure turn to nothing, only the green mountains remain, as they have seen the sunsets of ages past. The white-haired fishermen and woodcutters on the river bank, having long forgot the autumn moons and spring winds. A jar of turbid wine, a joyous meeting, the stories of the past are all woven into our laughter. The statues gradually light up. Crown Prince Jiang watches in shock. That is already 12 statues. Old Yan breaks into a cold sweat. These 2 poems are enough to go down in history. How can this scoundrel possess such literary depth? Su Bei closes his eyes, focusing. The poetry resounds continuously. When wind and clouds meet, the golden scale shall transform into a dragon. Crown Prince Jiang cannot believe his eyes, wondering. Why are the 64 statues so simple for him? Is he even human? The eldest princess recalls Su Bei's confident demeanor and turns grim. So that was it. Even I have been schemed against. Heaven in its motion is vigorous and enduring. The noble person acts in accordance with its power. Crown Prince Jiang grinds his teeth. How can he be this brilliant? Why? Su Bei looks up. Through the mountain of books, diligence is the path, in the sea of knowledge there is no end. In books, one finds beauties with faces like jade. In books, one finds golden houses. There will come a time when the wind blows and the waves break. I shall ride the clouds and cross the vast sea. Heaven created me with talent, and it shall be put to use. 1,000 gold pieces spent will always return. Why should I bow and scrape to the powerful, only to make myself miserable? The holy items descend. Su Bei looks down. Old Yan explains, these are Confucian Dharma artifacts and classics that have rarely manifested. Only by sensing your literary spirit have they emerged. He reaches out to catch them. Doesn't seem like much, I'll just pick a few. The crowd has their own thoughts. Those are the heavenly tier Confucian artifacts I have always dreamed of. Does that scoundrel not even look at them? In the eyes of that scoundrel, these heavenly tier artifacts are nothing but scrap. It is enough to enrage one to death. Su Bei keeps his eyes closed, testing his limits. Let me see, 9 more. The response is getting slower. Are they running out? He continues to chant poems. Old Yan exclaims in surprise, a masterpiece. After the next 4 lines, the crowd is stunned. Is the literary star shaking? The final statues gradually respond. Su Bei pauses. Why is there still one missing? Old Yan widens his eyes. Who exactly is he? Could he be a saint reincarnated? Su Bei stands before the final statue, stroking his chin. What is going on? I have recited the poems. If it still won't move, then there is only one way. He recites a few lines. Old Yan stares in disbelief. Simple, 3-character verses that even a child could recite. Perhaps this scoundrel is actually doing something good. If all the children learn this and understand the philosophy within, they will be drawn to the righteous chi. More and more people will study the Confucian path. The final statue glows with a great light. Su Bei happily accepts the radiance as his fourth-rank literary Dao peaks, advancing to the Grandmaster realm. The crowd cries out in dissatisfaction. Heaven is unfair, heaven is unfair. In less than half an incense stick of time, he reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Soon. Won't he be a Dao Grandmaster? Grand Princess, are you satisfied? This Vice Commander isn't too shabby, wouldn't you say? More treasures continue to materialize, each one drawing gasp after gasp of astonishment from the crowd. The spring and autumn brush. How can the Confucian branch of our Chu nation possess only half a divine artifact? Su Beiweng catches the divine brush. As it turns out, the bristles are forged from the mane of a divine Qilin beast, though half has been severed. A divine artifact remains a divine artifact regardless. A burly man charges forward with a roar, determined to slay the treasure thief, before he can even launch his attack. Elder Yan swats him aside with a single palm. The crowd erupts into chaos. Elder Yan turns his back. Don't blame this old man for being ruthless. The fifth demon lord is present. If anything happens to her confidant, the entire Chu nation is finished. Su Beiweng smiles. Old man Meng Jizzy certainly knows how to read the room. His life is not wasted. A golden radiance blazes brilliantly. Su Beiweng raises his hand and speaks. The green mountains endure unchanging, the deep blue waters flow eternal. Should we meet again upon the martial world's roads, we shall naturally share a cup of wine together. Don't think I haven't noticed you, it seems you've been doing rather well lately. Let him fatten up for a while longer. When the chives are ripe, it will be time to cut. Crown Prince Jiang broods darkly. Elder Yan, perhaps in this entire lifetime I will never surpass him. Last month's battle could not truly be called a victory over him. It was merely the backing of a deeper background. Only the one who endures to the very end is the true victor. A once-in-an-eternity cultivation prodigy, truly an extraordinary, domineering, arrogant figure consumed by hubris. Su Beiweng closes his eyes and reports, Your Highness, this subordinate has not failed in his duty. This sort of divine artifact requires the command of fundamental laws to wield, right now. Taking it is no different from picking up a piece of scrap iron. The Grand Princess waves her hand. You still dare talk back to this palace? Su Beiweng responds, this subordinate merely wished to give it a try. Who would have thought it would go so smoothly? The Grand Princess glares, waving her hand. If you dare deceive this palace again, next time I will not forgive you. Su Beiweng lowers his head in obedience. He grins slyly, eyes fixed on those twin buns. Your Highness, what about my reward? The Grand Princess says softly, just a little. He beams with delight, practically blooming with joy. Su Beiweng reaches out with trembling hands, marveling at the soft sensation with a sigh of awe. A 36C chest in all the mortal realm serving Big Boss is absolutely worth every bit of it. The instant the thought crosses his mind, he gets kicked flying. As he tumbles through the air, he thinks it was just a squeeze and a rub, wasn't it? Big Boss's temper flares and cuts short, yet she immediately pulls him back. The Grand Princess commands, get over here. He scurries back with a skip in his step. The Grand Princess crosses her legs and orders, wash this palace's feet. You will keep washing until this palace is no longer angry. As he washes her feet, Su Beiweng secretly marvels at how exquisite Big Boss is from head to toe. Your Highness, there won't be a next time. He answers while washing. This subordinate wouldn't dare. He caresses her smooth feet and grins inwardly as always. Apologize today, repeat tomorrow. The Grand Princess, satisfied, dismisses him. Enough, get out. Go cultivate. He lingers below, still wanting more, only to be chased away outright. Still not leaving. Su Beiweng has no choice but to bid farewell, crestfallen. 3 days later, in the mountain range where Su Beiweng is cultivating, the Grand Princess appears and asks, still haven't broken through. Su Beiweng wipes his sweat and replies, 20% short. Your Highness, why not allow this subordinate to advance his cultivation? This subordinate will strive to reach the great Grandmaster realm. The Grand Princess closes her eyes and scolds, trash. Do you think reaching the sovereign realm is the only path to transcendence? Transcendence refers to pure, overwhelming power, as long as one can shatter the heavenly divine realm with a single fist. Even if one's cultivation is merely at the chi refining stage, one can ascend directly. He thinks in astonishment, no wonder I've been slaughtering geniuses like chopping vegetables. It's all thanks to the overwhelming combat power of the Northern Darkness blood devouring divine art. Otherwise, in terms of cultivation base alone, I'd be nothing but a little brother. The Grand Princess turns around and declares this palace will take you to a place. If you still don't break through, this palace will stomp you to death to save herself the trouble. Su Beiweng's eyes glisten with tears. Your Highness, you truly treat this subordinate so well. By the way, where are we going? The Grand Princess turns her head and announces the ancestral tomb of the Jai clan. He frowns. Isn't that the imperial mausoleum? The Grand Princess explains nether chi does not belong to the heavenly divine realm, and dragon chi also originates from beyond the dimensional void. The Jai clan's ancestral tomb is buried alongside generations of Jai emperors. In life, these people possess dragon chi within their bodies. After death, the traces do not vanish with the departed soul. Over the slow erosion of time, they have been transformed into nether chi. Su Beiweng strolls into the imperial mausoleum with ease. Entering the sacred burial grounds of emperors, the imperial family would probably hate him to death, wouldn't they? But Big Boss surely means well for him. The guards spot Su Beiweng and bellow, Su the villain, this is the imperial mausoleum, leave at once. Su Beiweng declares arrogantly to the crowd, as a loyal subject of Great Cayenne, coming to pay respects at the imperial mausoleum, what sinister intent could I possibly harbor? Why are all of you so fierce? The men scowl. The Jai clan has a blood feud with you. Do they need you to come pay respects? Do you even have any regard for the law? Su Beiweng shrugs. Of course not. The men rush forward in a fury, only to be defeated in a single strike. HMPH, this young master has powerful backers above. You think he's afraid of the likes of you? He raises his hand and channels his technique. Don't rush, I'll send all of you on your way to reincarnation right now. The men lie defeated. He clicks his tongue in admiration. Tusk worthy of the imperial family indeed. Even their coffins are heaven-grade artifacts. He hurries inside, can't keep Big Boss waiting too long. 3 days later, he successfully breaks through to the 5th layer of the Northern Darkness blood devouring divine art. He stands before the Grand Princess and reports, Your Highness, the heavens do not disappoint those who strive. This subordinate has once again caused Your Highness to worry. If it were up to this subordinate alone, who knows how many years it would take to break through. He lifts his head. It's just that this subordinate still has a question. We clearly could have slipped in without alerting the tomb guards. Why go through the extra trouble? The Grand Princess's face darkens. Insolent fool, you dare lecture this palace on how to do things. The Grand Princess leans against a tree and scolds, trash. Who in all the 9 provinces desires transcendence the most? Su Beiweng rubs her feet. It's Your Highness, of course. He wonders why she's even asking this. Big Boss's way of thinking is truly peculiar. Good thing I'm clever enough to keep up. The Grand Princess asks, you dare compare the ants of that forsaken realm to this palace? He grins sheepishly. That would be Wu Zhao. He raises his head in shock. What? But she doesn't possess the primordial violet chi. The Grand Princess recalls that woman's bearing and explains Wu Zhao is a reincarnator. In her past life, she was the 9-fingered Dao ancestress at the half-step sovereign realm. In this life, she seeks to condense the collective will of all beings to achieve transcendence. He curses inwardly, so that woman is also a reincarnator. No wonder she hungers for the collective will of all beings. That's why she usurped the Wu family to become the empress. The Grand Princess continues, before this palace ascends, I will grant you a cultivation technique. If you truly cannot achieve transcendence on your own, then wait until she condenses the collective will of all beings and seize it from her. He hugs her leg with delight. Even something like that can be stolen. Big Boss truly treats him well, so you must help this palace put on a good show. He flatters eagerly, this subordinate's very life belongs to Your Highness. The Empress appears and the crowd erupts in shouts. Su Beiweng, get out here. Grand Princess, Your Highness, the Jai clan of the imperial family demands justice. Su Beiweng steps forward and offers a greeting. Quite a few of you aren't there. Everyone, this one has been misunderstood. This one has done no damage to the mausoleum whatsoever. If you don't believe me, feel free to inspect it for yourselves. The Prince of Qi of Great Cayenne, a Grandmaster Realm cultivator, charges forward. Surname Su, I'll hack you into 100 pieces. Defeated in a single strike. The Empress thinks his cultivation technique has advanced yet again. Su Beiweng explains, everyone has already seen it. He struck first. Imperial tutor, you truly misunderstand. This one was acting on the orders of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager to retrieve a certain artifact. The Empress rages, "Nonsense, you dare splash filthy water on this sovereign." A man nearby shouts, "Surname Su, cut the theatrics." He produces a stone slab. "Everyone, please look, this is what Her Majesty the Empress Dowager sent this one to find." The stone slab bears the inscription, "The Sage Mother Lin Ren, Eternal Widow of Emperor Ya." The crowd murmurs in confusion. The Sage Mother is the Empress Dowager. How could such a thing appear in the Jai clan's imperial mausoleum? Could it be an intention to replace the Jai with the Wu? The Empress strikes out in fury, playing tricks with ghosts and gods. "I warn you, don't you dare deceive this sovereign." She fumes inwardly. This wretched brat, what kind of sinister scheme is he plotting? I cannot let him ruin my plans. Su Beiwang remains composed and smiles. There is a saying, "The sky cannot harbor two suns, the earth cannot sustain two kings." Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, please do not refuse, heed the mandate of heaven. The old man beside her narrows his eyes, calculating he has never favored the Empress Dowager before, yet now he acts like this. Could it be that he has long since been in league with her? The so-called mutual animosity is merely a smokescreen, but isn't he the eldest princess's most trusted confidant? The heavenly Empress has always harbored boundless ambition. Could it be that even the heavens themselves? The Empress refutes Su Bei's words. "Utter nonsense, my beloved ministers do not listen to a word he says." She ponders. Although she cannot fathom what scheme he is weaving, she absolutely cannot let him lead her by the nose. Now is not the opportune moment to seize power. Su Bei points forward. "The heavenly Tao cannot be defied. I beseech the court to change the Jai clan's dynastic name to the Wu clan." The old man's expression darkens. Wu Zhao, though ambitious, would never ally herself with that scoundrel Su. Could something have gone wrong? Wu Zhao maintains her composure and speaks. "This seat acts on behalf of His Majesty. How dare you, usurping the throne? Seizing the crown, do you wish to cast this seat into eternal perdition?" Su Bei produces a great seal. "Heavenly Empress, your subject presents this imperial jade seal as a gift to you." Everyone gapes in astonishment. It is the imperial jade seal, the seal passed down through the dynasty. The old man is stunned. Could that scoundrel Su truly be so generous? Could this mean they have truly colluded with Wu Zhao? The Empress weighs her options carefully. The imperial jade seal let this opportunity slip, and there will never be another. Su Bei continues to deliver persuasive words without pause. "Heavenly Empress, you shall command and govern the myriad people. The jade seal symbolizes supreme authority. It belongs to you alone." He thinks to himself, "I refuse to believe a woman like you won't be tempted." Wu Zhao accepts it, glancing at the jade seal with a faint smile. "In that case, this seat shall shamelessly accept it on behalf of the subjects of the Dagon dynasty. Lord Su, this seat also has a few private matters to discuss with you." Having said that, the two vanish in a flash, leaving the old man alone with his thoughts. Now that Wu Zhao has even accepted the imperial jade seal, the change of dynasty seems a foregone conclusion. The wooden carriage soars through the sky. Wu Zhao speaks. "Open the window, let us speak plainly. What exactly is your scheme against this seat?" Su Bei sneers inwardly. "A scheme against you? You think you're worth the effort? A scheme against you? You don't even bathe. A scheme against someone your age, perhaps." Dragons soar and phoenixes dance, blazing brilliantly before his eyes. Su Bei gazes upon the spectacle, thinking, trying to intimidate me. Wu Zhao speaks solemnly. "I grant you the skeletal remains of the true dragon. Consider us even, no debts between us." Su Bei reaches out and accepts the gift bestowed by the Empress. "Many thanks for the heavenly Empress's gracious gift. It seems I've struck it rich. This woman truly has been moved." Wu Zhao watches him accept the gift so readily, with such eagerness. A twinge of regret flickers through her. Forget it, she'll see him off a ways. The Empress strikes at Su Bei. Having just absorbed the essence blood, he furrows his brows. Assessing his body, he has only just finished absorbing the true dragon's essence blood. He hasn't even finished cultivating the true dragon precious art. What a cunning woman. Wu Zhao smiles with a challenging edge, thinking that with no one by his side to protect him, it would be effortless to eliminate him now. He smiles. The jade seal was merely lent to the heavenly Empress. Wu Zhao's fury erupts. Crimson bone-like streaks coil around her. "What did you just say?" Bei clasps his hands in explanation. This one failed to make himself clear earlier. Your Majesty, please forgive the offense. Getting something for free. On the contrary, this one feels rather embarrassed about such a generous gift. Wu Zhao, incredulous, jabs a finger at him. So many people witnessed it. You yourself proclaimed you were giving it to me. Bei immediately grows serious. Perhaps that's enough. Things belonging to the eldest princess aren't so easily taken. Don't force her to come here personally. Wu Zhao frowns, her expression hardening. She stares at him, seething with displeasure. What a pity, the dragon domain across 2 lifetimes. This old woman has never endured such humiliation. You wretched brat. Bei sneers. Don't blame me. A gift delivered right to my doorstep. How could I possibly refuse? Bei says. But it seems he is merely making an announcement. When the heavenly empress returns to the capital, this one must return the jade seal to the noble consort. In truth, the jade seal isn't even on her person. Is it really that important? As long as the whole world believes you possess it, that is enough. As long as the jade seal never appears in public again, who would know where it truly is? Wu Zhao grits her teeth, glaring at Bei with bitter resentment. If not for the fact that provoking the 5th Princess Jin Chang at this juncture would be unwise, this seat would hack you into 100 pieces. Bei smirks, stingy woman, still too reluctant to hand it over. Wu Zhao, left with no other choice, reluctantly produces the jade seal despite her unwillingness. Bei takes back the jade seal and says this one takes his leave of the heavenly empress. Should you need anything, this one will gladly lend it again. But do you really think you can take something belonging to the boss? Wu Zhao studies him intently, trying to discern his true intentions. What exactly is your purpose? Bei lowers his head and bows, his words dripping with flattery yet laced with solemn oath. Should this one help the heavenly empress ascend the throne and proclaim herself ruler? And should there be even half a falsehood, may heaven strike me with lightning, and may the heavenly Tao strip me of all my fortune. Wu Zhao raises her hand, shifting the topic to matters of matrimony. What do you think of xianxia? Is she worthy of you? She secretly calculates he dares stake his very fortune on this oath. Could it be genuine? If he and xianxia were to marry, wouldn't he become one of her own people? Bei smiles and refuses. You think I dare agree? The boss would turn me into a candle burned alive. Wu Zhao maintains her composure. Probing among all the young women under heaven, she stands at the very peak. Do you truly believe she is unworthy of you? Bei closes his eyes in agreement. That's right, she's not worthy. Come on, your daughter is Jai Xianxia, not Jin Xianxia. Wu Zhao is furious. Bei makes a solemn proposal. Heavenly Empress, this one wishes to venture deep into the demonic lair to purge the evil forces for the Dagon dynasty and to grant the common people lasting peace. Under heaven, the demonic lair lies at the northernmost reaches of the Dagon dynasty. To enter, one must pass through a forbidden zone within it. Whether human or demon, all beings are stripped of their power. Near the forbidden zone, the armies of the evil demons stand guard. To pass through, one must rely on the Dagon dynasty's trained military forces. There is no other way. Wu Zhao sees through the problem and silently thinks, so that's how it is. His little performance was actually a plea for military authority from her. She speaks, you do have foresight, I'll give you that. What makes you think this princess would agree to your request? Bei Wang places a hand over his chest and lists out several points. First, if the heavenly empress sends this subordinate to charge against the wicked, we will absolutely challenge their supreme authority. Victory would earn the gratitude of the common people, and the great factions will applaud. Second, no matter what this subordinate wishes to do, there is one obstacle that cannot be bypassed: the demonic sovereign Chu. The more demons that perish, the more beneficial it will be for the heavenly empress's rule. Having said that, he stands up and glances over with a faint smile. Therefore, this subordinate cannot think of a single reason for the heavenly empress to refuse. Just wait for the good news. Wu Zhao stares at him, her eyes blazing. Damn brat. At the Nine-Finger Lake within Teichu Palace, Bei Wang bows respectfully before the 5th Princess Jin Chang, who sits there in perfect leisure. Jin Chang turns her head in disgust. Get down there and wash up. His body carries the lingering scent of Wu Zhao. Bei Wang asks in confusion, wash up. He breaks into a cold sweat and laughs helplessly in his heart. It seems I can't have even the slightest contact with another woman, not a shred. This is too cruel. He blushes and teases, Your Highness, would you personally scrub this subordinate in the bath? Jin Chang shoots him a glance. Are you sure about that? Bei Wang bolts away with a sheepish grin. This subordinate was just joking. He breaks into a cold sweat thinking, who would dare? What if something goes missing after the bath? A black cross-shaped vein pops out on Jin Chang's forehead. A while later he emerges from the bath, spotless and fragrant, wearing a plastered-on smile. Boss, this time I've been scrubbed nice and clean. Jin Chang presses close to Bei Wang, causing his face to flush red as he thinks, boss has never been this proactive before. He closes his eyes and puckers his lips, but to his shock Jin Chang stomps on his face. She demands in return. The true dragon's blood essencio actually managed to deceive Wu Zhao. Your Highness's brilliant scheming leaves this subordinate in absolute awe. Jin Chang takes back the jade seal. Bei Wang thinks, while boss is in a good mood, why not? The little cat clings tightly to his face. Stop messing around, I'm busy right now. He grabs it, annoyed. What are you doing? Hurry up and get lost. Don't ruin this atmosphere for me. Jin Chang points at the cat. It wants to tell you that this princess agrees to let you take it and go to the demon pit. He breaks into a cold sweat, staring at the cat clinging to him. What, go with it? Bei Wang points at the wretched cat in annoyance. Your Highness, this subordinate cannot bring along this good-for-nothing cat. Jin Chang's expression grows cold. The chill in her eyes causes Bei Wang's face to shift. He forces a strained laugh. It's not that this subordinate is afraid of failing to protect it well. His heart is tangled like a mess of hemp at this very moment. Bei Wang looks at the cat in his hands and thinks with a splitting headache, that's the demon Python. I'm not confident about my own survival. And now I have to bring this cat along. At that moment, the cat nuzzles against him with deep affection. It senses his concern for its safety. It thinks joyfully, so he was worried about me all along. Bei Wang sees this and thinks, this cat actually believes it. Jin Chang scoops up the cat and says cheerfully, you're worried about it. Worry about yourself first. It has 9 lives, you know. Bei Wang strokes the cat's cheek and says petulantly, you have 9 lives. He thinks about how he has to exert the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers just to earn a shred of attention. While this cat merely acts cute and Jin Chang scoops it right into her arms, he immediately feels that this world is truly unfair. Bei Wang grumbles to himself, what kind of family is this? Every day it eats for free, begs to be held, and even has 9 lives. How is any of this fair? Jin Chang sets the cat down. This one needs to devour the demonic essence. Looking at its adorable, soft little face, she says with amusement lacing her voice, once this cat gets stronger, let's see if any of you dare look down on cats again. Bei Wang raises an eyebrow at Jin Chang, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Demonic essence, this cat's diet is rather high-end. She nods slightly and replies, at minimum, it requires 3rd-tier demonic essence. Information on demonic essence. Demonic essence 1 simply needs to slay an evil fiend from the extreme north, and a single grain of demonic essence can be obtained. At the thought of obtaining the demonic essence, Bei Wang felt as if struck by lightning on a clear day. He exclaimed in disbelief. A 3rd-tier evil fiend is equivalent to a human grandmaster realm cultivator. This cat is truly arrogant. Thinking of something, Jin Chang snorted coldly and ordered Bei Wang to go cook. You're all birds of a feather. Fine, go make this empress some braised pork belly. Seeing her mood start to sour again, Bei Wang and the cat bolted off like their tails were on fire to get cooking. He hurriedly replied, yes, boss. Meanwhile, in the kitchen behind Jin Chang's courtyard, warm sunlight poured down, suffusing the space with a tranquil air. Bei Wang held a spice jar in one hand, watching with satisfaction as the cat puffed diligently at the stove fire. You've got this kind of skill too. Not bad at all, keep this up and I might just be willing to take you along. Remembering it needed to absorb the demonic essence, curiosity stirred within him. He picked the cat up and asked, but why do you swallow demonic essence? Can you shapeshift? The cat understood and nodded eagerly. Hearing it could actually transform, Bei Wang lit up like an excited child, eyes gleaming as he asked, holy crap, you can really shapeshift. So what do you want to transform into? Seeing his buzzing enthusiasm, the cat looked somewhat flustered and answered, don't know. An adorable catgirl image immediately formed in Bei Wang's mind, his eyes gradually turning dreamy. He began listing every trait he could imagine, preferably sweet and soft, with a ponytail, cute dimples, little tiger teeth, and a gorgeous figure. The chest absolutely had to have a generous curve. She would wear a pristine white dress paired with black stockings. Hearing all this, the cat could only stare at Bei Wang in utter helplessness. Suddenly, Jin Chang's furious voice shattered Bei Wang's fantasy. You like that kind of woman? Hearing her voice, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Boss, I'm done for. Seeing the rage written plainly across her face, he hastily rushed the bowl of braised pork belly over. No, absolutely not. This subordinate was merely jesting. Your Highness, please have some meat. The moment she spotted food, her expression softened in an instant. Jin Chang couldn't wait. She picked up a piece of braised pork tender, rich and perfectly savory, and brought it to her lips. She mused inwardly, this little brat is useless at everything else, but his cooking is genuinely divine. At that moment, a eunuch appeared in Jin Chang's courtyard to deliver a summons. Your Highness, Empress Wu Zhao has summoned the young master to court. Bei Wang did not leave immediately. He turned his gaze toward her, silently seeking her approval. Your Highness, Jin Chang slowly savored her food before replying, go. Receiving her permission, he bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. A cold glint flashed through the depths of Bei Wang's eyes. He wondered whether that woman had finally come to her senses. Imperial Palace, Golden Luan Hall. Bei Wang stood amid the assembled court officials and raised his voice. This subject greets the Empress. Wu Zhao sat upon the dragon throne, gazing down at Bei Wang. Her brows furrowed as she spoke. The imperial mausoleum has been destroyed by the Su traitor. This Empress is deeply grieved. The punishment must be severe. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The court officials present all exchanged shocked glances. What does she mean? Punishment, punish the vile traitor. Wu Zhao paid no mind to the shifting expressions of her ministers. She continued. By imperial decree, Su Bei is hereby punished for the reckless destruction of the imperial mausoleum. He shall serve his sentence at the city's penance grounds. Unlike the panicking officials, Bei Wang's expression had not changed one whit since he set foot in the Golden Luan Hall, not even when the punishment was handed down. The officials sneaked glances at Bei Wang's face, each of them harboring suspicion over Wu Zhao's unusual behavior. Isn't the Empress supposed to be in cahoots with Su Bei? Who doesn't know that the Su fellow is a lackey of the fifth demon lord, the Heavenly Empress? And you dare call that love? After delivering the decree, Wu Zhao cast a ruthless gaze upon Bei Wang below. Though it grieves me to lose such a formidable chess piece, Bei Wang's defiance and insolence leave me no choice but to find a way to eliminate him. Striking a deal with this brat. The gains far outweigh the losses. It's merely the right to command troops, is it not? This Empress shall grant it to you, just don't ever expect to return from the demonic abyss. Hearing the decree delivered, his expression remained as calm as ever. He spoke slowly. This subject accepts the punishment. The Heavenly Empress is wise and sagacious. The moment Bei Wang accepted his guilt, every official in the hall was jolted to their core. This is far too absurd, isn't it? They couldn't have seen wrong. Could they have misheard? The Su fellow actually accepted punishment. Su Bei Wang, who has slaughtered countless souls, now faces a day like this. He's being banished to the city of sin. Wu Zhao glanced at the officials below and knew exactly what they were thinking. Seeing Bei Wang meekly accept punishment, a surge of triumphant pleasure welled up within her. How delightful! What a bunch of fools! They can't even compare to a single strand of Su Bei Wang's hair. But this time this Empress has seized the upper hand in prestige. She had no desire to drag things out and urged him to set off at once. Enough! Su Bei Wang, depart for the city of sin at once. The official who bore a grudge against Bei Wang received the decree, stared at him with eyes full of hatred, and whispered, "Let's see what storms you can still stir up in the far north." Having obtained the military command, the corners of Bei Wang's lips curled upward in satisfaction. He hummed cheerfully to himself, elated. The troop authority was finally in his hands. After receiving the military authority, he immediately returned to Jin Chang's palace and announced with delight, "Your Highness, it's done." Bei Wang's voice rang out, his expression brimming with triumph and dangerous smugness. He said with a grin, "Wu Zhao has taken the bait." Before Bei Wang departed for the far north, the eldest princess gave her instructions. This trip to the demonic abyss, this Empress wants you to accomplish two things. First, 2 divine artifacts from Jiazhu fell into the demonic abyss. Find them and bring them back. Also, the spirit compass of the far north, that contains profound curse arts from the outer void. You must retrieve that as well. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Boss, will there be a reward if I complete the mission?" After all, he thought, only with a reward would he truly have the motivation. Jin Chang's expressionless face replied flatly, "You tell me." Su Bei Wang spoke with a shy, bashful tone. "Your Highness, this mission's difficulty is rather high," the eldest princess caught on immediately. "Out with it," she commanded sternly, his cheeks flushed red with bashfulness. He murmured shyly, "This subordinate wishes to sleep with your Highness." Jin Chang's expression instantly darkened with displeasure. "You want to take this Empress's primordial yin?" Bei Wang's face turned pale with fright. He thought, "Boss, is this direct?" This left him completely at a loss. He waved his hands in panic, stammering. "That your Highness's subordinate," the eldest princess said with a trace of irritation, "with your feeble cultivation. If you come into contact with this Empress's primordial yin power, your body will explode and you'll die in the blink of an eye." Realizing she was actually worried about him dying, Bei Wang was overjoyed like a happy puppy wagging its tail nonstop. This subordinate is not afraid, this subordinate is willing. In his heart, it was as if 100 flowers had burst into full bloom, so it wasn't that the boss didn't want to. She was afraid it would kill him. Jin Chang naturally would never agree to such a request. She flatly refused. "Trash, pick a different reward." Bei Wang was devastated. But Bei Wang didn't dare protest. He thought miserably, "If the boss insists, well, I still can't rush things, I really am suffering." Bei Wang was absolutely determined not to let any chance to be lecherous toward Jin Chang slip by. "Then how about using my mouth instead?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Chang's foot slammed straight into his face. She roared in fury, "You dare insult this Empress? Are you courting death?" Bei Wang knelt on the ground, gazing up at those slender, long legs before him, and immediately changed his tune. "Boss, this subordinate misspoke. What I meant to say was your feet." Hearing this, Jin Chang's rage boiled over. She swung her sleeve, sending Bei Wang flying, not forgetting to spit out one final curse, "You lowlife." Seeing that she hadn't outright refused, Bei Wang's heart erupted like 1,000 fireworks. The boss actually agreed. He thought ecstatically, "I've always dreamed of the boss stepping on my face. I never imagined that day would finally come." Suddenly, the shrill voice of a eunuch rang out, "The heavenly Empress arrives." His thoughts cut short, he grew irritated. Why now of all times? He clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the great hall, waiting. A crimson phoenix conjured by Wu Zhao descended, delivering the items to him. Taking the wooden box, he immediately pried it open. Inside lay a tiger talisman capable of mobilizing military forces. The moment Bei Wang unrolled the imperial edict, Wu Zhao's phantom image materialized. Presenting the imperial decree of troop mobilization and the bronze tiger talisman, he set off immediately for the city of Sin. Bei Wang gazed at the neatly rolled edict in his hand, a reluctant ache rising in his heart at the thought of parting with Jin Chang. These were all things he needed, and yet leaving the boss's side was still something he couldn't bear. With that thought before his departure, Bei Wang went and prepared a new dish, bringing it for Jin Chang to savor. "Your Highness, before this subordinate departs, I've developed a new creation." Hearing it is a new dish, Jin Shuang scoops up a spoonful and brings it to her lips, savoring the fresh, exquisite flavor. She offers her verdict, "Not bad." The thought of being separated from her for so long. Bei Wang cannot contain himself and pours his heart out through a poem. "Would that I were to my beloved as the moon to the night, its light ever bright. If only I were a star and she the moon, together we would illuminate every night." Sensing the emotion woven into his words, Jin Shuang's gaze cold as frost begins to thaw. A rare tenderness surfaces in the depths of her eyes. She steps forward, her eyes shimmering with affection, and asks Bei Wang, "Do you wish to kiss this palace?" He is spellbound by her gaze and answers. Dazed, "Your Highness, your noble character, we hold each other dear in our hearts." His mouth says this, but inside, Bei Wang is bursting with pride. Boss has definitely been moved by his romance. Jin Shuang reaches out, gently lifting Bei Wang's chin. He feels her soft lips press against his own and his heart leaps with joy. So Proctiveno, this is more like the boss he knows. "Boss." After rewarding him with a kiss, Jin Shuang reverts to her cold, detached self. She raises her leg and kicks him away, her voice carrying a stern edge. "Enough, get lost and go cultivate." Bei Wang is sent flying back to his own chambers, crashing face first onto the floor. At that moment, a cat appears from nowhere and leaps onto his head. Feeling the weight of the fat feline, he grabs it by the scruff in annoyance. "Are you trying to sit me to death?" Its pupils suddenly narrow, and in its paw materializes a pill of strange, iridescent color. Before he can react, seizing the moment while Bei Wang's mouth is still agape, the cat fires the pill straight down his throat. A voice rings out commanding him to swallow and circulate his energy. Su Beiweng clutches the cat with a hint of fear and forces an awkward smile. Didn't you say before that swallowing a cat's blood essence would harm it? He thinks to himself, it seems boss has already given her permission. A majestic dragon materializes, its golden radiance enveloping him in an overwhelming aura of authority. He sits down and begins to cultivate, yet stray thoughts surface. Apart from boss's blood essence, every other devoured ferocious beast trembles in submission. Could it be that this foolish cat's blood essence is even rarer than that of a true dragon? Su Beiweng holds the cat in his arms. He asks with delight, could it be that your blood essence also harbors a divine technique? The little cat makes a series of gestures. His expression shifts immediately and he thinks, forget it, I'm far more interested in my own fists. The little cat then makes another gesture. Impossibly adorable. He protests at once, forget eat a fist technique that sends spiritual energy flying everywhere hardly suits me. The little cat catches on, trots to the door and lets out an indignant meow. A moment later, Eunuch Yu appears and Su Beiweng asks in bewilderment, why are you here? The little cat performs a series of gestures. And he watches closely, thinking this cat doesn't actually expect me to use Eunuch Yu as a practice dummy, does it? He then says, I apologize for the trouble, Eunuch Yu. The old man hears this, steps forward and bows respectfully in response. Young Master Su wears a joyful expression on the surface, but inwardly he thinks, what kind of joke is this? The man is a Grand Masterone, strike from him, and I wouldn't survive. Eunuch Yu assumes his stance, conjuring streams of gold and violet chi that swirl around him. The cat beside him dances with glee while Su Beiweng can only watch helplessly. Nevertheless, he swiftly unleashes his technique, leaving the old man somewhat bewildered. Why does young Master Su have such effeminate moves? He delivers a devastating strike. The old man takes the hit and instantly transforms into a chicken. Eunuch Yu exclaims in admiration, this fist technique is truly formidable. Beiweng is elated. I actually pulled that off. Truly unexpected. He then walks over and offers the antidote. Eunuch Yu, are you all right? He asks with an awkward smile. The old man instantly reverts to his original form, his face a mask of lingering fear and displeasure. If not for my special constitution, I would have lost my life. Even having survived, my cultivation base has dropped an entire rank. Beiweng can only smile, awkwardly no choice but to apologize for the trouble. He scoops up the little cat, nuzzles its cheek with deep affection, and praises, you're amazing. The little cat overflows with joy, but its voice is too soft to hear meow. He repeats it louder, meow meow is truly incredible, and plants a passionate kiss on the little cat. Shortly after, the Grand Princess summons him. The moment he appears, she thunders, why are you so foolish? Su Beiweng stammers, Your Highness, this subordinate simply could not contain himself. The power of the meow meow fist was too overwhelming. As he speaks, he glances sideways at the cat, which is quietly and fearfully slinking away. The Grand Princess demands with imperial authority, its power is that great. He dares not look up and answers, reporting. It ranks among the top 3 in the world. Inwardly, he panics. Its overboss must have seen him kissing the cat. Jin Shuang places her foot atop Su Beiweng's head. Waves of cyan illusion energy materialize around them. This illusion techniqueen, this forsaken world, no one will be able to see through it, the boss declares. He looks up at her, overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness. He thinks to himself, first set up the illusion, then use the meow meow fist. That way, no one will ever witness his effeminate movements. The Grand Princess then produces a hammer, causing the little cat beside them to bristle with fear. She instructs him, on the road ahead, if you see that lowly henchman daring to approach women again, strike him with this. He won't be able to resist. The little cat is somewhat anxious but accepts the weapon nonetheless. Meow meow will absolutely complete the mission. Heed this warning, well, you dare sneak a kiss on him and you're dead for sure. He asks bluntly, does the reward still count? The Grand Princess waves him off with a scold. Cut the chatter, make a detour to the fallen dragon ancient city along the way. Su Beiweng immediately bows. Understood, this subordinate shall depart at once. He thinks to himself, not denying it means the reward still counts. And if boss is sending me to the fallen dragon ancient city, there must be an opportunity waiting there. Before he departs, the boss reminds him softly, have you forgotten something? He asks innocently, what is it? Su Beiweng quickly catches on, his heart soaring, could it be that boss is waiting for a farewell kiss? Jin Shuang reaches out, pulls him in and kisses him. He is momentarily stunned. He never expected. Could it be that boss prefers to take the lead? The Grand Princess then says, "Now go," and sends Su Beiwing flying with another kick. The scene shifts to the fallen dragon ancient city, a gloomy, desolate place where barren trees stand skeletal against the sky. He arrives and pauses, then asks with curiosity, "By the way, how did you and boss first meet?" Miao Miao does not reply. "It can only think bitterly in my mind that great demon lord tormented us both for 27 years. He continues asking, "How did you come to be here? Don't tell me boss's mother gave birth to you." The cat immediately puts on a pitiful expression, letting out a soft, mournful meow. She won't let Miao Miao call her mother. He shows a sympathetic expression covering his face as he silently weeps. That's truly hard to believe. How tragic for the mother-in-law. 2 against 1 is already terrible, and now even this cat was dragged into it. The little cat beside him is so moved it begins to weep as well. He turns and asks in rapid succession, "You and boss have always been together. How old are you both? What was boss's status in the upper realm? Why did she reincarnate?" The little cat patiently answers his questions. "Last time there were many powerful and wicked people. She couldn't escape, fortunately. The yin-yang fruit preserved one chance for her to survive." Su Beiwing rests his chin on his hand, pondering, "So that's how it was." At this moment the little cat urges him repeatedly, "Avenge her, we must avenge her." Having learned of boss's past, he steels his own resolve for vengeance. "I will help boss get her revenge. How dare they bully my woman?" Meow Meow speaks up, clinging to his clothes, its face full of determination. "Get him." Suddenly a voice rings out from behind. "Despicable koi fish, hand over the bamboo dragon's teeth this instant." A group of monstrous giants lurks in the thicket, bullying a young girl. The girl's thoughts race. "Damn it, I went through so much trouble to find the dragon's teeth. There's no way I'm letting these scum profit from them." They immediately reveal their true forms. Raising their razor-sharp claws, they lunge toward the girl, bellowing, "Whoever snatches them keeps them." He steps forward, cutting through the conflict and saving her life. Well, little koi, we meet again. Who's been bullying you?" She is somewhat taken aback. He turns toward the monsters and roars, ganging up on the weak. "How can this be tolerated?" The monsters cackle sinisterly, sneering with contempt. "Another one delivered to our doorstep. He's not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." Su Beiwing conjures a green whip and flashes a dangerous smile. "Laughing, are we? You think this is funny? Every last one of you will die." The group realizes they stand no chance and panics, fleeing in terror. "This isn't good, run for it." Xiaoi shouts from nearby. The three-eyed poison toad has half a vial of the bamboo dragon's blood essence. The toad hears this, hastily produces the vial and hurls it toward Beiwing, trembling with fear. "Take the blood essence, just don't kill me." Su Beiwing turns to Xiaoi with a look of annoyance. "Why didn't you just flash Her Highness's banner? These demons wouldn't dare oppose Her Highness." Little Koi's face sours. "Do you think everyone is like you?" He turns to leave, but not before calling out, "Little Koi, I'm heading off now. If anyone else bullies you, just write their names down." She hears this but doesn't bother to react, putting on a show of indifference before saying, "Other than you, when has Her Highness ever cared about anyone else?" The scene shifts to the city of Since, a gloomy place where heavy snow blankets the entire sky. Outside, someone stands waiting to receive him. Su Beiwing opens the conversation. The city lord of Qin extends an invitation, but the young master sighs in boredom, thinking this wretched place is indeed chaotic beyond belief. He glances at the little cat and says cheerfully, "So devouring demon essence, that's what lets you transform." Miru immediately points a paw as if trying to tell him something, making him frown in surprise. "Don't tell me swallowing demon essence also lets you speak." "I don't believe it." Miru promptly plants a kiss on his cheek. The Grand Princess's hammer materializes instantly. He tries to block it but is too late. Looking at the poor little cat, he wonders, "Isn't this something the boss gave? Don't tell me even cats can't get close to me." An image of Jin Shuang suddenly flashes through his mind and he grins smugly. The boss is jealous, isn't she? Thinking that, he happily strides inside with the little cat. "Come on, let's go meet the city lord." Scene change to the city lord's manor. Su Beiwing bows respectfully, greeting City Lord Qin. "You seem rather stern at first glance." Looking up, it is Qin Hai, the city lord of the evil city. Su Beiwing gazes with a sharp eye and observes carefully, secretly thinking, "Don't tell me they're trying to intimidate me the moment I arrive." Then Chin Hai produces a scroll and says, Constable Su, you've worked hard. A treasure of some kind appears in his hands. He continues, at any time. You may mobilize 30,000 troops within this stronghold. Su Beiweng accepts it and respectfully replies, in that case, this one shall take his leave first, City Lord Qin. Watching Su Beiweng's departing figure, Jin Shuang ponders what exactly is he going to the demon abyss for. While Su Beiweng is walking, someone bumps into him. It turns out to be Qin Hai's daughter, Qin Susu. She is delighted to see him. Young Master Su, I've finally met you, but he looks confused and asks coldly, who are you? Hearing this, Qin Susu forces a smile and calmly explains, Young Master Su, I am your devoted admirer, every single day. I listen to your great feats. He immediately understands and grins smugly, thinking so she's one of my die-hard fans. No matter where I go, my fans are everywhere. The little cat on his back sees this and furiously tries to shoo her away. But this only draws Qin Susu's attention. She praises excitedly, what an adorable cat, it looks just like young Master Su. May I do something for the young master? Such as introducing the evil city or serving as a guide. Miaru seethes with rage, trying to drive her off, but can only fume inwardly, what a shameless woman. If she dares touch him, should I pull out the hammer and beat him or just beat him right now? Then, looking at Su Beiweng, Jin Shuang thinks I should still preserve a little face for him. It'd be too humiliating otherwise. Meanwhile, he is still smiling and chatting pleasantly, politely declining. If I run into any trouble, I'll come find Miss Qin. I just hope you won't find it a bother then. Jin Susu watches him leave, her eyes crinkling with joy. She calls out loudly, no bother at all, how could it possibly be a bother? Hearing this, he secretly rejoices, excellent, another woman of destiny. First, I need to keep this little treasure-hunting mouse around. Let's see what surprises she brings later. Scene change, high above a purple rift tears across the sky, radiating golden light. A gate materializes and yet another woman steps through, bowing in greeting. Young Master Su, I am here to escort you to your quarters. There are also some documents I wish to present for your review. The cat on his shoulder bristles with fury. Why is it another woman? Su Beiweng sees the cat's reaction and gazes at it tenderly, quickly soothing it. All right, don't you see the token? She serves under Her Highness. She's from Phoenix Court. He feels a pleasant warmth in his heart, a hint of delight. I really am useless. Everywhere I go, I have to rely on the boss. Miaru sulks, aren't you actually quite happy about this? Scene change to the city lord's manor inside Qin Susu's private chambers. A voice echoes. No. Her heart tears itself apart. Her expression shifts, becoming dangerously sharp. She lets out a long sigh and laments, I am Qin Hai's only daughter. My status is supremely noble. I possess countless cultivation resources and my father stands at the absolute pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Yet the soul of Yi Tian surges forth in rebellion. No, I am Yi Tian. A memory from the past resurfaces. Several days ago I accidentally provoked Qin Susu. Her cultivation was unremarkable, but her artifact was terrifyingly powerful. She nearly tore me limb from limb. Elder Yan forcibly used a secret technique to send my soul into Qin Susu's body and force it into dormancy. But Qin Susu's remnant soul has been resisting all along. Now my consciousness has finally and completely seized control of this body. This foolish woman, she's fallen for that scoundrel surnamed Su, hasn't she? I'll use her to kill that Su bastard. Scene change to Su Beiweng. He sits calmly in his study, reading through the documents and falls deep into thought. So every time the blood moon rises, it reveals the greatest weakness in the demonic barrier. That is when one can lead an army to strike. For now, I can only wait. Suddenly, the Grand Princess's hammer materializes and smacks him on the head. He is so terrified he cannot move a single muscle. Her Highness's voice rings out, despicable subordinate. The Grand Princess materializes, interrogating him furiously. This palace ordered you to go to the demon abyss. Yet here you are flirting with every woman you meet. You seem to be having quite the time, don't you? He drops to his knees, bowing his head in deep remorse. This subordinate dares not do it again. Your Highness, could it be that you missed this subordinate? Hearing this, she smacks him across the face with another hammer blow and snaps, you think you are worthy of this palace's longing. Next time you are forbidden from speaking to any woman. Otherwise, this palace will beat you into minced meat. He hurriedly responds, understood. This subordinate has it memorized. Miaru hides to the side, secretly thinking the boss's possessiveness is honestly a bit extreme. The Grand Princess urges him sternly, hurry and find the 2 divine artifacts. You must gather all 10 divine artifacts and refine them into a realm artifact. Only then can you shatter the barrier of this world. Once this palace achieves transcendence, she will leave the realm artifact behind for you. Take it and come find this palace. He immediately obeys, understood. Internally, he thinks Batugan from beyond the realm once said in this forsaken world. One cannot achieve transcendence, so for the boss to be the first the difficulty must be immeasurable. What a pity I'm not by her side right now. If only I could. The Grand Princess smiles. Right now you're thinking about kissing this palace, aren't you? Su Beiweng is helpless. His jaw drops as he thinks no way even this the boss knows. Su Beiweng lifts his head with a pitiful, bashful expression and says, Your Highness truly understands this subordinate. What a pity the conditions don't permit it. Hearing this, the Grand Princess scolds him, trash, you're utterly brainless. Don't you know to project your consciousness into the hammer? He suddenly perks up, exclaiming with glee, holy sh bestie, you can do that. Spirits clashing, minds intertwining boss, that's so romantic. The Grand Princess's voice rings out, impatient, what are you still daydreaming about? Afterward the 2 share a lingering, passionate farewell kiss. A moment later, Su Beiweng still savors the bliss, absently touching his own lips, lost in thought. A mental kiss, even though the physical body feels nothing, it still feels incredible. The entire night he is utterly elated. He sleeps with a dazed smile on his face, leaving the little cat beside him bewildered, thinking what's gotten into him. Scene change to the next day. The moon hanging over the evil city is bathed in an eerie, demonic crimson glow. He curses furiously in his heart, what the hell, the blood moon just shows up like that. At this moment Chin Susu, or rather Xiao Fan, appears in the sky, flying toward Su Beiweng. She asks curiously, young Master Su, where are you headed? But internally Xiao Fan thinks I must be patient. I'll find an opportunity to deal with this brat. But I absolutely cannot let him see through me. This visibly annoys Su Beiweng. Miss Chin, I don't like people talking to me from above. Hearing this, she cheerfully lands and inquires, I've heard that young Master Su enjoys tea. Might I have the honor of inviting you to a tea house? Su Beiweng smiles, falling into thought that sword is a saint-grade artifact. After this, there will be plenty more where that came from. Chin Susu then goes on at length about tea brewing, how she uses bright spring water drawn from the extreme northern lands, where a single drop takes 5,000 years to form. A mere drop costs no less than 200 or 300 taels. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan's true thoughts run, this surnamed Su is nothing but a lecher. As long as I can get close to him, he'll lower his guard, and then I can take his wretched life. Back then he stole my young heir, wasn't that just wonderful? He replies flatly, no thank you. His expression betrays zero interest. The little cat beside him clings tighter to his shoulder. It breathes a sigh of relief, thinking thank goodness he refused. Otherwise I'd have beaten someone to death. Chin Susu beams and produces a small vial surrounded by a faint red glow, speaking with pride, young Master Su. Do you think I'm not qualified to be your companion? This is the essence blood of an ancient shadow leopard. Consider it my meeting gift to you. Internally, Xiao Fan sees he rejected me that bluntly. Su Beiweng glances at it with half an eye and replies with disdain, sorry, but I rarely use second-tier beast blood. A flicker of suspicion crosses his mind, is this my imagination? Why is this woman so desperate to show off? Xiao Fan can no longer hold himself back. He drops the act entirely, fury consuming him that dog thief second-tier beast blood isn't good enough for him. Seeing this, Su Beiweng's expression shifts. A sense of unease creeps in. Damn, is she about to snap? Xiao Fan quickly dons a pitiful expression, stammering, then young Master Su, he forces himself to calm down, stay composed. Don't let him see the cracks. The little cat beside them immediately picks up on something and silently curses, shameless, despicable wench. This startles Xiao Fan, who stammers, young Master Young. Su Beiweng gently strokes Miaru's head and says casually, my pet is a bit mischievous. Miss Chin, please don't mind it. Hearing this, Xiao Fan hastily takes his leave, calling out in a fluster, "I'll arrange another meeting with the young master next time." Watching this, Su Beiweng is puzzled. Why does she look like she has split personalities? He then turns to the little cat and praises cheerfully, "Not bad at all. All right, we have more important matters to attend to." The little cat perks up happily. Miaru is amazing, right? At the city lord's manor, Chin Susu puts on a pitiful face and tells her father, "Father, Su Beiweng nearly burned your daughter alive. You must avenge me." Internally, Xiao Fan thinks, I can't get too close. With Chin Hai's cultivation, if he investigates thoroughly, he will definitely discover that my divine sense does not belong to his daughter. When that happens, I won't even know how I die, but I can still use him to some extent. The old man smiles and says calmly, "Don't touch Su Beiweng. Even your father cannot afford to offend the fifth demon lord." Hearing this, Xiao Fan seethed inwardly. Damn it, this stubborn old fool truly refused to budge. He turned to plead, "My daughter merely needs a single scarlet ape fruit. She aspires to surpass that vile bandit and become the most dazzling prodigy of the 9 provinces." Chin Hai agreed. At that moment, a voice rang out from beyond the doors, reporting to the city lord the constables have arrived, requesting troops to assault the demon abyss. Outside the city, chaos reigned, yet Su Beiweng remained perfectly calm. He soothed, "Good meow meow, I'll get you a big meal soon. We can't rush this, we need to hunt and kill a few Kinglevel evil demons first before we can smoothly push into the demon abyss." He appeared at that moment and immediately issued the order, "Begin slaying the evil demons." He and the little cat wasted no time, continuously cutting down the evil demons. Chin Hai glanced over and thought silently, this man truly walks the path of slaughter, a maniac of pure annihilation, terrifying as a demon god. He is the one best suited for Sin City. Suddenly someone ambushed from behind, shouting, "Beiweng die." Chin Hai's face drained of color as he roared, "Gongsun Li, how dare you!" The attacker's eyes burned with fury and grief as he cursed, "Su Beiweng of the Tiank Domaniu murdered the Gongsun heir, the law enforcement officer of my Mo family's line. This blood debt must be repaid." Seeing this, Xiao Fan's face lit up with delight. He thought, I didn't expect someone would actually dare to make a move. Su Beiweng glanced over and said flatly, "Peak of the flourishing realm, is it?" Witnessing the scene, some outside cheered for the evil bandit's impending death, while others grew uneasy. Was this truly happening? The little cat immediately swung the Grand Princess's mace at the mob, leaving Chin Hai bewildered. What kind of artifact is that? A single strike capable of slaying a Saint Realm expert. He thought silently, could it be that this wooden mace carries the consciousness of the fifth demon lord? It seems the rumors are indeed true. Su Beiweng truly is the fifth demon lord's man. Otherwise, why would she shield him so fiercely? Xiao Fan cursed under his breath, pathetic, living off a woman, a disgrace to all martial artists. He turned to the little cat with concern, "Meow meow, whenever there's danger from now on, you are not allowed to charge ahead of me." Meow meow replied cheerfully, "Got it." Then Su Beiweng turned to the man, "City Lord Chinai, expect an explanation." The man's face paled with fear as he stammered, "Young Master Su, I truly didn't foresee this. Gongsun Li has always been quiet and reserved. How could I have known he would suddenly lash out like this?" Xiao Fan spoke up, shouting angrily, "What kind of excuse is that? You killed Gongsun, the law enforcement investigator, and I haven't even settled that account with you yet." Su Beiweng's eyes narrowed like a blade. "Say that again." Xiao Fan immediately shrank back, thinking, forget it, no need to stick my neck out for someone else. What matters most is not exposing myself. That vile bandit nearly got killed. There's no way he'll let this slide easily. The city lord stepped forward to shield his daughter and demanded, "You dare speak to me with that attitude?" Su Beiweng smiled thinly, "So it was you who instigated and masterminded this." Hearing this, the man roared, "How insolent." The little cat stepped forward, issuing a cold warning. Chin Hai thought anxiously that Masit emerged from the claws of this wretched cat. Getting it back is impossible. Su Beiweng said cheerfully, "City Lord Chin must pay compensation. This happened right on your territory. Surely you can't shirk responsibility." The man conceded, asking, "What do you want?" His daughter beside him protested unhappily, "Father." He thought, forget it, if this vile bandit grows displeased, even the fifth demon lord won't let us off the hook. Deep disappointment washed over Xiao Fan. He had thought that by changing his identity and having Chin Hai as his backer, everything would be different, but to think the old man would grovel so willingly. Why was the fifth demon lord so besotted with Su Beiweng? At this, Su Beiweng smugly demanded his compensation: 10 emperor-rank demon essences and 20 sovereign-rank demon essences. And I'll pretend nothing happened. The little cat beamed. These are exactly what Meow Meow needs. Wonderful. Hearing the terms, Qin Hai considered it's only a few demon essences after all, nothing too severe. Su Beiweng asked, "What say you, City Lord Qin?" The man agreed. Receiving the payment, Su Beiweng turned to leave. Good, as far as I'm concerned, nothing happened today. Scene changed. The encampment outside the city. The little cat was absorbing the demon essences but found it was still not enough. Seeing this, he asked, "Still not enough? How much more do you need?" He thought, impossible. 10 emperor-rank demon essences are equivalent to 10 peak saint realm divine souls. Surely they should have some effect, and she still can't even speak yet. The little cat murmured, "Don't know." Helpless, he hoisted Meow Meow up, selected 30,000 elite soldiers, and marched toward the demon abyss. Suddenly, a voice called out. "What?" Su Beiweng told the little cat, "Be good, I'll take you for a delicious meal soon." At that moment, Qin Hai paced about, thinking that is a forbidden zone. Even half-step sovereigns dare not set foot inside. All cultivation power is nullified there. Whether one survives or not depends entirely on luck. How does he dare? After mulling it over, Qin Hai turned to his daughter and asked, "Has he truly entered the demon abyss's forbidden zone?" Zio Fan smiled. "Father, whether that vile bandit lives or dies is anyone's guess. Either way, he's already left. Sin Sityat has nothing to do with us." Qin Hai disagreed, shouting, "You foolish child. Is the fifth demon lord someone who listens to reason? If anything happens to Su Beiweng, her fury will come crashing down upon our heads." The father and daughter secretly watched Su Beiweng and realized so that's why he came to Sin Sityat was for the demon abyss all along. But the demon abyss's forbidden zone levels the playing field for all, regardless of how high one's cultivation may be. This Su fellow is walking straight into Hell's Gate. Once inside the forbidden zone, all power is stripped away. He becomes an ordinary mortal. The chances of him returning alive are slim at best. After pondering, Qin Hai looked around with a troubled expression and asked, "Where is Lord Ying? Invite City Lord Ying to divine Su Beiweng's fate." At that moment, the city lord of Guangming City appeared, Ying Gongjin. No sooner had he arrived than he opened his third eye, releasing a beam of violet light. Golden characters materialized in the air. Qin Hai read them and demanded, "What did the divination reveal? What did the divination show?" Ying Gongyun replied, "The divination has no effect on Su Beiweng." Qin Hai mused, "I must prepare accordingly. If even a half-step sovereign like myself dares not enter the forbidden zone, he is likely walking to his doom." Scene change inside the forbidden zone. Su Beiweng hovered in midair, commanding the troops, "This is the route, increase speed and push forward." Suddenly, the sword beneath his feet vanished, and he and the little cat plummeted without warning. He realized the magical power the boss lent me has disappeared. My chi si is sealed, even my acupoints are blocked. Sure enough, every ounce of power he possessed had dissipated. This forbidden zone truly lives up to its name. Thinking quickly, he grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "All troops advance, full assault." The soldiers hesitated, their faces betraying fear. "Young Master Su, please reconsider," he pleaded. Su Beiweng demanded, "You dare defy my orders." The soldiers erupted in rebellion. "Go die yourself. You want us to throw away our lives? We are the lowliest servants of the 9 provinces. Today we shall do something glorious, kill this surnamed Su and become great heroes." "That's right, we won't throw our lives away for nothing, kill him." Su Beiweng smiled and drew his gun. The soldiers burst into laughter. "An artifact. This is the forbidden zone. Let's see you try to use any artifact here." He fired immediately, blasting several holes into a nearby boulder. The soldiers gaped, stammering. "What? His artifact actually works in here? What in the world is going on?" Su Beiweng warned, "So will you fight alongside me or die right here?" He thought to himself, "Thank the heavens I came prepared. Back in the capital I'd already manufactured explosives and birdshot rifles. With the chemistry and physics I studied from the cultivation world, I fear no one." The soldiers bowed their heads in submission, thinking, he can actually wield an artifact inside the forbidden zone. Young Master Su is no ordinary man. Following him to slay demons might not cost us our lives after all. Having made up their minds, they answered in unison, "We obey young Master Su." He pointed ahead and commanded full assault. "Anyone who retreats gets the blade." He turned to the little cat. "I never noticed before, but now that my magical power is gone, I realize you are actually this heavy. Dark shadows suddenly emerged from the gloom. He said these evil demons came fast and there are quite a few of them. Then he ordered form up. Battle formation. The soldiers answered in unison, yes sir. They immediately took up their weapon-sliding fires and loosing volleys of arrows. Su Beiweng observes the artifact in silence, falling into deep contemplation. This thing is truly formidable, though I wonder what its actual effects are. But disappointment quickly washes over his face. No way, it's useless. The soldiers witnessing the spectacle, however, gape in astonishment. Young Master Zai's artifact is truly this powerful. Hearing them, he glances over and replies with a faint smile. Demon essence is war meritit, can change your fate. Seize this opportunity. The soldiers roar with renewed vigor and charge forward in unison, shouting kill. Su Beiweng stands watching, a look of undisguised joy spreading across his face as he secretly rejoices. Success, the power of science and technology. The little cat perched on his shoulder is equally overjoyed, whispering, so much demon essence. In the blink of an eye, every last evil demon is annihilated. One soldier rushes forward clutching a chest brimming with eerie purple chi, reporting with glee, young master, a great victory. Hearing this, he issues his order, anything at the 3rd tier and above hand it to me. The rest, you lot split among yourselves. The soldiers snap to attention and answer in thunderous unison, as you command. Afterward, his eyes sharpen with fierce resolve as he signals to the soldiers once more. Return to the city of sin at once. I will venture into the demon abyss myself. Hearing this, the soldiers grow anxious, stammering, this, young Master Su, it's dangerous. Meanwhile, at this very moment within the imperial court of the capital, the hall is in an uproar. Officials relay their reports with faces pale with urgency and dread. Your Majesty the Empress, a report from the Qin Qing envoy Su Beiweng has slain 1,000,000 demons in the Forbidden Zone and has already entered the demon abyss. 1,000,000 demons? Wu Zhao's eyes widen in shock. Of the 30,000 soldiers he brought, how many remain? She thinks since the founding of the Great Qian no one has ever achieved such a military feat. Could it be? The messenger replies. 20,000 remain, Your Majesty. I understand. Withdraw, Wu Zhao orders. Have this battle report delivered to the Grand Princess's residence. A faint sting of jealousy pricks at her heart. That stinky brat forces me to see him in a new light every single day. No wonder he had that victory is assured look on his face. By all rights, such a feat deserves a grand reward. But I should wait for his return first. Let's see what other schemes that boy is cooking up. At this moment, the Grand Princess also receives intelligence from the Fish Palace. Your Highness, young Master Su has achieved a great feat in the Forbidden Zone. The princess hears the news and silently grumbles. That brat, did he actually carry out what this palace instructed him to do? The scene shifts to the interior of the Forbidden Zone. Su Beiweng cuts down the remaining demons on his own, harvesting no small amount of demon essence. Then he suddenly senses something and places a hand on his chin, saying with pride, Boss, could it be that you miss me? A wisp of dark chi swirls around him, leaving him puzzled. He muses, whenever I circulate the Beiming divine art, my blood chi seems to thin by a few degrees. For no reason at all, my cultivation advances in this forbidden zone. This place suppresses all manner of power, yet my use of luminous chi flows remarkably smoothly. After pondering, he speaks aloud. Could it be that this forbidden land harbors a treasure that resonates with my chi? At that instant, the little cat beside him bristles, its eyes turning sharp and dangerous. It suddenly blurts out, hey, it came out. Su Beiweng startles and stares. Did I just hear that right? He immediately scoops up the little cat to verify, taunting, you're just a stupid cat. The cat bristles with indignation and retorts, meow meow is not stupid. After a round of mutual confirmation, both break into pure elation. Meow meow can talk now, he says warmly, all right, no more struggling to decipher your cat language from now on. He thinks to himself, now this is a joy truly my own. Su Beiweng changes his expression. Not bad at all, your voice is quite sweet too. The little cat grows excited, squealing, meanie, meow meow, wants kisses, wants hugs, wants to be tossed up high. He refuses flatly, kitten, until you've learned to transform, don't even dream about it. He sets the cat down and waves it off. Go on. Play by yourself, he muses. This forbidden land's ability to suppress absolute power must be tied to some kind of treasure. Meow meow blurts out eagerly, little meanie, did you know? Big Meanie has been secretly watching you bathe. Su Beiweng narrows his eyes, bewildered. Big Meanie, boss actually did something like that. The little cat looks thoroughly smug. And there's way more than that. Meow Meow eagerly spills every secret when you sleep. She even stands by the side of your bed. Su Beiweng is utterly stunned. He recalls the image of her watching him sleep. No way, no waste being on baths is one thing, but she doesn't even spare me when I sleep. Boss's possessive obsession is genuinely terrifying. And when you're asleep, she even puts her foot on your face. Hearing this, he grins with perverse delight. No wonder I wake up every morning subconsciously licking my lips. Has boss gotten addicted to leaving her mark or something? She's addicted to stamping her seal, huh? The kitten launches its psychological offensive. See, Big Meanie is so wicked, torments you all day. Only Meow Meow truly cares about you. Hearing this, he retaliates. He grins smugly and says, do you have a pair of exquisite, peerless legs like boss? Do you have 36 C curves like boss? Do you have boss's cold, noble bearing? Do you have boss's unintentionally gentle tenderness? So what good does your affection even do for me? Su Beiweng's face radiates blissful, willing devotion. After all, I love having boss stamp her foot on my face. The little cat beside him is rendered utterly speechless. It curses in exasperation. You're absolutely shameless. Seeing this, he scoops up the little cat with a beaming smile and cheerfully placates it. All right, time to focus on the real task. Boss left us in this pitch-black place, so spit out some fire and light the way. The little cat seizes the moment to make its demand. Then you have to like Meow Meow the most. Through all the years, victories and defeats, never, ever abandon Meow Meow. Su Beiweng replies, boss is number 1, you're number 2. The little cat droops with dejection. Second place, then it has to be second. You're not allowed to like anyone in third or fourth place, or Meow Meow will beat you to death with her paws. Pinky promise. After the exchange, Su Beiweng agrees. Fine, he thinks to himself, this stupid cat's psychology is basically that of a neurotic teenage girl. Done with their bickering, the little cat takes a deep breath and conjures a blazing flame that illuminates the entire cavern. It chirps proudly, eyes sparkling. Is Meow Meow impressive or what? He praises warmly, you're the best. He thinks setting foot in the demon abyss without any demonic energy on your body is a death sentence. Boss said that as long as I absorb the demon essence this fat cat generates, I can shroud myself in a denser aura of demonic energy. I need to gather more. Suddenly, he notices something odd. A tiny tree has sprouted atop the little cat's head, radiating a dazzling golden glow. The kitten thinks, what's wrong? Just notice now. It asks, what? Why are you staring like that? Captivated by Meow Meow's beauty were you? Su Beiweng finally registers what he's seeing and thinks with astonishment, a Providence tree. He recalls past observations and realizes, I've never seen the Providence pagoda of the fat cat or boss before. I know they're not natives of the 9 provinces, otherwise it's impossible I wouldn't have seen them. And now this cat has actually evolved a Providence tree. That so-called 8th young master had one too, but he only had 20-odd leaves. But this cat has 99 leaves. That's absolutely insane. A cat blessed by the heavenly Daoth kind that makes others seethe with envy. Though I can't see boss's Providence tree for the time being, hers absolutely can't be fewer than the cat's. So among our little family of 3, I'm the unluckiest one. The heavenly Tao is truly unjust. Meow Meow notices his intense, brooding stare and grows uneasy, whimpering, Don't scare the little cat. It thinks, what kind of expression is that on little Meanie's face? Could something have gone wrong? Su Beiweng turns away with a dejected expression. It's nothing. Suddenly, he whips around and glares, causing every strand of the kitten's fur to stand on end in fright. He thinks to himself, wait, with the fat cat's Providence, why haven't we encountered a single fortuitous opportunity along the way? Could it be that its Providence has no effect within the 9 provinces? Then if I pursue transcendence to the realms beyond, could its Providence undergo a shift? After pondering, he breaks into a foolish grin. The cat asks in bewilderment, what on earth is wrong with you? Meanwhile, Su Beiweng drifts into a fantasy about treasures. What if my own Providence tree is also blazing with radiant light? From then on, I'd pick up pills along the road, and when I drink water, immortal herbs would tumble from the heavens. He snaps out of his reverie and looks at Meow Meow with a smile. It's nothing. Really, nothing at all, just mesmerized by your adorable face, that's all. Come on, let's go, time to find the divine artifact. No sooner have the words left his lips than he senses something unusual. Cultivating the god-devouring blood art renders one extraordinarily sensitive to divine souls. He thinks to himself, this aura from the north, it feels familiar, it truly isn't far from here. He fixes Meow Meow with a sharp gaze. Come, let's go see what the commotion is about. Who knows, we might stumble upon some fortune. A short while later, outside the Forbidden Hall, Yi Tian glares at Su Beiweng's weapon with undisguised fury. So this is the artifact that surnamed Su Fellow crafted. Profiteering scum. At that moment, Xiao Fan appears and bows with practiced courtesy. Miss Qin. This humble one is Xiao Fan of the Grand Profound Holy Land. I hold the deepest admiration for everything your esteemed father has accomplished. Yi Tian immediately flashes a pleasant smile, but inwardly she thinks, Xiao Fan, I remember now. When the Tiank Domain's trial had us ascending the steps, he lent that surnamed Su Fellow a hand and blocked my path. Her thoughts complete, she cheerfully greets him. So you are young Master Xiao. I have heard tales of your exploits, an outstanding prodigy. One whose brilliance leaves my humble generation far behind. He humbly responds, Miss Qin is far too kind. What a remarkable coincidence, though this is our very first meeting. I cannot shake this strange sense of familiarity. At this moment, he silently calculates Qin Susu is the sole daughter of City Lord Qin, though she is no peerless beauty. Her bearing is far from lacking. If he could marry her, the benefits would be immense. Hearing this, Yi Tian forces a bashful expression upon hearing young Master Xiao, while cursing inwardly, you country bumpkin. Back then you knelt before that dog thief Su, begging for mercy, played like a fool in the palm of his hand. But since I cannot kill that surnamed Su, can I not kill the likes of you? People with identities like yours all deserve death. Having steeled his resolve, he speaks first. I once placed my faith in virtue and goodwill. Yet time and again I was humiliated by that dog thief Su. Now I wish to walk the path of slaughter. Would young Master Xiao be willing to meet my father? Hearing this, Xiao Fan is both delighted and stunned, thinking meeting the parents already. This fast. Along the way, Xiao Fan showers her with endless flattery. Miss Qin, you are truly beautiful. Yi Tian, delighted by the compliment, takes the opportunity to lure him in with sweet, honeyed words. Young Master Xiao is truly a charming one. On the surface, Xiao Fan offers compliments, but in his heart he schemes, such a golden opportunity must not slip through my fingers. If I become City Lord Qin's son-in-law, my status and standing will soar to new heights. Ascending to the summit of the 9 provinces will be that much more within my grasp. Yi Tian, full of cunning, has already devised his plan. He must lure Xiao Fan to a secluded location. If he strikes openly, Jin Hai will surely grow suspicious, and that would spell nothing but trouble. Having thought this, he speaks in a teasing, self-satisfied tone, but I must confess I do not fancy men whose tongues are so glib. Xiao Fan hurries after him, calling out, Miss Qin, wait for me. The scene shifts to the edge of a cliff. He beckons for young Master Xiao to come closer. Hearing this, Xiao Fan halts, his gaze turning earnest. He lays bare his feelings and makes his vow, from the very first moment I beheld you, I was utterly captivated. I confess I am not yet worthy enough, but I will strive with all my might. I swear upon my Tao heart I will make you the happiest woman in all the 9 provinces. At this moment, Su Beiweng, hidden behind a tree, has heard every last word. He grins smugly to himself. This young Master Xiao truly fancies himself quite the catch. Falling in love within a day, if not for the sake of seizing an opportunity. Who in their right mind would endure watching these two flirt so sickeningly? His only fear was failing to find boss's divine artifact. Suddenly, Xiao Fan exclaims in surprise, did you hear that? He whips around eagerly, his heart pounding. No ways it that intense. Is that so? But it was not what he expected. In that instant, Yi Tian drives a blade into him. Gravely wounded and trembling, Xiao Fan demands, have I ever offended you? Hearing this, Yi Tian sneers with utter contempt, a trash and good-for-nothing like you has no business living. Die already. Xiao Fan grits his teeth against the agony and fights back, telling himself, I cannot die so meaninglessly, not like this. Yi Tian roars in fury, you won't escape. The words barely leave his lips before a look of bewilderment crosses his face. He mutters in confusion, why? Before either can react, both of them plunge into a nearby well. Xiao Fan shouts furiously, Qin Susu, if you dare kill me, the Dayan sacred ground will not spare Yao your father. At this moment, Yi Tian pays no heed to the man's words. His eyes lock onto something in a single direction, gleaming with undisguised excitement. He exclaims, "That's the Shenong Cauldron, the Shenong Cauldronon of the 10 great divine artifacts of the 9 provinces." He bursts into triumphant laughter. "I am truly the chosen of heaven's mandate. At last me time has come." With the Shenong Cauldron in hand, he shall ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, look down upon all living beings, and suppress every enemy beneath the heavens. At this moment, Xiao Fan pleads weakly, "Spare my life, and the Shenong Cauldron shall be yours." Yi Tian glances at him and sneers. "I want the cauldron and I want your life as well." Xiao Fan tries to reason with him. "Without cultivation, how do you expect to move this cauldron?" "Only by working together." In his heart he schemes, "First, I must lull this she-wolf into complacency, then seize the Shenong Cauldron when the chance comes. With a divine artifact in hand, I can restore the glory of the Dayan sacred ground, and command all the great powers and sects of the 9 provinces." Yi Tian gazes up at the mouth of the well, pondering. Indeed, moving this cauldron to the surface alone would be nearly impossible. As he looks upward, he spots a figure. Eyes narrowing, he demands, "Who's there?" Su Beiweng appears, leaping down into the well with a cheerful grin. Well, if it isn't my dear brother Xiao." Yi Tian is baffled. "Why are you here? You still haven't died." Xiao Fan's heart sinks like a stone. "It's over. With that surnamed Su added to the mix, I'm finished today." He turns to Yi Tian and demands, "Have I ever offended you? Do you truly hate me this much?" Kitty bristles with fury. "You insect, Meow Meow will beat you to death." He sees this and grows furious, steeling himself. "No. I cannot let my identity be exposed." Su Beiweng glances at the treasure and smiles. "So this is the Shenong Cauldron. Those blessed by fate truly have it easy, stumbling upon a divine artifact as if it were nothing. The mission from Boss Progress has now reached 50%. Yi Tian quickly proposes to Xiao Fan, "Both of us have lost our strength, but even with our injuries, if we join forces, we can take him down." Xiao Fan immediately agrees. "Let's do it." Su Beiweng promptly fires a shot at their legs, forcing both men to their knees. "Don't you dare test my patience, will you kneel or won't you? I'm asking for the last time." Xiao Fan and Yi Tian have no choice but to endure, bowing their heads and whispering to each other, "We need to stall him first. We can't die here." Xiao Fan thinks, in forbidden zones, don't all artifacts lose their effectiveness? How can he possibly wield an artifact that threatens our very lives? Su Beiweng turns to Kitty and instructs, "Watch them closely. Anyone who moves, kill them." Meow Meow nods in agreement, then immediately brandishes a weapon and barks orders, "Hands on your heads, faces to the wall." Yi Tian recalls how the little cat once cowered with its head bowed in shame after being scolded by boss, and thinks, so this is exactly what it looks like when the boss punishes Meow Meow. Su Beiweng gazes at the treasure smugly and muses, "I need to figure out how to haul this thing up to the surface." Suddenly, an object emerges from within. He picks it up, puzzled. "What is this?" A stream of dark, sinister chi erupts outward, and Su Beiweng's eyes light up with excitement. He thinks, "Nether chi, this is absolutely nether chi." He turns to call Kitty, but the little cat is already ambushed. Su Beiweng shouts, "Watch out," startled. Kitty reflexively squeezes the trigger and the shot strikes Yi Tian dead on. Yet Yi Tian does not die. Instead, he breaks into a triumphant grin. "No pain at all. My power has recovered. Me spiritual energy actually functions in this place." With that, he channels his spiritual power to seize Kitty as a hostage and bellows, "Surnamed Su, let me leave this place or this cat dies." Meow Meow, seeing this, is dumbfounded. It doesn't work. Yi Tian silently thinks, he brings this fat, dim-witted cat even when venturing into the demon abyss. It must be his most precious treasure. Xiao Fan thinks anxiously, that little Chin girl is indeed clever, using a hostage as leverage. But then he recalls the expression of murderous fury on her face, a look of killing intent he has never once seen from anyone in the Su family. It is truly enough to make one's blood run cold. Yi Tian snarls, "Surnamed Su, release me this instant, or I swear I'll beat your mangy cat to death." Hearing this, Kitty erupts in defiance, shouting furiously, "Little rascal, don't you dare listen to him." Meow Meow wants to smash him into mincemeat. Meow Meow has 9 lives. Meow Meow refuses to become a burden to little rascal. Yi Tian whirls around and bellows, "Beast, shut your mouth." Su Beiweng's eyes blaze with killing intent as he warns, "Dare to touch a single hair on it, and I will annihilate every last member of the Qin clan down to the 9th generation." He then turns to the terrified Xiao Fan and Yao, you are an accomplice. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as the Dayan sacred ground is butchered until not even a blade of grass remains. Xiao Fan's heart pounds with dread. It's over. This surnamed Su has always meant every word he's ever said. Su Beiweng speaks with biting sarcasm, eyeing the youth. Tell me, boy, do you even know how to conduct yourself as a human being? Xiao Fan sits as if upon a bed of coals, thinking, what does he mean by that? His fingers begin to move, conjuring waves of blue energy. He murmurs to himself, I have no other choice, I don't want to die either. With that thought, he drives a weapon through Yi Tian's chest. Kitty leaps back in terror, its fur standing on end, and with a startled yowl, flees in panic. I had no other choice, I didn't want to die either. Su Beiweng condenses a stream of dark qi and drives it into Yi Tian's body, sending waves of agony through him. Instantly, Qin Susu's body collapses to the ground. A burst of golden qi radiates outward from the surroundings. He smiles. The soul guard scripture activates, targeting the divine soul. Yi Tian's soul appears within, and Su Beiweng finally realizes, so it was you all along. Su Beiweng gently scoops Kitty up and says softly, I've dragged you into this. Kitty looks crestfallen, blaming itself. Meow Meow is useless. Meow Meow made little rascal worry. Just wait until Meow Meow transforms. Meow Meow will unleash the Meow Meow fist. Meow Meow won't be a burden anymore. From now on, Meow Meow will protect little rascal. At this moment, Yi Tian's soul attempts to flee silently, but Su Beiweng swiftly seizes it by the neck, trying to sneak away. Are you? He thinks, no wonder this Qin Susu seemed to have split personalities, and she even possessed a 9-tier Providence pagoda. Xiao Fan, standing nearby, shudders violently, his face deathly pale. The woman I fell for was actually a man. This is beyond absurd. Forget it, perhaps I should use this chance to slip away while I can. Su Beiweng flashes a dangerous smile. You have crossed my bottom line. He thinks to himself, foolish cat. As boss always says, whoever dares touch what's mine is a dead man. This little rat was merely hunting for treasure. Yet his nerve was far from small. Yi Tian begs desperately, no please. In his heart, I cannot die, I must not die. Since childhood I was looked down upon by everyone, both my parents vanished. My clan declared my meridians crippled, yet I never gave up. I wanted to reign supreme over the 9 provinces. His soul rapidly dissipates, shattering into countless fragments. Xiao Fan, witnessing this scene, is gripped by even greater terror. Su Beiweng searches Yi Tian's body and retrieves an object. He examines it, puzzled. What is this? Could it be the providence of a child of destiny? Don't tell me it can actually be used to upgrade my own providence. He turns to Meow Meow. Can you not see this? Kitty, frightened and clueless, can only meow in response. Su Beiweng ponders, could it be that no living creature besides myself can perceive these points of providence light? After thinking it through, he smiles smugly and says, wait a moment, we'll continue later. Then he falls into deep contemplation. Absorbing this providence point might elevate his own providence value as well. No need to go around stealing anymore. After absorbing it, he looks up at the tower. His own providence, he silently prays, don't let me down, absolutely don't let me down. He looks up and reluctantly accepts, 1 floor is fine. At least it's brighter than before, something is better than nothing. Then his mind drifts to that treasure, thinking the Shenang tripod is the most important of all. At this moment, Xiao Fan speaks up, kill me or hack me to pieces, do as you please. Hearing this, he glances at him and says, Brother Xiao, how could I possibly kill you? We've already sworn brotherhood. He secretly thinks with envy, this fool's providence is truly remarkable. If any providence point could strengthen me by force, I would absolutely kill him. For now, keeping this providence carrier alive seems more profitable. Xiao Fan curses silently in his mind. If I hadn't been tricked back then, who would have sworn brotherhood with you? You won't kill Muho would believe that nonsense. Suddenly, he notices Xiao Fan's providence tower lighting up and immediately thinks there's an opportunity. Su Beiweng sits down beside Qin Chuchu's corpse and retrieves a green object. He thinks to himself, if I'm not mistaken, within Myashin's jade pendant resides a wisp of remnant soul, at least peak saint realm, possibly half-step supreme divine soul. At this moment, Qin Hai appears in fury and roars, Su Beiweng, you dare kill my daughter. Su Beiweng says calmly, if I wanted to kill her, would I have preserved her divine soul? Qin Hai, desperate with worry for his daughter, calls out her name in anguish, Chuchu. Su Beiweng continues to explain, your daughter died long ago. Strictly speaking, it was I who avenged her for you. At this moment, Ying Gongjin smiles calmly and asks, Your Excellency must be the Holy Son Xiao Fan of the Great Derivation Holy Land, correct? Xiao Fan replies nervously, that is indeed this humble one. Someone helps him up and reassures him, young master, do not be afraid. This humble one hails from the Great Derivation Holy Land. We will certainly ensure your safety. Xiao Fan seizes the chance and denounces loudly for all to hear. That villain Su found the Shenong tripod. The expressions of Ying Gongjin and Qin Hai shift instantly, their eyes revealing deep concern. They think to themselves, the Shenong tripod, rumor has it that this Su fellow recently obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. Half of the spring in autumn brush and 2 divine artifacts, and now it's the Shenong tripod as well. This brat's providence is truly extraordinary. Could he be the legendary son of destiny? Ying Gongjin breaks into a smile and says, young friend Su, the suppression within the forbidden zone has vanished. I fear a great horde of dark fiends will descend upon us at any moment. Please come with me to Radiant City at once. Qin Hai, however, takes the opposite stance and shouts furiously, Su fellow, come back to the City Lord's manor with me this instant. I demand a full explanation about my daughter's death. He thinks to himself, Ying Gongjin is making his move fast. I cannot let the Shenong tripod fall into his hands. Su Beiweng grins smugly, dogs biting dogs already. Let me watch you all tear each other apart. At this moment, Hua Nua half-step Suprema materializes from thin air. She sighs and coos, who wants to stay with you stinky men? Dear little Su brother, this sister is lonely, let's talk about love, shall we? Xiao Fan is startled. Who is she? Where did she come from? The little cat sees her, hides behind his clothes with its fur bristling and shouts angrily, scram, you wicked woman. He quickly reassures it in a calm voice, she's a half-step supreme, you still can't beat her right now. Hua Nu clings to Su Beiweng relentlessly, showering him with honeyed flattery. Little Su brother is truly fascinating to talk to. Ying Gongjin greets her courteously, the 1,000-year-old demoness Hua Nu still looks the same as ever. Xiao Fan is even more shocked. 1,000 years old, an ancient monster, Hua Nu merely smiles. What does age matter? As long as little Su brother is willing, this servant will do anything he desires. Despite the honeyed seduction, he says coldly, stay away from me. This one eats vegetarian. Immediately more figures arrive. Su Beiweng sighs with a calm smile, so many guests at once. The situation isn't just about the Shenong tripod, could it also be because of the nether chi? Suddenly, Su Beiweng's cosmos ring undergoes a tremendous transformation, its power surging violently, his heart still pounding like a war drum. At the same time, a demonic aura descends and blocks their path. The group stares at the demonic aura, thinking to themselves, this demon could be a demon emperor or even a demon god. We cannot act rashly. The demonic aura thunders, brat, hand over the treasure. Everyone is somewhat bewildered. Why would dark fiends want a divine artifact? A divine artifact's usefulness to them is virtually nil. Could it be that apart from the divine artifact, this Su fellow found something else entirely? At this moment the demonic aura glares and roars. Hand it over. Su Beiweng immediately cries for help. Your Highness the Grand Princess, save me. Jin Shuang appears at once, leaving everyone slack-jawed. It's Duwu Jin Shuang. Su Beiweng turns to her and calls out, boss. Jin Shuang stands before him protectively and asks, you feeling lonely? The moment she finishes speaking, she strikes. Her attack hurtles toward Hua Nu, catching the woman completely off guard. Hua Nu tries to counter immediately, but she's far too weak. She crashes to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The others witness this in shock. Hua Nu is a half-step supreme who has cultivated for 1,000 years. Yet she couldn't withstand a single strike from the 5th Demon Lord. The 5th Demon Lord has grown this powerful. The 5th Demon Lord struck Hua Nu first all because that woman was teasing the Su fellow. It seems this Su fellow is absolutely someone from the 5th Demon Lord's inner chambers. As for Su Beiweng, he picks up the cat and says, Your Highness, while thinking, let's see which of you dares provoke my boss again. Jin Shuang casts a cold glance at the cat, making it leap in fright. Heavens! I won't dare get intimate with that little villain ever again. Jin Shuang commands, hand it over. Su Beiweng produces the treasure. This surprises everyone present. A life essence, so it truly is a treasure. Jin Shuang sweeps her cold gaze over the crowd, daring anyone to come snatch it. Hearing the implicit threat, they can only swallow their resentment. Steal from her, who would dare? That monster, Very well. Zhu Beiweng turns to her and asks, Boss, there are so many of them. Jin Shuang says, stop wasting words, devour it immediately. Hearing this, he stares blankly. Jin Shuang continues, good for nothing, this is the heart of an ancient god, devour it at once. A single breath of an ancient god could annihilate these desolate realms of Kyushu. Zhu Beiweng thinks to himself, a life essence truly is a priceless treasure. Anyone who wants it can come and try to take it. Zhu Beiweng immediately sits down and begins devouring the treasure. Could it be that this ancient god was slain by some mysterious figure who cultivates nether chi? The heart was sealed within this nether chi lantern. When the god's heart unleashed its final burst of power and fled, it carried the lantern down into the lands of Kyushu. Yet its life force remains extraordinarily abundant. That's what gave rise to the forbidden lands here. Could it also be connected to the little northern dark realm? He closes his eyes and begins the process. Dragon chi and the treasure's aura intertwine, spiraling around each other. The others watch, feeling stifled with frustration. That villain Su wants to monopolize the divine artifact. Are we just going to stand here and watch? Zio Fan points a finger forward and shouts, everyone charge together. The green monster lunges forward. How dare you? It unleashes its aura to attack Zhu Beiweng. Jin Shuang immediately summons a formation and hurls it at the monster. The monster snarls, you still dare push me. The moment it speaks, the monster's body warps into a grotesque, spectral form. The others are stunned at its using the life force of demon soldiers as nourishment. The phantom form strikes, aiming to kill. Jin Shuang furrows her brow, annoyed. Her spirit fox immediately charges forward. Zio Fan gloats inwardly, fifth demon lord, let's see what else you can do now. Facing such overwhelming power, Jin Shuang raises a single finger. From it emerge arcane formations bearing the sigils of the tiger, dragon, tortoise, and peacock. The green monster orders, kill her. The phantom spirit roars with fury and hurtles toward Jin Shuang's arcane formations. The two forces collide. On this side, one person exclaims, the fifth demon lord is holding off the dark fiends. At this moment, a strange object descends from the void. It draws near to Jin Shuang. The old man sneers, so you've allied with the demons to crush human martial artists? As long as you can seize the treasure, you don't care what happens to her. Jin Shuang senses something, and the strange object instantly turns crimson. The two look up startled. What is that? She's so young, yet she possesses such immortal radiance. The crimson object instantly fuses with Jin Shuang's chi, then hurtles toward the green-skinned monster. He is utterly dumbstruck. Two overwhelming auras collide, sending waves of terror through the surrounding combatants. They scramble to retreat. She stubbornly holds them all off by herself so Beiweng can finish absorbing. Though mid-process, he can sense her anxious expression and calls out unconsciously. The dragon chi grows ever denser, wrapping around the aura of the treasure. Yet despite this, his gaze drifts anxiously toward the bone zither. Beiweng grits his teeth, damn it, he can't move. The dark energies of the treasure converge and surge into his body. A golden sphere of energy encases Beiweng. Thunder erupts across the heavens. Bolts of lightning crash down upon him. The crowd realizes it in horror. Heavenly tribulation. That's the heavenly tribulation, he's refined it. A vortex erupts from Beiweng's body, a heavenly Tao treasure that refuses to be contained. They charge forward in defiance. Die. He actually refined a supreme treasure and even triggered the heavenly tribulation. Jin Shuang holds them all off. Alaniso, what if she's formidable? She's still just one person. The fifth demon lord deserves death too. Lightning strikes. The cat speaks up. Time for Mio Mio to shine. The cat is startled by the spectacle before it, but Mio Mio has only one mouth. The two sneer wickedly. Every last one of them is going to die. Beiweng opens his eyes. His voice is cold and steady. Your Highness, please fall back. Leave this to me. Jin Shuang asks, you in this state, someone who isn't even worth a scallion, you want to show off. The other two assume she can't hold on much longer. They never expected her to fight this desperately for someone named Beiweng. Beiweng replies with deep emotion, boss, I want to protect you. Jin Shuang never expected him to say he wanted to protect her. With those words he steps forward. His body surges with overwhelming power. If this force isn't released, his body will explode. Cold sweat beads on the brown-haired one's brow. How dare they? What on earth did he refine? The monster bellows, kid, who the hell are you? Beiweng replies coldly, you dare raise a hand against your highness? They spoke true, you have eyes but fail to see. Mt. Tai, then again. The fifth demon lord's protection wasn't wasted on him. He's no simple figure. Wang strikes, charging straight at the evil demon. The demon is hit before he can react, with a casual wave of his hand. A torrent of qi engulfs the area and the demon collapses. The demon is utterly annihilated. Divine power is truly divine power. Then he vanishes, someone cries out, "Lord God." He panics, the demon is dead. Next, Wang confronts the crimson torrent of power head-on. One of them sees this and goes, Paletha's boy is challenging the entire demon lair. In the primordial wasteland, a crimson aura erupts and a figure appears. It is the old man of heavenly secrets, hidden within Yi Tian's jade pendant. He speaks, "So it was you." The two on this side think uneasily if we hadn't intervened. The source power of the demon lair would have been utterly destroyed, and more than half the world would have collapsed. He can even wound Yu's unbelievable. A single punch annihilates 1,000,000 demon soldiers. This man is truly blessed by the divinity he's still not done. Indeed. A swirling chi gathers at Wang's palm. He smiles faintly. The one with the eye on his forehead senses danger. Could he actually be planning to kill us too? Wang suddenly turns and walks toward the bone zither. "I just wanted to show off a little. Do you all really need to be this terrified? Now I finally understand one thing: the body itself is a vessel, limited by one's cultivation base and physical strength. That's why I could only absorb a tiny portion of the ancient god's inheritance. The rest remains scattered outside. That punch earlier had such devastating power because the energy leaked outward on its own. Even if you told me to strike like that again, I couldn't replicate it, but crushing a few Nirvana realm cultivators shouldn't be a problem." Yet he draws close to Jinshuang. "Boss protected me like that." Then Wang flashes a grin. "Come here, give me a smile." Jinshuang's eyes narrow. "Are you certain you wish to speak to this palace in such a manner?" He forces a sheepish smile and mutters to himself, "Boss, finally let him show off a little." And he wanted to experience what it felt like to be the domineering type, to let Boss taste that overwhelming dominance. Unfortunately, Boss didn't fall for it. The onlookers see this and think in horrorly they won't pursue and slaughter every last one of us. Suddenly the old man senses something. The cat speaks up. "No way. So few stars." A gate and a long staircase leading upward materialize in the sky. The two of them see it. It strikes like thunder from a clear sky. That scoundrel Su is about to ascend. A constellation bearing the mark of Wang descends from the heavens. The people below are stunned. It's young Master Su. Young Master Su is about to ascend. That can't be. The first martial artist to ascend from Kyushu. So ascension truly isn't just a dream. Young Master Su is only 24 years old. What an extraordinary journey. In the palace of Wu Zhao, she mutters, "Impossible, impossible." Wu Zhao grits her teeth. She never imagined it would be him. Him, of all people. What on earth happened? The sky turns blood red. Wang thinks, "I can truly ascend now." Boss once mentioned that transcendence isn't about cultivation base, it's about power. As long as one possesses power that surpasses the boundary of the mortal realm, one can ascend. In other words, that punch of mine shattered that limit. It was a misfire, a wild strike, but it landed on exactly what I wanted most. He smiles faintly. The old man shouts, "Su Wang, what are you still standing there for? Immortality at last." This old man has waited for this day. "I thought it would be Yi Tian or the fifth demon lord, but it's this brat after all. No matter, as long as someone in the mortal realm can transcend, my mission is complete. I can finally return to the outer void." Then Wang turns to Jinshuang, "Your Highness, this subordinate will wait for you on the other side." She replies, "Wait for this palace. If you wish to be devoured by the immortal realm's barrier, then by all means step through the immortal gate." Wang asks in surprise, "What? Isn't this ascension?" The cat warns, "Don't go. Even though you've triggered ascension, your current cultivation can't withstand the chaotic currents of the outer void." The old man keeps urging him, "Go, go now." Jinshuang waves her hand in fury and strikes at him. She shoots him a glare, "Shut your mouth." The old man grits his teeth. Can you believe this? With such a golden opportunity. The surnamed Su would rather worry about the fifth demon lord back in Kyushu than rush to ascend. Wang gazes toward the staircase and the gate. "Didn't boss want me to ascend? Then why is she now?" The others urge him to. "Su Wang, what are you hesitating for? If you ascend, you can cultivate as an immortal. Hurry. Someone thinks we him, why does he get to ascend? But if he's gone, that works out fine. In all of Kyushu, I alone will reign supreme." Wang falls into deep thought. What kind of world lies beyond that gate? If I leave, what will happen to boss? The gate begins to slowly close. The old man still refuses to give up and continues urging. Su Beiweng, wake up, ascension is right before your eyes and you're hesitating, you fool. Jinshuang speaks up, take one more step closer and die. Su Beiweng calls out awkwardly, Your Highness, this subordinate is thinking if I listen to boss and stay behind this time, will there still be a chance in the future? Jinshuang says to Beiweng, your cultivation base cannot withstand the shattered veil. If you do not trust this palace absolutely will not stop you. With your current strength, ascending would qualify as lower tier and lower tier can only reach the spirit realm. Which means you and this palace would be separated by hundreds of thousands of years with little chance of meeting or perhaps never meeting again. Your vast providence may keep you safe among the chaotic currents beyond the void, but in the endless river of time, I fear I would never meet you face to face again. I don't want that. Su Beiweng is deeply moved upon hearing this. Boss, I was so stunned I couldn't even wonder could this be an illusion. Boss can't bear to part with him. From behind the old man keeps urging you. There's no need to fear danger. You are the son of the heavenly Tao of Kyushu. How foolish. Afraid to move forward without the fifth demon's protection. Can the cultivator with the greatest providence in the artifact realm truly die mid-ascension? Hearing this, Su Beiweng scoffs, son of the heavenly Tao me. With this wretched constitution of mine, crossing into another dimension I'm afraid it would be the end. Yet he says the time still hasn't come. The old man protests, stubborn fool, what did you say? Impossible. Su Beiweng, you are destroying your own faith. A man can lose his reason, can be devoid of emotion and desire, but he must never lose the faith that drives his pursuit of the immortal path. He says bluntly, I have no faith whatsoever. If I do, then your highness is my only faith. Come fetch me a little later. The ascension gate vanishes at that moment. The old man declares, you will regret this for the rest of your life. Everyone else is left utterly stunned. A voice rings out before Su Beiweng, what gives you the right to give up? Why, Zio Fan is secretly delighted these vengeful spirits all have no hope of ascending. After death, experts whose resentment pierces the heavens are drawn here by the guiding gate. From that point on they are utterly doomed. Jinshuang waves her hand dismissively, scram. The others realize they've already offended the fifth demon by joining forces. If they don't leave now, it will be too late. That scoundrel Su opened the heavenly gate, turning the impossible into reality. Hereafter, every major sect will fight tooth and nail to seize the chance at transcendence. If that villain Su doesn't leave, who knows what kind of massacre a ruthless butcher like him will wreak. Your Highness, how did this subordinate perform? Done. The entire crowd vanishes. Only Su Beiweng and Jinshuang remain. He asks cheerfully, Your Highness, how did this subordinate perform? Jinshuang gestures for Su Beiweng to come closer. He is puzzled. Jinshuang places her hand on the back of his neck and bestows a kiss upon him. Boss's technique is getting better and better. The cat covers its eyes. HMPH, without my Omeo you'd have been hacked to death ages ago. Are you making my Omeo watch this? Aren't we a family of three? My Omeo wants to join in. Su Beiweng reaches out and touches her rear. As a result, Jinshuang kicks him flat and stomps on him. Your Highness, you've misunderstood. Jinshuang asks, do you regret it? He grins and flashes two fingers. Not at all. Jinshuang is satisfied, at least this good-for-nothing knows his place. Of course, the next moment, a stream of dark cyan chi emanates from his hand. Alright, enough dawdling. This is the demon essence of the Huangyuan demon god that I deliberately left for you. The cat absorbs the chi into its body. See, you do have a conscience after all. A rosy aura emanates from around the cat's body. Su Beiweng wonders about this. Jinshuang continues, just now it consumed the lightning spirit liquid from the heavenly tribulation. And now it's swallowed a demon essence from a demon god. Su Beiweng exclaims, could it be about to transform into a human? Whose household could have predicted this? A strange feeling of love at first sight suddenly arises. Su Beiweng glances at Jinshuang and catches her glaring at him. He has no idea what the cat will become. Is boss getting jealous again? The next moment, rosy light flickers, followed by the silhouette of a young maiden. In the blink of an eye, the cat transforms into a beautiful girl. Myo has transformed. The cat then walks toward Su Beiweng. He is overjoyed at witnessing this miracle. But the moment it reaches Su Beiweng's hands, Myo reverts back into a cat. It bursts into tears, wailing, W. What happened? Jinshuang replies, you're still far too lacking. The little cat refuses to accept it, still crying. It had waited so long only for the excitement to be in vain. Su Beiweng consoles it, all right, you'll transform sooner or later. I'm perfectly content with how you look. No, just look at that round face with those adorable little dimples. Jinchuang remarks, it seems you're a bit too excited about this. He replies, am I? It's just a cat, what's the big deal? With that, Jinchuang vanishes. Boss is jealous again. Back at Teichu Palace, Su Beiweng peers inside and says, boss probably went back. Mio, your human form wasn't bad, right? Su Beiweng delivers his words with a mix of scolding and soothing. Quite pretty, just a bit flat. Mio boasts proudly, I told you ages ago Mio is a beautiful young maiden. Just wait until Mio grows up, and they'll balloon out just like the big bad woman. Su Beiweng replies, all right. I know. Jinchuang's voice drifts out. You dare hold him. Su Beiweng and Mio are so terrified they bolt in opposite directions. Play by yourself for now, I have important matters to attend to. Su Beiweng appears in Jinchuang's chambers the next instant. Peering through the curtain, he thinks, wait, am I actually allowed to see this? I'm a real man now. I even opened the ascension gate. This is something I earned through my own strength. Gazing at Jinchuang's slender silhouette, blood spurts from his nose. Boss, I'm coming. He then rubs his face and mutters, no way, not again. I've gone blind at a time like this. Jinchuang warns, if you keep peeking, this palace will gouge your eyes out. Su Beiweng says, boss, why don't you finish bathing quickly? Once you're done, this subordinate still needs to wash up too. Actually, bathing together would be fine. We'll get clean in no time, and then this subordinate will cook a meal for you. Jinchuang hurls her black stocking at him and shouts, get out. Su Beiweng catches it and thinks, original scent is well worth cherishing. Your Highness, what cultivation level was that punch of mine equivalent to? Above supremes, that worthy of sparring with your Highness. She tosses her hair back and says, so you've had a change of heart. You want to control this palace to force something upon me. Su Beiweng lowers his head. This subordinate would never dare them. Boss is sharp, she even figured that out. She instructs him, remember this, in your body flows this palace's blood. Your every thought this palace can sense with perfect clarity. He replies, your Highness is mighty indeed. A miscalculation on my part. I shouldn't have thrown that punch back then. Boss once said that with his current cultivation base, the moment he comes into contact with her primordial yin force, he would explode and die. So perhaps what he should have done was fake a chi deviation, letting boss rush him away to a forbidden land and then seize the opportunity. Su Beiweng hears a sound behind him. Jinchuang steps out and orders him to get inside and wash up properly. Su Beiweng beams with joy. As you command, boss is the greatest. The aura of the boss in all the heavens and earth. Who besides himself could ever dare bathe in water that the boss has bathed in? Jinchuang calls out from within, done bathing yet? Hurry up and cook. A moment later, Beiweng presents the finest dishes on the table and says, this subordinate hasn't cooked for your Highness in quite some time. Jinchuang takes a bite and comments she's culinary skills haven't improved one bit. Beiweng thinks to himself, the boss truly has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. She's obviously eating with relish. Your Highness, if this subordinate ascends, will I really be torn apart by spatial turbulence? If you wish to open the gates to a new world, you must know both your enemy and yourself. The extraterritorial realms and whatnot actually sound rather fascinating. Jinchuang replies, the myriad domains of heaven is merely a collective term. In truth, it is divided into three realms: immortal, spirit, and mortal. The mortal realm is the abandoned chi world. Even standing at its very peak, one's lifespan amounts to merely 2,000 years, a world forsaken by the heavenly Tao. The spirit realm, meanwhile, is the domain of divine beings. The immortal realm comprises billions of star territories. The supreme overlord of a single star territory shares a lifespan as vast as the heavens themselves. A divine being who commands a star territory lives at least hundreds of thousands of years. The heart you devour. Reddit's original master was an ancient god, the lord of a star territory. Beiweng asks then, can one ascend from the abandoned chi world directly to the immortal realm? Are those so-called innate kings and marquises truly blessed with good fortune? If one walks the immortal path, one ought to compete with the gods themselves. Jinchuang answers bluntly, you can only go to the spirit realm. Hearing this, Beiweng feels a wave of dejection. Even beyond the realms, there are still class hierarchies. Chives will always be chives, no matter where they grow. Second place is forever second place. This old master toiled through hell just to reach the spirit realm. Jumping from one mud pit to the next one, will I ever rise above it all? Then, your Highness, what realm have you reached? She answers, the immortal realm. Meow meow too, the cat pipes up, meow meow too. Beiweng is crestfallen. Of course Jin Shuang descended from the immortal realm. Naturally she returns to the immortal realm. Meow meow too. Fuming, he hurls the cat away without hesitation. He shouts, who asked you? Meow meow wails pitifully, meow. You're bullying me. Beiweng grits his teeth and thinks if not for clinging to the boss's coattails, his cultivation would never have advanced this quickly. Without the boss, where on earth could he ever achieve transcendence? So even if he truly reaches the spirit realm and fails to reunite with the boss there, he'd still have a chance to ascend to the immortal realm and find her. Jin Shuang cuts his thoughts short. If you step through the ascension gate, reaching the spirit realm is set in stone, but what about now? Beiweng asks. What about now? She rests her chin on her hand and explains, your body contains the essence of an ancient god. As long as your power reaches the supreme level, you will definitely ascend to the immortal realm. She thinks to herself, is even this bootlicker getting nervous? Seeing a glimmer of hope, he eagerly asks, really? Jin Shuang frowns, you dare doubt this seat's words. Beiweng immediately kneels and rubs her feet, saying this subordinate would never dare. Just by clinging to the boss's mighty thigh, he could ascend to the peak of the pyramid that others spent lifetimes climbing. Jin Shuang strokes his head in satisfaction. Truly worthy of being the son of the heavenly Daoto, think you found an ancient god's heart even in the abandoned Qi world. She knew his luck was extraordinary but never imagined it would be so staggering as to make others tremble in disbelief. He raises a finger and replies, this subordinate merely has good fortune. But in his heart he thinks, even though I'm not the heavenly Tao's true son. The heavenly Tao gave its son a gift which I plunder read, so that's basically the heavenly Tao giving me a gift, right? But still he should thank the boss. Your Highness, what if I didn't have this heart? The ancient god's heart must surely be useful to the boss as well, yet she gave it to him and even cleared away his enemies for him. But even before that, the boss didn't seem the least bit worried about him ascending to the spirit realm. Jin Shuang reminds him, have you forgotten the celestial mechanism elder? He committed a grave offense in the immortal realm and was punished by being exiled to the abandoned Qi world as a realm envoy. If you devour his primordial spirit, you too can possess a sliver of immortal force and ascend to the immortal realm. Beiweng asks, so your Highness wants to kill him? He recalls the records saying the celestial mechanism elder has survived for tens of thousands of years, his cultivation unfathomably deep. Jin Shuang curses irritably, trash, what are you afraid of? Beiweng grins ear to ear, your Highness, this subordinate isn't afraid, I'm just deeply moved. You've already planned everything for this subordinate. Then he asks seriously, your Highness, do we still need to kill him now? She replies, of course, and after some time I'll also send you to slaughter those half-step supremes. He answers as commanded. Those who dare offend the boss must pay the price. Cultivation is suffering, so what? Plundering directly is far more comfortable. Jin Shuang speaks, enough, attend to me. A moment later, the two of them are inside the bedchamber. Beiweng boldly asks, your Highness, may this subordinate have a kiss? Jin Shuang frowns, permitted. The moment he hears this, he joyfully kisses her knee. Suddenly Beiweng recalls something. Right, your Highness, what about this subordinate's reward? Jin Shuang replies, impudent, have you completed your mission? He raises a finger, at least half of it is done. She states plainly, doesn't count, this seat has never broken a promise. But your mission has indeed failed. Your Highness is playing dirty, if the mission is half complete, the reward should be half given. She cuts him off, absolutely not. Beiweng falls silent for a moment, then turns and walks away. Seeing this, Jin Shuang asks, where are you going? He replies, to the demon abyss. The shattered demon divine worldel retrieve the other divine artifact and the star compass that slumber within my heart. Boss, quickly stop me, hurry up and coax me back. Seeing Beiweng just walk away like that, the cat asks, are you courting death? He replies, if it's a one-way trip then so be it. Meow meow can't even bear to watch anymore. Why hasn't the boss reacted yet? Could she really just let him go? Jin Shuang finally speaks, she shouts, get back here. Beiweng immediately lights up with joy and rushes back to hug Jin Shuang's thigh. Boss cares about this subordinate the most. She frowns, you are utterly insolent. Beiweng's eyes glisten with tears. It is this subordinate's fault, this subordinate dared to fantasize. A mere local of the abandoned Qi world being able to serve your Highness is already the greatest honor imaginable. How could this subordinate have the right to force my lady to keep her promise? The cat Donking speaks up, look at how pitiful he is. Just agree with him already, doesn't your conscience sting at all? Jin Shuang says nothing, simply staring at him in silence. Beiweng grows despondent. This subordinate's wish was nothing but a fantasy after all. Jin Shuang speaks. Are you planning to cry your eyes out behind my back? He touches her slender legs with a pitiful look on his face. Is merely standing here to be stepped on truly such a luxury? Jin Shuang is angered by this. In Diwu Jin Shuang's bedchamber, Beiweng is secretly elated. He thinks smugly to himself as expect to just act a little pathetic, provoke the boss's conquering desire, and success is guaranteed. His acting absolutely surpasses every top-tier star in the entertainment industry. There's a saying, the dog that licks the longest wins in the end. Jin Shuang parts the curtain and glances at him. She notices Beiweng's face glistening with sweat. She thinks, why does he look so fragile at a time like this? Jin Shuang then says this seat will only count to 3. Beiweng immediately understands. As commanded. He leaps onto Jin Shuang's bed. Beiweng lies still and thinks, let the storm rage fiercer still. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she speaks. This seat will crush you into a cripple. He ignores this entirely and calls out boss in the sweetest voice imaginable. Beiweng imagines that softness smooth as cream cake and lets out a groan. The result, he gets kicked straight into the sky the very next instant. Beiweng is sent hurtling into a mountain. He places a hand on a boulder and pushes himself upright. It really did feel blissful. Beiweng then soaks himself in the flowing stream. Another goal accomplished. On step closer to the boss's mountain. Right, better not wave the boss's black stockings around like that. He needs to wash them clean and fast. Mio Mio materializes out of nowhere, seething with fury. What is this? He responds without a shred of shame, drool. The cat scratches at him. You're a liar. Mio Mio doesn't like humans anymore. He smiles. As long as the boss likes it, that's all that matters. The cat declares that once Mio Mio transforms, she'll cut down on humans too. What are you even saying? Then he recalls Mio Mio's gorgeous girl form and his eyes narrow into slits of delight. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Mio Mio has another secret she wants to tell humans about. Mio Mio has awakened another innate talent. Don't tell the big bad guy. Beiweng is curious, we not. The cat's eyes flash with resolve as she declares, Mio Mio will endure the humiliation. When the time comes, she will defeat the boss. Beiweng scoops Mio Mio up and says, show me then, but first you have to praise Mio Mio. You are the most beautiful maiden in all the heavens, now hurry up and ride Mio Mio. Beiweng breaks into a cold sweat. Riding you like that wouldn't really be appropriate. But he decides to ride the cat anyway. In a flash, they arrive at the gates of the imperial capital. The cat asks how Mio Mio's new skill is. Is it even more powerful than the big bad guy now? He responds nonchalantly, still a little short. The cat's fury shows plain on her face. HMPH, Mio Mio won't carry you anymore. Suddenly, both of them are launched skyward. Beiweng slams into an invisible barrier. You think you can hide from this palace? Stand there and reflect on your sins. He protests that the barrier shattered again and he's being dragged into trouble by the cat once more. The cat droops in defeat. Nothing can ever be hidden from the big bad guy. By the time the sun dips toward the horizon, Beiweng is utterly dejected. The boss still hasn't cooled down, so he comes up with another plan. That's it. Beiweng prepares a strawberry ice cream and presents it. This subordinate has recently invented a new beverage. I humbly invite your highness to sample it. Jin Shuang appears and beckons him over. She traces a finger along Beiweng's chin, making him light up with delight. She glances at the cup of ice cream, then hurls it aside and shouts, you really are a pervert. He's stunned. What did I do wrong now? Jin Shuang shoots Beiweng a fierce yet tender glare. You're making innuendos at this palace again. Disgusting. The cat speaks up. HMPH. When Mio Mio saw you in the mountains, weren't you washing drool off something? Beiweng stares at the cup of ice cream, bewildered. No, that's not right. That's not it. It's nothing like what you're all thinking. The misunderstanding has spiraled completely out of control. It's over. The boss's imagination is running wild. If your highness dislikes it, this subordinate shall bring something else. With that, he bolts away like the wind. The very next instant, Beiweng returns with a new offering. This is called a fried dough stick. I humbly invite your highness to taste it. Jin Shuang's expression sours. Beiweng's face goes completely pale as he thinks it's over. The boss's imagination refuses to stop. The cat speaks up with a demand. Mio Mio wants to devour the demon god. If Mio Mio swallows the demon god's demonic essence in one gulp, she can transform. She can even use Mio Mio fist to charm the little bad guy. She points at Beiweng and declares, let him help you. Although he could help me out of this predicament, there's really no need. Miomio whines. Sister, please help Miomio. Beiweng secretly rejoices the first time he's heard that silly cat call the boss sister. But then again, they might as well be cut from the same cloth. A woman steps in from outside. This is Lady Diwu. Beiweng is immediately overjoyed. Mother-in-law has arrived. Miomio leaps over to her and squeals. Mommy, kissy kissy, she is startled. You can speak now. Jinshuang tells her mother to take a seat. Lady Diwu then notices Beiweng and asks, You must be young Master Su Beiweng, correct? He bows with impeccable courtesy. Your unworthy son-in-law Su Beiweng pays respects to mother-in-law. What formidable insight. Mother-in-law's cultivation base is no simple matter. She must be at least at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Truly worthy of a woman ranked among the top 5 of Tiank, her bearing is nothing short of awe-inspiring. No wonder she's the woman who gave birth to the boss. Seeing him so courteous, she thinks this young man from the Su family is indeed rather handsome. And he even harbors the rare talent to ignite the path of ascension. No wonder everyone says. Jinshuang speaks up, is he that handsome? Hearing this, Lady Diwu forces an awkward smile. Beiweng thinks so. The boss treats her own mother the same way. It seems only I am truly special in the boss's heart. The very next second, Beiweng scurries over and begins massaging Jinshuang's legs. Lady Diwu muses. They all say Su Beiweng is supremely ruthless, killing without batting an eye, yet in front of Shuanger, he's as meek and obedient as a lamb. Mother-in-law, your son-in-law gets bullied every single day. Jinshuang glares at both of them. Lady Diwu speaks up. Beiweng, Auntie needs your help with something. Jinshuang tells her to explain. Beiweng is surprised. The inheritance grounds of the Diwu clan can't Auntie go herself. What exactly is origin force? Ever since you caused the gateway of ascension to appear, Kyushu has been thrust into an era of great upheaval. Every major Dao lineage is desperately advancing their cultivation. Within the Diwu clan's inheritance grounds lies origin force left behind by ancestors who perished accumulated over 10,000 years. If a peak saint realm cultivator from the clan refines it without error, they will step into the half-step supreme realm. Lady Diwu furrows her brow. However, the inheritance grounds only permit entry to warriors under 25 years of age who possess an invincible Dao heart. That is why I cannot enter myself. Everything rests on Beiweng now. This young man's cultivation progress is terrifyingly rapid. One can see his Dao heart is forged of iron. However, he killed Diwu Linglong, earning no small grudge with the Diwu clan. Only if I step in personally is there any chance of persuading them. Beiweng grins. Your Highness makes the call. I have no right to decide. Jinshuang says to give him half. Hearing this, he's surprised there's a share for him too. Lady Diwu asks, taken aback. Half. Jinshuang replies, half won't affect the breakthrough. It's decided. The clan likely won't agree. If they don't agree, we'll take it by force. Beiweng happily wraps his arm around hers, thinking, boss, I want to lick you to death. Lady Diwu considers this and realizes truth forgotten that given Su Beiweng's domineering nature, he might very well snatch it brazenly. At that point they wouldn't even get half. Jinshuang rises and declares, I will accompany him on a trip to the Diwu clan. This pill can help mother break through to the saint realm. Hearing this, Lady Diwu thinks, is this girl going to swagger through the clan for this boy's sake? With that, Jinshuang hurls the pill bottle toward her. Lady Diwu catches it. Making you go through such trouble, mother will relay this matter to the elders. There are still some with conscience in the clan. If the clan leader learns that half is being divided on top of this, he'll be even more furious. Very well, we can depart now. The clan leader is actually quite shrewd. If they refuse, Jinshuang will absolutely strip the Diwu noble house of every last shred of dignity. Getting half is better than nothing, isn't it? Beiweng speaks up. I thank Auntie for the generous bestowment. She scowls. Don't call me Auntie. Suddenly, a eunuch rushes in to report, Your Highness, news has arrived from the Imperial Palace. His Majesty has awakened. Jinshuang asks, awakened? Beiweng curses under his breath. Of all the times to wake up, he chooses now. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Everyone bows low, paying reverent homage to His Majesty. Emperor Xuan of Great Kaiyan speaks, we have slumbered for 14 years. The affairs of state must have troubled our empress and all of our ministers greatly. Wu Zhao responds, your humble consort has failed the trust your majesty placed in her. Wu Dao has been slain. And Minju's husband was also murdered. He asks through gritted teeth, who is the culprit? Have they been brought to justice? Wu Zhao answers, a junior by the name of Su Beiweng. He insulted Minju, butchered the imperial steeds, tortured and killed Wudao, and committed the atrocious act of desecrating the imperial mausoleum, enraging the very heavens. You too must be furious, she adds. Emperor Xuand, hearing this, immediately issues an edict: execute Su Beiweng without delay, confiscate all assets, exterminate his entire clan to the 9th degree. As the imperial decree is read aloud, Beiweng frowns. They want me dead. Your Majesty, this subject shall go and kill him. Chang Chong agrees. Lady Diwu worries about killing the emperor. The matter of slaying a kingand, these two decide on it with frightening calm. Inside Zheng Hall of the imperial palace, a voice rings out. Su Beiweng, you still dare show your face here? He strolls into the imperial palace, utterly unfazed. I hear His Majesty wishes to execute my entire clan. My loyalty to the throne is unwavering. Heaven itself can bear witness. I humbly ask that you all stand as judge for me. Do you dare defy the throne? What do you want? Beiweng asks, not bothering to hide his indifference. Where is His Majesty? Xuand rises from the dragon throne and bellows, insolent wretch, do you know your Chinese letter? Beiweng sneers. He asks, Your Majesty, do you know yours? Xuand roars, audacious fool, we thought some fearsome expert had come, but at his age he is at most a grandmaster, and yet he dares act so arrogantly. If we do not discipline him today, how can we set an example before our ministers? Beiweng asks, Your Majesty, why commit treason? This subject suspects that Your Majesty has been possessed by a demonic entity. I have come specifically to perform a soul search on Your Majesty's behalf. How fares Your Majesty's body? This old man knows better than you. Stop causing trouble. No one cares about such things. I beg Your Majesty to revoke the edict against the Su clan. I am the imperial tutor of Great Kayan. Why should this old man fear a mere brat? Beiweng raises a hand. This humble one once slaughtered 1,000,000 demons in the devil's den, personally slaying 13 demon emperors. No one is more familiar with the stench of demonic corruption than this subject. And as it happens, that very scent clings to Your Majesty's person. Even the law declares that should the Son of Heaven break the law, he shall be punished no differently than a commoner. Yet Your Majesty harbors the taint of evil spirit. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated. Witnessing such profound divine power, Xuand is stunned. This brat actually possesses such cultivation. How is that possible? Su Beiweng, you dare slay the sovereign. Both men and gods are enraged. Heaven and earth shall not suffer you to live. Beiweng responds calmly, and so what if I do? He gathers all his qi into a single palm and extends it toward the emperor. The emperor thinks with rising alarm, we merely slumbered for 14 years. What in the world has happened to this era? Could it be that spiritual energy has recovered? Are martial cultivators advancing at such terrifying speed? At that moment, an old woman slams her spear into the ground and bellows, begone. Chains of light erupt and bind Beiweng tight. Xuand rejoices, did you think we had no one beneath our banner? In that instant, a beam of spiritual power from Jin Shuang streaks through the air. She unleashes her strength to shatter the old woman's binding spell. A translucent barrier of defense materializes before the emperor. Xuand, sensing his life slipping away, screams, guards, protect us, high above the imperial palace. Jin Shuang's spiritual might blazes across the sky. The emperor shouts, do you truly think we fear you? Beiweng strikes without hesitation. The emperor channels his dragon qi to form a defensive barrier, desperately blocking the blow. Everyone in the palace watches in horror. In the next heartbeat, Beiweng's technique shatters the emperor's dragon qi. His people scream, don't. But before the word leaves their lips, Xuand is already consumed, eroded and devoured by Beiweng's technique. Everyone in the palace can only watch in helpless silence as their emperor is slain. Not a single soul dares resist. Beiweng retracts his qi and muses. Emperor Xuand slumbered for 14 years, and the moment he wakes, he dies outright. He might as well have slept forever. At least things wouldn't have come to this. This old codger's dragon qi actually converted into nether qi. Can't let that go to waste. Everyone is struck dumb with shock. Su Beiweng has slain the emperor and he remains this calm about it. Truly worthy of a prodigy called forth by the Ascension Gateway. He doesn't even regard the emperor as anything noteworthy. As for Wu Zheosh has already gotten exactly what she wanted. This palace never intended to let that old emperor reclaim control of Great Kayan. That is precisely why I provoked him, pushing him to offend Su Beiweng. I could kill with a borrowed blade, leaving both sides wounded. But this palace truly did not expect the mighty emperor of Great Kayan to be slaughtered as easily as a dog. Wu Zhao grows uneasy. She asks herself, could it be that one day I too will die at his hands just like that? Beiweng notices her composure and chuckles softly. Then he says, killed the wrong one. His Majesty wasn't possessed by evil spirits after all. Hearing this, everyone present breaks into a cold sweat. Killed the wrong one. How can something like that be said so casually? Could it be that he came here with the sole intention of slaying the king? Does he truly believe no one in this world can deal with him? One man, consumed by defiance, lunges forward to ambush Beiweng. Whoever slays the king must die. At that precise moment, Wu Zhao unleashes her spiritual power to block him. She orders first things first, arrange the state funeral for His Majesty. Beiweng casts a single glance at the ambusher, a glare so lethal the man's face turns deathly pale. Then he turns and walks away. A voice announces His Majesty has passed on to the heavens. Young Master Su, who slew the emperor, is indeed in existence, approaching the gods of the 9 provinces. Beiweng returns to Jin Shuang's side and speaks, Your Highness. This subordinate has returned. She calls him trash. Beiweng asks, baffled, what is it this time? She says, you used 2 moves. He replies, wasn't that just being extra cautious? Northern darkness, blood-devouring divine art combined with the divine power of the ancient Godvin Yu boss should be able to sense that much. But then he whines coyly, boss, hurry up and praise me. Lady Duwu and Mayomeo watched the whole thing. They looked bored out of their minds. She studies the expression on his face and thinks these two finally understand why Shuenger has taken a liking to this Su brat. The two of them are truly made for each other, so what if they become infamous as villains? They share the same wicked temperament and faces to match. The next instant, Jin Shuang extends her leg and kicks Beiweng flying. Now we can head to the Duwu clan. At Jiangling, the ancestral grounds of the Duwu clan, Beiweng surveys the crowd before him. Quite a number of people have gathered. Lady Duwu explains the Duwu clan spent a fortune hiring outside help to obtain the origin force. Unfortunately, every attempt failed. Must we seize it ourselves? Our ancestors left this place to grant their descendants a chance at fortune. Sadly, the later generations proved too weak to break through the gates of the heart demon. Now that the Ascension Gateway has appeared, the Duwu clan must produce a half-step supreme. He glances at Jin Shuang and thinks looks like the boss couldn't care less whether the Duwu clan lives or dies. Zhuang Kan spots him and calls out, Brother Su has arrived as well. Ah, Beiweng replies, it's been quite a few days, your cultivation has improved. At that moment, Zhai Han runs over and calls out to him, catching him off guard. Jin Shuang sees this and shoots them both a frigid glare. He can only avert his gaze while Zhai Han quietly conceals her sorrowful tears. She thinks it's not as though she's some ferocious beast, she simply likes someone. What has she done wrong? Beiweng speaks, Your Highness, this subordinate will set out at once. She speaks her usual catchphrase, half an incense stick. The others hearing this are stunned. A gateway materializes before Beiweng. They explain to obtain the origin force, one must pass through a river forged from complex Tao principles. With every step, one's Tao heart must endure utter destruction. Let this Su brat show whether he truly has what it takes. He steps inside and is struck with awe. As expected of the boss's maternal family home, truly a place of grandeur. But could the origin force actually be buried within a tomb? Beiweng flies straight to the mountain, enters its depths and searches for the river. The origin force lies along its bank. He obtains it. At the gorge, a waterfall cascades down into a rushing river. Golden spiritual light radiates from the water's surface, accompanied by lines of ancient inscriptions. Beiweng stands upon the flowing water and closes his eyes. He thinks, is this all there is to it? A promise made to the boss must be kept, even if it means braving a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Only a resolute Tao heart can claim the origin force. Though heaven has never granted me fortune, this Tao heart of mine has never once been lacking. Indeed, when heaven closes one door, it must surely open another. Before the gateway, the candle still burns. Zhuang Kan thinks with a smirk, time is almost up. That brat probably won't make it out. At that very moment, Beiweng steps through the gateway. Your Highness, this subordinate has returned. Lady Duwu is astonished. Although I had a feeling this son-in-law of mine would obtain the origin for Seth's was far too easy. Zhuang Kan breaks into a cold sweat. This man surnamed Su truly lives up to your standards, boss. As for Zhai Han, her eyes shimmer with quiet admiration. Miru rushes forward, claws raised. The cat tears the humanoid puppet in two. Beiweng hands one half to those people here, this half is yours. Seeing the half-puppet, their eyes nearly pop out of their skulls. One of them even holds up a bone and declares, "Already eaten." He immediately sits cross-legged, channeling his spiritual power to cultivate, hoping for a breakthrough this time. Thunder cracks across the sky without warning. He thinks could it be another heavenly tribulation? Is this going to happen every single time he breaks through from now on? Wait, actually, it's not all that troublesome. Whatever. Beiwing tells the cat, "Go on, keep eating." The cat frowns and replies, "Don't wanna. You won't kiss Miaru, so why should Miaru help you?" Hearing the cat's nonsense, Jinshuang glares threateningly. "What did you just say?" "Aya, the taste of a lightning tribulation is far too bitter. None of you would appreciate it." Meow. To comfort the cat, Beiwing pulls out a strawberry shortcake. Come, 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 my beautiful young miss, finish eating the lightning tribulation and then I'll give you this. Deal." The cat snatches the cake and happily flies toward the thunderbolts. Those people think he is undergoing tribulation yet again. Warriors like us will never encounter a heavenly tribulation in our entire lives, yet for him it's like a daily meal. Could he truly be the son of the heavenly Tao? The cat devours every last bolt of lightning. "Miaru will eat you all." Beiwing gazes at the dragon force swirling in his palm. Something feels different, yet he cannot quite put it into words. Ever since absorbing the ancient god's power, his cultivation knows no more restrictions. Previously, his Qi acupoint would expand to a certain threshold before he could step into the next realm. But now his Qi acupoint hasn't changed at all, yet his true Qi has grown vastly more powerful. Divine power is truly divine power. Compared to it, spiritual energy is nothing short of a joke. Seeing Beiwing grinning to himself, the cat asks, "Mew, what's wrong with you? Have you gone stupid?" He hears it and thinks clinging to the boss's thick thigh is one thing, but relying on this foolish cat too, that's unexpected. "I was destined to be a man who clings to a woman's skirts. What nonsense are you spouting? From now on, every time my cultivation advances, heavenly tribulations will be unavoidable. But with the boss and Miaru here, just thinking about it fills me with joy. Without your highness, there would be no me today." She grabs him by the collar and orders, "Less talk." Beiwing asks, "Where are we going?" Moments later, they arrive at a place, a tranquil haven blanketed in cherry blossoms. The cat speaks up softly, "Look, thighs is Miaru's boudoir." He replies, not bad, but what about your highness?" Jinshuang shoots him a glance and snaps, "Get inside now." Beiwing beams and scrambles to obey. The cat can only sigh in exasperation. Taking in the interior, he marvels, the boss's aesthetic is truly minimalist. Jinshuang announces, "This palace is tired, I'm going to bathe." She sinks into a vast bathing chamber, thick mist billows obscuring everything from view. Beiwing laments, "Can't see a thing. What kind of spell is the boss using?" He can't see anything, not a single thing. Jinshuang speaks up, "That girl from the Grand Yan Holy Land truly is a beauty." He thinks, as expected, the boss won't let this matter slide. Beiwing asks who. Jinshuang remains silent. Her intent is simply to see how long he can keep up his act. Beiwing cheerfully raises a finger, "Your Highness, this subordinate has personally crafted a new garment for you." She orders, "Show it to this palace." Beiwing produces a red spaghetti-strap dress. Seeing how revealing it is, she glares furiously. Beiwing hastily adds, "It's a bit longer than a belly band though." "Your Highness, this is a sleep dress designed to showcase one's figure and bearing. In truth, this subordinate can help your Highness put it on." Jinshuang fixes him with a withering look. "You may try." Beiwing knows better and scrambles away. "This subordinate wouldn't dare try unless I wanted to die." He retreats outside and reflects, provoking her with reverse psychology may be lowly, but at least it works. "Meow, what devious scheme are you plotting now?" Moments later, Jinshuang emerges. Seeing her twin peaks straining against the fabric, Beiwing's nose erupts in a violent nosebleed. Then he catches sight of the too short hem, and his nosebleed only worsens. Too beautiful, the spaghetti straps cling perfectly to Jinshuang's figure, paired with her transcendently cold aura. Beiwing feels his very soul leave his body. "I'm going to die again. How narrow-minded of me, obsessing over thick thighs and cleavageth boss's collarbones are the true masterpiece." He says aloud, "Your Highness, you are truly beautiful." Jinshuang asks, "Only beautiful?" He replies, "A peerless beauty. Divine as an immortal goddess." She scoffs, "What are immortals even worth?" Beiwing thinks that's right. That's right, the so-called fairy maidens of the immortal realm are mere insects in the boss's eyes. Comparing the boss to fairy maidens would be an insult to her. Your Highness is flawless and without blemish. Jinchuang says, In your heart, this palace's beauty can only hold sway for a mere 10,000 years. Beiweng clings to her leg and thinks, the boss is truly impossible to please. Just one more glance at your highness, and this subordinate nearly loses all self-control. Jinchuang snaps, this palace despises your wretched demeanor. Yes, this subordinate will strive to improve. It is only because your highness's allure is far too overwhelming. This sleep dress suits the boss even better than a cheongsam. What other strange things are rattling around in that head of yours? Naturally, it is your highness. Beiweng daydreams about Jinchuang in a schoolgirl uniform, then a nurse's outfit, fantasizing about changing her attire one outfit after another. Jinchuang asks, it can only hold this palace alone, correct? Beiweng answers, this subordinate obeys only your highness. Your highness, may this subordinate kiss your collarbone just once? She answers without hesitation. No, Beiweng whimpers, just one little kiss, not even that. Jinchuang sighs in exasperation. Considering your merit in gifting this garment, this palace will temporarily grant your request. Beiweng presses his lips to Jinchuang's alluring collarbone, sending a flush of crimson across her face. No way. Could the collarbone be the boss's most sensitive spot? How else would she react so intensely? With a reaction like this, and I'm supposed to just restrain myself. Am I even a man anymore? He gazes at Jinchuang with a thoroughly roguish look. One strap of Jinchuang's dress slips down her shoulder. She shouts, insolent. Yet Jinchuang offers no resistance to Beiweng's advances. Her body is clearly dishonest, yet her mouth remains stubborn. Beiweng pushes Jinchuang onto the bed. Boss, in truth, this subordinate can make you feel even better. He kisses her chest. Jinchuang neither dodges nor refuses. She permits his actions and wraps her arms around him, a soft moan escaping her lips. Whether or not they went all the way remains unknown, but at this moment both sit up. Beiweng asks, boss, are you satisfied? She kicks him straight out the door. Get lost. This palace will castrate you, then you'll never use it again. The boss is getting shy again. The cat gets chased away again. The cat gets chased away again. The cat approaches Jinchuang and compliments, what a pretty dress. Miru wants one too. She snaps again. Get lost. The cat's eyes gleam with newfound leverage. HMPH, bully Miru one more time and Miru will tell everyone how you wet the bed. That day, after you finished dealing with that little rascal, you peed the bed yourself. The entire blanket was soaked. Miru saw everything. Hearing Jinchuang gnash her teeth in fury, the cat turns pale with fright. After that, she gives the cat a thorough beating. Beiweng chuckles softly, what bedwetting nonsense. Kids will be kids. My boss is clearly the slippery one here. The battered, wounded cat flies toward Beiweng. Just as he reaches out to catch it, Jinchuang bellows. Yao, get lost too. Wow, rage born from embarrassment, don't take it out on me. Miru needs to grow bigger and stronger. Better to endure for now, you can't beat her anyway. The pitiful cat turns to Beiweng. Will you help Miru? He refuses immediately. Harmony is precious. Miru isn't laying. Really did wet the bed. Beiweng clamps his hand over the cat's mouth and warns, so don't let anyone else find out. Beiweng then notices something. His ring emanates spiritual energy. If it's awake, it might as well come out. The Tianji old man emerges from the ring. Ever since dissipating at the Ascension Gate, this old man has been in deep slumber. That child Mai Tian was worthless. Who would have thought you miss him so dearly? How about this old man sends you down below to join him? Then what benefit can you offer me? The Tianji old man bristles. This old man was once a half-step supreme. Moreover, I have existed for over 1,000 years in this world. With such vast experience, I can provide the young master with cultivation guidance. Beiweng chuckles. I already have my boss. Would I need you? Quit wasting my time. No, wait, listen to me. This is the ancestral mountain of the Diwu clan. Dying here is an honor. Young Master Su, this old man offers a piece of information in exchange for his life. His eyes light up, then speak quickly. Let's see if this is a deal worth making. Although he could rely on the devouring divine scripture to dominate this place, his boss had told him that up above, such things are a dime a dozen. If he still treasured it like some priceless gem, he'd truly be slapping his boss's face. The Tiangsu old man wipes his sweat and recounts 5,000 years ago. This old man once ventured to Kun Mountain and fought the Diwu clan's ancestor. At that time, the ancestor had already lived over 3,000 years. His expression darkens. 3,000 years, that doesn't add up. even with the finest elixirs one could only push past 2,000. 3,000 defies all reason. The old man explains further he cultivated a unique forbidden art. Within his body resided 2 half-supreme grade soul essences, and he relied on a parasitic life-grafting tree to extend his lifespan. Beiweng understands now, this old monster relied on soul essences to extend his life. As long as the soul essences within his body kept multiplying, there was no telling how long he could live, perhaps even to this very day. The Tianji old man asks anxiously, "Young Master Su, is this information worth it?" Beiweng seals him back into the ring. "I'll spare your life for now, I need to go ask my boss about this." Jin Shuang sits on the swing and seeing Beiweng's cheerful expression only irritates her further. He stammers nervously, "Boss." This subordinate has already reflected on his actions and disciplined the cat. If it shows any further disrespect, this subordinate will certainly punish it. Big sister Miru Miru was wrong. Miru Miru accepts her punishment. "You're the one who wet the bed. Miru Miru can't beat you right now, so she'll endure, for now." "Boss, this subordinate has an important matter to report. Just now I found a remnant soul of a half-step supreme." Jin Shuang orders, "Bring out the lantern." Beiweng takes it out. "The lantern we does, boss, bring this up." Jin Shuang straight kicks Beiweng again. "For you, 10,000 soul essences aren't worth a single thread of this lantern. Even the heart of an ancient god cannot compare to it." He stares at the lantern, pondering. "But this lantern looks utterly ordinary, different from any other. Is it truly more fearsome than the heart of an ancient god?" Jin Shuang continues, "Where is the soul essence you found?" He answers, "Right here, Jin Shuang, you told me to throw it into the lantern." Beiweng obeys. "I only said I'd spare you temporarily. After all, Yi Tian's master should have died long ago. This nether chi is incredibly pure, isn't it?" Tiang heads out to search for nether chi. "I found a 10,000-year-old ancient corpse and even the imperial mausoleum of a great dynasty. I barely broke through to the 5th layer of the technique. I had originally thought there was no more hope. Yet the answer was right beside me all along." After absorbing the energy into the lantern, he realizes that stuffing soul essences inside it could produce nether chi, so this is a heaven-defying artifact, isn't it? He hugs her leg again with a grin. "How does your highness know so much?" she replies. "The nether lamp is 17th ranked treasure among all artifacts of the myriad realms." Beiweng breaks into a cold sweat. All realms, billions upon billions of star territories. Countless gods and beings existing for tens of thousands of years to rank in the top 20 means it must be a truly terrifying artifact. This subordinate's luck is incredible, truly incredible. If I hadn't followed those 2 little creatures on their treasure hunt, I would have missed it entirely. Truly a blind dog stumbling upon a boneven in this desolate wasteland of forbidden artifacts. One can stumble upon a divine treasure of this caliber. Jin Shuang commands, "Massage this sovereign's legs." Beiweng grins, "Shall I massage your waist as well?" "Even if your providence defies the heavens, you still have to obey this sovereign. Whatever this sovereign tells you to do, don't you obediently comply. Remember, soul essences below the half-step supreme level have negligible effect." Beiweng nods. "My boss, you truly treat this subordinate well. This subordinate entrusts his entire being to you." He hugs her leg. He had thought that in the forbidden demon abyss his boss's outburst was merely to shield him from being beaten by others. He never expected his boss had truly done so much for him. Jin Shuang's face flushes crimson and she straight kicks Beiweng away. "Scram, go cook for this sovereigno. Big sister mother has arrived." Shortly after, Beiweng presents a lavish feast for his mother-in-law. "Auntie, if Zio Dai's cooking isn't up to par, please don't laugh." She asked in surprise, "Do you two normally eat this extravagantly? You certainly know how to live in luxury." Beiweng answers, "Your Highness has high standards." Within a single month, aside from her favorite dishes, nothing else may be repeated. Hearing this, Lady Duo is secretly pleased. One must say this son-in-law is not only skilled in battle at critical moments, he can keep Jin Shuang, who is cold-tempered and endlessly moody, content and tireless in her delight. Seeing Jin Shuang dressed in a seductive 2-piece gown, Lady Diwu thinks in surprise, Jin Shuang's dress is certainly unique, but have they really gotten that far already? Jin Shuang snaps, "What are you staring at?" "Eat." Beiweng picks up food for Lady Diwu. "Auntie, please try this dish." Jin Shuang glares irritably. Does she not have hands? Lady Diwu understands her daughter's temperament and says, "It's fine, I'll do it myself." Beiweng pulls out a chair for Jin Shuang. "Ah, boss, please sit down quickly. Your Highness loves this dish the most." The table overflows with dishes, each one beautifully presented. He picks up each dish for her, saying, "Your Highness, please try this one." Lady Diwu samples the dishes and praises, "I never expected young Master Su's cooking to be so extraordinary. You two sisters certainly eat well." "Meow, that's right, that's right. Now then, bring the cat along, it's time to wash the dishes." Beiweng speaks up, "Is your Highness's back still aching? Shall this subordinate massage your back?" The stack of bowls is now covered in white foam suds. The cat speaks up, Miru will tell mother a secret." She hears it and covers her mouth in astonishment. "What? Is that true or false?" "Of course it's true. Mom, don't let her know Miru told you, or she'll kill Miru for running that big mouth." "Who told you to bully Miru? That's why I went and tattled to Mom about your dirty little secret." Beiweng enters to fetch the tea. "Auntie, do you need any help?" "As it happens, I was just about to brew tea for Her Highness." Lady Diwu uses voice transmission to ask, "Beiweng, Auntie has something to ask you." Hearing this, he's surprised they're even using voice transmission now. Could it be she's afraid the boss will find out? Beiweng asks, "Auntie, go ahead." She presses a hand to her lips and whispers, "You and Jin Shuanghave, the two of you already slept together." Beiweng stammers in panic, "What? Of course not. You're both proper people, sure. Even the stupid sleeping cat already told me everything. Don't worry, I can keep a secret." She grows curious. "I just want to know, when you two are in bed, is Jin Shuang on top or on the bottom? Does she moan?" Beiweng sputters, "What? Come now, why so shy with Auntie?" Beiweng clutches his head and thinks she really is an insufferable gossip. Lady Diwu delights in the topic. "Even though I've never eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. I've also seen an illustrated scroll or two. In those scrolls, the women are always moaning. Our Jin Shuang's personality is cold as ice in bed. I imagine she wouldn't make a sound." Beiweng replies, "Auntie, you're overthinking it. The boss performed excellently." Then Jin Shuang suddenly raised her voice and commanded, "Get over here." Beiweng realizes with a jolt, damn, we have been caught. Inside Jin Shuang's chambers, she demands, "What exactly were you two whispering about?" Beiweng stammers that, seeing him try to hide it, she delivers a sharp kick straight to his leg. "Did you think this palace couldn't detect your voice transmission fluctuations?" But Beiweng quickly makes an excuse. This subordinate asked Auntie whether the Duwu clan has an ancestor who has existed for 8,000 years. Jin Shuang, "Oh." This subordinate feared the Duwu ancestor might detect it, which is why I used voice transmission. Jin Shuang lifts his chin with one finger and warns, "From now on, you are forbidden from speaking to any other woman. Otherwise this palace will castrate you. Now speak, what exactly is this Duwu ancestor about?" Beiweng replies, "This subordinate discovered traces of a half-step supreme within that jade pendant. He said the Diwu clan might harbor an old monster who has lived for 8,000 years. Somyeon, even this palace never knew existed. That proves this person has concealed himself extraordinarily well. But if even the slightest wisp of his aura leaks out, your Highness will absolutely detect it. He's adept at concealment arts and is a practitioner of the Tao. What does your Highness wish to do?" He speaks frankly, "This operation we must swallow him whole." Jin Shuang asks, "And why should this palace help you?" Beiweng begins massaging her shoulders. "Your Highness, I beg you, everything of mine already belongs to you. Jin Shuang, since you're going to be so shameless and deviant, then call me master." Beiweng wraps his arms around himself. "No way. Did I just unlock a wild beast?" He pictures the scene, Jin Shuang pouncing on and ravaging his body like a starved predator, and a terrible premonition rises within him. Jin Shuang asks, "What's wrong? Is it that difficult?" Beiweng calls out, "Master," without a moment's hesitation. Seeing him agree so readily, she hadn't expected him to be so willing. Jin Shuang says, "You belong only to this palace. That goes without saying. Now escort me to find this ancestor of yours." Beiweng advises, "Your Highness, there's no rush. This subordinate has a stratagem. Let us first leak this intelligence to the outside world and lure in some old fossils. A secret art capable of implanting lifespan. The temptation is too great. They will absolutely come to seize it." Jin Shuang demands coldly, "Why go through all that trouble? Do you think this palace cannot kill him?" Beiweng breaks into a cold sweat. "Killing someone is a trivial matter for your Highness. It's just that the existence of the Diwu ancestor is precisely what allows the Diwu clan to maintain its position as the foremost clan beneath heaven, from beginning to end. If something goes wrong, we must also consider Auntie's sake. We cannot let her be caught in the middle. When it concerns the Diwu clan's safety, the patriarch naturally wouldn't dare lay a hand on the boss. He can only take it out on Auntie." Jin Shuang reaches up and traces her fingers across Bei Weng's face. You care that much about her. He answers, she is your highness's birth mother in this life. Besides, with this stratagem we can lure out even more half-step supremes. Whatever your highness wishes to do, that is what we shall do. Jin Shuang snarls, I'm warning you for the last time, if you dare mention another woman on your lips, this palace will hack you into 100 pieces. Bei Weng doesn't dare utter a second word. He accepts the order and withdraws, one step at a time, he supposes. Who told the boss to be so possessive? He also hopes that by winning over the Diwu family, someone will still be around to look after those parents of his after his ascension. Jin Shuang suddenly narrows her eyes and snaps, wait, what exactly did you whisper to her? Don't you dare tell this palace it was about the Diwu ancestor. Bei Weng, well, she asked whether the two of us enjoy ourselves in bed. I truly cannot lie, I can only apologize to your highness. Jin Shuang turns to Mieru. Mieru, you were the one running your mouth again. She immediately reaches down and smacks Mieru. Mieru, why are you hitting Mieru? Mieru again? Have you heard the news? The Diwu clan has an old monster who has lived 8,000 years. We absolutely must drag him out. Mount Kun, territory of the Diwu clan. A direct disciple of the Nangong sect steps forward and declares, Senior, please show yourself. We have come specifically to pay our respects. Diwu Shengchu, patriarch of the Diwu clan, responds, baseless rumors, and you actually believe them. The disciple retorts, where there is no wind, how can there be waves? We bear no ill will. We merely wish to observe the secret art of longevity implantation. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Diwu clan? The disciples murmur among themselves. Say what you will, there's still the Diwu demon head, if we truly drive the Diwu clan berserk. And she intervenes, we're finished. But the Diwu demon head won't step in, she only cares about the fate of the Su family. She only cares whether they live or die. Charge, stop wasting words with them. Either hand him over or we fight, pick one. The Diwu side readies themselves as well. You want to fight, we aren't afraid of you. A streak of golden light shoots toward the temple atop the mountain peak. Within the Diwu compound, Diwu Nu sweeps the courtyard with a broom in hand. They see this and frown in confusion. Why is it this old man? He looks utterly ordinary. Impossible. Even if our clan truly harbors a hidden ancestor, it certainly can't be a good-for-nothing with severed meridians like Diwu Nu. Diwu Nu seems to notice their arrival. He tosses the broom aside and walks over. Shengchu watches and thinks he's nothing more than the lowest servant in our clan. Could he truly have lived 8,000 years? There's no time to investigate his history now. Better to respectfully receive him as the ancestor and ask him to defend the Diwu clan's honor. The Diwu clan's dignity must not be tarnished. First we test him. The Nangong sect's direct disciple speaks up. We merely wish to learn of Senior's longevity secret art. Diwu Nu sees through their intentions. Words are pointless. Fight. What secret art? There is none. I merely stumbled upon a certain type of seed within the heavenly domain, and long ago implanted it into my own body. They drop all pretense and charge. Fight it is then. Thunder and lightning erupt across the heavens. Shengchu worries nearly all exchanges between half-step supremes occur deep within the clouds. Should we wait and observe before acting? Could the ancestor truly not be their match? If so, the Diwu clan is doomed today. Suddenly, a green bird swoops in from the distance. Outrageous, how dare you bully your way onto the Diwu clan's doorstep? Bei Weng appears in an instant, standing beside Shengchu. The patriarch is in a panic. The eldest princess, is she here to help or to fish in troubled waters? Bei Weng says, Patriarch, calm yourself. With her highness intervening, the advantage lies with us. At that moment, every last intruder is sealed within a chi sphere, flickering and suspended high in the sky. Run now! Shengchu cries out in alarm. The ancestor murmurs, how can this be? Diwu Nu collapses to the ground. Shengchu rushes forward. Ancestor, the Diwu clan faces mortal peril. Jin Shuang appears, casting her gaze downward like a deity surveying the mortal realm. Bei Weng calls out, rest assured your highness will absolutely not spare them. Her highness and I advance and retreat as one. The words barely leave his mouth before Su Beiweng charges into the fray, dispatching his foes with effortless ease. Seeing Su Beiweng and Jin Shuang standing there without the slightest hint of fear, the survivors turn tail and flee. In the blink of an eye, Jin Shuang and Su Beiweng return to their familiar hideaway. Su Beiweng pulls her into his arms and says, Your Highness, thank you. Jin Shuang finds it strange, as something about him feels different from before. Su Beiwei explains. Just now, in that brief instant, this humble subject actually caught sight of the fifth ancestor's providence tower. A son of heaven's mandate like that living 8,000 years yet unable to shatter his shackles. If I had never met your highness, I would be no better than him. He thinks of the Providence Tower bearing the number 97 atop the fifth ancestor's head. Jin Shuang taps a finger against her chin and says, "It's good that you understand, now hurry up and devour it." Su Beiwen closes his eyes and devours the dark miasma into his lantern. Once he absorbs the Providence spark from the fifth ancestor, not a trace of that residual fortune will remain. His Providence Tower surges by 10 levels and the heavens once again unleash a bolt of lightning. The cat hastily opens its mouth wide. Mayo has arrived. At this moment, Su Beiweng breaks through to the 6th layer of the booming, blood-devouring divine art. The cat grins and sidles up to him. How do you plan to thank Mayo? Jin Shuang finds the cat utterly irritating and flicks it away without a second thought. Su Beiweng calls out, "Your Majesty." He looks up to see golden branches blooming atop Jin Shuang's head. With the boss's providence like this, if the three of them were a family, he would be the weakest one. At this, Su Beiweng catches a glimpse of hope. Fine. Noticing his expression, Jin Shuang asks, "Why do you look like you're about to cry? Did something come to mind?" He holds her tight and replies, "It's nothing, it's just, your highness is far too good to this humble subject. I want to kiss you. And I absolutely cannot let the boss see that I feel inferior." Jin Shuang addresses him softly. "Yes, master." With those words, Su Beiweng and Jin Shuang share a passionate kiss. After the kiss, he says, "Right about the fifth ancestor's death. Even though we dealt with it cleanly, there were still quite a few witnesses. What if someone suspects us?" Jin Shuang replies coolly, "With the cultivation of those mortal rabble, they can't even sense the battlefield's residual energy. How could they possibly detect that this sovereign made a move, at most, from now on? This sovereign will simply extend some care to the Diwu clan's affairs." Su Beiweng feels a surge of gratitude. "Your highness truly is a good person." Very well, there is still the urgent matter of finding the remaining half of the spring-autumn brush, but here we are in the bustling mortal world, adorned with lanterns. Su Beiweng speaks up, "Your highness, it's rare to encounter such mortal prosperity. Let's enjoy ourselves for a bit. There happens to be a shop right here, let's make a wager." "What are we betting on?" she asks. The two approach a stall. Su Beiweng replies, "This humble subject will seal away his consciousness sea and cultivation. If I can find a treasure of earthly rank in this shop relying purely on luck, then tonight we'll be in bed together just like last time." No objections means you agree, relying on providence for this child's play. The cat curses him, "HMPH, you shameless scoundrel." A moment later, Su Beiweng presents her with an imperial scroll. "Your highness, this humble subject has found it. You made the bet, so you must accept the outcome." Jin Shuang turns a blind eye, pointing ahead. "This sovereign also wants that flowering tree over there." Seeing the glittering hairpin on display, Su Beiweng steps forward and declares, "I want this flower hairpin." The shopkeeper sets his terms. "Young master, this here is a poetry contest. The flower hairpin is the prize. If you want it, you must compose a poem." The onlookers sneer with contempt. A pretty boy like that thinks he can write poetry. Su Beiweng smiles faintly. "Then let's give it a try." He recites aloud, "Call forth the lads and trade for wine together. Let us drown this sorrow of 10,000 ages. 5 colored coursers and 1,000 gold furs." The passers-by who hear this can't help but exclaim in admiration, "What magnificent poetry, truly magnificent." Su Beiweng takes the hairpin and recites again, "I seek to pierce through the blossoms and find the path, plunging straight into the depths of white clouds, where noble spirit unfurls its crimson craft." He then hands the hairpin to Jin Shuang, "A gift for your highness." She lifts his chin and murmurs, "Pierce through the blossoms to find the path, plunging straight into the depths." Su Beiweng wraps his arm around Jin Shuang's waist and replies, "Whether it's deep enough, only your highness can find out by trying." That night, a cool breeze drifts through the romantic air. Not a stitch of clothing remains between them as they intertwine, inseparable. The cat can only turn away, its face flushed with indignation. After a while, Su Beiweng asks Jin Shuang, "Your highness, are you satisfied?" She exhales a wisp of smoke, silent for a long moment. Then Jin Shuang makes her demand. This sovereign wants to be on top. She presses a finger against his bare chest. A moment later, Jin Shuang straddles him. Su Beiweng lets out an embarrassed gasp. Actually, this humble subject was only worried about tiring your highness. That's why so the boss really does know how to play rough. He closes his eyes and surrenders himself completely to Jinshuang. Let her do as she pleases. No, he's tasted a truly novel sensation. Grand, passionate fireworks belong to ordinary folk, but the boss is a walking treasure trove from head to toe. How could anything about her ever be mundane? Seeing him offer no resistance, Jinshuang asks, "What are you thinking about?" He replies with a beaming smile, "I want to do this with your highness every single day." Hearing those words, Jinshuang kicks Su Beiweng clean off the bed in a fury. Keep dreaming. The next morning, Su Beiweng arrives at the Kong family estate. He catches a whiff of fragrance on himself and realizes the boss's scent still lingers on his body. The boss truly is too good to him. Knowing he barely exerted any effort last night, she directly transported him to the Kong family's very doorstep. At that moment, someone emerges from within. He shouts, "How dare the Su clan behave so insolently before the ancestral grounds of the sage?" Su Beiweng retorts, "Oh, is this how a renowned Confucian house treats its guests? Forget it, I don't want to waste words on the likes of you. Hand over the other half of the spring-autumn brush." The elder jabs a trembling finger at him and roars, "This is outrageous. Don't speak of whether our Kong family has ever seen such an objective, and if we had it, we would never hand it over to someone like you." Su Beiweng's expression darkens. "What I hate most is someone pointing their finger at me." The disciples sense the overwhelming aura emanating from his body and grow uneasy. His killing intent is suffocating. What on earth has this wretch done? From the swirling black miasma, a single crimson eye materializes, locking its gaze directly upon the Kong clan members. An instant later, it claims the elder's life. In Su Beiweng's hand, a transforming brush and black ink stone suddenly materialize. "If you don't want your dignity, then allow me to relieve you of it. Is there anyone here who actually knows how to speak properly? Though my own temper is under control, everyone here knows the Grand Princess's temperament." Hearing this, every last one of them trembles with dread. The Duo clan's demoness has always been inseparable from this one surnamed Su. Could she have come along this time too? It's said she's cut down no small number of half-step supreme experts. Then we're all dead. A disciple screams, "I offer my humble body as a sacrifice. I beseech the sage to manifest his spirit." "You lackey of the Su clan, our Kong family would rather sacrifice our bodies for the Tao than submit to the likes of you. We scholars value backbone and integrity above all else. We would never grovel and flatter." With those words, his body begins to crack apart. A moment later, a figure appears at the gate, a celestial being. The disciples drop to their knees. "We pay our respects to the immortal envoy. The Confucian lineage faces the peril of extinction. These unworthy descendants beseech the ancestor to annihilate our enemy." The celestial figure fixes his gaze on Su Beiweng. "Descendant of the Su clan, we won't you just die." Su Beiweng feels the crushing suppression bear down upon him. "Such immense power, I can barely move." At this very moment, Jinshuang arrives at Dragon Gate. The Kong clan disciples panic instantly. It's the Duo demoness. Seeing Jinshuang, Su Beiweng cracks a grin. "The Esters of the Kong family are no pushovers. I can't drag the boss into this. If anything happened to her, it would break my heart. Brute force won't work, so I'll use my head instead." By now, Jinshuang gazes downward, her attention falling on Su Beiweng below. Su Beiweng shouts at the top of his lungs, "Th letter 1ef1c, get out here." Instantly, a stream of golden bronze chi bursts forth. The Kong disciples exchange bewildered looks. What is Th letter 1ef1c? What is he trying to do? Th letter 1ef1c has been released. He begs without ceasing, "Spare me, spare me." Instantly, Th letter 1ef1c dissipates into nothingness. The Kong clan disciples blanch in terror. The hand that plucks the sun. The fifth demon lord can actually reap the very sun itself. Su Beiweng finally speaks. "The illustrious Kong clan paragons among xianxia, you harbor evil gods in your midst." The Kong clan patriarch erupts in fury, roaring, "You speak nothing but slander." Without missing a beat, Su Beiweng lays out a torrent of evidence. The evil god that was just subdued had previously massacred 2 cities, slaughtering 70,000 innocent lives. The sage who was sacrificed 300 years ago was absorbed by your Kong clan. Used to bolster your Confucian Tao and add a half-step supreme's worth of power to your ranks. The words render the Kong clan patriarch utterly speechless. Su Beiweng jabs a finger straight at his face. So tell me, do you still dare call yourselves moral paragons? You have dragged every last shred of the saint's dignity through the mud. The Kong patriarch is flustered, battered into a corner by Su Beiweng's razor-sharp arguments. This is nothing but slander. Su Beiweng's voice cuts like a blade. Do you still have any face left to call yourselves saints? At that moment, dense waves of scholarly qi begin to radiate outward from Su Beiweng and the sage. The Kong patriarch's expression shifts, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Such dense literary qi, even the direct descendants of our Kong bloodline cannot produce this. As those words fade, the sage's body begins to slowly disintegrate. The Kong patriarch watches in horror. No, the sage self-destructed. The sage actually self-destructed. Su Beiweng turns, a smile playing on his lips. The sage is atoning for your sins, using his literary qi to nourish all living things within this temple hall. Immediately after, the spring-autumn brush materializes from thin air. A disciple sees it and cries out in shock, the spring-autumn brush, that's the other half of the spring-autumn brush. The Kong patriarch's face drains of color. Even the evil god proved useless against them. We are no match for the fifth demon lord. We cannot throw our lives away for nothing. Su Beiweng holds the half-brush in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Just as I suspected. Since the spring-autumn brush was in the Kong estate, yet its aura went undetected. There was an 80% chance it was hidden somewhere connected to the sage. Indeed, with my current cultivation, all I need to do is successively devour the divine souls of half-step supremes. Devour their nether qi and I can ascend. This literary qi is truly useless to me, but better something than nothing. The Kong patriarch stammers it was a gift from the sage. But before the Kong patriarch can even react, Su Beiweng vanishes in a blur, his lightness technique carrying him far into the distance. My Omeo appears and asks, that evil god, you people sent it there, didn't you? The shameless, thick-skinned pair finally reunites. Jinchuang praises him, quick-witted, and that silver tongue of yours is quite formidable. Su Beiweng grins, would your highness like to test it? Jinchuang raises an eyebrow, test it how? Before the words fully leave her lips, Su Beiweng sweeps her into his arms and presses his lips against her neck. A rare flush of color rises on Jinchuang's face. Mai Omeo, perched on Su Beiweng's shoulder, tumbles to the ground. Mai Omeo screeches in outrage, what are you two doing? Then Mai Omeo faints completely. At this moment, Jinchuang and Su Beiweng share an intimate embrace. Mai Omeo is utterly furious. Every strand of her fur bristles as she yells, you two are bullying Mai Omeo. Are you ever coming back? The scene shifts to another location. At this moment, Yi Shai, the dragon blood war god, and his wife, Qin Ling, the parents of Yi Tian, have arrived at Zifu seeking vengeance. Yi Shi thunders with rage, my son Yi Tian was slaughtered by Su Beiweng. Today I will have your Zifu pay with blood. At that moment, a palanquin passes by the Zifu estate. The person inside thinks so, it's Yi Shi, the dragon blood war god. The figure inside lifts the palanquin curtain. It is Wu Zhao. Observing the scene, she muses, this man once ascended to the celestial region, obtained the blood of a true dragon and transformed his entire bloodline. 500 years ago he vanished from the world with his wife, Qin Ling. Yi Shi begins his assault. Wu Zhao thinks in alarm to think they had a son. Could Zifu truly face annihilation? Wu Zhao ponders with unease. Su Beiweng has never moved against me directly, and we haven't severed ties. In the celestial region, he even spared xianxia. Recalling the celestial region, she continues, if this conflict can be resolved peacefully, it would greatly benefit me. Yi Shi begins forming hand seals, preparing to obliterate Zifu entirely. His aura billows outward with terrifying force. Watching Zifu teeter on the brink of destruction at Yi Shi's hands, Wu Zhao begins to weigh the odds. If I help Zifu this once, wouldn't Su Beiweng remember this favor? The gap between my strength and Yi Shi's is vast. I only need to stall until the fifth arrives. I can only take this one gamble. With that resolve, Wu Zhao steps out of her palanquin and intervenes. Seeing Wu Zhao about to interfere in his affairs, Yi Shi demands furiously, does the Heavenly Empress intend to shield Zifu? Under the crushing weight of Yi Shi's murderous aura, Wu Zhao steadies herself and speaks, when will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Yi Shi's fury ignites. Those who haven't suffered another's pain should never lecture them on mercy. My wife and I have lost our son. Qin Ling chimes in sharply, enough with the pleasantries. Are you trying to stall for time until the fifth demon lord arrives? Hearing his wife's words, Yi Shi wastes no more time. He launches a devastating strike directly at Wu Zhao. The blow carries apocalyptic pressure, filling Wu Zhao with sheer terror. She can only watch helplessly as Yishi's annihilating palm hurtles down toward the Su couple. The Su couple stands frozen, accepting their fate. With strength so far inferior, escape is impossible. Suddenly, a radiant barrier of light erupts into existence, blocking Yishi's strike. Sensing Jin Shuang's qi woven into the barrier, Yishi forms hand seals and conjures a colossal palm. He sneers the fifth demon lord's formation. HM5 think this can protect them. No one can stop me. He drives the colossal palm crashing down onto the barrier. Each devastating blow carries both overwhelming power and seething fury, and cracks begin to splinter across the barrier. Just as the barrier teeters on the verge of shattering, 5 divine artifacts tear through the void and appear. The 5 divine artifacts form a grand formation, shattering Yishi's colossal palm into nothingness. Wu Zhao, seated within her palanquin, observes that all 5 divine artifacts carry Jin Shuang's aura. Her expression shifts, becomes even more certain of the bond between Su Beiwang and Jin Shuang. Those are divine artifacts that belonged to the 5th. She actually stationed them here to guard Zifu. She and Su Beiwang are truly a pair. Seeing his 5-finger strike obliterated, Yishi roars with fury, "You worthless worms, let's see what other tricks you have." He channels every ounce of spiritual power into his palm and slams it down onto the already cracked barrier. He is on the verge of annihilating everything in his path. At that very moment, Su Beiwang returns. He stands before the two and asks, "I hear you intend to slaughter my entire family." With those words, Su Beiwang draws out the now whole spring autumn brush. He inscribes a formation beneath Yishi and Qin Ling's feet. Trapping them completely escape is impossible. Yishi has already fallen into the demonic path, consumed entirely by his hatred. He transforms into a blade of fury, lunging at Su Beiwang but cannot touch a single hair on his body. At that instant, Jin Shuang acts. She raises a single finger and speaks one word, "Begone." Yishi's head is severed from his body. At the sight, Su Beiwang merely smirks. He produces a sinister, demonic eye. The eye drifts slowly toward Qin Ling. Seeing his wife in mortal danger, Yishi's headless form lets out a wretched howl. Qin Ling watches helplessly as her own body slowly disintegrates. Yishi screams in anguish, his voice breaking with grief. "Why spite my cultivation I couldn't protect Tian'er and now not even linger before he can finish." Jin Shuang strikes again. Yishi's body dissolves into a stream of qi. The Providence Tower in Su Beiwang's hand absorbs it entirely. Su Beiwang speaks, "My apologies for troubling the Heavenly Empress. The damages caused by this battle I shall bear them all." With that the two depart. Wu Zhao exhales in relief. "Thank heavens I bet on the right side this time." He thinks of how she used 5 divine artifacts to guard his family. An irrepressible wave of emotion wells up deep within his heart. Su Beiwang holds Jin Shuang tenderly in his arms and says softly, "Your Highness, rest assured. My parents are safe. I've already made all the arrangements. But those divine artifacts, thank you, Your Highness." Su Beiwang thinks with a joyful heart, "She used divine artifacts to guard my home. Her Highness truly does have me in her heart." Zinswang speaks, "Cut the chatter." Zinswang produces a small lotus bud and says to Su Beiwang, "Look at this. I found it on those 2. Su Beiwang seems to realize something and replies, "So that's how it is, I understand." Su Beiwang gazes at the lotus, thinking to himself, "I knew it. The qi luck of the son-in-law is clearly even higher than Diet Thene's." Since Diet Thene is the protagonist of this book, it turns out he simply has a good father. His parents have already arranged everything for him. He has the golden finger and cheats at every turn. Even a pig could ascend with such support. The only thing they didn't calculate was my transmigration here. Seeing Su Beiwang smiling to himself, Zinswang asks curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Su Beiwang replies with a smile, "Nothing, it is nothing." Su Beiwang is secretly overjoyed, thinking that this treasure is now his, and this household is a goldmine. Zinswang begins to explain the object in his hand. This item is called the Little World Dao Fruit. Su Beiwang looks confused at the mention of a little world. Miu Miu jumps out to explain it to him. The Little World is the territory of the Golden God clan. His mistress belongs to that very clan. Hearing this, Su Beiwang immediately adopts his clinging to the thigh persona, hugging Zinswang's leg tightly. He thinks happily, "I already guessed the boss was formidable, but I never expected her to be this powerful, perfect for a gold digger like me." After a moment, Zinswang eyes the little world and speaks, "This fruit of yours condenses all the power of a single little world. Devouring this in the myriad heavens and domains will allow one to break through their cultivation realm. Su Beiweng hears this and points to himself with a grin. Understood. I will eat it after ascension. It would be a waste to eat it now. Hearing this, Sinswang arches an eyebrow and scolds, You spineless wretch, do you look down on me? Seeing her expression, Su Beiweng acts subservient. Why such haste? Su Beiweng then lowers his voice, coaxing Sinswang, This servant spoke wrongly. I shall eat it now. Su Beiweng thinks to himself that it makes sense he is following a powerful boss, so if he is too stingy to eat a little world Dao fruit, he would truly be losing face. He then begins to consume it. However, he fails to consume it. Su Beiweng is confused. He voices his bewilderment in his mind. Well, wasn't I just playing around? Su Beiweng ponders. The boss has developed a sense of humor, but what should I do now? Sinswang explains. This little world Dao fruit was merely obtained by a mere mortal from the lower realms. I have already bypassed that stage. She notes that Diet Thien's parents only kept it because of the dragon blood in Deep Thigh Dao. Sinswang adds, but legend says this was nurtured by the Golden Clan long ago. When Sinswang hears this question, she frankly confirms it. Sinswang speaks, then gazes at the little world, thinking, to be able to acquire such an item, he is truly worthy of being my loyal dog. Su Beiweng has his knife and fork ready, but alas, it is still alive. This leaves him dejected, as it requires the blood of a divine beast to cook, and who knows how long that will take. Suddenly Miu Miu lets out a sly laugh, causing Su Beiweng to look at it skeptically. Can you really do it? Su Beiweng begins to tease. Miu Miu takes action, lightly lifting its head, thinking happily, Heh, I know how to use reverse psychology. Sinswang speaks up, lightly raising her hand. Are you trying to say it is as easy as turning over one's hand? Miu Miu laughs immediately, yes, yes. Seeing this, Su Beiweng says, then I leave it to you. Miu Miu holds the little world in its arms and begins to set terms. It is not helping for free. Milk tea, hot pot, and cake. Hearing Miu Miu's demands, Su Beiweng immediately snitches. Your Highness, look at him. Sinswang points to the timing and says, why don't you hurry and go? After that, Su Beiweng runs off, answering as he goes, very well. Su Beiweng thinks happily, the boss is craving it too. After some preparation, Su Beiweng lays out a table and asks the two, is this okay now? Miu Miu begins to act, biting its own hand hard, then dripping its blood onto the little world to help it ripen. Seeing Miu Miu's action, Su Beiweng takes its hand and asks anxiously, are you all right? Seeing Su Beiweng care for Miu Miu, Sinswang asks with jealousy, you care for it that much? Su Beiweng immediately lets go of Miu Miu and changes the subject. Your Highness, we must share the delicious food equally among us. Sinswang hears this and replies indifferently, this seat has no need. Su Beiweng says in a doting tone, Your Highness may not need it, but this servant insists. Sinswang follows Su Beiweng's suggestion and divides the little world. Miu Miu takes a piece, Su Beiweng takes a piece, and they begin to absorb the little world. Sinswang begins to absorb hers as well, but says unhappily, I find it hard to suppress my cultivation now, especially with my ascension date approaching. Hearing her mention ascension, Su Beiweng asks anxiously, is there anything this servant can do? Sinswang replies softly, perhaps, these few months you must speed up the slaughter. Hearing this, Su Beiweng already envisions his own slaughterous appearance. He feels fired up, thinking, if the boss says that, then there is no issue. Tremble, myriad heavens and domains, your father is coming. Suddenly, a servant announces loudly, Her Majesty the Heavenly Empress has arrived. Su Beiweng goes out and asks Wu Zhao, does the Heavenly Empress have any business here? No. Hearing this question, Wu Zhao thinks, I have helped the Su household after all. Wu Zhao states her intention clearly, I want you to become the state preceptor. Su Beiweng laughs, the state preceptor? I have a feud with the Kong clan of the Great Kang Empire and you want me to be state preceptor. Su Beiweng then asks bluntly, without reservation, does the Empress wish to change the dynasty? Wu Zhao declares, I am determined to ascend the throne. Hearing this, Su Beiweng thinks, my cultivation is already strong, I don't need her living being's energy to ascend, why should I commit to this? With that thought, Su Beiweng turns to walk inside, leaving Wu Zhao with a remark. Then it is decided. Also, I hope to meet the Empress in the myriad heavens and domains in the future. Hearing myriad heavens and domains, Wu Zhao becomes confused, wondering, myriad heavens and domains. How does he know of my plans for ascension? Whatever, 2 lifetimes of being human, I have done all I can, the rest is up to heaven's will. The scene shifts to the palace. A voice rings out, "Long live the Empress." Wu Zhao ascends to the throne, changing the national name to Zhou, and grants amnesty to the world. She appoints Su Beiweng as the state preceptor of the Zhou dynasty. Officials are displeased and question, is he the state preceptor again? An official objects, since when did the princess and the heavenly empress wear the same pair of pants? Hearing the mockery, Wu Zhao simply dismisses the court. State preceptor, stay. Wu Zhao detains Su Beiweng and says to him, "State preceptor, I have a favor to ask." Su Beiweng immediately asks, "What is in it for me?" Wu Zhao speaks plainly, "A divine artifact, the xianxia seal. You likely already know that I am a reincarnated soul. This xianxia seal is a treasure I could not find in my past life." Hearing of such a good deal, Su Beiweng is suspicious. "You are so generous. It seems this matter is not minor. What do you want me to do?" he asks. Wu Zhao, knowing Su Beiweng is interested, immediately says, "I have determined to eliminate the demonic lair and will lead the campaign myself. I want you to accompany me." Hearing this, Su Beiweng curses in his mind, "Damn you, you practice the living being's power technique, the more people admire you, the higher your cultivation climbs. Isn't this just for your own gain?" Seeing Su Beiweng silent for a long time, Wu Zhao asks, "Well?" Su Beiweng just smiles, "I must ask my boss first." Su Beiweng waves his hand, creating a golden aura. The boss does not object, but this trip cannot be missed. Wu Zhao, seeing that aura, says fearfully, "Why did he suddenly strike?" A mark appears. Su Beiweng reassures her, "Don't be nervous, it is merely planting a karmic tie for you." Wu Zhao is confused, "Karmic tie?" Su Beiweng explains, "The demonic lair is far away. If I am not in the capital and my parents suffer any mishap, your majesty will die an unexpected death." Wu Zhao collapses to the ground. Wu Zhao thinks in terror, "From now on, my life is completely out of my own hands. The safety of the Su family is bound to my own survival." Su Beiweng smiles soothingly, "Your majesty, rest easy. If you are good, I am good, and we shall all be good." A moment later, Su Beiweng steps outside the Teichu palace. A cold voice rings out, cutting him off mid-sentence. Su Beiweng startles in fright and immediately explains, "This subordinate was merely cultivating karmic force." Jin Shuang demands furiously. He scratches his head in bewilderment. Su Beiweng sees her expression and meekly asks, "Is there truly no other way to go about this?" Jin Shuang immediately warns, "From now on, you are forbidden from using karmic force." Wu Zhao spoke of wanting to personally annihilate the demon lair and asked me to lead the first assault. Hearing this, Jin Shuang merely replies with indifference, "Very well, continue the hunt." Su Beiweng adds hesitantly, "Well, about that." Jin Shuang, already visibly annoyed, cuts in, "Speak." Su Beiweng says with a grin to Jin Shuang, "Heading to the demon lair, who knows when we'll be able to return. I'd like to go home and settle a few matters first." Jin Shuang hears this and nods in agreement. With Jin Shuang's approval secured, Su Beiweng happily wraps his arms around her waist and flatters, "Your Highness is truly the best." Jin Shuang instantly raises her leg and kicks Su Beiweng flying. At this moment, Su Beiweng arrives at the Su residence. Su Beiweng says to Yu Dai, who stands before him, "You've long been free. There is no need to continue staying with the Su family." Yu Dai finally speaks up, "Young Master Su's future is truly brilliant." Yu Dai is consumed with regret. Leaving back then was her own blindness at the time. She thought him nothing more than a dissolute young master. Who could have known he would achieve such heights? Suddenly, Su Beiweng tosses a small pouch before Yu Dai. "Here. Take this." Yu Dai picks up the small pouch and lowers her head, saying. Su Beiweng hears her words and closes his eyes, replying, "It's merely some cultivation resources, nothing more." Yu Dai returns the small pouch. "There's no need, you owe me nothing, let us part ways here." With that, Yu Dai bursts into tears and runs away. She tells herself, "No, I can't cry in front of him, just like this. Let every debt between us be erased." Seeing Yu Dai flee, Su Beiweng can only stand in place, scratching his head, unable to follow. Just then, Meow trots over and lets out a single meow. Su Beiweng startles and turns aroundly to come face to face with Jin Shuang. Jin Shuang speaks up and asks, "So this is what you came home to settle?" These words send a jolt of dread through Su Beiweng. Su Beiweng stammers in explanation, "It's not what your highness thinks." He thinks to himself, "It's over." "And what exactly does this palace think?" Jin Shuang asks, arching a brow. Su Beiweng hastily grabs onto her leg and pleads, "This subordinate knows that nothing I say now will help. Whatever punishment your highness wishes to impose, I will accept it all." Meow sidles up close to him and whispers softly, "Big sis isn't angry. he exclaims in surprise. Only then does Su Beiweng realize. That's right, if a protective formation can safeguard the Su residence, naturally it can observe everything here at any moment. If anything untoward had happened, it would have blown up long ago. Realizing this, Su Beiweng pulls Diwu Jinshuang into a tight embrace and says with a grin, "This subordinate already belongs to your highness. How could there possibly be another woman in the Su residence? Of course I've sent them all away." "HMPH, at least you know your place," she replies softly. Su Beiweng then takes her hand and says, "Since your highness has already graced this place with her presence, why not take a look at this subordinate's chambers? This subordinate has already seen your highness's private quarters. It's only fair that your highness returns the favor." Maiomeo stretches its little paws, reaching for both of their hands. It yowls. Maiomeo wants to see too, but Su Beiweng has already locked it outside the door. It puffs up in indignation. "You two are bullying Maiomeo." Inside the private chambers, Su Beiweng and Diwu Jinshuang lie side by side, gazing deep into each other's eyes. Su Beiweng says softly, "This subordinate's bed is big and soft. Your highness should try it." Diwu Jinshuang's face flushes crimson as she snaps, "Get lost." Su Beiweng draws closer to her and murmurs, "Your highness is magnanimous. But this subordinate simply cannot pretend otherwise. This subordinate will prove to your highness that from the inside out, I belong solely to your highness." Saying this, he closes his eyes and presses a tender kiss to the back of Diwu Jinshuang's hand. Diwu Jinshuang swiftly flips him over. She straddles Su Beiweng, pressing a finger against his chest, and warns, "You'd better not regret this." Su Beiweng asks, "Suck this subordinate completely dry." After that, the two of them share an intimate, passionate night together within the private chambers. As the moment passes, Su Beiweng wraps his arm around Diwu Jinshuang's waist and gently asks, "Your highness, you already know this subordinate's true identity, don't you?" She counters, "Did you think this palace came here to catch you in the act?" "No, not at all," he stammers. He thinks to himself, "Isn't that exactly what happened though?" Diwu Jinshuang then conjures a spell, projecting the image of the old man before him. The old man roars in fury, "You wretched couplety." Su Beiweng realizes it was the old man who had come to deliver something to him. Instantly, he conjures a miniature treasure pagoda. Dark sinister flames blaze all around it. He says through gritted teeth, Curse me all you want, but how dare you insult your highness." Saying this, he seals the old man into the treasure pagoda. The old man lets out a blood-curdling scream. Su Beiweng swallows the treasure pagoda into his mouth, then embraces Diwu Jinshuang and whispers, "Come, let us continue." He holds Diwu Jinshuang close and says, "Let's go." The hunt continues. In a mere 2 months, Su Beiweng and Diwu Jinshuang traverse the land, hunting and slaying a total of 27 half-step supremes. In no time at all, calamity befalls every major Dao Lineageth. People suffer everywhere, panic spreading to every corner. At the xianxia, the heavenly god temple stands surrounded entirely by water. Su Beiweng says, "Your highness, I never imagined the gates of the heavenly god temple would be hidden within the xianxia." Diwu Jinshuang replies, "Yi Shidao is a patron of the heavenly god temple." Su Beiweng falls silent in thought. "So that's why my Tian's father is so powerful, yet I could never investigate him." The heavenly god temple had sealed away all information about them. Diwu Jinshuang turns to him and urges, "Make your move." In the beginning, the heavenly god temple wanted people to cripple themselves, didn't it? That's right. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, "I've always remembered this grudge. Today, it's time to settle the score." He replies to Diwu Jinshuang, "Correct." He raises his arm. A torrent of dark power erupts forth, and one can see eerie, ghostly flowers blooming into existence. He thinks 27 half-step supremacists, none of them were sacrificed in vain. This flower has bloomed from the 1st to the 6th petal. No easy feat, just one more and I can break through to the 7th tier. Su Beiweng bellows, "Dugu Wuti, come out." The waters begin to recede from the heavenly god temple atop the xianxia. At this moment, Dugu the hall master is drowning in regret. "If only I hadn't recruited that surnamed Su brat in front of the 5 great demon lords back then. Would today's conflict have been avoided?" Su Beiweng bellows, "Strike." Diwu Jinshuang murmurs, 4 moves. Hearing this, Dugu the hall master stares at her in bewilderment. Su Beiweng replies calmly, "Very well." Saying so, he raises his hand and casts his spell. A dark aura engulfs his entire body. The dark mist creeps steadily toward Dugu the hall master. He retreats in terror, then howls at the heavens, "You want to destroy the heavenly god temple too." Instantly, Dugu the hall master summons his treasuria golden bell. The bell radiates blazing flames. Su Beiweng counters by summoning his own treasure pagoda overflowing with dark energy. He lets out a cold, haughty laugh. Dugu the Hall Master shuts his eyes tight, causing the golden bell to expand and envelop his entire body. Diwu Jinchuang murmurs 2 moves. Su Beiweng casts a glance at Dugu the Hall Master and commands the eerie, eye-bearing dark flowers to converge upon the bell. Trapped within the bell, Dugu the Hall Master roars in fury, "Heaven's Tao is blind, how could it bestow its grace upon a low-born wretch like you?" Su Beiweng replies calmly, "Dugu Hall Master, you have no idea how hard I've fought to reach this point." He thinks to himself, "Thankfully I didn't choose the heavenly god temple back then. I followed the boss instead." Though choices matter far more than effort, still, serving the boss isn't exactly easy either. In the blink of an eye, the dark flowers merge into a colossal blossom bearing 6 eerie eyes. It shatters Dugu the Hall Master's golden bell with effortless ease. He screams in despair, "No." But Dugu the Hall Master has already vanished without a trace. He let out a piercing howl. Those flowers gradually faded into nothingness. Gale force winds battered the waters, sending violent tremors across the surface. The millennia-old inheritance of the celestial divine temple was annihilated in a single night. The place returned to its former tranquility. Su Beiweng knelt on the ground, clasping Jin Shuang's hand with a broad grin. "Your Highness," this subordinate only used 3 positions. She answered softly in return, "This princess never expected that." Su Beiweng then offered a suggestion. "Your Highness, if you find it troublesome, why don't we try something new?" Jin Shuang asked, "What are you trying to do?" Su Beiweng promptly summoned a wisp of cloud to cover Miaru's eyes. The little creature grumbled and squirmed, but he refused to let Miaru watch. The 2 of them drew close, their gazes locked with burning intensity. Then Jin Shuang's face flushed crimson as she leaned in and gently pressed her lips to his. Afterward she turned away shyly. "Clean up after yourself," she murmured. Su Beiweng replied cheerfully, "But of course, as you command, Your Highness." Within this Eastern Emperor bell lay a fragment of Dugu Wudi's memoirs and those of the Celestial Divine Temple. With that he retrieved the bell from before. Jin Shuang answered, "Place it where it belongs." Su Beiweng closed his eyes to sense it. He recounted, "Your Highness, according to the memories within the Eastern Emperor Bell, the divine soul of the Jayaachi city lord was Dugu Wudi's loverand. The 7 filial divine stone is in her possession." Before he could finish speaking, Jin Shuang commanded, "Proceed to Jayaachi at once." Su Beiweng grinned and asked, "Before we leave, shall we go one more round?" He was promptly sent flying by a vicious kick from Jin Shuang. Some time after their arrival at Jayaachi, the city lord and her attendants knelt before the hall to pay their respects. The Jayaachi city lord spoke with reverence. "All of Jayaachi Palace pays homage to the 5th Supreme and young Master Su." Su Beiweng asked, confused. "What's going on?" Jin Shuang produced a multicolored spirit stone and declared, "From this day forward, all of Jayaachi shall revere the 5th Supreme and young Master Su as their sovereigns." She thought with a tinge of resignation, even the celestial divine temple shielded Jayaachi. Now there was no longer any need to save face. Yi Hao accepted the spirit stone and replied, "In that case, this one gratefully accepts your kindness." He thought to himself, "Though I covet her divine soul dearly, she has already shown such sincerity it would be unwise to push things to the bitter end." With that thought, he leaned close to Miaru and whispered, "Beautiful maiden, plant a karmic bond on her for me." Instantly, Miaru flew over and pressed its paw against the Jayaachi city lord's forehead. A radiant glow burst forth and she watched in admiration. Su Beiweng warned, "From this day forward you are the guards of the Su family. Should anything befall the Su clan, you will be buried alongside it." He thought to himself, "The boss won't let me take the lead in subduing others, so I can only have little Miaru plant the karmic bonds in my stead." The Jayaachi city lord bowed her head. "Yes, young master, I will not disappoint you." Jin Shuang's expression brimmed with displeasure. She asked, "You just took them under your wing, didn't you?" Su Beiweng trembled as he answered, "Consider it accepting on my father's behalf." He wondered, "Even this is not allowed." She replied with a stern expression, "Granted, I will permit your flattery this once, there will not be a next time." Someone watched with envy and thought, "Su Beiweng, I want to transcend Tuanli, then can I catch up to you?" Somewhere else, Wu Zhao was hailed by the masses, slaying demons for the sake of all living beings. "Slay the fiends, slay the fiends." Suddenly a bird shot toward them through the sky. It turned out the bird had been sent by Su Beiweng and Jin Shuang. He said, "Your Highness, I have arrived as promised, not forget your pledge." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao complied, tossing something to him and saying, "The Cancun seal is yours." Gazing at the Cancun seal, the two exchanged knowing looks. He said, "Your Highness, counting this one, we now hold 8 divine artifacts in hand. Only the mountains and rivers state map remains, and the whereabouts of the dragon taming staff are still unknown." Jinshuang answered, "All is governed by karmic destiny." Suddenly, war cries erupted, "Attack! Attack!" Seeing the danger before them, Jinshuang said calmly, "These creatures belong to the Dark Abyss clan of the myriad realms cast out by the immortal realm. They have devoured countless rare origins. Their strength is absolutely terrifying." Having grasped the situation, he acted immediately, using the Cancun seal to release the creatures sealed within. They poured out like a flood. A swath of the fiends instantly evaporated. Wu Zhao's followers cheered enthusiastically. "Young Master Su, how mighty," he thought with satisfaction, "not a waste of my divine artifact." Thanks to that divine artifact, his hand suddenly expanded to colossal size, terrifying the surrounding fiends. They screamed in shock. "The Kangyuan demon god." Su Beiweng waved his massive hand and asked with confusion, "How did the demon god end up like this?" But as he looked up, he froze in shock. The demon god replied, "I have never provoked the two of you." Gazing at the demon god's handsome face, he thought with envy, "How is this demon god so damn good looking? Can't let the boss keep staring at him. He even has a Providence Tower and it's reached 98 floors, no less." Su Beiweng then answered, "You have offended all living beings under heaven." Hearing this, the demon god gritted his teeth and bellowed. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open before them, and a voice thundered from within. Su Beiweng and Jinshuang exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing: they had fallen into a trap. They recalled the plan they had devised beforehand. She had spoken of wanting to ascend. The divine soul of an ordinary half-step supreme was barely sufficient to support such a feat. Only the celestial mechanism elder could manage it. Yet he had always remained elusive. Using the demon battle as bait, if the demon god revealed himself, the elder would surely appear, and they would lure him out. An old man stepped forth and said wearily, "Could you show this old man a bit of face?" He brooded inwardly, "I was cast down into the relic realm. Only those who have undergone ascension can return to the upper realm. The one surnamed Su has already abandoned his ascension, while that demon god will certainly ascend within a few more decades. If he is killed by the one surnamed Su, wouldn't I be stranded here forever?" Su Beiweng descended before him and declared, "Show you face, who the hell are you?" Inwardly he thought, "This is the first time I've fought shoulder to shoulder with the boss." Jinshuang saw through the old man at once. He declared, "You dare move against this old man? I hail from the upper realm." She stepped closer and threatened, "So does this princess." The old man was utterly terrified. Impossible, fearful he might lash out, she raised an atmospheric barrier between them. Seeing this, the demon god snarled, "You!" He hurled a scroll toward them. At the sight of the object, Su Beiweng's eyes lit up. Could this be? He unrolled the scroll and confirmed, as expected, the divine artifact, the mountains and rivers state map. So it was in the demon god's hands all along. Miaru at his side squealed with delight, "We won." But when no one was watching, the demon god quietly slipped away. He laughed cheerfully and said, "Time to devour the demon god's demonic essence." Jinshuang roared with fury. "There is nothing to celebrate," she fumed. "You fool, the demon god escaped again. After him now." Terrified, the two scrambled after him. Atop Landa Mountain stood a towering pavilion. Upon it rested a glowing sigil, with fragments of stone orbiting it in midair. A group standing before the entrance spoke, "I hear that scoundrel Su has gone to exterminate demons. With his current cultivation base, our meager skills wouldn't even catch his eye. With the fragments as a guide, he will certainly come." Xiao Fan urged calmly, "Everyone, do not be hasty." A spirit suddenly materialized. It was the demon god's soul. It cast a scheming glance at Xiao Fan, surrounded by black mist. Xiao Fan froze in terror. Something seized control of him. His eyes burned crimson as he muttered in confusion, "Who am I? What kind of power is this?" Memories and visions surged in. Xiao Fan's thoughts echoed within. "I remember now. I am the demon Goda prodigy of the Dark Abyss clan." Seeing him sit motionless, they called out anxiously, "Young master," but Xiao Fan suddenly bellowed, "Get lost, I seek vengeance." Su Beiweng's bird had only just caught up, landing atop the pavilion. Suddenly, the pavilion was engulfed by a surge of blue light, as if on the verge of collapse. Su Beiweng greeted Xiao Fan warmly, "Brother Xiao." What a coincidence. But inwardly he puzzled, I was chasing the demon god, how did I run into him? The demon god thought they caught up this quickly. Seeing 2 streaks of blood appear on Xiao Fan's forehead, he put 2 and 2 together and laughed, even more of a coincidence than I thought. Su Beiweng suddenly lunged forward and roared, "Try running from me again." His technique forced Xiao Fan's body and the demon god's soul apart. Gazing at the one before him, he ordered, "Mieru, get over here, the demonic essence is right here." He tossed the demonic essence for her to devour. Jinchuang stepped forward and praised him. "Truly worthy of being the relic realm's chosen of the heavenly Deato, think you could actually track it down?" He replied, "Just a lucky break." Su Beiweng turned to gaze at the glowing sigil, musing, "Wait, thighs looks awfully familiar. The first time I seized Mai Tian's fortune, something like this appeared too, and there were countless treasures then. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems." He thought excitedly, could it be that this sigil transforms into a weapon? Jinchuang agreed, "It truly is a lucky break." Su Beiweng replied softly, "Isn't it all thanks to your highness's blessings?" Afterward he tenderly embraced her waist. Jinchuang reminded him, "It is time we left the relic realm." Seeing himself being left behind, Su Beiweng thought, "The boss intends to bring me along for ascension." They gathered at the underground 5 elements world of Teichu. A tiny fox spirit carrying a zither sword passed them. Su Beiweng turned to Jinchuang and said, "It's that little fox again," she explained. "It is a spirit beast nurtured by the heavenly Tao of this region, perfect for serving as an artifact spirit." Gazing up at the darkness engulfing them, she said, "Between the realms lies a barrier. With this zither we can shatter it and easily locate the teleportation array to the immortal realm." He replied, "Very well." He thought, "The immortal realm is vast. If we ascend in some desolate corner where even birds won't fly, that teleportation gate would truly be a godsend." The boss's ability to anticipate the unforeseen is absolutely terrifying. Jinchuang closed her eyes and activated the technique. It transformed into a grand staircase with a massive gate swinging wide open before them. As he walked, he thought, "Xiao Luola played the villain to this extent. You have to admit, that's impressive." Gazing at the Milky Way stretching before him, he silently declared, "All heavens in 10,000 realms, your father has arrived." Suddenly, Su Beiweng glanced behind and shouted, "Quick look, Mieru has taken human form." She ran toward him joyfully, squealing, "Hug," he happily obliged. But the intimate sight made Jinchuang's eye twitch, seized Mieru and snapped, "Quite the audacity, aren't we?" She shrieked in terror. Mieru was wrong. He coaxed gently, all right, enough." Suddenly, a dragon materialized in the celestial divine realm. It spoke with joy, "You have finally arrived. This old man has been waiting for you for a very long time." He asked, puzzled, "Waiting for me for what?" The heavenly dragon transforms into a shard of azure jade and speaks, "This is the key to the heavenly zone. Should you face a mortal crisis, use it to flee there. You only get one chance." Before departing, it instructs the local people of the divine heaven realm that it has transcended. This old man has completed his mission. Jinchuang, seeing this, also says, "Take it." Beiweng also thinks to himself, "Another protective talisman then." Suddenly, he senses something. Beiweng immediately shields her, shouting, "Careful, how can this be? We've already ascended and it's still like this." Jinchuang pushes his shoulder away and speaks, "You?" Beiweng asks, "What's wrong?" She remains silent for a long time before saying, "Give me the zither blade." This strange behavior makes Mao wonder, "Big sister, isn't this our home?" Jinchuang receives the zither blade and replies, "He cannot stay with you and me for the time being." Seeing this, she looks at Beiweng with sadness. Don't, Mao has only just taken human form, don't separate us." Hearing this, Jinchuang also says with reluctance, "I don't want you to suffer even the slightest harm. For now, I cannot protect you." He pulls her into his embrace and replies, "This subordinate understands." Then he thinks the boss comes from the Golden God clan. Having her blood in my body is equivalent to carrying the blood of the God clan. If that gets discovered, I'm done for. Mao also breaks into sobs at the scene. "Don't cry." Beiweng awkwardly comforts her, "I'm not dead yet, stop crying." He hands her a small pouch and says, "Inside are all your favorite foods." Finally, he pats Mao's head and instructs her, "While I'm away, I'm entrusting the boss to you, help me take care of her. I will find you both without fail." Jinchuang can no longer hold back and calls out, "Come here." Beiweng smiles and replies, "Your Highness." With a gentle gesture she presses her lips to Beiweng's. Slightly taken aback he thinks, the boss. Wait for me. Then he wraps his arms around her and returns the kiss. Afterward Jinshuang tosses something out and says, put this away for now. He receives the garment looking puzzled. She caresses his face and says, without you this seat shall not wear it. Wait until you dress me in it yourself. Beiweng nods, understanding. But consumed by jealousy she adds, no matter where you go you are forbidden from approaching any other woman. Otherwise this seat will castrate you. Hearing this he breaks into a cold sweat and replies, of course. The zither blade has been infused with true qi, its surroundings now enveloped in layers of golden radiance. Taking the zither blade into his hands he pledges, in my heart there is only your highness. Wait for me. I shall ride upon 7-colored auspicious clouds to marry your highness. Jinshuang is moved but says nothing. Mai Omeo reminds him, little master, take care of yourself. A rift in spacetime appears, transporting Beiweng to a strange place. He plummets straight down with a scream, causing quite a commotion. Still disoriented, he looks around and asks himself, where am I? This place is the Tianqin Star territory. All around, prisoners labor in quarries under the scorching sun. Beiweng thinks in horror, you've got to be kidding me, I've landed in a coal mine. A moment later, a gorgeously dressed woman appears. She is an elder of the Ice Snow Zither Palace. She asks, are you the little cultivator who ascended directly from the lower realm to my Tianqin Star territory? Beiweng thinks to himself, could this woman be the owner of this gold mine? He asks, may I ask the lady? In his mind he calculates first, probe her depths, then decide the next move. She does not answer and immediately orders the palace maid beside her. Test him. The palace maid obeys. Yes. Beiweng watches the female cultivator across from him launching her attack and snorts coldly in his heart. Trying to probe me, are you? Then I can't use the northern dark blood-devouring divine art first. If I startle the snake by disturbing the grass, it won't bode well. With that thought he channels his spiritual power and effortlessly dispatches the female cultivator before him, sending her crashing hard into the ground. The ice elder emerges from the shadows, eyeing him with interest. In all this time you are the first ascender to possess such skill. Not bad. Beiweng's eyes narrow slightly. His voice carries a chill. I've only just arrived and you've already attacked. Is this how you people treat newcomers? She pays his words no heed and introduces herself. I am the Grand Elder of the Ice Snow Zither Palace of the Tianqin Star territory. Only now does Beiweng learn exactly where he is. So this is the Tianqin Star territory. He sighs inwardly. That single palm strike of his would have left not a blade of grass standing within 10 li back in Kyushu. Yet here, it only managed to wound a single person. Is this the suppression of the immortal realm? For you to appear here, you must certainly possess zither skills. She asks, you know how to play the zither? Beiweng does not hide it and replies, I understand it a little. Hearing this, she immediately draws an ancient zither from the void and tosses it to Beiweng. Then play. He catches the ancient zither. His well-defined fingers glide swiftly across the strings, producing a melody that is light, pleasant, and refreshing. The moment the last note fades, satisfaction gleams clearly in the Ice Elder's eyes. Zither talent. Extraordinary, from now on you are an outer disciple of our Ice Snow Zither Palace. Hearing this, Beiweng strokes his chin, his face clearly showing hesitation. Should he join? What exactly does the Ice Snow Zither Palace even do? Play the zither. Seeing the hesitation on his face, she cannot believe he would actually waver before her offer. What's wrong? You don't want to? Do you perhaps wish to go to the mining camps and dig for ore instead? He thinks to himself, the mining camps, not a chance. Seeing her growing impatience, he smiles and says, Disciple Su Beiweng is willing. Seeing him agree, her expression softens. I shall take you back. She brings Beiweng to the immortal steel grounds. As he gazes around at his surroundings, she says, you ascended here from another world. Your body likely retains traces of that world's aura. These impurities will affect the purity of your immortal energy and must be purged. 2 outer female disciples watch as the elder leads Beiweng in, utterly captivated by his handsome face. The elder brought back a new recruit, he's so handsome. Hearing her words, he forms hand seals and uses his power to probe his own body. The elder, finding the impurities in his body to be virtually zero, is delighted. She tosses a token and a storage bracelet to Beiweng. Your body contains no impurities at all. All your immortal energy has been condensed and purified. Train diligently, and the inner sect will surely have a place for you. Beiweng bows his head and replies, this disciple will certainly give his all. The elder's gaze shifts to the courtyard behind him. that is where you shall cultivate. Inside the bracelet, you will find the Tianqin Yin Domain Manual and some introductory materials of the sect. Study them thoroughly. He points toward the building behind him. Seeing her confirm it, he replies respectfully, "Thank you for the guidance, elder." The moment he enters the courtyard, he immediately scans for any surveillance artifacts. Finding none, Beiweng breathes a sigh of relief. Maybe there aren't any hidden watching devices after all. He takes out the storage bracelet the elder gave him. Beiweng begins inventorying the contents. There are even uniforms inside. What are these things? The moment the green bamboo scroll unfurls, a voice rings out. The immortal realm is vast and boundless. This star territory is but a grain of sand in the desert. It is called the Tianqin Yin Domain. In this star territory, all arts take the zither as their supreme path, where the way of the zither flourishes. Cultivators skilled in zither Dao stand a cut above the rest. After listening to a long, profound, and mystical lecture, Beiweng's face goes completely blank. It doesn't just produce sound, it also connects to a display screen. After careful deliberation, he finally understands Jin Shuang's intentions in throwing him here. So that's how it is. The boss specifically chose this star territory, all because she wanted me to grow stronger quickly. The boss treats me so well to not let Jin Shuang down. Beiweng opens the bamboo scroll and listens to the lecture. The first lecture covers the various levels of the immortal realms. Upon first entering the immortal realm, everyone begins at the calamity-solving realm. Advancement proceeds through human immortal realm, earth immortal realm, heaven immortal realm, void realm, fallen god realm, emperor supreme realm. First tribulation crossing, second tribulation crossing, third tribulation crossing, fifth tribulation crossing, and finally, Dao Lord. Next comes the topic of divine essence. Divine essence and immortal crystals in the immortal realm are both supreme-grade resources that aid in advancement. Those who climb onto the summit ranking must be cultivators who have not yet weathered the epic long river. Hearing this, Beiweng lightly strokes his chin, setting aside the considerable divine essence he already possesses. Immortal crystals will henceforth be the prime targets of his plundering. True to his nature as a bandit, wherever he goes, he covets and seizes. The voice within the bamboo scroll grows more solemn. Cultivators of the heavenly realm must exercise extreme caution against the epic long river. Each occurrence brings catastrophic devastation. Though it harbors opportunity, it can also obliterate one's immortal foundation. Even the top 3 on the summit ranking are not immune. She who was hailed across the myriad heavens as Phoenix Jinshuang of the 7-crown god clan perished at the hands of the epic long river. Hearing that Jin Shuang had stood in the top 3 of the summit ranking, he feels a twinge of embarrassment and thinks, "So the boss is that formidable, it's me who's lacking. I must absolutely ascend the summit ranking that way, no matter where the boss is. She'll be able to see my name, she can rest easy, I'd better move quickly." He carefully wraps the myriad heavens artifact compendium back around the bamboo scroll, his expression tinged with caution. He knew the nether lamp was formidable, but who could have imagined it was this powerful Dao artifact, even in the immortal realm? Such treasures are exceedingly rare at the Dao Lord level. He must safeguard it well. Beiweng takes out the zither Jin Shuang gave him. His fingers brush lightly across its strings, carrying a deep reverence. The zither the boss bestowed upon him is already considered a 9th-grade celestial immortal artifact. Suddenly, a wisp of Jin Shuang's primordial spirit embedded within the zither emerges, drawn out by the tenderness of his caress. Beiweng thinks she has appeared and joyfully exclaims, "Boss, I miss you." But when he touches Jin Shuang's primordial spirit and realizes it is not her true self, his face clearly shows a wave of melancholy. Something feels off. It turns out to be merely a child. Forget it, that she could think of something like this. The boss is becoming more and more resourceful. He wraps his arms around Jin Shuang's projection from behind and pours out his heart. "Boss, with you not here, I feel terribly lonely and empty. That's why I have to find you as quickly as possible. Do you believe in me?" He lets the projection lean against his chest, his mind racing as he searches for a way to climb higher. "If I want speed, I can't afford to cultivate step by step. How long would that take? Right now, I'm still nothing more than an outer disciple." It turns out that Ice Snow Zither Palace allows one to cultivate from outer disciple to inner disciple, and eventually to become one of the 9 great core disciples. At this thought, a calculating glint flashes in his eyes. Only core disciples have access to abundant cultivation resource. Progress would be far swifter. Right now, Gu Liangcheng, ranked last on the core disciple list, stands at the peak of the calamity-solving realm. Having already condensed his immortal body, having identified his next robbery target, he curves his eyes into a smile and gazes at the projection nestled in his arms. Then let's start with him and make this a gamble. Waste no time, strike while the iron is hot. The next day, Beiweng dons the ice snow zither palace uniform, takes up his zither, and heads out to challenge Gu Liangcheng. He raises his voice clear and loud. This one is Su Beiweng, here to challenge Gu Liangcheng, having issued the challenge. He secretly thinks, set small goals, defeat Gu Liangcheng, become a core disciple. The affairs elder swoops in to obstruct such insolence from a mere outer disciple. What do you think you're doing? He replies, this one merely wishes to test himself. The other disciples have gathered to watch. Test yourself, you'll die trying. She is so angered she can barely speak. You, a newcomer dressed in bestriding garb, dare challenge senior brother Gu Liangchengan of the 9 great core disciples of Ice Snow Zither Palace. Su Beiweng bows respectfully. Greetings, senior brother Gu. He looks down with contempt. Stinking brat, just ascended and already looking for a fight. You think I'm someone you can bully? How do you wish to die? He channels his chi and leaps into the air. If you can fight, then stop yapping. He strikes back as well. I finished refining my immortal body long ago. What can a mere early-stage calamity-solving realm cultivator like you possibly do? You don't know your own limitations. Beiweng's eyes erupt with a purple gleam. Oh, is that so? Gu Liangcheng is frightened out of his wits. Not good. The zither strike shatters his arm, and he is sent hurtling into the sky. Several people rush over. Senior brother Gu severed his own body. Beiweng is somewhat puzzled, so he self-destructed. The affairs elder is equally astonished. A newly admitted early-stage calamity-solving realm cultivator forced Gu Liangcheng to sever his own body. Truly, his prospects are boundless. After a brief moment, Gu Liangcheng's body reassembles. He executes his cultivation technique. A colossal statue materializes and raises its fist, bringing it crashing toward Beiweng. But he merely stands motionless in place. Even the onlookers are terrified. This newcomer is surely dead. The affairs elder cannot comprehend what on earth he is doing. He sneers faintly and produces a black spider lily. Using his demonic voice, he speaks to Gu Liangcheng. Catch it, take it no. Like a man whose soul has been snatched, Gu Liangcheng obeys Su Beiweng's command and seizes the flower. Beiweng grins. Thighs is the might of the 7th tier of mastery, transcending space and time itself, dragging his target into the netherworld. Now he can do as he pleases. The elder watches the disciple being enveloped by a stream of black ki. It is the law of time. This kind of technique, identical to the legendary law of time, how can it possibly manifest upon a mere ascender? A voice desperately tries to rouse him. Liangcheng, wake up, snap out of it. But all is futile. He does not stir in the slightest. His body gradually dissolves until finally not even a scrap of cloth remains. Every trace is gone. The elder is so horrified that even the primordial spirit could not be preserved. How is this possible? The disciples scream. He killed senior brother Gu. He actually killed senior brother Gu. Gu Liangcheng's master senses it and flies over in fury. You dare kill my disciple. The oppressive aura makes him feel stifled. Her cultivation is truly formidable. I really can't beat this old woman. Perhaps I should flee first. The commotion even reaches the palace master of Ice Snow Zither Palace, Gong Chu. She emerges. Hold. Everyone bows in unison. We pay respects to the palace master. She turns her gaze toward him. You are the outer disciple who just joined, are you not? Beiweng hasn't quite adapted yet. The palace master is a woman. Gu Liangcheng's master rages. He just joined and already dares act this arrogantly. Such insolence. Palace master, this brat must not be allowed to live. He too kneels and speaks. Reporting to the palace master, this disciple is Su Beiweng. To restore glory to the sect, this one will never refuse such a duty. Gong Chu hears this and is greatly pleased. Restore glory to the sect? You haven't been here long yet you already harbor such devotion. According to records, Ice Snow Zither Palace was once the foremost lineage of the Eastern Desolation. Having once occupied the most prosperous sacred grounds, sadly the sect fell into decline during a period of famine and hardship. Now it can only remain in a cramped corner, Seeing the palace master's expression soften, he breathes a quiet sigh of relief. His guess was spot on. Thankfully, he reviewed the intelligence cards before arriving. In the end, Gongyi Chu renders her decision: you shall take this seat as your master. The disciples burst into whispers. Has become the palace master's personal disciple. Truly fortunate, being able to eliminate senior brother Gu Liangcheng clearly possesses real strength. Su Beiweng hesitates slightly. Female master, my boss doesn't want me entangled with other women. Seeing this, she asks, you don't wish to? He immediately bows. Greetings to my master. Under the current circumstances, there's no choice except first, explain later. She commands him to follow. Having spoken, the two of them vanish together. Those remaining can only stand and watch, bowing as they send off the palace master. Without a word, Gongyi Chu actually leads him into a room and closes the door. Beiweng is somewhat bewildered. A man alone with a woman, what does she intend? Gongyi Chu sits upon the flower throne and speaks, capable and ambitious. This seat approves of you, disciple. Su Beiweng quickly responds. This disciple refuses to suffer beneath others. Driven to desperation, I risked everything gained by fortune. I was accepted under the palace master's wing. He beams with joy, clasps his hands, and bows slightly. This disciple believes I can hold my own against an early human immortal. She doesn't look at him. Is that so? But you absolutely must not abuse your status or bully others with your backing. Should you transgress, this seat will cast you out. Beiweng answers promptly. This disciple obeys master's command. Gongyi Chu waves her hand, signaling him to leave. Withdraw for now. But since you've become this seat's disciple, you must change your residence. She watches his retreating figure and murmurs to herself, not a bad seed actually, she sighs. But imparting the sect's supreme Tao arts to him now would still be premature. The scene shifts outside. Warm sunlight bathes the land. Su Beiweng enters his quarters alone and mutters, being a core disciple really does make a difference. He lies down and continues murmuring, from now on I must strive to climb higher, stepping over others' corpses if I must. Suddenly he remembers something. That's right. The ring on his hand unexpectedly emits a strange, wondrous light. Su Beiweng cradles Jinshuang's projection and whispers softly, boss, I've taken a female master. Seeing her expression turn slightly angry, he hurriedly explains, boss, don't be upset. I will absolutely honor and respect my master. Beiweng studies her expression and secretly thinks, with the boss's cultivation, who knows, might truly be able to sense everything I say. Beiweng cups her cheek, gently guiding Jinshuang's gaze toward himself to soothe her. Although right now he lacks the strength to protect himself, once he cultivates to the human immortal realm, he'll be able to leave the eastern desolation. He kisses her below the collarbone and murmurs, boss, I've been very good. Even though I was alone with the palace master, I'm completely clean. Su Beiweng removes his clothing and offers himself willingly. Would you like to inspect for yourself? The two draw closer, lips gradually parting. He whispers, as if she can sense it, big boss misses me terribly too, doesn't she? A moment later, he holds her tightly in his arms. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, although he cannot move, at least he can catch her scent. He says softly, boss, I never imagined the eastern wasteland would be so small. This ice-snow zither palace is rather mediocre. Su Beiweng thinks of Gongyi Chu and the ice-snow zither palace. He continues musing, the sect master's providence is already considered top tier. Yet it amounts to a mere 80 leaves, the rest are utterly wretched. It seems opportunities here are scarce. He raises his head, thinking fortunately the northern dark divine art hasn't hindered his cultivation. As long as he kills enough people, advancing won't be a problem. The scene shifts, him soaking in a bath, lost in idle thought. No time to waste, he must cultivate quickly. Right, Jinshuang descended to be by his side. Cultivation is grueling, one needs company. Su Beiweng rests in her embrace, the surrounding air utterly warm. After a while he closes his eyes and murmurs, this feeling isn't half bad. She still embraces him from behind as his cultivation surges to high-grade calamity-solving realm. Beiweng turns to look at Jinshuang and says softly, thank you for your trouble. Fortunately you were here, let's head back first. He already has his clothes back on. His expression blank as he thinks, thank the heavens the ancient god's heart meridians helped him absorb these losses, otherwise breaking through would have been nearly impossible. Su Beiweng reaches for the door and steps outside, thinking about gathering more resources to continue his cultivation. Before the thought even finishes, he startles and stumbles back, cursing inwardly, what the hell? Before his eyes stand Gong Yi Chu and the ice snow zither elder. Su Beiweng clasps his hands and bows deeply. Greetings, master, greetings, elder Yue. Gong Yi Chu immediately speaks with a smile. 8 months you broke through from low-grade to high-grade calamity-solving realm. We already sensed it. Breaking through 2 grades in 8-month thighs is a genius among geniuses. He keeps his head bowed and replies, it's all thanks to the immortal medicines and spirit herbs master bestowed. Meanwhile, he thinks they came fast. She walks over and places a hand on him. Good, very good. Beiweng smiles brightly in return. Master is too kind. He thinks her smile is far more sincere than last time. The immortal realm truly is pragmatic. Gong Yi Chu's eyes narrow sharply as she asks, how is it possible that you came from the fallen realm? Su Beiweng pauses for a heartbeat but recovers quickly. Regarding that, the abrupt question forces him to fabricate a lie on the spot. When this disciple was born, he was struck by 5 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning. To elaborate, at 1 year old, I began cultivating and repeatedly triggered 9-fold heavenly tribulation. Only through the protection of my elders did I narrowly survive. They hear this and cannot help but gasp. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Beiweng continues to embellish. The disciple possesses countless fortuitous encounters, stumbling upon legacies wherever he goes, turning danger into safety, transforming calamity into blessing. At 17, the gateway of ascension opens, but being young and unwilling to leave his parents, he seals his own cultivation for 15 years, only to be forced into ascension. He bows respectfully. These strange phenomena his disciples still cannot explain them to this day. I humbly ask Master to shed light on this mystery. Gong Yi Chu, hearing this, temporarily believes him. So he is a child of heavenly fate who was mistakenly born in the fallen realm. The elder explains, the sect master's meaning is that Han Wuyi belongs to the immortal realm. A freak accident sent him into the fallen realm. But his providence and talent, originating from the source, were preserved. Gong Yi Chu suddenly asks, but how did you arrive at the Tianqin star territory? The elder is equally curious. How do you explain that? His mind races with providence this immense. There's no way he would have ended up in a low-tier star territory like Tianqin. He replies, this disciple also hopes Master can resolve this doubt. He thinks if he exaggerates without proof, what then? Perhaps they won't kill him, but they'll never trust him again. The moment he finishes speaking, a high-level immortal beast soul aura radiates from around him. Witnessing this, Gong Yi Chu cannot help but gasp in shock. These are divine-level spirit beasts. The fallen realm absolutely cannot produce such things. Seeing the 2 beasts, Su Beiweng laughs inwardly. Boss is truly Bosch is still helping him. He attributes it to, this disciple has been like this since childhood. I nearly scared my parents to death. Master, please divine this disciple's soul so that I too may understand the situation within my own body. In another dimension, Jin Shuang says smugly, let's see how you handle this pressure. Gong Yi Chu believes him and nods. Truly a providential blessing for the ice snow zither palace. She cannot contain her joy. We've picked up a treasure. No wonder he dared to slaughter his way through Liangcheng. With talent like this, he must be nurtured with the utmost care. The plan unfolds exactly as he wishes. He hurries to respond, this disciple will certainly do his utmost. He thinks she's underestimating me, who can't spin a tall tale. Are they really going to investigate? She then orders, what happened today must not be leaked to the outside world, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. All of you withdraw. He thinks if the other sects find out and try to poach him, it'll be troublesome. Gong Yi Chu then leads him into an inner chamber. This seat has something to discuss with you. Your name is Su Beiweng. On the summit ranking, there's someone named Boeng as well. He nods. Master, this disciple wishes to observe the summit ranking. Gong Yi Chu casts a spell. From within the magic, the summit ranking manifests. He gazes in awe. So this is the summit ranking. Truly extraordinary, he must secure a place on it. From within the phantom realm of Tianlin ancient star, Miao Boeng appears. Little worm. Meow Meow's got your back. This adorable display makes Boeng think with a satisfied smile. Sure enough, Meow Meow already made the ranking after returning to the immortal realm. Indeed, among their family of 3, he is the weakest. As if forgetting something, he startles. What about Boss's name? Not on it. Su Beiweng falls silent. With Boss's strength, it's only a matter of time before she makes the ranking. When that day comes, she will surely dominate all directions. After a period of observation, Gongyi Chu retracts the spell and asks, "How do you feel?" He replies, excited. She merely smiles. "That's only natural. Every time this seat observes it, my heart surges and falls. Use this opportunity to motivate yourself." Boeung resolves inwardly he must find an opportunity to steal that compass of hers, so he can monitor it any time. She instructs without a shred of suspicion, "This seat places her hopes upon you. The sect will do its utmost to provide the cultivation resources you need." She then presents 2 treasure artifacts in her hands. These are the finest origin foundation building treasures of the Ice Snow Zither Palace. Once you reach peak calamity-solving realm, they will be forged into your immortal foundation. After receiving the gifts, he responds respectfully, "Many thanks, Master. This disciple will certainly not disappoint you. One day, I will make the Ice Snow Zither Palace stand tall at the pinnacle of the eastern wasteland." This disciple is overwhelmed by such favor and feels somewhat ashamed to receive it. Seeing the iron determination in his eyes, she praises him. "Your master shall gift you an additional immortal artifact for self-defense. This staff was refined from a million-year-old immortal osmanthus bamboo. A Tongshan 9th rank artifact refiner infused the purest wind element power into it. It is a life-saving immortal artifact." He says this disciple is deeply grateful. Boeing then asks openly, "Master, would you permit this disciple to venture outside for training?" Gongyi Chu shakes her head. "The time has not yet come. Rapid progress is commendable, but rest is equally important. Your master shall have your senior sister take you on a brief tour." Hearing this, he nods hastily. This disciple thanks Master, but inwardly he is displeased. Make Sensesh just handed him so many treasures, she's afraid he'll bolt. While strolling through Tinghai City of the Sun and Moon Divine Dynasty, the one leading the way is Su Beiweng's senior sister, Donghua, who introduces little junior brother. This is the Divine Dynasty's largest auction house. Boeing replies, "Thank you for your trouble, senior sister." Suddenly, a young man eager to buy flowers appears before Hema, direct disciple of the Talisman sect. He calls out a price. "I'll take this flower, 700 immortal crystals." But Su Beiweng cuts in, "Shopkeeper, I offer 701. He thinks gleefully this familiar feeling of snatching providence hasn't felt this satisfying in ages. The young man erupts in fury, "You stinking brat, what's your meaning?" Donghua steps in to block him. "How dare you show disrespect to a disciple of our Ice Snow Zither Palace?" Hearing the name, he sneers openly. Ice Snow Zither Palace really does pick up every piece of trash that washes ashore. The insult sets her ablaze with rage. "You insolent!" Boeing intervenes to restrain her. "Senior sister, let it go, let it go." Before turning away, the young man hurls one final insult. "HMPH, you dare snatch from me." But the moment he touches the flower, a voice rings out, "Snap out of it." From within the flower emerges a bloodshot eye, which swiftly devours his body as he screams without end. What in the world just happened? The surrounding onlookers witness the scene and cannot help but feel terror. Dead? A mid-grade immortal just like that, dead. Only Boeing remains calm, observing quietly. These people like him have only recently ascended. The immortal chi within their bodies is impure ethos. They can be devoured. Above the heads of the crowd, cultivation numbers appear. The black chi rushes toward Beiweng hungrily, only to be tamed by him. Providence cannot take root without entering the immortal realm. No providence tree can grow there. That meant these points of providence light could be devoured to strengthen his own providence. His thoughts concluded, he puts on an act. "Sorry about thought, a stinking brat like me doesn't understand a thing, all I know is killing." He then offers the shopkeeper 700 spirit stones per celestial star pill. "This flower is mine now." Suddenly, an enraged elder materializes in the sky, unleashing his techniques. "Wretched beast!" Seeing this, Donghua immediately screams, "Quick, run!" The confrontation swiftly comes to an end. Upon returning to the sect, Gongyi Chu cannot help but voice her anxious judgment. A direct disciple has dead in front of so many people, no less. The Fu sect will surely not let this slide. Seeing the fault lay with him, Beiweng offers, "Master, you can hand this disciple over." She dismisses it as a joke and refuses. "With the prestige of our Ice Snow Zither Palace, how could we possibly fear the Fu sect?" The words had barely fallen when a roar echoes from outside. "Gongyi Chu, this old man demands justice." Riding atop a black dragon, he issues his decree, "A disciple of my Fu sect cannot die in vain like this." Elderly Kuisin of the Fu sect continues, "This brat must return to the Fu sect to face punishment." Gong Yi-chu deems this unacceptable and retorts. Li Qiusin, the ice snow zither palace does not tolerate such insolence. From Beiweng's side he speaks up if the direct disciples of the Fu sect wish to challenge this one, their lives and deaths are their own fate. But the scenery suddenly shifts. The ice and snow dissolve into the heavens as a bizarre phenomenon manifests in the sky. Li Qiusin frowns in confusion. What in the world is happening? Gong Yi-chu beside him also speaks curiously. This phenomenon resembles the ancient records of an epical great fortune. Even the black dragon is thrown into a panic by this anomaly, flying erratically. The sudden surge of pressure makes the elder roar, what in the heavens is happening? Only Beiweng remains calm, sensing that familiar scent. Boss, did you come to gift me essence power? Gazing at the anomalous phenomenon before him, he muses, only by forging an immortal foundation with star essence source can one compete on the summit ranking. He knows Boss would never abandon him, but this display would it bring trouble down on Boss. Jinshuang stands before Gong Yi-chu, gently patting her head. Seeing this, Beiweng can only smile helplessly. Boss is still boss jealous as ever, but he is immediately startled by her voice. Jinshuang withdraws her hand and her spell releases Gong Yi-chu. Beiweng witnesses the woman's fury, her killing intent leaking outward. He thinks to himself, fortunately, my cheap master only has a master-disciple relationship with me. If there were even a shred of romantic intent, Boss would kill her on the spot. Still, he would need to explain everything clearly to Boss later. Jinshuang gradually fades from view. Gong Yi-chu and the elder rise to their feet. Looking around in bewilderment, who could possess such a terrifying aura? Even Li Qiusin is so frightened he breaks into a cold sweat. Gong Yi-chu also asks curiously, who was that person just now and who were they targeting? Su Beiweng hesitates for a moment, then replies, a forbidden existence reincarnation of an emperor's corporeal form. Inwardly he is anxious, reminding himself that he must not reveal too much. Gong Yi-chu approaches with delight, gripping both his shoulders firmly and speaks solemnly, Little Wang. You truly are the blessing of our ice-snow zither palace. We must nurture you well. Li Qiusin quickly chimes in, eager to curry favor. Su Beiweng's face twists as he laments to himself, damn, everyone's imaginations are getting more and more outrageous. He then respectfully assumes a proper posture and speaks. This one takes his leave. He immediately departs from the scene, hurrying toward his room. Before he even reaches the door, his heart is already pounding with joy. Boss is still waiting for him. A ring placed at the corner of the table catches his eye. Su Beiweng picks it up and studies it carefully, scrutinizing every detail. So this was the star essence sourceth finest foundation building material in the immortal realm. Boss truly does care for him. He slides the ring onto his finger, his mind drifting back to thoughts of Jinshuang. Boss, I want to hold you so badly. Suddenly, a crimson stone fragment materializes, seemingly about to fall into his hand. Su Beiweng is stunned, bewildered. What is this? The soul projection of Myo appears before his eyes. The mischievous girl speaks in a soft, playful whisper. This star territory essence Myo found it for you. Beiweng chuckles and teases her affectionately. Silly little Mieru, he says, poking her tiny nose as she giggles with delight. Myo is super powerful now. You can see Myo's name on the summit ranking. Mieru Beiweng. The little girl beams with a radiant smile. Mieru misses you so much. Myo has grown up too. Those words leave Beiweng speechless. Suddenly Myo startles and vanishes. Beiweng instinctively turns around. Boss has appeared behind him. Gazing upon that peerlessly beautiful face he has longed for day and night, Beiweng instantly calls out Boss. He immediately rushes forward and pulls her into a tight embrace. She teases, you trash, so you've gone gold digging. She lifts his chin. And you even have a female master now, how entertaining. Beiweng looks at her, overwhelmed. This subordinate has not. This subordinate can prove it. Jinshuang gazes at him, smiling gently, yet still stubbornly asks, and how exactly do you plan to prove it? Beiweng gazes adoringly at his beloved, Your Highness. This subordinate has improved greatly. I implore her ladyship to test me. He then pulls Jinshuang close and kisses her passionately. She responds in kind. After a display unfit for children's eyes, Beiweng holds his beloved in his arms, resting his head on Jinshuang's shoulder, and whispers softly, Your Highness, this subordinate didn't lie to you, did he? Jinshuang says with a hint of coquettishness, ever since you left, you trash, no one has been around to cook for this seat. Beiweng instantly feels a surge of heartache. "Your Highness has been wronged. This subordinate will surely strive to catch up to you." He thinks to himself, she practically said, "I miss you" right to my face. As expected, boss is still the same proud boss. Suddenly, Jinshuang rises from Beiwang's embrace. "Very well, this seat must take her leave. He is stunned so soon." "No, Your Highness, let this subordinate cook for you." But Jinshuang is rather blunt. "This seat is doing just fine. I hope you won't be too pathetic." Beiwang watches her fade away with reluctant longing, a helpless, mournful cry escaping his lips. "Boss." He has just picked up the Jinshuang doll to admire it when someone calls from outside the door. "Senior Brother Su, the palace master requests your presence to discuss an important matter." Su Beiwang swiftly makes his way to the palace hall and respectfully greets his master. "May I ask what brings master's summons?" Gong Yichu regards him and speaks, "Little Wang, the immortal realm's zither prodigy ranking is about to open. This seat holds you in high regard." He looks at her with doubt. "The zither prodigy ranking." Seeing the skeptical expression on Beiwang's face, she begins to explain. "This zither prodigy ranking is hosted by our Tianqin Star Territory. It was established to encourage the rising cultivators of the Star Territory. It is held once every 1,000 years. All those with outstanding talent throughout the Tianqin Star Territory, whoever enters the ranking shall obtain a great fortune. This is an opportunity not everyone can obtain." Knowing she needs him, he immediately makes his request. "This disciple has a matter to trouble master with. My unique cultivation technique requires the soul remnants and residual spiritual energy of those who have undergone ascension. The more, the better." Gong Yichu immediately understands and agrees. "A trivial matter. Whatever resources you still lack, just tell your master." Beiwang expresses his endless gratitude. "Many thanks, master. Today this disciple begins closed-door cultivation." "Little Wang, there is no need to be courteous with your master," she promptly instructs. But inwardly she is already scheming. As the old saying goes, when one attains the Tao, everyone around them ascends to heaven. If you make it onto the ranking, the entire ice snow zither palace shall reap unimaginable benefits. Even if this competition's fighting slots do not include our ice snow zither palace, this seat will still secure one for you. Several months pass. While Gong Yichu is in the middle of a discussion, someone shouts her name loudly. Gong Yichu, this time the one qualified to compete in the summit ranking, is clearly our Guang Qin Kue. What gives you the right to seize it? Hearing this, Gong Yichu merely asks calmly, "Is the palace master of Guang Qin Kue certain she wishes to turn hostile?" The palace master of Guang Qin Kue retorts with a scowling, irate expression, "Turn hostile then? Do you think I fear you?" Li Qiusin immediately speaks up to mediate. "Palace master, why must it come to this? If your young master participates in the competition, he will surely secure first place. At that time we, however." The opposing party angrily cuts him off. "HMPH, a stinking brat who just ascended and he thinks he is worthy. Let me teach him a lesson. Endure." Unable to contain her attitude, Gong Yichu responded loudly, "How can the Bingsu Zither Palace allow such a rude person?" Suddenly, a golden light soared in from outside the window. Su Beiwang stood in the courtyard, his presence surging, even adorned with shards of purple crystal. A single glance was enough for Gong Yichu to perceive the shift in his cultivation realm. She exclaimed in excitement, "Human immortal realm! Xiao Wang has broken through to the human immortal realm." Her master Gong Yichu was astonished, and even Guisan cried out in shock. Young Master Su truly lived up to expectations. Even Ti Shen was rendered speechless, screaming in her heart. The human immortal realm, didn't this brat just ascend not long ago? At this moment the golden light was replaced by a strange, violet aura. Guisan recognized what it was. He gasped, stammering, "It is the primordial Tao Qi recorded in the ancient texts, a peerless talent, forging an immortal foundation and obtaining a sliver of primordial Tao Qi." Young Master Su actually possessed 10 strands. Even Gong Yichu was startled, wondering, could he have used the origin spirit to build his foundation? Ti Shen found it hard to believe. She couldn't help but retort, "Impossible. Since the existence of the Tianqin star domain, this divine object has never been discovered. Unless the star domain was destroyed." Hearing the sect master spout such negativity, Guisan immediately barked, "Shut your mouth. What do you understand? This is the heaven-sent Qi luck talent that young Master Su possesses. When one's Qi luck talent reaches a certain peak, the heavenly Tao bestows it in silence. How could he be lacking in face?" Su Beiwen glanced at Ti Shen. "I heard you wanted to teach me a lesson. Realizing his realm had leveled up, she panicked and retorted, "It is not. That is not the case." He raised an eyebrow, provoking her. "A little sparring wouldn't hurt, would it?" She was sweating like a downpour and quickly refused, "That will not be necessary." Gong Yichu looked at the opponent with cold eyes, her voice laced with a warning to Ti Shen. "Is there any point in continuing this futile effort?" "Ah," she responded, masking her immense fear. Guang Qing was pleased to help such a successful person, hoping young Master Su would win supreme glory for the Sun and Moon Divine Dynasty. The lecherous Gui-san also stepped forward with a flattering smile. "That is good. If young Master Su eats meat, we can at least drink the soup." Ti Shen, despite her unwillingness, knew better than to challenge the strong. "I thank the palace master. This humble one will rely on the heavenly Tao to repay your sect a favor." After only the master and disciple remained in the room, Gong Yichu asked, "Zio Wang, since the decision is made, once the competition token arrives, you can depart for the Yaoken rankings." He stepped forward to reassure her. "Master, rest easy." Hearing this, Gong Yichu began to speak. "You must do one thing for your master. Back then, when I competed in the Yaoken rankings, I was injured by the Luo Hua fairy of the Zhu Ci sect. This time, her disciple is also participating. You must reclaim the honor for your master and defeat them." Su Beiwang sincerely promised. "This disciple will certainly help master vent this anger." He pondered, thinking that he had received many favors from the Bingsu Zither Palace anyway. He must trample this vile person to avenge his master. She handed him a strange mask and continued, "This is a demon mask I obtained for you from the T clan. This is a holy relic of the T clan, and no one has ever been able to fathom it. I hope you can unravel the mystery within." He took it and mused, "So it is nether chi." Both stared intently at the object. Gong Yichu explained, "Previously the T clan sought out several corpse chi and demonic chi cultivators. Once this mask is worn, one's presence becomes zero. It is extremely strange and obscure." Su Beiwang nodded, indicating he understood. "Master, rest assured, this disciple understands. This disciple takes his leave." Returning to his room, Su Beiwang was stunned, looking at the special gift from his master. He couldn't help but wonder. "This cheap master of mine is quite efficient to find so many essence souls of those who ascended." Then he raised his hand, and his chi luck slowly dissipated. Feeling that this was not enough, his expression turned gloomy. He sighed, pondering. "Ascending alone is not enough. I must devour the children of the heavenly Tao in the immortal realm. I must grasp both paths firmly." Beiwang suddenly remembered the beautiful Sinswang, his heart feeling heavy as he reminded himself, "Otherwise, when will I ever be able to reunite with my boss?" He then picked up the mask he had just been given. "Right, let me see if there is any destiny in this mask." The moment he put it on, Su Beiwang's body immediately fell into another dimension. Before long, he descended into a dark, eerie place filled with human skulls. Beiwang looked around and exclaimed, "The nether chi is truly powerful. This mask is actually a teleportation gate." Suddenly, someone lunged at him, grabbing his throat, shouting excitedly, "A living person! You are a living person! I have waited 916 years for this. Finally, a living person." Scene transition. Everyone around looked quite surprised, casting their eyes in one direction. Seeing this, Su Beiwang smiled, thinking to himself, "Even though I must be humble when first arriving here, my momentum cannot be lost. Look, it is young Master Lai." A voice shouted out as Lai Shang appeared with a beauty. He spoke up, "Everyone, I have gathered you here before the opening of the rankings because I want our Donghua geniuses to complement each other, to bolster the prestige of our Donghua in the Yaoken rankings." The crowd hearing this cheered for young Master Lai. "But here, among us, there is a brat who has sneaked in, having only just ascended to the early stage of the human immortal realm. He also claims he is competing in the Yaoken rankings. Right. They are right there. I know them. They are disciples of the Bingsu Zither Palace. That person has a conflict with the Bingsu Zither Palace, so that is it. If you want to court death, keep showing off." As those words were spoken, he thought to himself, "Does he think I am easy to bully? As long as one does not strike, others will never know the truth. There is no need to expose one's true strategy early after all. It is enough to scare them with an unusual phenomenon." Then a golden aura fluttered around Su Beiwang. He stepped on a man with his beast-like foot, forcing him down to the ground. Seeing this, the others looked on in fear and thought, "His heaven-sent chi luck is truly powerful. He has definitely reached the earth immortal realm." Su Beiwang spoke, "Who the hell are you?" Young Master Lai, if this is your rankings, how should this person be dealt with? Hearing this, Lai Shang smiled lightly and replied, "It is up to you." As he spoke, he thought to himself, this person might actually be able to form a bond with me, being born as an immortal. Even the birth phenomena could not have such an aura. Su Beiweng used magic on the person kneeling below. A powerful golden magical wave flashed, causing him to collapse in agony. Lai Shang turned to leave, telling everyone to be at ease, and the others returned to their normal activities. Seeing that scene, Su Beiweng happily thought to himself, I didn't expect to be able to buy these things in this manner. This beast's chi luck tree is glowing with 92 leaves. It must contain a great destiny. This water orb is also an immortal tool. At that moment, a cultivator was sitting on a street corner, refining energy. A large crowd had gathered around to watch. Two people spoke up. I found this tree in the ancient ruins, but I still cannot research its mystery. The strangest thing is that it cannot be refined. The person opposite him also said, who wants it for 70,000? Lai Shang heard this and stepped forward. Let me try. He looked at the tree, thinking, no matter how strange an evil object is, it can be refined. As for things that cannot be refined, either it is not worth a single penny, or it is unimaginably mysterious. The tree carrying a heavy violet aura was targeted by Lai Shang, but there was no reaction. A person standing far away said, if even young Master Lai cannot refine it, I fear it is truly useless. Hearing this, Su Beiweng smiled and approached. This one wishes to buy the chi luck of these 99 leaves. How much destiny must I pay to obtain it? Lai Shang said, you may try to refine it yourself. As he spoke, he pointed toward the object. Hearing this, Su Beiweng calculated internally he had to make this clear. Su Beiweng exerted his power on the tree, and unexpectedly it began to be refined. Seeing that scene, he was shocked, thinking, this tree actually contains origin spirit. It seems only cultivators who used origin spirit to forge their immortal foundation can refine it. Refining a tree like this would increase cultivation speed by at least 5 times. He then immediately tossed a money pouch toward the other party and said, I want to buy it. The man caught it and happily replied, my name is Dongfeng, since you are so supportive if you have any trouble in the future. As long as I am here, I will surely protect you. Hearing this, Su Beiweng thanked him happily. Just outside the city in an open area, Su Beiweng sat solemnly, his hands channeling energy into the spirit tool tree. A golden light erupted, causing the surrounding air to be submerged in a brilliant golden glow. He channeled it while thinking, the effect is even better than I imagined. This cultivation speed is not just 5 times, it is 8 times faster. The tree grew continuously, rising tall in an instant. And Su Beiweng muttered, another breakthrough. Boom! A powerful surge of energy shot straight into the sky. Those nearby who noticed the golden pillar of light from afar were shocked and exclaimed, who is breaking through? The resonance with the heavenly Tao is truly terrifying. Su Beiweng ascended into the air, a powerful stream of spiritual qi circulating around his body. His voice echoed, apologies for disturbing you all. The people below said excitedly, he has broken through to the high-grade human immortal realm. Others added, this talent is terrifying, isn't it? The Tianqin star domain has never found many people like him. On Lai Shang's side, he was extremely astonished by the scene unfolding before him, thinking, one day, the Tianqin star domain will surely have a place for him. A voice suddenly rang out, and the master of the star domain and the others turned back as the heavenly court Yaoqin rankings retreated once more. Cultivators of the eastern wilderness, do not return to your sects. Hearing this, Lai Shang looked up in shock. Master, what is this? Feng Qingsu had returned. He reached 25th on the Wen Ting rankings. Lai Shang looked at his hands and muttered with a look of unease. 50 years ago, Feng Qingsu died. Those hands had destroyed 10 star domains. Feng Qingsu used the realm of an ancient god to dominate 100,000 divine emperors and yet did not die. Su Beiweng muses to himself, could the boss have failed? No, she is merely scaling the Wending ranking at the Mu Rai ancient star. I wonder how she fares now. As the image of Sin Suang manifests in his mind, the surrounding crowd erupts in astonishment. They murmur, she was 25th, but if she hasn't perished, she now stands firm in the top 3 with a chance to claim the throne. A bystander interjects, could she have suffered grave wounds, causing her cultivation base to regress? Lai Shang sneers, perhaps she has been reborn. Su Beiweng, standing behind, echoes the sentiment, that does not concern us, does it? Indeed, it is as if she has just ascended. Having not heard the name Sinswang in some time, Lai Shang repeats, Sinswang. Once she arrives, we must all kneel, not daring to lift our heads, so that is how it is. He wonders, what can I do for the boss now? His gaze suddenly turns resolute. He locks onto a distant point. He has sensed a fortuitous opportunity. In the far distance, a tree of resplendent gold stretches toward the heavens. Does this fellow Taoist also seek to participate in the martial ranking? This humble one is Su Beiwing of the Ice and Snow Palace. He speaks the Namla Yi. The xianxia sect disciple eyes him, thinking, he is different from the others, he must be concealing some treasure. Su Beiwing approaches and gestures, a weakling who just ascended. He deserves not to own treasures, kill him. Li Yi ponders, but Su Beiwing's gaze sharpens. He glares at his opponent. Time is precious. He has no patience to watch a rat grow strong. He must eliminate him immediately. Su Beiwing unleashes his destructive force. Li Yi gasps, this is a power of obliteration. It envelops my body. Consider this a small flower as a gift. A black flower manifests in Su Beiwing's palm. It drifts toward Li Yi. The man shrieks in terror as the entity enters his body, burrowing deep within. Success! Su Beiwing wears a triumphant grin as he retracts the black chi. No one is here, right? He scans the surroundings cautiously, then summons a vial and a celestial peach into his hand. Indeed, there is treasure here. He shall refine these first. Months later, Su Beiwing sits in the courtyard, advancing in his realm. In the immortal garden, a surge of destructive energy erupts into the sky. The onlookers watch in awe, whispering, he has broken through again. What kind of monster is he? Su Beiwing enters a state of serene meditation, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy to himself. The Lord of the Eastern Wilderness, Zhang Yuanqiao, appears alongside Lai Shang. Master, this is the one who ascended that I mentioned to you. Su Beiwing, Lord of the Eastern Wilderness, yet he serves one surnamed Zai. A bystander exclaims in shock. Su Beiwing steps forward, my gratitude, venerable one. Zhang Yuanqiao descends. Su Beiwing, how would you like to become my direct disciple? Su Beiwing bows respectfully. When this one was in peril, the Ice and Snow Palace took me in. I cannot betray the expectations of my sect. Zhang Yuanqiao smiles lightly, a person of gratitude. I admire your character, become my nominal disciple. Here is a defensive artifact, cultivate well. He thinks, I have spent so many resources, I cannot let this brat escape. I must secure this karmic link. Su Beiwing bows, thank you, master. Zhang Yuanqiao turns and departs. He speaks to Lai Shang. Lai Shang, bring your junior brother, I have words for you both. Inside the private chamber, the three sit facing one another. Master, must the matter of the previous target be resolved immediately? Lai Shang asks. Searching through billions of star systems has yielded nothing. Sinswang seems to have evaporated. Then it seems the boss is safe. Su Beiwing smiles faintly to himself. Zhang Yuanqiao commands, for this martial ranking you both must exert all your strength. Shang'er, entering the top 5 is easy, but I expect you to reach the top 3. Lai Shang answers confidently, this disciple will certainly give his all. Little Wang, although you are participating, it may be hard to shine, treat this as experience. One day, you shall stir the heavens of the youth generation. Su Beiwing replies, this disciple will strive. I will do my best. Suddenly a scroll is flung toward Zhang Yuanqiao. He catches it and reads the contents. His tone is frantic. A high-ranking member of the Rai Bu Luo god clan has perished. It seems they are purging the star systems for Sinswang. The god clan is even using blood to issue a decapitation threat across the heavens. I shall go investigate the situation. Lai Shang replies, we respectfully see you off, master. Junior brother, the room on the second floor is prepared. Go cultivate. Su Beiwing responds, understood. He thinks, as expected of the boss of the 7 god kings, even while hunted you make life miserable for them. Entering the room, a flash of azure light appears on his arm. He looks at it in astonishment. A stone appears, triggering a teleportation. Sinswang stands before him, her face beaming with joy. Boss, I missed you. They're still searching for you. Are you well? Sinswang replies, without me you seem to have fared quite well. They embrace tightly. Listen well, I have a task for you, Su Beiwing thinks. She is using the word request, the situation is dire. He says, Your Highness, whatever you command, this servant shall do. The Grand Princess produces a vial containing the essence blood of the Rai Bu Luo god. I want you to use this. Su Beiwing is skeptical but accepts. This servant is willing. From now on, you possess the bloodline of the Rai Bu Luo. I need you to infiltrate their ranks as a spy. With your ability, you shall eventually be trusted by the heavenly court. Su Beiweng is bewildered. A spy. She replies, the Golden God clan only values bloodlines. You have the purest body, you are the most suitable. Purest body, Su Beiweng thinks. Does the boss misunderstand the word pure? Rest assured, once your bloodline manifests, they will assume you are a reborn soul with no memories of your past life. They will not suspect you originate from the Rai Bu Luo. They hunt so many clansmen daily who can trace the reincarnation of each. They only recognize blood. This servant is willing to try. Be cautious, one slip and you will be exposed. I do not wish to be a good-for-nothing. I must become a source of strength for the boss. If I can truly integrate into this identity, unimaginable opportunities await. He takes her hand. This servant is honored to serve your highness. The ancient texts I possess contain knowledge of nether chi. Its destructive nature can mask the memories that this golden blood brings. No one will detect a flaw in your bloodline. And what of your own essence blood, my lady? I shall help you refine it, but devouring so much will bring agonizing pain. Your highness, have no fear. Having been kicked by the boss so many times, my skin is thick enough. He receives the essence blood. I will refine this quickly. I am just reluctant after all. It is the boss' own blood. As he begins to absorb it, he collapses from the agony. If it is truly too much to endure, I promised you, your highness, I will see this through. He continues to refine the power. She strokes his hair. I remember your words. I await the day you reunite with me. Lai Shang calls from outside, junior brother. Su Beiweng fumes. Must he arrive now? I haven't even finished speaking with her. He opens the door. What is it? Lai Shang demands. Why did it take so long to open the door? Master has ordered us to head to Central Continent to search for someone. We depart now. Upon reaching Central Continent, Lai Shang warns, Master just met with the emissary of the Heavenly Court. They will be monitoring us during this ranking. Do not embarrass our master. Suddenly, Lai Shang spots Liu Beiyu, the direct disciple of the Lord of the Heavenly Celestial Star System, and Xiao Qin Jingyi, disciples of the King's sect. Liu Beiyu steps forward. Greetings. Zai, please wait. I wonder if this fairy would grace this humble one with her company over tea. Xiao Qin Tingyi wishes to decline, but she says the young master's invitation is this little woman's honor. Only then does Su Beiweng ask, what's wrong? Do you fancy this girl? He thinks to himself, this vinegar jar must have already been kicked clean across the room. He doesn't even bother rescuing the girl. She clearly doesn't want this, Li Shang says. Su Beiweng walks up to Xiao Qin Tingyi and says, I've heard your great name for quite some time. As it happens, we were also looking to have a drink. How about we all go together? Liu Beiyu shows nothing but contempt. I have never drunk tea with a nameless nobody. Li Shang hurries to check on Xiao Qin Tingyi. Tingyi meme, are you all right? Su Beiweng says, who doesn't start as a nameless nobody? One day, the name Liu Beiyu will be trampled beneath my feet. Li Shang warns his junior brother, don't talk nonsense. Liu Beiyu erupts in fury. It seems you don't understand what kind of existence I am. Kowtow and beg for forgiveness at once. Su Beiweng smirks inwardly. Just you. In an instant, a crimson mark manifests on Su Beiweng's forehead. Liu Beiyu brazenly ignites his essence blood. Quite courageous, but an ant is still an ant. Even 10 men burning their essence blood would be futile. With a single sweep, Su Beiweng shatters the blazing sun into countless fragments. A rift in the timeline from the past tears open. Zhang Yuankyo and Mo Ran stare in astonishment. Sun never sets. Is the sun never sets God clan? Could he truly be of the God clan's bloodline? Su Beiweng asks himself, who am I? Where am I? The sky above returns to its original state. Mo Ran and Zhang Yuankyo drop to their knees. You possess the bloodline of the sun never sets God clan. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, the sun never sets bloodline has finally revealed itself. The secret of the sun never sets bloodline is exposed. He says, rise, both of you. Zhang Yuankyo smiles gently. Young Master Su is surely a reincarnator who has lost the memories of his past life. But the talent and providence woven into that bloodline, those simply cannot be erased. Su Beiweng turns his attention to Liu Beiyu and, in the blink of an eye, strikes him dead. Zhang Yuankyo thinks to herself, for better or worse, he was a prodigy who had made the summit ranking of the Tianqin Star Territory. What a pity. Mo Ran says to Su Beiweng, the God clan bloodline is beyond all doubt. Young Master Su, please return with me to the Heavenly Court at once. Su Beiweng agrees. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Court. Mo Ran escorts Su Beiweng all the way to its gates. Young Master Su has arrived at the heavenly court. Su Beiweng gasps in awe. Does a place like this truly exist? I thought gatekeepers announcing arrivals only existed in legends. The high-ranking members of the Sun Never Sets God clan gather within the heavenly court. Mo Ran kneels. This subordinate pays respects to the Supreme. The Supreme speaks to Su Beiweng. You hail from the realm of abandoned Qi, yet even in the womb, you open the gateway to absorbing providencia talent of staggering magnitude. Su Beiweng lowers his head, thinking, isn't this the same story I used to swindle Gongyi Chu back then? It seems they've already investigated thoroughly. The Supreme asks, did you once trigger the phantom of a great emperor upon your breakthrough? Was your past life that of a great emperor? Su Beiweng replies, perhaps, at least a great emperor. He thinks to himself, this junior does not remember his past life's memories. The God clan truly is the God clan. There'll be the death of me. His essence blood surges violently. The Supreme roars, the direct bloodline has fallen. You are a disgrace to the sun never sets, overwhelmed with shame. Su Beiweng drops to his knees. This junior is incompetent. The Supreme places his hand atop Su Beiweng's head. In this life, do not disappoint the God clan again. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, doesn't this mean I could be exposed? Su Beiweng says this junior remembers nothing. He thinks to himself, thank the Hevenchi's divine soul felt nothing. The Supreme didn't perform a soul search, only detected the trace of the immortal medicine. The Supreme immediately shatters the immortal medicine. He hands Su Beiweng a zither. Take it, compensation for the hardships you have endured. Su Beiweng accepts it. This junior thanks the senior. The Supreme speaks, starting today. You shall bear the surname of our son Never Sets God clan Teichu. Teichu Beiweng, go home. Having spoken, the Supreme teleports Su Beiweng away, commanding him to ascend the summit ranking without delay. The Sun Never Sets God clan does not raise trash. Mo Ran bows her head. Farewell, Supreme. The scene shifts to Su Beiweng. He, along with the peak prodigies of the Sun Never Sets including Wu Tianian, sets off toward the Emperor's heaven. They undertake a provisional trial. Su Beiweng harbors no worries. He devotes himself entirely to cultivation, breaks through to the high-grade celestial immortal realm, and by a stroke of fate, slays a rank 10,000 prodigy on the summit ranking of the star territory. From that moment, he steps onto the 10,000th rank of the summit ranking. Su Beiweng grins to himself, boss. This subordinate has finally made the ranking. The crown princess materializes before him, ranked 950,000th. You truly are the most pathetic good-for-nothing. Su Beiweng pulls her into an embrace. Boss speaks truly, but this subordinate needs motivation. Su Beiweng leans into Diwu Jinshuang's body. With boss backing me, this subordinate will surely rocket through the ranks in no time. The crown princess is in exceptionally high spirits. How fast exactly can you actually deliver? Su Beiweng forces an awkward smile. How could this subordinate ever let boss down? Without hesitation, he buries his face into the crook of Diwu Jinshuang's neck. Doesn't boss trust this subordinate the most? Diwu Jinshuang in turn leans into Su Beiweng's body. In 3 days, the star-viewing sea will reveal a great fortune. There will be no shortage of prodigies scrambling to seize it. You must grasp the opportunity. If anything happens, report back to this sovereign through the puppet. He answers at once, understood. Several days later, at the star-viewing sea, Su Beiweng finally makes his appearance. The crowd grows ever more astonished. That's the young Grand Tutor of the Sun Never Sets God clan. Has he come to compete for the fortune as well? Su Beiweng's gaze turns deadly serious. In an instant, he flicks his sleeve, scattering everyone in his path. A stalk of spirit herb rests in Su Beiweng's hand when a squad of celestial soldiers and generals suddenly materializes. Insolent, Grand Tutor Su Beiweng, how dare you slaughter the innocent at the star-viewing sea? Return to the heavenly court at once to face judgment. The atmosphere within the heavenly court is suffocating. Grand Tutor Su Beiweng. He had just climbed to the 950,000th rank on the summit ranking, yet he acts with such reckless abandon. Jiang Tianjun stands above, radiating supreme authority. Su Beiweng immediately lowers his head. Commander, this junior was rash and brought calamity upon himself. It is too late for regret. Commander, this junior acknowledges his wrongs. Jiang Tianjun's expression is utterly impassive. Rash, you leveraged your status to bully others and tarnish the honor of the great Sun Never Sets God clan. Grand Tutor Jihue, simply because someone refused to be your stepping stone, you slaughtered billions of lives across an entire domain. Even the gods are outraged. Grand Tutor Jihui immediately defends himself. The other party showed disrespect to the sun never sets. This junior merely administered a small punishment. A few feathers begin to drift down. A few feathers begin to fall. Jiang Tianjun turns, preparing to leave. Seeing as this is both your first offenses, I shall deal with you leniently this time. Your cultivation resources for 1 year are revoked. Should you dare offend again, you will be cast into the divine prison of the Star Territory and have your bloodlines seized. Withdraw. Hearing this, Su Beiweng immediately falls into deep contemplation. The God Clan distributes cultivation resources daily like receiving a salary. Losing a year's worth is quite the setback. Suddenly, a roar of fury erupts. Grand Tutor Jihui is absolutely livid. A mere son-in-law dares punish this old man. Su Beiweng strolls over with a provocative grin. You must be Grand Tutor Jihui's elder brother, correct? Never mind, never mind. Jihui can't take it and screams, get lost. Are you even worthy of speaking to me? He turns to leave at once. Wait until this old man returns from hunting at the xianxia ancient star. Let's see if you still dare act so arrogant toward me then. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, since you refuse to accept my courtesy, then don't blame me for being rude. At the outer edge of the mountain summit, Su Beiweng surveys every movement around him. No one around, right? This place should be perfectly safe. Su Beiweng produces a small doll. Your Highness, Grand Tutor Jihui of the Sun Never Sets God Clan is still en route to the xianxia ancient star. Please arrange an interception immediately. His tone is dripping with affection. The Sun Never Sets God Clan can afford to lose one more person. Your Highness, doesn't this count as a great merit on my part? How about a kiss as my reward? In Chig Wuking, everyone buzzes with discussion. Evan Grand Tutor Jihui's incarnation has been slain. The sight of death carries the aura of the seven-colored divine emperor, the residual power of the Kiguan king. He was a direct descendant of the God Clan. How could he have died like this? Su Beiweng gloats inwardly. The boss struck decisively. The heavenly sovereign struggles to contain his fury. This fool has no great emperor guarding him and still dares to boast so brazenly. Truly a walking target. He roars in rage at xianxia. Dead centipedes still carries venom. They must be dealt with. The remnants of the Kiguan king must be eradicated. Eradicate the remnants of the Kiguan king. Kill Huang Jinshuang. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, this old man will kill every last one of you first. Suddenly, the heavenly sovereign issues a reminder: from now on, everyone must conceal their movements, unless it concerns a private matter. All guards are to be dismissed. Grand Tutor Beiweng, come here. Su Beiweng walks over slowly. Senior, is there something you need? The heavenly sovereign reminds him, your Dao heart talent is excellently capable of breaking into the top 50,000 on the summit ranking. I hope you won't be lazy, cultivate diligently. His expression brims with anticipation. Have you ever met Grand Tutor Jihui in the heavenly court? Describe the specifics. Su Beiweng recounts this disciple encountered Grand Tutor Jihui while following the heavenly sovereign's instructions. Inwardly, he wonders, is he being questioned alone? Could he have been exposed? Su Beiweng continues his account. After receiving my punishment, I exchanged a few pleasantries with Brother Jihui, and then he departed for training. The heavenly sovereign finally asks nothing more. When you go out to cultivate, be cautious, guard against being targeted. Also, regarding your cultivation, if you wish to acquire more resources, you may try visiting the trading market at the Galactic Center. Su Beiweng replies courteously, yes, this disciple remembers. He immediately turns and departs. Perhaps he wasn't suspected, it was just ordinary questioning. But from now on, he must be more careful. If everyone who meets him ends up dead, he will truly be exposed. At the trading market of the Galactic Center, Su Beiweng surveys his surroundings, hoping to find some treasures today. At that moment, a strikingly familiar figure approaches and calls out loudly, young Master Teichu. Su Beiweng immediately brushes past her. I already have a girlfriend. He thinks to himself, I need to keep Nand at a distance, otherwise the boss won't be happy. Suddenly, the woman calls out again. This is the first time I've ever seen someone dare impersonate the Golden God Clan. Su Beiweng is struck to the core. He asks in shock, who are you? The woman presses on, let's go somewhere else to talk. Su Beiweng's patience runs thin. What exactly do you want? The woman asks, you truly don't remember me. Let me give you a hint: a coffin, a flower, a gaze of death. All the images gradually surface in his mind. White moonlight, Su Beiweng finally recognizes the old acquaintance. He immediately tries to approach her. Miss, I helped you through reincarnation, but the woman instantly blocks him. I also granted you the death eye technique. Our karma is settled. No one owes anyone. Su Beiweng's expression is utterly unwilling. So what do you want? The beauty immediately presents her terms. I have an unfinished cycle of reincarnation. Go to the Yellow Springs and rescue her. If you do, I will never expose you. Su Beiweng is instantly dumbfounded. Miss, that's the Yellow Springs. If I go, will I even be able to come back? The woman lets out a bitter laugh. The Soul Never Returns God clan has a passage leading to the Yellow Springs underworld. Your son Never Sets clan maintains close ties with them. You can go there to train at any time. Su Beiweng shows a defiant attitude. You'd be better off just exposing me. The woman tries to persuade him, but don't say I didn't warn you. You came all the way from the relic artifact realm to where you are today. You know full well what you've sacrificed. With such effort, your future holds limitless potential. Su Beiweng is utterly amused. What I hate most are threats. If I refuse, would you really dare make a move against me? If anything happens to me with the soul-binding directive in place, the entire Sun Never Sets God clan will know it was you. Who would believe your innocence? Her eyes turn pleading. What will it take for you to help me? Su Beiweng replies calmly, cut the act, senior. I can but consider it a favor you owe me. The beauty immediately turns to leave. Forget it, what I hate most is owing favors, but I can give you 10 perfect immortal pills. Su Beiweng immediately agrees and seals the deal. At this moment on the Pinglai Ancient Star, Su Beiweng takes out his token and enters. This junior, Teichu Boeng, is cultivating a special technique that requires gathering ghostly souls. The person inside responds, don't linger in the dead zone for too long, your lifespan will be consumed. Su Beiweng immediately steps onto the bridge within and so, he crosses the bridge of helplessness. Inside, the atmosphere is utterly desolate. At the head of the bridge, Lady Meng ladles out her soup. Su Beiweng grows curious. Could this be Lady Meng's soup of forgetfulness? Su Beiweng is overjoyed. This place is absolutely perfect for me. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold radiates from all directions. What the? This is the underworld, for heaven's sake, and there's no nether chi. What a joke. Su Beiweng wanders around, surveying the scene. He has no idea what White Moonlight's karmic cycle even looks like. Suddenly, a small hand reaches out. An adorable child approaches. Su Beiweng immediately absorbs the child's soul into his possession. Don't let her karma stick to me. Right after he places the child inside the tower, the surrounding scene collapses into chaos, absorbing wildly. Suddenly, a shard appears. Lady Meng's voice thunders, who dares create such karma? Lady Meng immediately channels her demonic chi to seize the tower, but at that very moment, even Lady Meng's divine soul is drawn into it. Su Beiweng is ensnared by a net. The scene around him grows increasingly shattered. The High Priest of the Soul Never Returns God clan approaches, examining Su Beiweng lying on the ground. There is Lady Meng's aura on his person. You dare murder someone of our Soul Never Returns God clan. Su Beiweng tries to explain. I didn't. I was only focused on absorbing nether chi. I wasn't paying any attention to Lady Meng. What exactly happened? The members of the Soul Never Returns God clan are utterly furious, destroying the bridge of helplessness. This disrupts the order between the yin and yang realms. If the order collapses and our Soul Never Returns clan suffers backlash, you will most certainly die. The entire bridge of helplessness has crumbled. This brat is far too strangeous to eliminate him. Su Beiweng desperately tries to evade. I am a direct descendant of the Sun Never Sets God clan. If my boss hears of this, you're all finished. Soul Never Returns God clan, spare him his death sentence. Several elders are now deeply intrigued. Meng Zhai's cultivation of nether chi requires constant devouring. Could this brat also be cultivating nether chi? Indeed, the nether chi within this brat's body is extraordinary. Don't destroy him hastily. Better to excavate his potential. The group finally calms down. Very well, if you marry the prodigy of our clan, the matter of destroying the bridge of helplessness and slaying Lady Meng shall be forgiven. Once my daughter returns from the Fengdi Celestial Emperor's domain, the marriage shall take place immediately. Stay in our Soul Never Returns God clan for now. Su Beiweng thinks to himself, my peach blossom luck is truly flourishing. First Wushan Kingwen, then the divine being Meng Zhai. And here I am, a lowly nobody. Let you two fight over me all you want. Su Beiwang is sinister and unpredictable. Could this Mengjai also be cultivating nether chi? If I must cling to someone to survive, then so be it. She is gone, my life is spared, now I must find a way to escape. Observe everyone, and while you wait for my daughter to arrive, do not remain idle, he commands. Cultivate diligently. Su Beiwang continues to absorb the nether chi. I guarantee I will give you a surprise. Everything suddenly returns to a state of stillness. As Su Beiwang remains immersed in his cultivation, the members of the Hun Bu Gui clan are deeply astonished. Could this phenomenon mean he has broken through to the pseudo-god realm, as expected of a direct descendant of the Golden God clan? Su Beiwang slowly slips into a state of meditation, and the surrounding space falls into total silence. The members of the Hun Bu Gui clan are left in a state of shock. It is the Qiyuan ancient tree. Quickly, invite the elder of the never-setting sun god clan. Tianjun questions him urgently. The Qiyuan ancient tree is a supreme treasure within the Qiyuan underworld. How do you possess it? How did you obtain it? Su Beiwang explains, this junior was born with it, I shall not reveal its origin. Tianjun muses in silence, has even granted the boy the divine soil. A voice resonates. Tianjun immediately bows in obedience, it is the voice of the old ancestor. Understood. The divine soil descends slowly, beginning to dissolve into Su Beiwang's body. This is a top-tier holy relic of the Qiyuan underworld. Among 100 direct clan members, at most one is qualified to possess it. This divine soil forges the most seamless connection to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Tianjun is filled with joy. Su Beiwang expresses his gratitude. This junior is deeply grateful. Trouble, it is trouble. Without a foundation, the immortal power lacks a base. It requires guidance to conform to the laws. But now, with the divine soil as a foundation, it naturally resides above. Tianjun offers a reminder, ascend into the top 50,000 of the Wen Ting ranking as soon as possible. This seat has high expectations for you. The spirit beast moves inside. Young Master Teichu, someone is looking for you. Su Beiwang looks puzzled. Has Bai Yuguang tracked me down here? A man's trembling figure steps forward. His tone is laced with extreme anxiety. Young Master Teichu, the Tianqin star domain has collapsed. Su Beiwang is stunned, say that again. The man reports the situation. The heavenly emperor-level experts of the Ling's star domain and the eternal god firmament sect, in their greed to harvest the star essence, destroyed the Tianqin star domain. Su Beiwang finally understands the situation. The Bingsu Qin is lost. After he arrived at the never-setting sun god clan, he had asked them to send a letter. After all, he was once a disciple under the Bingsu Qin palace. The man continues, Sect Master Gongyi holds a position in the heavenly court and possesses an imperial command token, allowing her to sense the trajectory of star stones before they erupt. However, her cultivation is limited, though she could escape. She could not save many disciples. Su Beiwang does not want to hear more. Enough, you go and bring Sect Master Gongyi and the others here immediately. Su Beiwang turns away in haste, I will seek vengeance. In the Ling star domain within the eternal god firmament sect, a group is currently in discussion. This piece of star essence, if infused into the madam's womb, will ensure the child is born at the human immortal realm with a perfect, immortal constitution. The space becomes erratic, and the man realizes the arrival of someone is the god clan. Beiwang points directly at the man, you are the one who destroyed the Tianqin star domain, correct? The one being pointed at is the Qig heavenly emperor of the ancient god firmament sect. I was just passing by, it was mere convenience, he says fearfully. But to Beiwang this is an empty excuse insufficient to appease his fury. Because that is my homeland. Qig kneels, not daring to deny his crime. I am willing to pay with my life, I am willing to pay with my life. Beiwang sneers with cold rage, what are you worth? Qig is punished, his body disintegrating. The others are shocked, how dare Qig bring the destruction of our ancient god firmament sect. Su Beiwang ignores their wailing, focused solely on his own purpose. He slowly opens his eyes, currents of power entwine around him, seemingly originating from where Qig once stood. He examines them, questioning, nether body, is this the nether body? Then he continues to absorb them. Everything returns to peace as before. A strange object appears where Beiwang is standing. He muses to himself, guessing it is another nether artifact. Elsewhere, a phoenix flies toward the massive stones. Seeing this is enough, my son-in-law has truly exceeded my expectations. The beautiful woman Huang Rushi, the biological mother of Denggu Sinswang, smiles in praise. To be ranked 350,000 on the Wen Ting ranking and yet have the supreme beings of the never-setting sun god clan personally searching for resources for him. Facing this praise, the eldest princess remains indifferent but teases her daughter. Initially, mother did not approve of you giving him your supreme essence. Blood mother was short-sighted. No wonder you let him lick your feet to the point of wetting the bed. Sinswang sulks at her mother. Mother, you are definitely bringing that up again, aren't you? Once that stupid cat comes out of seclusion, she is dead. Huang Reshi laughs heartily. Oh my, how shy you are. Sinswang senses something strange, something is off. For the Golden God clan, a rank of 350,000 is nothing. The never-setting sun god clan is like this. She glances at her mother. Did he enter into a political marriage with someone else? Her mother comforts her. Whoever dares to snatch your man, mother will help you scout the path first. Su Beiwang, currently searching for information related to that nether artifact, wonders, flowers are falling, what could this possibly be? A provocatively dressed girl speaks to him. A battle of illustrious reputation, the young master of the never-setting sun is indeed a man of his word. He replies, to help you with this, I nearly died in the underworld. The woman strokes Beiwang's shoulders. Very well, I owe you a favor. I have found a relic specifically suited for your pseudo-god realm cultivation. He turns away. I do not lack resources and favors cannot be wasted. She has no choice but to indulge Beiwang. Fine, fine, I simply admire you, is that not allowed? She continues, when the relic opens I will contact you. He says goodbye, senior, travel well, I shall not see you off. Suddenly someone arrives from behind. Little Wang, you must be wary of this seductive woman. Who are you? She says, I am Huang Reshi, possessing the consciousness of a defector of the clan. My daughter is Huang Sinswang. I wouldn't believe it otherwise, but she told me you like to lick her feet. Beiwang rushes over to hug her, calling out endearingly. Mother, she is startled, your skin is truly thick. Huang Reshi asks him, is it true? Did you already enter into a marriage alliance? If I had not stopped it, Shuang'er would have already come to you. He explains the situation. Mother, this son-in-law was forced into it. Wait for the Heavenly Emperor Summit to end. The god Bu Gui Hun clan wants to arrange a marriage with you. And Tian Wukengwan also wants you to marry in to save them. She does not make it difficult but warns, do not tell Sinswang yet as it will affect her cultivation. You should focus on being a spy and quickly gain access to the secrets of the never-setting sun god clan. Once the Heavenly Emperor Summit ends, I will bring you out of here. He says this son-in-law will surely complete the mission. She whispers, Shuang'er's feet are beautiful indeed. Why exactly did she wet the bed? Has she ever smiled at you yet? I have raised her for 900 years and she has never once smiled. Su Beiwang doesn't know how to respond. What is that? A massive sphere hurtles toward Themitz, the people from the sun never sets god clan. They've arrived. Lady Huangru doesn't linger. No need for more words, I must go. Rest assured the Seven Crown King god clan will not treat you unfairly. The sphere draws ever closer. Su Beiwang senses the aura of Dai Enhayat, the Seven Lord King. This junior swears it to you, mother-in-law, please rest easy. Having said that, he strikes at Lady Huangru. A devastating blow slams forward. The woman cannot withstand it and collapses. He does this because, after all, she is a traitor of the Seven Crown King God clan. She cannot be left alive. A sharp pain tears through Su Beiwang's chest. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as the massive sphere hurtles ever faster toward him. A middle-aged man materializes. What happened here? Su Beiwang speaks to him. This junior happened upon an ancient god woman at the teleportation formation in the star territory. So I devised a plan to lure her here and kill her using the combined might of all the immortal treasures. This junior nearly lost his life as well. The man gazes at the woman's corpsey remnant of the Seven Crown King God clan. Very well done. She died with her eyes wide open. Such a meritorious deed deserves a reward. He gradually recovers his strength. Taichu Beiwang has eradicated the rebellious traitor of the Seven Crown King. The reward for this great merit, the bestowal of a mid-grade star. This star at any critical juncture can convert its life essence into a means to combat enemies. The explosive force of the star is enough to rival an ancient god. Su Beiwang clasps his fists in gratitude. This junior thanks the clan for the bestowal. I shall strive ever harder for the glory of the great sun never sets. The man instructs him to examine the star before departing. With that, the people of the sun never sets god clan fly toward another planet, leaving Su Beiwang alone with a colossal skeleton. This is his very first star, he must safeguard it at all costs. It is named Beiweng's star. In the blink of an eye, it shrinks into a tiny flower. He muses that foregoing property rights isn't so bad. Then he thinks of the crown princess Jinshuang with such a vast star territory. He can finally give his boss a proper home. With that thought, he stows away the bestowed gift. He envisions building a Teichu palace for his boss in the future, and even brewing peach blossom wine just for her. He clutches her figurine. "Your Highness, I've met your mother, I have a grand house now, can we meet and talk?" Receiving no response, Su Beiweng wonders is the boss actually angry at him. But thankfully she agreed to meet him, which proves she isn't truly furious. The crown princess has arrived. Su Beiweng pulls her into a tight embrace, startling her. "Boss, we have a home now." She doesn't know what to say in moments like these. Perhaps silence is best. Back at the crown princess's palace, Su Beiweng remarks that the wildflowers outside. "Even your palace doesn't count as home. I only need a home where my boss is." She grabs Su Beiweng and pulls him close. "This seat never listens to what you say, only watches what you do." He replies, "Whatever your highness commands, this subordinate will obey." She, ever indulgent of Su Beiweng's wishes, grants his every desire. Silken ribbons coil around him. The boss is playing rougher and rougher. The crown princess declares, "If you belong to this seat, then this seat must leave her mark on you." She draws close to Su Beiweng, forcing him to cry out, "Your Highness." The two become entwined with each other. Afterward, as petals and leaves drift down around them, they remain together, Jinshuang leaning against Su Beiweng's chest. "There is a drop of the fat cat's essence blood within your body, is there not? Hurry to the northern ancient hunting grounds. There lies the only Dao bone left behind by the demon race Dao Lord after his death. It will be of great use to you." He obeys her instructions without question. She reminds him this seat must also take her leave. Su Beiweng says, "Your Highness, we have a home now. In the future, can you come 5 or 6 times a month?" Jinshuang's embarrassment turns to fury. A single kick sends him flying. "You want to be kicked again?" The place Su Beiweng must reach is the northern ancient star. Everyone has already gathered in full force. He marvels at how many there are. A butterfly flutters in with an announcement. "The Teichu young lord has graced us with his presence." Everyone stares at him in surprise. "It's Teichu Beiweng, he's come here too." Another guest's aura descends. The one arriving is Dai Gimi, heaven's prideth apex tier prodigy of the crownless king god clan, ranked 309th on the summit ranking. The others whisper amongst themselves. A heaven's pride ranked within the top 500 of the summit ranking, it seems the Dao bone belongs to him. We have no chance. Su Beiweng scowls, HMPH wearing the same outfit. Dai Gimi speaks again. "You dare to wear the same attire as me?" Su Beiweng swallows his rage. "You think you're worthy." Suddenly, something colossal descends before them. The others drop to their knees in reverence, for it is the supreme lord of the northern ancient star, the purple crystal behemoth. It announces that the contest for the Dao bone has officially begun. From atop the Demon Lord's platform, the rules are proclaimed. The regulations remain the same based on providence and innate talent to inscribe the grand ancient Dao laws. Whoever displays the most magnificent momentum and possesses the highest fortune shall prevail. The moment the rules are declared, he rockets upward with lightning speed, arriving before the colossal drum in an instant. Dai Gimi glances at him, a contemptuous smirk of absolute confidence spreading across his face. Unbothered, Su Beiweng leaps up in a single step, his expression intensely focused as he calculates. "Boss's essence blood is dissolving within me, and meow myo absolutely do not let me lose face here." With that thought, he strikes the drum. Yet despite the force of his blow upon the drum's surface, not a single sound emerges. The air is silent. Those watching below break into bewildered murmurs. No reaction whatsoever. What kind of situation is this? There's no way he's that weak. Dai Gimi regards him with undisguised contempt. "That's all you amount to." Su Beiweng furrows his brow, ignoring the other's gaze. He glances toward the drum. Suddenly, the drum's surface begins to crack. A crushing wave of pressure erupts in all directions. He stands suspended in midair, radiating an awe-inspiring, majestic aura. The surroundings tremble violently, every eye locks onto him. Fear is etched plainly upon their faces in the wake of the power he radiates. They cry out in disbelief. The colossal drum is destroyed. Impossible, this is the providence of the heavenly Tao. Only now does Su Beiweng flash a satisfied smile. "Am I worthy or not?" A voice echoes from somewhere, questioning. "Within your body flows the blood of an epic life form. Hearing this, the crowd below gasps in astonishment. They say epic life forms need not cultivate to directly attain the Tao Lord realm, truly born with a golden key in their mouths. Su Beiweng hears this and doesn't quite understand. He silently questions epic life form. Suddenly, he recalls the cat who once repeated endlessly, "Meow meow will protect you, meow meow will protect you, don't worry, endure for now." In the future, meow meow will definitely beat those baddies until they cry. Only now do those words make him truly understand. So that's how it is. You really weren't just talking big. The behemoth speaks again. "Young friend, where did you obtain that essence blood?" He responds calmly, "I was born with it." Hearing his confirmation, the crowd below grows even more bewildered. They say Teichu Beiweng already possesses a half-epoch tree and that he frequently encounters undying existences in his dreams. His talent is beyond imagination. Amidst the astonished stares, a bizarre young man appears, jabbing a finger at Su Beiweng and shouting with indignation, "You're cheating. Borrowing the essence blood of an epic life form, aren't you ashamed?" Su Beiweng responds nonchalantly, "What the hell does that have to do with you?" Enraged by his attitude, the young man bristles and throws down a challenge. "You have no right to act arrogant before me. Either try again with your own true strength or get lost." Su Beiweng smirks, "Or how about you kneel and beg me? I might just hand over the Dao bone." The behemoth growls in displeasure, "Insolence." Hearing the commotion, the high-ranking elders of the crownless king god clan rush over. The elder steps in front of Dai Gimi and loudly rebukes the behemoth. This young man's methods are perfectly within the rules. Relying on one's own providence is clearly fair. He hears this and responds, "Senior, is this not relying on your backing to bully me? Which family doesn't have elders?" Having said that, he casts a summoning incantation, and the senior elders of his clan materialize one after another. He bows respectfully and speaks, troubling the seniors. This junior's deepest apologies. The leading senior steps forward, locks eyes with the crownless king's representative and demands, "Does the crownless king wish to wage a war of annihilation against the sun never sets?" Hearing the opponent invoke war of annihilation right off the bat, the man thinks in shock, a war of annihilation just like that. Is Teichu Beiweng truly valued this highly by his clan? The senior backing Beiweng speaks with iron resolve, confronting the crownless king head-on. "One, the two clans go to war. Tudek Gui die and get lost, suit yourselves." Seeing that the other party shows him absolutely no face, he furrows his brows in contemplation. The sun never sets god clan would rather lose face than not protect this brat. What exactly is his background? He knows he cannot match force with force. At that very moment, he glances back and signals to Gui Dai. Though unwilling, Gui Dai has no choice but to comply. Gui Dai, his expression twisted with humiliation, says, "This junior concedes defeat. He understands clearly circumstances do not favor him. The crownless king is no match for the sun never sets, and striking would only make things worse. Since he started this mess, he alone must bear the consequences." The crownless king takes Gui Dai and departs immediately. "Let's go." Sensing Beiweng's gaze, Gui Dai turns his head. Beiweng stares at him provocatively and drags a thumb across his throat. Gui Dai, already seething with resentment, sees this provocative gesture and can no longer contain his fury. "I could crush you with a single hand." His Dao heart trembles violently, teetering on the verge of collapse. The crownless king entourage rushes forward to restrain him. "Get him out of here now." His Dao heart is shattering. Before Gui Dai is dragged away, Beiweng furrows his brows and issues a solemn challenge. "In 100 years I shall visit the crownless king to seek your guidance. Between you and I, only one shall live." Gui Dai laughs maniacally. "I will be waiting for you at the crownless king. In 100 years I shall erect a tombstone for you." The words barely fall before his figure gradually fades into nothingness. Beiweng walks over to demand his prize from Meng. "Where's the Dao bone?" Meng wastes no words and transmits the Dao bone directly into Beiweng's body. The moment the Dao bone merges with his physique, his cultivation base surges to a higher level. Those present watch in astonishment and author breakthrough. Teichu Beiweng, once again a name that shakes billions of star territories, truly worthy of the sun never sets god clan, where outstanding figures emerge in endless succession. The patriarch of the sun never sets regards him with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Receiving this acknowledgement, Beiweng clasps his fists and speaks respectfully. "This junior will surely strive harder." Suddenly, the Arctic beast hunt appears out of nowhere. "Young friend, could you do the Arctic beast hunt a favor?" It glances at Beiweng, indicating that the Arctic beast hunt possesses a unique Dao art capable of transporting him to the void space. There, relying on the drop of primordial blood essence within his body, he can sense the epic spirit. Hearing this, Beiweng speaks with a hint of deliberation. So that's how it is. Sensing his lingering concerns, it reassures him. Rest assured, there is absolutely no danger. The Arctic beast hunter only wishes to learn the epic spirit's true appearance. But deep down it is secretly scheming. The epic spirit's trail was not easily discovered. It must be drawn in. Beiweng quickly agrees with a smile, though inwardly he cannot suppress his longing. Perhaps he might encounter that stupid cat. It truly has been too long. Receiving his consent, it reassures him once more. Young friend, do not be afraid, there is absolutely no danger. He turns his head and says, Senior, this junior was once fortunate enough to refine a minor world Dao fruit belonging to your noble clan. His eyes gleam with cunning as he thinks, asking me to do you a favor yet offering not a single benefit. Catching his meaning, it materializes several crimson pills and says, a small token as a meeting gift. Please, young friend, lend your aid. Just as he predicted, a quiet surge of delight rises within Beiweng's heart. He hadn't expected such generosity. Yet his expression remains perfectly composed. He clasps his fists in gratitude. In that case, this junior respectfully accepts the mandate and shall not refuse. We depart at once. And so he flies off in high spirits to find his cat. He shatters the star essence source, riding a surge of chi as he soars into the distance. Meanwhile, the cat is still sound asleep on her beloved bed. The cat rolls over slightly, exposing its soft belly. The paw pads are a rosy pink, utterly adorable. He has found it. Beiweng grins and calls out, stupid cat. Seeing no response, he shouts louder, stupid cat. Only then does it groggily crack open its eyes. Upon seeing him, it flies over with tears welling up in its eyes and nuzzles against him, whining. Wah, meow meow, missed you so much. He scoops it into his arms and laughs. You say you missed me, yet you've gotten fatter, it shyly explains. Meow meow ate too many snacks because she missed Yaosh ate so much because she missed you. Suddenly, it transforms into a young girl sitting in his lap, beaming brightly. Meow meow looks like this so she won't be fat anymore. He panics and shouts. Don't mess around. She innocently lifts her leg and winks. Meow meow applied so much divine milk cream on her feet for nourishment. Do you want to lick them? Hearing this, his eyes go wide with shock. Calm down, he crosses his arms, eyes sweeping over Xiao Meow's less than generous chest with a scrutinizing gaze, and teases mischievously. But it seems your nourishment regimen hasn't really made much of a difference. He stares at her chest, thinking to himself, when we parted it was an A cup and now it's still an A cup. She ignores his words and puts her hands on her hips, declaring, HMPH, one day Meow Meow will steal you back. He tilts his head and chuckles softly. Right, you are actually an epic spirit. She blinks in confusion and asks. Realizing he already knows, she turns around with a proud expression, chin held high, and affirms, no more pretending. Meow Meow is showing her true hand now. He responds with a grin, good, I'll be waiting for my protector. The fact that he knows she is an epic spirit leaves her puzzled. Wait, how did you find out about Meow Meow's identity? Who leaked the information? Meow Meow wanted to tell you herself so she could see your shocked face. He doesn't answer and cuts straight to the point. I made a trip to the Arctic beast hunt. There's a giant octopus there that wants to invite you out so they can pay their respects. She crosses her arms and shakes her head in disgust. Meow Meow is not going to the Arctic beast hunt. If she goes there, she won't be able to meet the big bad anymore. Hearing her answer, he replies, if you don't want to go, you don't have to, but I must leave now or they'll grow suspicious. As he speaks, his figure gradually begins to fade. Seeing that he just arrived and is already leaving, she hurriedly reaches for his fading form, her expression full of reluctance. No way. Meow Meow won't let you go. Meow Meow still has so many things she wants to tell you. He gently places his hand atop Xiao Meow's head. His eyes are filled with tender concern as he reminds her. Sleep on time, eat properly, we'll see each other again very soon. With that, he hands her a golden storage pouch and says, there are lots of snacks inside. She looks up, watching his gradually retreating figure with reluctant eyes, and obediently responds. Meow Meow will listen to you. Sensing Beiweng's aura, Beiju stares wide-eyed at him in anticipation. His expression unchanged, Beiweng lies through his teeth. I didn't find it. My apologies for disappointing the seniors. Beiju stares at him with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Are you sure? It suspects Beiweng is linked with the guidance of the primordial blood essence. There's no way he couldn't find it. Perhaps he is deliberately hiding something. Could it be that the epic spirit threatened him, or have they already struck some kind of deal? Knowing it still harbors suspicions, Beiweng produces the gift it had given him. My apologies, this junior is incompetent. I have not accomplished the task and feel deeply ashamed. Naturally, the Beiju clan would never take back a gift already bestowed. It glances over with irritation and curses under its breath. Stinky brat, once a gift is given, is there any logic in taking it back? If you broadcast this to the outside world, will I have any face left? Forget it, I cannot afford to clash with the sun never sets God clan right now. I'll note this down, the month is still long. The moment Beiju departs, a woman's voice rings out from behind Beiweng. My Myth Teichu young master is quite the character, even daring to swindle pills from the Arctic beast hunt. Beiweng recognizes her, his voice carries a teasing edge. Senior, stop toying with me, I've come this time to discuss the blessed land. She catches his meaning and responds with displeasure. Can't you say a few pleasant words when you see me? Forget it. The opportunity lies in the spirit realm, a ruin called the Ninth Mountain. Speaking of this, she recalls her nemesis. I also have a reborn enemy there. Within his body is an object called the Divine Tower. It can triple cultivation speed. For someone of your pseudo-divine realm, refining it would allow you to break through directly by one level, perhaps even two. Sensing the hidden meaning behind her words, his eyes darken slightly. Senior, you told me to eliminate him on a whim. Doesn't that count as smuggling contraband? He thinks to himself, she won't go herself, so she sends me instead. It seems she's extremely wary of him. Knowing he would go, she releases a wisp of divine sense and plants it on Beiweng. Take this to protect yourself. He looks at her curiously and asks, Senior, what was your ranking on the summit ranking? At the mention of rankings, she answers with a hint of irritation, rank 3311. The number goes all the way into the thousands. Beiweng sneers inwardly. I thought you were some incredible genius, all bark and no bite. He silently weighs the strength of her enemy. Someone ranked in the 3000s who can be her foe. What cultivation base must that person possess for even she to be wary? Provoked beyond endurance, her embarrassment turns to fury. You stinking brat, she curses. Seeing her flustered, he turns away and waves a casual farewell. Let's go. He thinks to himself, might as well scout it out first. At this very moment, in the Kili Dao domain of the Huncheng Palace, the usual tranquility is shattered by a thunderous shout. Sima Jun scrambles outside in a hurry. The scene shifts to the main gate where a plaque bearing the name Huncheng Palace hangs overhead. If you seek fortune at the ninth mountain of the spirit realm, you will pass through the Huncheng Palace of the Kili Dao domain. My enemy Sima Jun is right there. Su Beiweng recalls the directions given by Bai Yuiguang and traces his way to the location. He waits in silence for his target to appear, thinking that perhaps he hasn't come to the wrong place after all. Suddenly, a figure pushes open the door. It is none other than the palace master of the Huncheng Palace, Sima Jun. Irritation is written plainly across his face. Spotting Su Beiweng, he declares, so you've indeed come. This seat divined several days ago that a karmic entanglement from a past life would come knocking. Su Beiweng maintains an icy silence, yet internally he is annoyed. The most insufferable type of person is always the show-off. Seeing the other party refuse to cooperate, Sima Jun cautiously probes his background. Don't tell me you're some spoiled rich kid's heir. Which heavenly emperor is your master? Give me a name and I'll know immediately. Su Beiweng continues flying, only now opening his mouth. You're quite interesting. Could you possibly have a showing-off system strapped to you? But Sima Jun is focused solely on boasting. It seems you have no idea what kind of figure stands before you, in the upper star domains. I cover the heavens with a single hand. Su Beiweng throws down a challenge. Then do you know who I am? A ring of fire blazes to life behind him. Boundless power surges forth in waves, warping the surrounding space. Sensing something, Sima Jun's expression shifts drastically. He asks in a panic, the sun never sets God clan. Su Beiweng replies flatly, so what of it? Sima Jun drops to his knees and kowtows in haste. He grovels without end, desperate to show his remorse. This humble one was blind as a mole. Please, I beg your eminence, do not hold it against me. Forgive me, your eminence. Seeing the man cower before him, Su Beiweng's interest evaporates completely. How utterly boring. Unable to bait Sima Jun into a fight, he shows his displeasure openly. Why did you stop showing off? The thrill is gone. Su Beiwing turns his back and walks away without so much as a glance. HMPH. Sima Jun kneels below, secretly believing he has dodged a calamity. Thank heavens he's gone. In an instant, the ring of fire behind Su Beiwing erupts to colossal proportions. Flames engulf Sima Jun in the blink of an eye, incinerating him from root to tip, leaving him no time to even react. Su Beiwing smirks triumphantly, recalling the spirit creature into his palm. 24th tier purebred. The scene shifts to a mountainous region. Cheers and shouts echo across the war god forest. The figure being celebrated is Chu Xiaoi. He beams with pride, accepting the praise showered upon him by the surrounding warriors. The war god gives a brief introduction. This is Chu Xiaoi, born with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate. He later enlisted in the combat battalion and earned his merits on the battlefield. Su Beiwing observes from within the bushes, thinking finally a son of providence, and not just any ordinary one at that. He silently resolves himself, no more talking, gets time to act. Su Beiwing approaches and entices the youth. I can see your bones are extraordinary, you are surely a rare talent. Chu Xiaoi turns in surprise. Seeing the fish has taken the bait, Su Beiwing presses on. Do you wish to pursue eternal life and become an existence admired by billions? Chu Xiaoi takes it for the opportunity of a lifetime and kneels earnestly. Senior, I want to become stronger. Su Beiwing employs a technique to reforge his foundation, then orders him to throw a test punch. Obeying, Chu Xiaoi tenses every fiber of his being, channeling all his power into his arm, pushing his current limits to the absolute maximum. His fist rockets forward and an entire mountainside erupts into rubble. Deafening explosions rip through the air. Rocks and earth rain down from above. With a single strike, nothing remains but shattered stone. Chu Xiaoi is ecstatic. He drops to his knees and thanks him with his whole heart. Senior's great kindness and Virtuth's Junior is eternally grateful. I would gladly die for you. Su Beiwing drapes an arm over his shoulder. No need for you to die, I'll take you to seek fortune. Chu Xiaoi's joy soars even higher. Meanwhile, Su Beiwing silently calculates bringing along such an excellent treasure-hunting rat to the 9th mountain is certain to unearth divine artifacts that shake heaven and earth. We will surely find divine artifacts that shake heaven and earth. The two set off toward the 9th mountain. The area teems with other fortune-seekers, cultivators riding swords fly past overhead with ease. Su Beiwing says, you go into the mountain and search for fortune. Chu Xiaoi obeys without hesitation. Yes, sir. He silently swears to himself. Chu Xiaoi, you must not be mediocre, you cannot disappoint senior. Watching the youth's retreating figure, Su Beiwing smiles, confident everything will unfold according to plan. With time to spare, he retrieves the item obtained from Sima Jun for closer inspection. Let me refine this first. Streams of spiritual power swiftly envelop the item. Su Beiwing enters a focused meditative state, refining it with concentrated effort. In mere moments, he successfully breaks through to the pseudo-divine peak realm, feeling the immense power coursing through his hands. He exclaims, Big Sister Bai wasn't lying, I've broken through again. Suddenly, a shrill voice of abuse cuts through the air. You wretch. How dare you show your face before me? The commotion catches Su Beiwing's attention. He turns to look across a clearing. Disciples of the Jade Maiden sect surround a young girl, pelting her with insults. Wretched cultivation. Seducing your senior brothers all day long, you damned harlot. The girl weeps, trying desperately to defend herself. I didn't, they were the ones harassing me. Hidden in the bushes, Su Beiwing observes in secret, his eyes narrow. She's a clansman of the 7-Crown King, that aura is unmistakable. I've completely refined Big Boss's blood essence, me senses cannot be wrong. My bloodline resonance with the 7-Crown King is extremely potent, so how did she end up here? Mixed in with this nest of Jade Maiden sect harpies. One of the disciples, seeing that words alone weren't enough, decides to resort to violence. She slaps the girl hard across the face and spits. With that hideous face, bringing ruin upon the nation. On of these days, someone will come for you. You won't be able to escape what's coming. Rage erupts in Su Beiwing's heart. His brow arches upward. How dare they bully a clansman of mine and Big Boss right before my eyes? Golden light blazes outward, and a menacing voice thunders, if you so much as scratch her, I will annihilate every last one of your families. The Jade Maiden disciples freeze in terror. They flee screaming for their lives. Beiweng merely chuckles. The rescued girl speaks up, "Thank you, noble one." The voice echoes once more, "Go to the entrance of the spirit realm and wait. Someone will come for you." The girl bows her head, "Yes." Beiweng stands outside, thinking, "She's one of our people. I should notify Big Boss immediately." Contemplating how to pick her up, Beiweng suddenly materializes at a cave entrance. The moment he appears, he spots a group of people filing in. He frowns slightly. They just had to show up right now. "Forget it, I'll wait a bit." The young man at the front approaches Beiweng and respectfully presents something. He says, "Senior, this humble one is incompetent. I could only find these." Beiweng takes the bracelet. His eyes light up with satisfaction. "I've consulted the Myriad Heavens Artifact Compendium. This is the Tao Suppression Bracelet, ranked 98th among the divine artifacts across billions of star domains. Even a Tao Lord can be imprisoned by it." He silently praises as expected of a son of Providence. This time, the hall is massive. The young man still hangs his head dejectedly. "This humble one has disappointed Senior." Hearing this, Beiweng speaks, "Leave this one for this seat as a memento." The young man's face brightens instantly. "Everything this humble one has belongs to Senior. For this gracious gift, I don't know how I could ever repay you in this lifetime. I will cultivate with every ounce of my being and never disappoint Senior's expectations." Beiweng nods, then tells him this seat must take his leave now. The young man wants to know his identity. "May I ask your eminence's honored name? I am willing to serve as your attendant for life." Beiweng replies, "The time has not yet come. If fate permits, we shall meet again." With those words, he vanishes before the young man's stunned eyes. He alights upon a sheer cliff face, sits cross-legged on the edge, and smirks. "Perfect timing. I can show Big Boss the treasure I just acquired." At that moment, several figures in black cloaks descend from behind, calling out, "Young Master Teichu, someone has placed a bounty on your head." A bead of sweat traces down Beiweng's temple, yet he speaks boldly, "My life, aren't you afraid of being buried alongside it?" His mouth says one thing, but his mind races. Every single one of them is at the ancient god realm. I need to shake them off fast. His hand stealthily reaches for a jade token. One of the cloaked figures sneers, "The reward is tempting enough. What does danger matter? It was you who chose to come to this remote star domain. A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, not something we can easily pass up." Hunting a genius of the Golden God clan's sense of accomplishment is beyond measure. They laugh coldly. Beiweng asks them, "What exactly did the one who hired you offer?" "The sun never sets. God clan offers double." He silently calculates the spirit realm is desolate and remote. Even if the supreme elders of the sun never sets clan come, they would need considerable time to arrive. Stall for time first. The assassins lunge forward, ready to strike. The promise of young Master Teichu is certainly tempting. "Unfortunately, if we don't kill him, we are the ones who will die." Hearing this, he lets out a resigned breath. "If that's how it is, then let's settle this with a battle." The man in black robes grits his teeth, his mind racing. Under no circumstances can he be allowed the chance to turn the tables. Suddenly, a streak of cyan power materializes out of thin air. Beiweng shouts, "Your Highness!" The others freeze in shock. The aura of the Seven Crown King God clan, impossible. The Seven Crown King God clan and the Sun Never Sets God clan are mortal enemies. The moment Jinshuang appears, Beiweng is overwhelmed with joy. "Her Highness truly cares for me." Yet frustration immediately gnaws at him. You've dragged the boss into this mess. These people cannot be left alive. Another figure, seemingly the leader, bellows, "Stop just standing there, attack now." Jinshuang speaks in a voice as cold as frost. For them, it's already too late. Black spider lilies bloom in the void. Each one finds its mark, and the victims dissolve into nothing under the crushing might of Jinshuang's power. Seeing the situation spiral beyond salvation, they scramble to retreat. "Quick, let's go." Beiweng whips out a bracelet and snarls, "Dream on." A torrent of qi erupts outward, engulfing them in a suffocating cage. The group screams as something blazing like fire hurtles toward them. Su Beiweng's eyes widen in surprise, realizes the people of the Sun Never Sets God clan must have come to shield their own. Golden light cascades across the mountaintop, bathing heaven and earth in its glow. Su Beiweng surveys his surroundings. His expression, Grimevan Zhigao has come in person. This won't be easy to handle. He then says, "Your Highness, what do we do now?" Jinshuang replies, "There is nothing to worry about." Su Beiweng relaxes, thinking, that's right, the boss is even more reliable than I am. Suddenly, a man materializes and calls out to Beiweng. The man appears as if conjured from the shadows, 3 massive jewels gleaming upon his crown. Su Beiwing says to have disturbed the esteemed seniors, this one is truly embarrassed, but the matter has already been resolved. The man across from him lets out a questioning hum. He thinks ancient god-level cultivators, more than 7 of them, all eliminated. He then asks, you handled all of this by yourself? Not bad at all. The aura of the 7 crown king god clan, it's certain they were the ones pulling the strings, aiming to assassinate the most promising genius of the sun never sets god clan. Su Beiwing says with sudden understanding, so that's how it is. He snorts coldly, thinking, this man is nothing but a master of deception. A large crescent-shaped jade pendant materializes in the man's hand, a single ruby set in its center. Su Beiwing's ranking on the summit ranking surges by 103,000 places. You think killing a handful of ancient god-level experts would boost it this quickly? The man says, you are the pride of the sun never sets god clan. This seat is reassured. Su Beiwing humbly replies, the senior flatters this one too greatly. Watching the figure gradually fade into nothing, Su Beiwing thinks he's finally gone. In the spacious bedchamber, Jin Shuang reclines seductively on the bed and speaks, it seems you no longer need this sovereign at all. Su Beiwing slides over and coos, without your highness by my side, this subordinate's life would have no meaning whatsoever. As he speaks, his mischievous hand trails down toward Jin Shuang's jade-smooth legs. Before he can get far, she pinches him hard, and he yanks his hand back with a yelp. Jin Shuang says, is this the only thing you and this sovereign can ever do together? Su Beiwing blinks, bewildered. Your highness, why would you say such a thing? He gently lifts those soft hands, thinking the boss is weighing the pros and cons, and presses them firmly against his own chest. Su Beiwing says earnestly, can your highness feel it? This subordinate's heart beats for your highness alone. Jin Shuang turns her face away. One day this sovereign will carve out this very heart to see for herself whether it is real or fake. Su Beiwing leans in closer and murmurs, in truth, this subordinate has many things he wishes to do with your highness, but every time he sees you, he only wants to do one thing. He then draws the curtain, and they proceed to do things children should never witness. After the time it takes for several incense sticks to burn, the two lie together in intimate conversation. Su Beiwing says this subordinate has found the remnant bloodline of the 7 crown king. It lies in the spirit realm. Everything has been arranged. Your highness simply needs to send someone to retrieve them. Also, this subordinate has surpassed your highness on the summit ranking. Beiwing nearly weeps, saying, what's going on? The boss doesn't look too pleased. In the Wenyan star domain, a spatial rift tears open across the sky. Jin Shuang steps through the rift and descends before the grand gates. People rush out from within. An old man peers forward, and upon clearly seeing her face, he exclaims, Imperial Jin Shuang. Jin Shuang gazes down from on high and speaks. This sovereign has returned. She thinks, as if I'd climb the summit ranking and let that errand boy outrank this sovereign. Those inside draw their swords and charge out, shouting kill. Jin Shuang conjures razor-sharp shards of crystallized energy from her own power. A single strike sweeps the entire crowd, clean a display as majestic as it is devastatingly beautiful. A beauty of death in absolute power. The loudest-mouthed elder from moments ago is left in ruins by this single move, his body no longer intact. Jin Shuang's absolutely crushing power nearly obliterates everything in the surroundings. In his room, Su Beiwing says anxiously, just because of a ranking, the boss has exposed herself. A transmission talisman lights up. Beiwing, return to the main hall immediately. Su Beiwing grits his teeth, thinking, they can't possibly want me to go fight the boss, right? At the main hall of the Sun Never Sets God clan, Su Beiwing steps inside and thinks, so many people. An old woman with clouded white eyes approaches and speaks, the Fengshan competition has ended ahead of schedule. Come with me at once to the Seoul Never Returns God clan to marry Mengchai. Su Beiwing shakes off her hand and says, if you have something to say, speak, don't get handsy. The man beside him says, Imperial Jin Shuang has returned. The 7 Crown King God clan will truly strike back unless we forge an alliance with the Seoul Never Returns God clan. Su Beiwing breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, didn't mother-in-law say she'd come pick me up after the Fengshan competition ended? Wait, the Fengshan competition ended ages ago. There's no way mother-in-law doesn't know. Before he can finish the thought, a voice carries over from afar, I've finally found you. A woman wearing a face veil appears, her long hair flowing freely, draped in eerie green robes. Su Beiweng exclaims, "You crazy woman," she replies, "I told Yao you will never escape me. Becoming a son-in-law of the eternal firmament nation, what could you possibly be unhappy about?" The man in the distance mutters, "People from the eternal firmament nation," again. He thinks the eternal firmament nation is a legendary existence within the Golden God clan. If Beiweng can forge a marriage alliance with them, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Su Beiweng feigns resignation and says, "You're too late, I'm already betrothed. The elders have arranged for me to marry into the soul never returns God clan." As he speaks, his mind races. Old man Zhigao certainly harbors no good intentions, I must strike first. The woman advances furiously, "If that's how it is, then I'll slaughter every last member of the soul never returns God clan. Let's see who dares compete with me." The white-eyed old woman sneers contemptuously, "Dream on." Before the two clash, old man Zhigao bellows, "Stop, Imperial Jinshuang has already returned and you're still here squabbling over this nonsense. Why not simply let Beiweng marry both of you and be done with it?" The white-eyed old woman speaks, "Are you saying you want to annul the engagement?" The woman from the eternal firmament nation also declares, "He is mine. No one dares compete for what belongs to me." Su Beiweng stands to the side, smirking to himself, serves the boss right for having her cover blown, doesn't it? Suddenly, a voice transmission arrives from behind. "Little Wang, don't be afraid. Jin Shuang is on her way here." Su Beiweng exclaims with joy, "Wonderful." But immediately after, worry creeps into his voice. "Wait, no. This whole marriage business absolutely cannot reach her ears. Besides, her coming here would be extremely dangerous." The voice transmission continues, "The Fengshan competition ended earlier than expected. I couldn't extricate myself in time. And I certainly can't let you actually go through with marrying into that clan." Su Beiweng says with a grin, "Makes sense." Old man Zhigao glances over and barks, "Beiweng, what nonsense are you still muttering?" Su Beiweng crosses his arms and declares smugly, "I'm not marrying any of them, personally. I say we sit back and watch the dogs devour each other first. You, from the eternal firmament nation, you said I can't escape." The white-eyed old woman also snarls, "You dare go back on your word." Old man Zhigao is forced to intervene. He says this concerns the fate of the entire Sun Never Sets God clan. How can we let these people act on pure whim? Su Beiweng summons a spider lily radiating a magnificent purple glow. He says, "What does the Sun Never Sets God clan have to do with me?" The Supreme Elder speaks, "Beiweng, what is the meaning of this?" A feminine voice rings out, "You've lived for tens of thousands of years and you still can't see it. Because he belongs to this palace." Jin Shuang materializes after those words. The Supreme Elder grits his teeth and snarls, "Huang Jinshuang, you dare show your face here." Jin Shuang ignores him entirely, merely seizing Su Beiweng by the collar and saying, "This sovereign has never heard that you wanted to become a live-in son-in-law." Su Beiweng's face flushes red. "This subordinate," he cries out as two figures charge toward them, "Your Highness, be careful." "Shut your mouth, wretch," the two women curse. But with a single casual flick of Jinshuang's hand, both are sent flying effortlessly. The two women cough up blood, gravely wounded. Su Beiweng stands there like a statue. "Your Highness's cultivation has improved once again. Your Highness, this subordinate has always been yours, living for you, dying for you. I could never go be someone else's live-in son-in-law. Such trivial matters hardly warrant troubling you." Suddenly, Su Beiweng's eyes dart to another direction. He rushes forward alone to intercept an incoming attack aimed at Jinshuang. Coughing up a mouthful of blood from the impact, Jinshuang catches Su Beiweng, fury blazing in her voice, "You dare harm him." With that, a three-way battle erupts. Clashing waves of energy bombard one another relentlessly, plunging the great hall into utter chaos. Su Beiweng wipes the blood from his lips. "This subordinate can still hold on. Your Highness, please don't be distressed." Back then, when the Seven Crown King God clan was annihilated, the Sun Never Sets clan Yu lot were complicit. Today, old debts and new grudges settle in one stroke. This old man's name is Su Beiweng. The Supreme Elder clenches his teeth. "Essence blood, so it really is that powerful." The woman from the Yonghang nation charges forward. The nether body that this old woman has her eyes on, who dares touch it? Su Beiweng snarls, "My nether body, you'll never claim it." The woman on the opposite side rapidly withers, aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blinding light engulfs the surroundings as a fire phoenix erupts into existence right before Su Beiweng and Jinshuang. Su Beiweng snorts coldly, thinking that dealing with the Sun Never Sets clan takes priority. The spider lily emanates a dark, sinister energy. The fire phoenix lets out a long, piercing cry. Bolts of lightning erupt in a sky-shaking explosion. The Supreme Elder is wounded, clutching his abdomen in pain. Jinshuang casts a cold glance over. Su Beiweng speaks up now. Is still your chance to leave. If you don't take it, you won't be leaving at all. The two gravely wounded women hesitate for a moment, then turn and flee at top speed. Jinshuang turns her gaze, her expression still simmering with anger. Her fist clenches, condensing a thread of raw energy. A massive orb materializes beside them, crackling with terrifying bolts of lightning. Su Beiweng calls out hastily, "Your Majesty, wait for this subordinate." His shout successfully captures Jinshuang's attention. Su Beiweng wraps his arms around her from behind and murmurs, "Your Highness, do you think the boss is truly angry?" Jinshuang lifts Su Beiweng's chin. "Your wounds need tending." Su Beiweng replies, "It's nothing serious, but we've just avenged the great grudge. Shouldn't your Highness be happy?" Jinshuang says furiously, "Then why did you let Tianqing escape? You don't have some dark scheme up your sleeve, do you? Or perhaps you want to go be someone else's live-in son-in-law? Have you grown tired of this palace?" Su Beiweng is bombarded by the barrage of questions and turns pale with fright. He thinks, what in the heavens is all this about? A voice cries out, "You two, stop bickering. Meow Meow has been captured." The woman who appears says, "Little Meow has exited seclusion. But she went searching for an origin tree for you and your disciple on the North Pole ancient star. She was captured by a level 9 Thunder Lion. Only had time to transmit a jade slip to me." Su Beiweng says, "Mother-in-law, rest assured, your son-in-law will bring Meow Meow back without a single scratch. He thinks I should smooth things over with the boss first." Su Beiweng reaches out, "Your Highness, wait for me." He thinks the boss really does value loyalty and sentiment. At the North Pole ancient star, a single feather drifts down from the sky. A voice thunders, "Level 9 Thunder Lion, get out here at once." A colossal octopus emerges from the depths. "Tai. Chu young master, Huang Jinshuengi's that truly you?" Su Beiweng speaks up, "Enough talk, hand Meow Meow over to this lord. Also, my surname isn't Teichu, it's Su Beiweng." The octopus bellows, "What? Aren't you from the Sun Never Sets clan, and yet you consort with Huang Jinshuang?" The sky overhead turns pitch black. Thunder crashes down. A voice booms, "The Sun Never Sets God clan has already been reduced to ashes, and those two are the ones who did it." A massive lion materializes, with Meow Meow trapped beneath its paw. Meow Meow, wounded and teary-eyed, cries out, "Big number, small number, hurry and save me. It stole my origin tree and wants to stew me alive." Jinshuang surges forward with a devastating palm strike, catching the lion completely off guard. It roars in agony and drops the cage imprisoning Meow Meow. Su Beiweng catches Meow Meow in his arms. Meow Meow throws herself into Su Beiweng's embrace, sobbing. It scared Meow Meow to death. Jinshuang strikes with ruthless brutality, severing the colossal lion's head in a single blow. Su Beiweng and Meow Meow watch, goosebumps erupting across their skin. Su Beiweng swallows nervously. "This is bad. How is the boss going to deal with me later?" Meow Meow suddenly dashes out of Su Beiweng's embrace. She transforms into human form, furiously stomping on the lion's severed head. "Serves you right for catching me. Serves you right for stealing my origin tree." She then throws herself into Jinshuang's arms, cooing, "You big meanie, I missed you so much." Then she turns to Su Beiweng, "Why are you still standing there? Get over here already," she thinks. The big meanie really is strange. Su Beiweng hesitates, thinking, the boss still hasn't calmed down. Meow Meow grabs Su Beiweng's hand and drags him forward. "Aren't you people excited to see Meow Meow?" she whispers to Su Beiweng, "You bad boy. You angered her. Meow Meow can only help you this far." She places their hands together, then makes a quick escape before she vanishes. She calls out, "Meow Meow is going to report that she's safe to mother." Before Su Beiweng can react, Jinshuang turns her face away, leaving him utterly at a loss. Su Beiweng grabs hold of her. "Your Highness, what exactly has this subordinate done wrong to earn so little of your trust?" He wraps his arms around Jinshuang, playing the victim. "Your Highness, this subordinate was beaten half to death by that old wretch from the Sun Never Sets clan." Jinshuang strikes Su Beiweng, "Whether you're truly hurt or not, this sovereign knows perfectly well. Stop pretending." Su Beiweng yelps, "Ow, it hurts, Your Highness, you're really hitting me." Su Beiweng pleads, "Your Highness, can't we stop fighting over people who don't matter? How could this subordinate ever grow tired of Your Highness?" Your Highness and this subordinate are one and the same. From the very first moment I laid eyes on your Highness, there was never room in this subordinate's heart for anyone else. Jin Shuang asks, from the very beginning, you had your eye on this sovereign for that long. Su Beiweng explains, it wasn't love at first sight. Su Beiweng continues, back then this subordinate was nothing but a good-for-nothing. No one gave me a second glance. Only your Highness devoted herself to nurturing me, and only because of that did I achieve what I have today. This subordinate has never forgotten that. Jin Shuang says. Suddenly Meow Meow comes bounding over. So many people, what's all this nonsense? Can you all cut it out already? Su Beiweng thinks discontented. I was in the middle of sweet-talking the boss. A group of people approaches. The one at the front declares, we are willing to follow the 7 Crown King God clan and young Master Su. Su Beiweng thinks, it seems the destruction of the sun never sets God clan and the slaughter on the North Pole ancient star have already spread far and wide. He says, everyone listen to the boss. Jin Shuang turns her back, this sovereign despises crowds. Su Beiweng hears this and waves his hand, dismiss yourselves. He then leans close to Jin Shuang's ear and whispers, this subordinate knows a place with far fewer people. A lone moon hangs in the sky, its silver light bathing the heavens. Each star of the Kingzui constellation scintillates, weaving a scene of sublime romance. At the Teichu Palace, Su Beiweng says, your Highness, are you surprised? Not even a little. Meow Meow frolics joyfully, just like the old days. Su Beiweng asks, your Highness, is there anything you'd like to do right now? Jin Shuang says casually, yes, this sovereign wants grilled food, chicken cakes, cream puffs, and milk tea. Su Beiweng says in disbelief, that's all you want. He lifts the chin of the beauty in his arms. Your Highness is still a bit more delicious to this subordinate. That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and tap the like while you're at it. Thank you all for watching until the very end. Bye bye, my loves.